3,400 XP going their way. With 1,600 gold the way of Haven Liberty and Marana, Wisp, Puck. So keeping them in this. Cardio going down there isn't fun though. And this guy needs to really pop off his game. He's going for his Heaven's Halberd right now. I'm not sure that Heaven's Halberd is the real big item that's going to allow you to win these fights. Again, having the disarm on the enemy is great, but you're fighting into the Beastmaster who has all these units. You're fighting into the CK who has all these different units. Your disarm isn't preventing, isn't even shutting down a single one of these big damage heroes because the damage all comes out from the multiple units that they have.
Roche very quickly done by the side of Thunder Predator. Nicely done there. Heaven's Halberd picks up, but you see how much that ends up doing. You take a look at where the CK is. He's right there with the Sven, but Beastmaster up towards the top as well. He's got himself the Necro 3 as well as the Vlads, and he's going no Solar Crest next. So Aura's help for the CK, push potential.
As long as Sven gets to keep hitting creeps, he will eventually outscale the CK and the Beastmaster's net worth. He does have the Masked Bandits, he does have the Great Cleave. He's got the People's Gift, though, unfortunately. Couldn't get a better item than that. Imclaw would have been excellent to grab on him. He just got Chrysalis and Assault Cross queued up next on RDO.
Looks like they're gonna lose this tier 2 top.
MNC's got Scotty queued up. Makes a lot of sense to get the heroes on Haven Liberty.
So they take the tower, and even Liberty, they're farming. They can't catch Matthew there. They're losing these towers, and they're going to start losing control of a lot of the map.
Brace found. It's a nice item. Take him up a bit. 10% magic resistance, and that's a lot of what they have right now. Puck is a pretty big factor in these as well. Even though his score isn't as good, he is one of the stronger heroes in this game. Another pause coming out. This gives us some time to talk about the other heroes in the game. This Earth Spirit, who's felt a little bit slow to me, and of course the Marana. She's gotten some okay arrows, but it feels like the Marana and the AA are just kind of been playing different games. Again, these heroes. All right, we're good to go. But Rana, it feels like I'm going for a Yule Scepter. I think you might need to scale into like damage or something, though.
This is an interesting spot from Matthew. Use the Moonlight Shadow. Okay, they'll just leave. I thought maybe they'd follow that up with Moonlight Shadow use. They don't want to go up there just yet. And look at the Reality Rift. They look over. On the high ground, you need to be careful walking up there, MNZ. You've got the rest of the team nearby. Sexfat does have this Ravage to play with. Frank with the blink as well as the lasso. They've locked up MNZ. They've got the silence. Now they've got the silence out of the puck. Ice Blast coming through. Ravage is used. Matthew backs away. MNZ, he's hit with that Dream Coil. Lasso out on the Marana, but is that really the target you want to be going for? The World Loader hits onto the Sven. They've also got the Primal Roar to follow that up. They've disarmed the CK, but they've got the damage to follow this one. Star Storm damage. RDO ends up dead. And I believe Duster got out with the relocate without the Sven. They get the kill in the field of the core. They look over at the puck. Hiko in some trouble. The Flame Break brings him back. He's got the illusion of the jaunt away, but not far enough away. Matthew's right there with him. Boulder Smash is used. Duster comes back to the fight. He ends up dead, but Hiko doing a good job of staying alive so far. Illusory Orb once again, and he will jaunt to him. Blink forward, right on top of him. He picks up the bounty rune. Geomagnetic grip will stop him from jaunting once again. Phase shift, trying to blink, but still ends up dead.
It really matter if he did blink away. The phase shift not lasting long enough to outlast the DPS on the flame break. Well, what I was trying to say in my half and not really making sense days, I feel like this Mirana needs to be scaling to late game and bully damage. The only damage dealer on their team really being the Sven. You have the blink deck, you have the bits of travel on the puck, but it's only Sven that's going to be able to be hitting things. Of course, if you only have to run at him and you have the A on your team, you have a Primal Roar, you have Lasso, and you have a CK, they only have to worry about jumping one guy. Their life is so easy.
Stormhammer. Ice Blast coming in. That's actually going to the back lines. Sexy Fat pulled him with Reality Rift. They're around this Tide who no longer has Ravage. They'll avoid the arrow that actually hits a Necro Creep. Chilling Touch. Slowing him down. 3 seconds stun. They're right on him. He'll try to TP out, but there's the Reality Rift as well as the Yules. So they controlled him up and killed him off.
Yep. Hiko tries to shove out mid lane. It's not going to do that much. Theostyle already making a mad dash down here. You don't get to split push this creep wave. If we decide we want to push, we're pushing.
Ooh. Matthew comes over. Hiko picks up the bounty rune. Nobody here to really help this out. They're actually fighting over in the jungle. They've got the lasso on the Duster. Easy, quick kill. You've got Matthew sticking with the puck. We'll go and get CK's courier, which I think he was waiting to pick up an ulti orb as well as the point boost. Their Reality Rift over. Maybe was looking to kill off this Mirana courier who's moving over with the Moonlight Shadow. Sentry placed down. They still have vision on the Hiko. Snaps the Dream Coil. I didn't think he had pulled off of that one. However, they're going to look and continue to search as Hiko's now been spotted. Yules, control, Ice Blast. That ends up missing with the phase shift, but they're right on him. Cold Feet, right click damage. Matthew's still staying with him. Chilling Touch hits, phase shift once again. And eventually with the Reality Rift and the shot from Frank, they kill Hiko. That is wasted the time on the first stages.
I don't know. As much as you call it wasted, I call it just playing very aggressive. Again, he was in the enemy triangle. He's very far forward in the CK. The enemy just couldn't bring him down, though. And again, they knew if they did commit onto him, used all those ultimates, then they wouldn't have been able to do him the second time. So making good use out of the Aegis onto the Predator. And of course, making good use of the aggression here on Beastmaster. All the outer towers are taken at the moment. You do have to play against the Tide Hunter and a Puck. So I think right now they just kind of bide their time, wait for them to finish. Oh,
okay. For the relocate. Oh, the silence. Primal Roar, 4 second stun on RDO. They kill off Duster 2. Now they'll find themselves Sexy Fat. There's the Yules from Theolacor. Arrow comes in. That ends up landing. They haven't brought back on the Sven or this Wisp just yet. They get the kill on a Sexy Fat. They'll drop down the Dream Coil. Hiko with the Illusory Orb out. Getting some distance. However, with 3 heroes dead, this is a high ground push for the side of the Predator.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. Again, you stall it for a couple of seconds here with that Fortify, and you do a Phantasmal cooldown for another 37 at the moment, but too good at hitting this tower. This blows up. I'm not sure they can be able to stop him from grabbing his Ranger actually either. Tashner doesn't respond for another 20 seconds here. Again, I want to reiterate, they don't really have the tools they need to deal with this. Mirana doesn't have the damage. The only person with damage is Sven.
Frank, in deep. He's trying to get away, but won't. That's an interesting little dive there.
He just won't. And even though you managed to grab that mid barrack, you definitely didn't need to die on Frank there. 9k net worth up at 24 minutes. I think they just relax, wait for the next Roshan. Grab 27-minute items before going for their next push. But their Predator is carrying Cave of Liberty apart right now.
Trying to man fight on this. I don't know if that's what you want to do. Ice Blast coming in, MNZ taking a lot of damage. They're going to Phantasm, but there's the Ravage. They get the kill on MNZ. They'll take it as 4-time spree. Matthew also dies. Ice Blast was decently placed. It is a level 2 Ice Blast. They just didn't have the numbers there.
Sorry. Sorry, yeah. People finally get some control of the map on as much as 65 is trying. So I have to wait for Earth Spirit and Chaos End to respawn. ES setting up a lot of these plays. Our ability to jumps on somebody one place in the map, your team jumps on another, or it gets a long range initiation. Look for as we can. Oh, he goes the wrong way on Matthew. The way around here.
Frank's still here. One more leap. However, Duster's back. Matthew's killing a Duster, and instead of finding the Mirana, Theo Agor, they take out the Wisp.
On Thunder Predator again, 30 seconds next of items. That comes out 137, or sorry, 1 minute 37 seconds till Roshan spawns. On Thunder Predator.
Preemptive Ice Blast. They're gonna have the Ice Blast come through as well as the Geomagnetic Grip. This means RDO is dead to right. That kill. He buys out on the AC before he ends up dead. However, now you're dead for 50 seconds. And all of a sudden, MNZ wants to push your high ground, forced by Haven Liberty to do so. But they just don't have the damage to follow that up.
Most of this does come from the heroes right now. We don't have that sizable of menagerie on MNZ, and of course, no catapult makes things even more difficult. Oh. Yeah, Ryder. Trying to shove in mid lane or find a pick off over here while
The Dire stand on the hunt for radiant forces.
ultimate comes out again. Thunder Predator not up. Everyone in Haven Liberty is probably a little bit confused as to why they backed up. Seemingly no reason. Maybe they didn't know that everything is shut down.
So posturing towards Rose, just trying to keep themselves there and make sure that they can secure the Aegis, get themselves the cheese, work on finishing the game.
Brain melt right there.
Double damage. We'll leave that for MNZ. Now they see that Roche is up, so they're gonna pick up. No, they could go for Roche, but God's Strength Ice Blast coming through with the Ravage. Oh, it's Frank blinking in. Neither of them have buyback. This fight goes horribly for the side of Thunder Predator. All of a sudden, Haven Liberty come out on top. So he kills off the Core, but the Stormhammer comes through, hits onto the CK, Uzu are forward. Don't have lockdown needed, but they kill him off anyway.
Oh my god, that was beautiful. The blink in by the puck followed by the perfect Ravage. Of course, they're all lined up for Sven to bowl them over. And with God's Strength up, here we go. Gonna get ourselves a... Matthew is setting up around the pit. He wants to roll in. Hey, you have to be careful. Someone has to block Matthew here.
Ice Blast coming in, 4-step away! Can he pick up the Aegis? Can he get the cheese? Can he get anything out of this? He had that slot open, Aegis picked up by...
I was on the ground for a little while there. I must have made everyone on his team nervous. Just trusting Sven to pick it up. Because, again, you don't want to pick up the... Not that other one. He's going to be pretty mad at you if you grab that. Just like that, start to come back to the game. To the XP and net with grabs. Game was going very heavy in favor of Thunder Predator here, but Haven Liberty bringing it back. Lost that one set of racks. I don't want to say that we're going to see a repeat of that last game, but you know, it's a pretty good start. You do have some of the things you need to counter out the heroes on Thunder Predator.
Theo Core, Primal Roar to follow that one up, and that'll secure the kill. What does Sven have right now? Almost has this Daedalus. Wow. Yeah. He's very farmed.
The issue with this one, Beakoff, is the fact that this the Mirana, the position, you've got like all the items on puck. Oh no, the reach from Matthew.
Does you have Tether? Not for 5 seconds. He's also been silenced. Now he's right on them. They've dusted him up. So
That talent is so good. Sorry.
I think it's fine that he's, you know, it sucks that he's dead, but I think it's fine overall.
Yeah. I'm just, you know, standing Earth Spirit again. You know me.
Oh, yeah.
Rolling Boulder going 2250 range with the Remnant is very far. You can catch basically any hero.
You are a true friend.
But I was just trying to touch on before that last team fight. My major issue with Haven Liberty, even if they manage to come back in this game, all of their damage comes from Sven. We've seen this happen a couple times in the series, this tournament, and it seems fine. Like we've seen Sven's pop off, we've seen Terrorblades pop off for the enemy. Like you have the Lasso, you have the Primal Roar, you have AA Blast. It's that much harder to be the only hero that's doing damage. And Puck goes utility builds like this, and of course Tidehunter just auras and looks like he wants to go.
Blink, Duster. Whoa. Gets invis very quickly with that Glimmer Cape as he was TPing out.
RDO, they trust this game.
Dire's top tower.
Scepter coming up next for him.
Every win is very important for Haven Liberty. Pull off a win here. This is pretty massive, honestly.
It's one of the harder teams to beat, though. Again, they're the second highest place in the group stage right now. Of course, Quincy Crew doesn't really count. They haven't played enough games to have like the top spot they'd otherwise have. But Thunder Predator is in second. If you consider like Quincy Crew going at the pace that they're going at right now, they're being third. So it's a hard team to beat. These 10 teams here. Haven Liberty is one of the toughest to bring down. Or sorry. Thunder Predator is one of the toughest to bring down for sure.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Scan comes out. They are smoked up on the side of Haven Liberty. Check out that Hawk. They do have a gem and now an Ags on this puck.
Here we go. Just to shove it out. This doesn't make that much sense.
They've done this a couple times.
Just to farm? Or just to bring
Push
him
out,
down
and
here?
sometimes Duster...
He brings him back.
Yeah, sometimes Duster leaves them, but sometimes Duster brings them back. Lanes and farm really quickly, all of them out. At least from what it looks like.
Dropping your kid off at soccer practice.
Basically.
I guess the relocate spell's not what it used to be. It takes like a second longer to lead across the map compared to when relocate was so highly valued. Thinking like an era from ages ago, before just being able to hop onto a hero who's farming by themselves every time it was off a cooldown was just way too big. Just banned out like every game. It lasting longer, heroes having more gold, etc. Make it not as great. Of course, being able to interrupt it.
Getting this Ag is going to be pretty important here for the Sven. You know, when you have that jump as well as the Daedalus, you can probably kill somebody with that Stormhammer because you get that extra shot in.
Aegis expires. He has a slot for it now. Again, you're the only one doing damage here. They're going to start building solutions here. They'll probably build solutions ahead of time. They have Silver Edge coming out on Chaos Knight. They have... Gee, they don't have very good solutions right now. I take back what I said. A lot of these can't be discounted out by this Sven with the eggs and the D-spell. You can blow up most of what Leo Styles got as well. He pops his Necro Cloak, he's got his units around him. They smoke up.
They smoke, they're going to head towards the triangle. Try to take a fight, but everything's up with the side of Haven Liberty. Fighting into the Ravage is what really hurt them the previous exchange over by the Roche pit. Nico sends an Illusory Orb back, blinks forward, grabs the Bounty Rune, I believe reveals Leo style. Arrow comes across, not going to land on anybody, and I think with that, Thunder Predator, they just can't commit to a fight. Quick charm for this Tide, 130.5 seconds for that Ravage cooldown. Anchor Smash on 3.5 second cooldown. There's the Ags finish for RDO. He doesn't have buyback at the moment, so if you're able to kill off this Sven, you wouldn't have buyback and you can probably ransack the base. But now the question is, can you kill him? He's got the Ags, he has the Mask of Madness, as well as the Daedalus. He's got a Heaven's Halberd ready for the CK as well.
Kiko, while you were all chatting with your hero lines, you know something we don't? This is dangerous. Matthew getting ready. He's trying to set up on the enemies. Leo style behind him. His Necro Book popped already. AA at a suitable distance to throw out a blast. This could be the fight for them.
Going on Sexy Fat doesn't seem like the right way to go about this, though. If you're going to go for this Tide, that might be a problem. They've got the Storm Hammer, they have the damage, they pop the God Strength, they get the kill into Matthew. Now they look over as the Dream Coil hits on a Frank. They fall back on Matthew. And it was actually on an MNZ, not Frank. Excuse me, Frank as well, because they got the kill on MNZ as well as Frank. They get the BKB, Popeye Leo style. He's able to TP out. The damage pretty heavy with the Daedalus. So MNZ and Frank gone. MNZ no buyback. Okay.
No, that was wild. Again, you just go super far forward on that Chaos Knight, and then the rest of the team on Thunder Predator, they don't want to all get ravaged up, so they kind of try to circle around him, but the entire time, Sexy Fat just holding the angle, stopping down RDO and saving CK.
So no more God Strength, and they'll back off the push. Rosh up, potentially in 13 seconds.
Potentially. It's neat to see that one, though. Again, Sexy Fat is holding that angle, and everyone else so afraid to commit on Thunder Predator, they end up losing more time they would have lost with them all getting hit by that Ravage.
Shaco, Ninja here. Okay, that confused me for a second. I was like, they just left those items?
We don't need them. It's neutral, they say. Let the enemy team have 8 to work with.
I don't know who says that.
Me, just now.
Okay. Stormhammer, BKB, Popeye Leo style. Thinking about going in with Primal Rule. There's the Flame Break. Dream Coil used. Ice Blast comes in. I think that missed him with the Flame Break hitting onto the Sven. Oh no, he got hit with that Ice Blast. Stormhammer comes through. They get the kill on Frank. They look over at Matthew. They found themselves a second. Leo style in some trouble using Pop the BKB on the initiation coming in from Sven. So he's forced to run. The Primal Roar already gets him. So they get the kill on the Theola Core. They'll bring him back up onto the high ground. Gems on the deck. MJZ stand by, but he can't. So now that he's stood around and stayed here, he should be able to get the kill out onto the Ancient Apparition because, well, he's pretty weak. However, they don't chase him. They just go for Rosh.
And that's so close now to the BKB on the Sven. But what do you replace? The Mask of Madness right now? Either
Place the boots.
you get Sanctum's Blessing. They give it to Puck? No, Puck already has an Aghanim Scepter. They give it to Tide Hunter.
Oh,
that's interesting.
That's amazing. I love that, Axe.
It's alright.
Oh, come on. A Wave of Gush. 7 minus armor. That's going to be great for this Sven.
It's okay. Only they didn't get the -4 Gush armor. No, kind of weak stuff.
Oh, gosh.
You tilted seeing it, B-Cup, be honest.
I'm kind of upset about it. Could have given it to the Mirana then if you already did that, and then have the Mirana farm.
Spell Prism picked up on the Sven. I think he's just going to hang on to this one. Again, 12 all stats, not bad. Mana regen, not bad. Having access to all his abilities and items that much quicker is nice too. But you almost wish that you got that Aghanim's Blessing before you hard committed to the Sven of the Puck. It might have even been worth it to sell it, get that extra 2,000 gold in the bank. Have that free slot for your Massive Madness, your BKB now. It actually got the Aghanim's Blessing queued up next on Sven. I guess it was just too much value to give it away to one of the heroes.
Do you like MNZ's build?
I think it's necessary against the enemy heroes. Again, it's great against range cores, having that Scotty, so it's going to do well against the Puck. I think it's good against Io. Jumping back and start
I
bringing
don't
it
like
down.
MNZ going for this. Break, 4-second stun, Ice Blast coming in. I say I don't like him going for it because I thought the rest of the team might follow this up considering how close they were, but instead, he dies very, very quickly.
I mean, they just relocated to the top of the map. The enemy team can see that. They think, okay, well, who's going up there? Oh, okay, it's just Duster and RDO using reload. We're good to go. We can just fight the enemies now. So they telegraph their movements.
They telegraph pretty hard to the point where they lose that tide really easily. No, that Silver Rich coming in clutch, having that break, getting that kill, and then all of a sudden now you're without a tide for 46 seconds. Yeah, you're holding on to the Aegis, but look at Thunder Predator, they want to fight. They didn't really use much to get that kill.
Backbone to their team. One of the backbones to their team. You know, what the enemies are able to take, and of course, and he does get a really good ravage off. It can completely bring people down with the chaos that you can counter with the spell. Like a good ravage in the Storm Bolt, or Storm Bolt in the ravage, to just blow anybody you want up at the moment. Going very far away. The game is starting to see action be up.
It's been kind of just pick offy, but you know, we're waiting for a fight now that they have the tide back up. They're gonna smoke on the side of Haven Liberty. This could be the fight that they need to finish this game, but they can't. I just don't think you could have RDO and Duster by yourself. So like, obviously, yes, he's got the relocate, but I'd rather just be searching as 5.
We've talked about this one. Again, this is the only big damage hero you have. Even with everybody else alive, maybe 2 heroes alive on Thunder Predator, I think you still lose those team fights. Place just to group up on Thunder Predator, though. Could be smoking in just a second. If anyone has one. I have to do it old school. Old school, of course, just popping that Shadow Blade on the Chaos Knight. Trying to scout things out.
He's got a leveler. Has that Prince's knife, so well, that could be pretty big in these engagements. Especially if you landed on RDO. Or even just Duster.
That's right. I want action, though. Both teams playing in their own jungle. This is some boring stuff. This is not what the people want to see.
The people's caster wants the people's happiness.
Exactly. Looking out for everybody's interests here. Trust me.
Is this better though for Thunder Predator or for Haven Liberty?
I thought Thunder Predator would close this game out by now, to be completely honest with you. The later it goes, the better it is for Haven Liberty. The only question is, push comes to shove, can they keep the Spend alive in the team? As resistance, does even have people using Lotus Orbs on him? We'll find out.
Now that Aegis is gone.
Yeah.
Second Aegis in a row that he's used for like strictly farming.
5 minutes of doing absolutely nothing. Not exactly pleased with him right now, but I do like that Haven Liberty has kind of clawed their way back into this game. Now with Wade like 80, win probability like 80% for Thunder Predator earlier. XP, net worth both 8,000 in favor of Thunder Predator as well. Now let's change. Shoes on the other foot.
Satanic okay. He's also got a BKB ready to go. Beastmaster, meanwhile, Spell Prism, that's going to be nice. Primal Roar on a 56-second cooldown. He's also got Boars every 24 seconds. And Axes every 6 points. So having that extra control.
Yep. And of course, there's a blade going to Magic Community. It's gonna be a good one. These heroes don't ever take engagements, like 10 The 8 or 9 second BKB on.
He relocated top. Duster, if anything.
Killed.
Bottom lane. Alright, another pause comes out. I agree, MJZ. This game was way too slow. It did nothing with the Aegis. They're afraid to fight. You're afraid. Aren't though. Again, just the Sven you have to worry about. Jump on him at the start of the fight. Drop your Heaven's Halberd on him. Okay, Duster's got 300 ping. What do you do here if you're one of these two teams? Beak up.
It's hard, it's definitely a tough cell to fight right now. If you're Thunder Predator, you're fighting in a Ravage. Bought the BKB knowing that the Axe is finished off on the puck too.
Yeah.
Heaven's Halberd would be nice to have for Matthew. I would certainly love having that Axe. Enchant Remnant could be crucial in these fights. But delaying the game, I think, just makes things worse for you. Mirana hasn't exactly built in a damage going into a Blink Dagger after a Solar Crest and Yule, so helping out the Sven as much as he can. It doesn't look like things get easier for Thunder Predator as time goes by, but I would say that comes down to itemization.
Yeah, all of this is coming down to that one fight inside the Roach Pit where Hiko managed to get that multi-man Dream Coil off Ravage into them being set up perfectly for RDO. Off his God Strength and show off his Aghanim Scepter. Another relocate.
Just Duster.
Dire's top tower is under
All the way back in the base this time. Yeah, this is what he's worried about. The enemy's coming onto his tower. Pop this out and do his best to clear them out. It didn't last very long at all though.
Yay, TP too far back.
I think he's worried about how far forward that Thunder Predator are willing to dive, or able to dive for that matter.
Okay, lead, but another. The Axe Blessing making up a lot of this net worth difference.
The other Roche comes up and they haven't taken a fight on either team. I'm gonna start screaming.
If you get Axe Blessing on any of these heroes, who would it be for the side of Thunder Predator? Are you giving it right to the Bat Rider, try to get that double lasso, or are you giving it to the Earth Spirit for the Enchant Remnant because he's already
That's a no-brainer. That is an Earth Spirit item.
Or are you giving it to the Ancient Apparition, who will try to,
Again, picture this. The Sven flies at you, right? You just quickly drop, or you turn him, you jump onto him, you turn him into stone, you kick him away from the team fight, and you can't come back until it's off the down. Alternatively, Sven flies at you, you turn yourself into a remnant, you kick yourself, and then you roll yourself away. And the Sven is forced to chase you that entire time inside a Stormhammer. It would be a wild ride. I want to get on to Matthew's wild ride.
Ooh, they found Ancient Apparition. MJZ getting low, forced staff onto the cliff. Nico Cliffs himself going for him, but that won't matter. Nobody nearby for the side of Thunder Predator. Meanwhile, Leo Style is actually pushing out bottom. They got that tier 3 up towards top. They want to push in bottom, see what they can do here, and maybe force the hand of Haven Liberty going towards this Roach Pit.
Let's see.
You just come back with the relocate. It's a real cleanup bot.
I'm going to scream. Absolutely no action. Pressure shard. Aghanim's Blessing. Had enough B-Cup. We need one of these teams to do something.
Scream and shout and let it all out. Beastmaster stayed here bottom, so the relocate's on cooldown or not. Actually, okay, they're already back. It's only 5 seconds, so they're back very quickly. Meanwhile, on top, Hiko looking for MNZ. Lose reward, misses him, but still the force staff. Dream Coil. Yeah, he's got it. Stops the TP. All arrow, but the BKB in time. I think he's still in trouble. Rest of the team's gonna start to show up. Sexy Fat in on this, but there's the kill onto the Tide. Ice Blast comes in. MNZ gets the damage out. BKB's been popped by RDO. They've got the disarm onto the CK. They get the kill into MNZ, so they lose CK. They'll take out Matthew. That should be enough to go for Roche. But you need to be careful. Bottom still getting pushed in by Leo style. He's nowhere near this fight. TP in from Rana. I don't think that's going to be enough. Although he goes here too. Okay.
See, they have maxed to Roche, but you know, they do have buyback still. They've waited long enough for them. See how he said.
Needs more survivability.
Yes, he does.
Ooh, they found this Ryu style Beastmaster. Relocate over, easy kill with the God Strength pop.
What do you build for more survivability on CK at this point? He just killed the enemy hero faster than he kills you. Again, it's a lot of the damage is coming up from him in these team fights as well. Lots on the shoulders of the Sven and of the CK.
Does 25 help any of these heroes enough on the side of Thunder Predator? I got 25 on the Beastmaster. That gave him Inner Beast attack speed. Now they're in a Roche, so no buybacks used. This is pretty bad. Flame Break comes in. That'll spot them. Frank now hit with the Dream Coil. Stormhammer coming through. There's the BKB, but he can't snap the Dream Coil. He'd be in trouble if he did so. And he does.
Alright.
It keeps him out of Roche for a little bit. CK back alive. I just don't know if you can go into this now that you don't have Lasso. So you're giving up Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher Shard, which means 2 Ravages.
Then about
Immortality.
Ritter does have cooldown available. I thought he had none because his respawn time was so high, but it has been so long.
Career. Oh, he got away with the cheese.
Cheeky.
Radiant's courier has been
They killed him.
Drop. At least end up picking up the Aghanim's Blessing.
Had enough waiting. This is a boring game of Dota 2 now. I want to see blood.
Heard Mario Yamasaki say, bleed it out. We're waiting for that opportunity. 50 minutes into this game, this definitely didn't feel like it was going to be a 50-minuter. You know, not like that. Oh, great Dream Coil. And the relocate. Matthew in trouble. Stormhammer dispels. You're still dead.
Gonna get to fly up with that Yule Scepter again. That 15 talent. Imagine we move to 25 for the next patch. It's way too insane. Always gonna get that first initial hit on you because you're Aghanim's Blessing, and you're promised 2 more. If you're an Echo Saber aficionado, you have Silver Edge.
I don't think you can go Divine Rapier for the CK. That just won't
It's
work
too
out.
greedy.
Yeah, it's just you also are not going to survive long enough to really have it go off and like do something for you.
No. Walk them into the face, but they're still not doing a whole lot else. 6 minutes left on the Aegis. You gotta do something. Continuing to farm up the enemy's ancients. The creep camps all being taken by even Liberty, but at this point, like, what are you farming? Money? Is that it? 10,000 gold in Sven. What do you buy with it?
I mean, this Wisp is also very farmed. Has a Desolator, has that Ala. Let me give that other Ag's Blessing. Okay, they did finally give it to Theodore. He's still building utility. I'd love to see him start to go into some damage. Leo style continuing to try and keep these lanes pushed out.
This game has been very slow the last couple of minutes. I get it. You're afraid on Haven Liberty. You're afraid on Thunder Predator. A couple of times you took fights on Thunder Predator. You ended up getting bodied by this Tide Hunter. However, you've kind of given up your league at a certain point. All you've done is kind of sit yourself in the base and set yourself up for failure even more by having really bad equipment.
4,000 net worth lead. Taking this at a snail's pace at the moment, just waiting to, you know, find the right opportunity to go in. It seems like fight-wise they have all the tools necessary to move in and finish this game. They have the double ravage, they have Moon Shard as well as the Ag's Blessing ready to go on the Sven. He has a second life with this Aegis that doesn't expire for another minute 20. And really, Thunder Predator, I mean, look at them. They're just dancing in the base. They're waiting.
Yep.
Radiant's top tower is
Double damage rune obviously is enough. Can I get Leo style? Oh, he manages to get out there. I mean, even if you grab him, he just buys back, then buys his item. He's sitting on more than enough buyback gold. He's got enough for like a Bloodthorn right now.
They've caught the Bat Rider, and a Stormhammer gets the kill. Gem now on the deck. This Bat Rider doesn't feel like it's doing much of anything in the moment.
The double damage here on the Sven. Might have been a good idea to try to end the game with that thing. Getting, like one hit on the tower would take out probably like 25% of its health with the DD God Strength, but playing it so safe. We talked about how important this game for Haven Liberty was, but you know, I feel like maybe they're playing a bit too safe at this point. Afraid to approach anything. Both teams sitting in their base waiting for buybacks.
Are they?
Game...
Is MNZ trying to buy Boots of Travel to Boots of Travel onto the Hawk and try and tier 4 them? He wouldn't have the damage for them, right?
What do you mean?
He's trying to Boots of Travel on the Hawk, and then that
That's
wouldn't
the
work.
thing. You know, it's been his backdoor, yeah, but he can go through it. He's got God Strength.
No. I'm talking about the CK.
Oh.
Boulder in, Ice Blast coming through. RDO pops the BKB. Now they got the BKB pop by Frank, but the Ravage comes in. They'll get the kill to Matthew. Now they look at the rest of their lasso hits on the Sven. They look for the damage to get this kill, and he kills him. They waited way too long. Aegis expired as they're taking this fight. They look over at Sexypad, who's got the Aeon disc. He's got a second Ravage. That will land onto everybody on the side of Thunder Predator. Matthew is able to Rolling Boulder away. They bought back on the Sven, and all of a sudden there's a win condition for Thunder Predator.
There is, yeah, but shoes on the other foot as well. Frank and Batrider. Frank on the Batrider and Matthew, this Earth Spirit. If they go down as well, things are pretty rough. You need every single hero on your side to be able to take these fights. Sven is very scary right now. Prior to him going down, he had 50k net worth.
Yeah.
That is wild. All right, they move towards the pit again. But like you said, they waited way too long to take that fight.
They waited, and I mean, they got to know the timings on their Aegis, so.
No, we waited like 15 minutes before we saw a major team fight right there. And I wouldn't even call that one that major of a team fight because they kind of both disengaged afterwards. So still 40k net worth up for Haven Liberty. Barracks is taken over there. Roshan may respond another minute and a half. I think I just play around the Roche pit. But we've seen this story before. Who was it? Team Zero that did this? They waited the perfect time. They waited for the Aegis to expire. And in that window where they managed to complete a couple of items, they just went out and won the game. I'm not sure that a Predator will do the same thing. But I would recommend it. Don't wait for them to get that Aegis again. Don't wait for them to have more cheese, refresher shards, egg items.
Look at these couriers. They're actually going to the Dire secret shop to shop.
I mean, it's a lot safer than your base.
Uh-oh. That one survives.
dire are scanning for enemies.
That'll be Ags for Michael. Or Matthew.
Yeah. Let's get the bounty hunter we saw from the other game on the case.
And then MKB for the CK. Oh no! MNZ was that courier.
Oh, that was the MKB on it.
Dead for 4 minutes.
Shadows take us.
Ravage is up.
Dire structures are
RDO, MNZ up in front, in some trouble. Moonlight Shadow, Stormhammer, Dream Coil all coming in. MNZ in a little bit of trouble. They've got themselves the Bat Rider low, and they'll kill off MNZ. He buys back immediately. Stormhammer comes through to get the Kona. Leo style will get the Gush doing a lot of damage with max size down onto 4 of these heroes. Matthew's able to escape. pop the Aeon Disc on Hiko. They don't do the damage to get any of these kills.
I think they just disengage at this point. Wait for God's Strength to come back again. They forced those 2 big buybacks, but I'm not sure the enemy team lets them wait for this. Roshan, another minute and 20 seconds here. These Roshans, they were very big.
Tier 5?
on.
Tier 5
Tier
items?
5 items.
I
These
mean,
are the things that are going to end the game.
Yeah, tier 5 items, I think, with the buyback on the Sven, could make 50k not matter. Doesn't look like they'll have that opportunity, though. Down goes the Ancient Apparition. Now RDO, he's in a interesting spot. They don't have Ravage, and now they've smashed back. Oh, he'll enchant himself. Survives RDO. Lotus Orb on him. Surviving for longer. Frank trying to find a lasso out on RDO, but they won't get him. So now he blinks even further. Lasso on a Duster. They have the control out onto the Wisp. Can they get the kill? They've got the silence. He'll eat the cheese. Stays alive. The Lotus Orb on him. So now, can they kill the Wisp or the Tide? Rolling Boulder comes in, stuns up Duster. Duster yules up in the air. They go after Sexy Fat. They have the damage with the Solar Crest, and they kill Duster too. Sexy Fat and Duster are dead. Roche up in 26 seconds. So they don't kill RDO. They didn't have Ravage there. Down for another 18 seconds. Might bite on this one, but here are tier 5 items, and Ballista is out on the Sven.
Useless, though. They're not going to use Ballista. They went all utility on the puck. Murana was not scaling into damage
Give
items.
Ballista to the Wisp. He's got allies attack tethered units.
Son of... He does. He's got the Desolator.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, they left Wooden Striders. And Ballista for Thunder Predator. That one's pretty worthless for them.
Yeah.
Buybacks
I mean,
come
this is what I keep going back to every time we get close to 60 minutes in our games. Tier 4
Ooh,
or tier 5
Seer
item.
Stone.
That's hit and miss. That could be good.
Oh, Stygian Desolator.
I'm not even...
All right.
I guess he takes it. Again, Apex would be a lot better than that one, though. A minus 10 armor isn't going to make the biggest
Pirate
difference.
Hat.
Right, that is the item, though. This 150 attack speed then is going to rip through your team now.
You need
Even
that.
Apex would be pretty good on RDO, because again...
They have 2 more tier 5s to go for. I don't think you fight until you get them. How do you fight into that not having your other tier 5s? You can't be content with Stygian Desolator.
Maybe you try to take the fight before the enemy team has more of their tier 5s.
You don't. That's a guessing game. That is a guessing game.
But again, the
Woodland
Ballista,
Striders. Oy.
the Ballista did end up being useless though, because on the IO you got the Woodland Striders instead. The 60 HP regen a second. Let's see, 180, 210 health.
Seer Stone.
Yeah, you can look at the exact heal on the tether between them. Again, it's 160 HP a second right now that he's given this Sven.
Dream Coil's a whiff.
Oh no.
Frank's still on the run. He needs to get out of this. Silence up. Waning Rift. Stormhammer coming in, but there's the BKB. Coming over is Matthew. Has the Geomagnetic Grip on the 2. They've silenced up the Tide Hunter. Ravage comes in, but the BKB's been popped. They've got the Icebox coming through. Sven, he's being controlled. Damage on RDO is not going to be enough with the extra attack speed. Oh, he gets relocated out. Gush comes through, slows up MJZ as well as Matthew. They find themselves the puck. They've got the silence. Can they get the counter to the Beastmaster? No, they can't. So he goes into the phase shift. Boulder Smash comes through, and he survives. Waning Rift. Oh my god, this Waning Rift is massive. Back and forth again.
Radiant managed to get a tower during that though. The bottom tier 3 was taken.
He's traveling. Go for end. Trident.
Oh, okay, that's the good.
Who's that
shit.
for?
That's the good shit right there.
Who's
That's
that
the
for?
item you want. That's for anyone. That is the best item in the game.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh, they lost range racks to creeps. That is not good.
Nobody
Yeah,
voted
that's
for Trident, but you gotta purchase it. So
I mean, you get the movement speed, the spell amp, and yeah, it's all the effects except that 30. It is insanely good.
Refresher Orb. 50k net worth on this Sven. This is
Yeah, I mean, you're like 9-slotting yourself now. 63 minutes in.
With the Sven as farmed as he was, and the lead being 50k for the last 10 minutes, I definitely didn't see this one being this long.
No.
Matthew being caught. Stormhammer coming in. Oh, he chants himself and kicks himself away. No, he does stop it.
He's got no TP and they know it.
Ah, but he could get out. Come on. Tell me.
He can get out, but they could catch him.
Yeah, but can they catch him? They're pushing bottom.
They can.
Oh, he can't enchant himself again. Oh, okay. Now the silence trying to roll away. Stop. Matthew! Matthew! You're bringing him on a chip. No! No! Matthew! Let's go! Can't get away my ass. Come on!
That's it. I'm embarrassed for Haven Liberty for not being able to catch that guy. All they had to do was walk on top of him.
You know the Chris Berman NFL little Monday review on SportsCenter just gave him the whoop over the side, baby.
I have no idea what these sports ball references mean, but I'll take your word for it.
Oh my god, that was massive. That was amazing.
I'm embarrassed for them, but you're freaking out. You're saying, "Oh, look at him go." I'm just seeing a lack of action again. More people getting away, dodging fights. 50k net worth up still on Haven Liberty.
Ice Blast, 5th Roche comes in on the 4, and Matthew, he's looking, he's searching, he wants something. Oh, look at this, they're pushing bottom, Illusory Orb over, they're forcing heroes out of the Roche pit. Meanwhile, they brought Ancient Apparition as well as Matthew over to the Roche pit just to make sure that they can't get it. It's amazing.
I mean, what items are you waiting for at this point? It feels like neither team has a plan. Thunder, well, I think Haven Liberty definitely has an advantage here, but Thunder Predator are just sitting waiting for them to make a mistake because they think that they can't win these team fights, and they're correct.
They need to go. They need to figure out something. Is Matthew about to make a play? How many slots does he have open? He only has 1 slot open. You're going to get more slots open than that! Matthew! Oh, doesn't get the Aegis. He doesn't get his hands on anything. Oh, he's still alive for the time being. MJZ ends up dead. I'm not sure who grabbed what. I know Matthew didn't get away with anything. That's depressing.
Yeah,
but they're pushing bottom.
On the other side, yeah.
What they grab? Did they just... Ag's Blessing on the puck? Who doesn't have Ags at this point?
There's Ace Blessing on the Marauder
Wisp.
they got.
No, that was the last one. Wisp doesn't have Ag's Blessing. What do you got, CK? Anybody holding the Trident?
Oh yeah, it's
that was the
Aiden's
5th Roche, dude.
Yeah, Aiden's Blessing is on the puck. He has it in his backpack though.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if he's just gonna give it to the Wisp.
Wisp
has Magnum Blessing now. Okay. So all of a sudden that net worth lead jumps to 60k.
I don't need to see heroes, every hero 7 slotted. I don't need to see a game where
Yes,
every
you do.
hero
This
has
is
an Aghanim
everybody's
Blessing.
dream. This is everybody's dream. Stop that. Dream Coil, Silence, Mirana coming over. Okay. A little less exciting.
He dies for the second time in
5 seconds
20
stun,
minutes.
Primal Roar. Oh, the Kraken Shell coming in clutch. Ravage comes through. Phantasm used. Damage. Stormhammer. Now they've got themselves the Refresher. They get the kill on a Sexy Pet. They take out the Tide Hunter. Now they've covered RDO. They've got the side speed. Oh my god, they killed him. How have they killed the Sven? They can't help. They're up 60k. Sven's gonna die again if he's not too careful. Here comes the rest of the team. Duster comes over. They finally kill off Leo Style. Down goes MNZ. 4 heroes dead on the side of Thunder Predator. RDO still loses the Aegis though. How?
RDO, I don't know how they managed to take him down the first time there. Again, just very, very heavy damage. Several crits in a row from the CK. I guess it was just the Desolator on top of him not having Warcry up anymore. So he went down extremely quickly.
Here comes Duster and Sven chasing around. Space being made. Ancient Apparitions up now.
And AA, the only one left. I'm pretty sure I should have had buybacks open a long time ago. No, it doesn't matter anymore. Look at this. 10 heroes with buyback. Very cool. Risky Dota they're playing. Alright, let's go.
See how quickly this... Oh, Jesus. Oh, jeez. Alright. Creeps are pushing in mid. If they want to make a play, go for broke. Buyback, go for broke.
I don't know. At this point, do mega creeps even matter that much? I mean, everyone's carrying Agne's Blessing. I think it mattered a little bit for Thunder Predator.
5,000 going for megas. Creeps now pushing. Now they buy back. The creeps were halfway through mid. I feel like you could have done something with that, but they're going to try and go in onto these heroes. Yeah, no. Reality Rift. Buy back on the CK. EKB for the Wisp.
I'm liking the fire pretzel drawn by Frank. That was kind of cool. It's probably the coolest thing that happened in the last couple of minutes here. 78 net worth in the 8K. Sorry, we're almost 70 minutes into this game. And nobody wants to play forward now that they have these buybacks.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Matthews play. Oh, he was.
I'm
Bissell.
not sure.
That would be alright. You know, having that would have been great now that you've already bought out. But I can't get there.
Not much of a point.
God strength once again. Did he just one-shot that tower? He just one-shot those racks? Ripping through them. Dream Coil onto the CK as well as the Beastmaster. They finally have Mega Creeps. 84,000 net worth lead.
It's, yeah, it is wild, you know, when you have like Agne's Blessing in every hero.
Divine Rapier for the puck. Is that who you want holding that?
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to be spamming Dream Coil Rapid Fire and sorry, the Phase Shift attack. So every time he presses Phase Shift on the 2.5 second. Oh, yeah, now that he's got. He can end the game right now.
He has Dream Coil Rapid Fire now.
No. See, he's got Phase Shift auto attack. Like phases up for 3.25 seconds, and he gets an auto attack off when he phase shift attacks. He's got 2.5 second cooldown, so he's permanently invulnerable and attacking everything around him. If he wanted to, he could end the game. I mean, he would just have to click phase shift forwards a couple of times and end the game. It hits all the buildings as well, but he opted not to do that. It is a wild move.
62,000 net worth for this spend, by the way.
They don't have, or his Arcane Rune expired, so it's a 3.6 phase shift. But back when Quickening Charm was a thing, you could do this as well. If you had like Quickening Charm, Spell Prism, and Octane Wrinkles, press E over and over again, the enemies couldn't do anything.
You think we hit the 100k lead? Is that the biggest lead to ever happen in Dota? Well, I mean, they have nothing more to get, right?
I remember there was a game where 5 anchors, no captain, came back from like I think like 90k lead or something like that. I might be exaggerating slightly, but
Okay, they're finally going after MNZ. Or at least that's the plan. Dream Coil comes in, silence out onto the CK. He gets stunned. 4-step all the way back. No way they get RDO by dragging him into the base like that. Ice Blast comes in. There's the Ravage. They'll get the kill onto Matthew. He buys back. Duster's going to be right on them. So they got to be ready for that.
Wait, refresher
And they
orb.
enchant
God
Remnant
strength
someone?
is available again.
Lasso, but they're stuck to each other. Sexy Fab moving forward. Dream Coil comes in. They get the kill on Frankie's dead for 2 minutes. Now they look over as the arrow hits onto the CK. They've snapped the Dream Coil on Leo style. They'll go for the tier 4s. The right click damage coming out from RDO. Gosh, now Puck comes through. There's the Ravage. They've got the Glyph, but can they do anything about this? 92,000 net worth lead, 93,000 net worth lead, and they'll just rip through the Ancient. Ape and Liberty take the game. 93,000 ahead.
Place to end it. 93,000 gold. 73-minute game, and we just had 2 back-to-back like this in this BTS Pro Series. Thunder Predator, again, it looked like they had it. that one team fight nearby the Roche pit where a puck dream coiled them all, and they were all lined up for the Sven to get that cleave off. Turned it into this, gave everybody this, which, you know, I'm not pleased about. The fact that they managed to turn this around and play so careful shows how important this match was to them. There was a number of times that even Liberty could have thrown it away, but as soon as they gave them that window back into the game, even Liberty clung on for dear life and played it as safely as possible. Maybe a little bit too safe, pushing us to 70 minutes. Of course, the 94K network lead at the end, but well played by them. Taking a game off the second spot in the group stage right now. And they were at the bottom, so one more win against this team really raises their standings. And, you know, they might make it to the playoffs just yet. We'll see in game number 2.
1,007 last hits for RDL. 63,500 net worth for him. 19, 6, and 17 in a 73-minute game. Still managed to have a GPM of 1,000. GPM of 1,000 in a 73-minute game. That's
tight.
That's absurd.
It's tight.
That's absurd. All right, we'll be back with the next game in just a moment. Stay right there, but we'll be right back.
And the new theory of relativity, connecting the souls resting in captivity. Positive life, sacrifice what it is to be our history. Only a quarter of a century reality, sitting on the shoulders of a chemistry. See, ain't no mystery. The colors that we mix will set the mind free. Let the blind see beyond harmony. Breathe life in the dead space below where your clouds are down. New territory, we determined to be. Everything is safe haven is supposed to be. Now it might seem distant, but the time is near. When the thoughts take off, split the atmosphere. Pure sound waves travel semi-infinitely. Plus I see you there up most definitely. Cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person.
Cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I am the best, I rip it up with now.
Good gracious, every process has a genesis, it ends with the revelation. God bless this opportunity for me to find a voice for some words that have waited for way too long. No wages, small tips on the avenue, never wasted, all hits for a revenue. Haven't you heard the news lately? Seems we've been living for some times in a purgatory. But yo, I thought I knew what a love song sound like, but I felt a warmer jewel in the sunlight. I can still hear it in my room past midnight. Gotta move tickets on the cruise in the moonlight. Sometimes I do forget, oh how much we could ease the lives we lead if we learn to let go. The reins that we hold, return to our soul and the spirit that flows. So you see upon everyday face there's a million change to express definition of grace. But the method I choose my prerogative. There's so much love in me I got to give. Cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person.
Cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently. Oh, how I can write a book on how you make me feel. But how about the song that I wrote for you? What I feel like, I wanna put my trust in these simple words for you to feel what I'm saying, what you feel like. Reminisce about the little episodes that we shared together. Remember the time that you told me in the cold night to relax when all I knew was to hold tight. Remember the time that I spoke to a crowd in a full house, realized that you was my ace, I was the joker on the stage singing the blues. All eyes on me and had nothing to prove. But yo, I thought I knew what a diamond shine like, but I felt a sharper love in the limelight from the Queen of Hearts, watching me quietly from the upper deck balcony. Sometimes I do suspect I'm an actor in a well-scripted, large divine comedy. When I look back, that frozen slice of time and try to defrost the senses lost. Now enough with the metaphors, the motivation that I wrote this letter for you to know that the music helps carry on. Like you see, a new day will bring us tomorrow. Cause my beat plus your melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently. your melody makes me speak of melody eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person.
Cause your beat plus my melody makes me speak of melody eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person. You know what I mean? Make me say, well, the shit wasn't that bad.
Staying till the news best. Still doing this, yeah. Sorry, love. Sorry, love. Sorry, love. But it seems like it isn't in the cards for me and you is a blessing, see. Sorry, sweetheart, we can never be. The little things you do be impressing me. Still, baby girl, we can never be. You only want one night of ecstasy. Thanks, but no thanks, it can never be. Cause I got a wife at home that I'm blessed to keep. And the fool around with you will be there for me. Can't add the ingredients to the recipe. Cause it isn't fair to you, nor fair to me. And more importantly, you sure if it's fair to her. Guess we might have had a chance for I married her. Cause wifey's worth more than life to me. A soulmate, and who am I to control fate? Cause somebody like you is much more than a cut buddy. But I can't give you all the things that you want from me. So we can't be, we won't be. Sorry, love. We can't be, we won't be. Sorry, love. We can't be, we won't be. Sorry, love. But it seems like it isn't in the cards for us. We can't be, we won't be. Sorry, love. We can't be, we won't be. Sorry, love. We can't be, we won't be. Sorry, love. But it seems like it isn't in the cards for us. Think I'll be the perfect man. But it seems like the most I had other plans. Besides, I'm no better than my brother, man. Can't run around like Mr. Lover, man. Trying to maintain, spend the rest of my life with the same thing. That's right, huh? Found the right one. Sounds like fun, but I ain't listen to that. Cause if I lose her, slim chance to get her back. This is real life, this ain't Cinemax. Trying to hear my little C's, people hit the pack. On these hardwood floors, in this house we own. Yeah, you're hot, you know, but it's not for show. Not that anything's the matter with you, but there's no guarantee that I can have it with you. And I can't make you into something you're not. No need to look around for what I already got, so.
Show the way to better another day. All you got to do is take a hill and bump your head to the sun. The right you gotta feel alive. Like dancing up tonight. 夏も間近い二人の誓い果たされはしない約束も彼女は待つのは意味わかんないもういいかい思い返してもういいかい弱音なんて似合わない見せてプライド答えのない愛だからならさよなら新たなドラマ始めるなら Easy に歌えて We feel it 気が乗るも乗らないも試しにとってくれ電気も弾むさを目指して We can be the quality don't you see Stand up again I take you there 扉開く瞬く時間へやバランスに渡してみて音とともにもっと音に目覚めてゆき向きも不向きも抜きで夢中で
Radiant destruction.
Welcome back, guys.
Dire
That was a game of Dota. I mean, I don't know about you guys. Wow, that was I don't know. I've never had 2 games be 3 hours before like that. Back-to-back hour-plus games. Yeah.
10 seconds.
I was something.
I got no words. I've never seen a lead that big. I've never seen a throw that big, back to back like that. I've never had 3 BO2s take 8 hours. I could understand if they're BO3s and they all win 3 games, but we were supposed to have Beast Coast Infinity after this. Woo! Yeah, it's been a day. It's been a day. About midnight. I think
Radiant
I don't know. After this, I'm gonna go outside and get halal, get some dinner or breakfast. I don't know. / lunch. Barely had a bite to eat so far. I'm still ready to go. I'm ready for this game to go 3 hours. Let me tell you, 93,000 is just not enough. I need more. Like, I don't know where the cap is because they didn't have much more to get from that 93,000 at the end. Like, could they have fallen back and just farmed more to get 100,000 and just be the first team to ever get 100K? Like, is that even possible at that point? Everybody had an Ag's Blessing. Everybody was basically 9 slotted. Everybody was level 30. I don't know.
Everybody was level 30. Everyone had the blessing. That was too much for me. Dota,
Wasn't
of
enough
course,
for me.
have these tier 5 items to end the games. Those weren't really very good tier 5 items for anybody.
Of all the
Like they
tier
were-
5 items they could have got, yeah. Yeah. Woodwind Striders, which was actually really good for the Wisp. But the Ballista for both teams was kind of like...
It didn't do much.
didn't do
We saw the
anything.
pirate had on the Sven. That made his DPS insane. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Again, 150 attack speed. That's great. The rest of this stuff, though, again, it was just a very slow-paced game. These series is super important for Haven Liberty. I don't think they can afford to drop another game if they want to stay in this tournament. It's pretty close, the group
Yeah.
stage. Again, a lot of people tied their series. Haven Liberty have tied and lost like basically everything. They need wins right now, and they need to be able to take these wins from their Predator, which again is one of the better teams in the tournament. I believe their next series are against. Let me just pull this up here. They're playing against 4 Zoomers tomorrow. The day after that, they are playing against Beast Coast.
And that's it.
And that is it. So
A win here is
Beast Coast-
massive because I think it puts them above Infinity, right? Regardless of the fact that they're tied and they have more wins, because that's what it shows with, at least with the standings. I'm not entirely sure.
No, Haven Liberty have lost most of their games, and Haven Liberty have tied theirs. So, again, they need to be able to take this series, and they need to be able to take the series tomorrow as well.
Zoomers, I mean, anything is possible. I guess would be the way to go about that one. I mean, I didn't think it was possible, but we just witnessed a big throw and then a big
10 seconds remain.
securing of a game.
Yeah.
I guess we can call it.
They've gone through Quincy Crew, but they have to play the strongest teams in the tournament in order to stay in this. And yeah, it's a very tall order for them.
Yeah, for sure. Look at this draft for this game. Bat Rider, Tiny for Haven Liberty. Legion Commander Earth Spirit this time, so Matthew will be back on that Earth Spirit, which he has shown quite a bit of prowess with. Legion could be mid. I know Leo Styles played it mid a couple of times. I wouldn't really just be surprised to see it on Frank, though. Bat Rider, most likely just Sexy Fats Hero. I don't think that's going to be mid, but the Tiny could be mid, so we'll see how they want to play it for Haven Liberty. Definitely can keep an open mind, because usually, at least what I was seeing back the last time I did like Chinese Dota, was anytime a Legion or anything with a Dispel came up against that Bat Rider, they just shifted it down 5. And was like, alright, it's not going to be that strong. But it seems like a lot of teams, at least in this region, have just been committing to the Bat Rider in a core role, regardless of if a Legion or an Abaddon comes out and messes that up, or a Venge or something, or an Oracle.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people think it's just too good at the moment. I disagree. I think being able to purge off the sticky napalm is super important. I think any AD spell against the Bat Rider, once you have that, it really limits what the hero is able to do. I would go as far as to say that I think the hero is too reliant. Like, all of his skills obviously built around sticky napalm. Without the ability, the hero is kind of bad. I think maybe a slight rework would be in order. I feel bad saying that because he's such a well-designed hero.
What would you redesign, though?
5 seconds remain.
I don't know. That's the thing. Especially not right now. Again, I am pretty tired. We did just do a 2-hour series in a row. I just think it should be less 100% based around that sticky napalm ability. Like in the past, the Flame Break had the mini stun, and the knockback, and the way it worked. It didn't do all those ticks per second. It had its own use, yeah. Firefly as well. You used it to scout. It was the flying vision ability. It had that function.
Dyer's turn to pick.
Okay, well, Shrek, push, control. I like it here. You go like Yules, have that control, throw that Leshrac mid, Legion off lane, still need a safe laner on this. I like Haven Liberty too, though. I think Bat Rider just, to me, has to be a 4 or 5 against this Legion commander.
5 seconds.
I don't think I'd want to commit it to a 3. And I think what, Bat 4, Winter Wyvern 5, Tiny ends up in the 2. But then, I don't know. I think they're already kind of drafted into a hole here with this Bat Rider being kind of this like potential, not waste of a pick, but you're in the draft and it's countered by the Legion already. You know?
It's countered by the Legion. God, I'm worried here. I see the Legion commander. I see the Winter Wyvern. I see the Bat Rider. The Leshrac is the only saving grace this game. I'm very worried about another super long game here.
Hey, I mean, I was asking if we can get 3 hours for this game.
No,
We got.
I've got to go to work after this.
We got a big comeback. We got a big secure, and now we need a big game time. I guess.
As chat says, I am molding over here. I could not handle another big game time. I'm looking for a quick series here. Not that I don't enjoy watching these teams play Dota, but you know, if it takes me like 6 hours to get through 3 games, I am going to be very angry. I got food to eat. I got work to do. I got more Dota to watch later on. I gotta go.
Yeah. Yeah, we're doing this again tomorrow, and you got work after this. I got work in the morning, and then I've got this in the afternoon.
You know what's wild is Dragon Drop messaged me and said, "Hey Neff, how would you like to cast some European Dota on BTS Pro Series with me?" I said, drag and drop. I just did 18 hours of work yesterday. I'm doing 18 hours of work again today. You want me to somehow squeeze in 8 hours? There's not enough hours in the day. It's what, 26 hours? 24 hours in a day? Especially when the matches go this long. I got even less time. All right. Lifestealer fanned out by Haven
26
Liberty.
hours
It
of
would be a
work,
solid-
24 hours in a day. Are you the Beatles? Is there 8 days in a week? Like, what's going on over here?
I hope so.
Okay. Ursa, Morphling, Lifestealer, all banned out. What, you need a safe laner here for Haven Liberty? It looks like that Tiny's going mid. CK. Right?
Dire must choose.
It's not banned.
No, it's not. You could pick up CK here. It's gotten more popular as the tournament has gone on. But I think you need somebody to combo with it, or it's just not really worth picking up.
Uh-huh.
Of course, you're thinking of it for
Haven?
Haven?
Why not?
I mean, the only issue with it is you're playing against a Legion commander, who of course has overwhelming odds. He's able to just drop that onto it. Does the bonus damage to illusions? It does extra hero damage. It's gonna just blow it up really quickly, running the same problem that the Brewmaster was doing with that Dispel magic with 1000 damage to illusions. So it would just get Phantasm would get blown up. You don't have a super good laning partner, and as popular as it's been, I don't think it's worth grabbing. Faceless Void is picked up here, and that doesn't really mesh that well with anything on your team.
Winter's Curse into a Chrono, maybe, if you can set it up.
I mean, if you have a good Winter's Curse, you're gonna have a good Chrono. If you have a good Chrono, you could have a Winter's Curse. I feel like those are fairly independent of each other. You have nothing to really drop inside that Chrono other than maybe a Blood Right. There you go.
There
Takes
it
the
is.
Chaos Knight.
Let's go.
You said 4 Haven Liberty, though.
No, I totally said Thunder Predator. I don't know what you're talking about.
I see. Yeah. I mean, it makes a bit more sense against this lineup. You don't have as many solutions here.
Yeah, but the Winter's Curse with the CK?
That's true. I mean, if he's beside any of his allies, you're just gonna blow them up. You know, as soon as he pops that Phantasm, you target Frank with that Winter's Curse, and he just dies. So, I mean, they're countering out their own heroes, yeah. If that's what you're talking about.
By the way. And, mid Legion Commander. I talked about how Leo style like that Legion. I nailed it.
Yes, he likes playing the mid Legion against other mid heroes that are melee, but of course any kind of dispel you want to run against the Bat Rider. They figure that it's going to be a mid Bat Rider this game with Seiko's hero. Theo Lecor is on the Tiny, and when you see the Bloodseeker on the offline, you see Bloodseeker at all, it's going to be an offlane. You're pretty much guaranteed that. We've seen the offlane basically every game except for that one time that was running like pause 3 in the safe lane. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't like that they've chosen to just go Bat Rider mid. I feel like that's a waste.
I don't think so. It's pretty good, but you did let yourself get countered out by it. I mean, it's been so valued this tournament. It is the most picked and banned hero, that alongside Beastmaster, and it is a hero that Hiko likes playing. I think he used to play it on pause 4 before he switched over to mid. Previously when he was on Furia and Midas mode, or not Midas mode, the Midas Club.
Midas mode elite. Of course.
And the pause comes out again. Teams reconnect to the game. It's getting pretty late. Hopefully the pause doesn't last that long. I've had some pretty long games.
Alright, so the 3-hour timer starts now, right?
Yeah. 3-hour timer starts now. If this goes to be a 3-hour game, I'm just gonna lose it though. You know, you're on your own. I'm gonna roll over. Dead. Alright, the Predator is ready to go to see if Haven Liberty is set.
Masterful mark.
Of course not. I will not, Duster. So, Sexy Fat doesn't have any items yet. He's looks like he's just gonna grab the Quelling Blade, a couple tangos, and regular regen. Trying to really regen into anything. It was just kind of like that value you pick up at the start. I suppose he's playing against the Leshrac, probably build that into Defiance and eventually a Pipe of Insight. It's pretty good against the Earth Spirit as well. Interested in how this mid lane matchup is going to go though, because again, once you commit that press the attack, you do have a small window on Batrider to get a couple of sticky napalm stacks onto Leo style here. It's all about, alright, do you get like the 5 stacks, you get back, you come back to lane afterwards, and that can kind of affect your CS, or you have the option to just commit onto him when he tries to go on you with the Firefly. So there's a little bit of mind games and like both players waiting for the other hero to commit the spell. So that might be worth watching, but other than that, the lane's probably going to be pretty boring. And like I said, just the kind of lead defender out damaging the Batrider, so stopping him at the start of the laning phase, and then as things go on, their style is going to have more tools in his kit to deal with them.
Burn, toss with the blood right. MJZ in some trouble. MJZ going to be first blood on this one. Body blocks coming from Duster. So all of a sudden, Haven Liberty, they get themselves first blood. This is a series. I think their odds to 2-0 is probably something along the lines of I don't know, 15-1.
Something like that. I believe in him though. And again, Hiko did message me at the start of the series. It feels like forever ago.
2 hours ago.
Yeah, I can actually see when this missed. My God, it was almost 2 hours ago.
I'm a big Duster fan, so I'm hoping he wins this series. See how mid ends up going for Hiko here.
Bottom lane, you I missed the silencer
MJZ
going down though.
I
One
ain't
more
gonna
hit.
Miss it. Duster gets the kill. Another kill there for Haven Liberty. Look at the pace of this game. 2 kills very quick. And the mass tips. Okay. Rude City for Haven Liberty.
Haven Liberty's probably feeling pretty pumped up after that last victory, and Thunder Predator felt like they really had that game, so I wonder how that's affecting their morale.
Oh,
MJZ, of course, doesn't have Town Portal skill right now, so he actually opts to smoke up as he walks back the lane. Just to get there a little bit quicker.
Seems like anti-value. No, definitely not. By the way, Hiko's still level 1. As Leo style is level 3. There. Might be able to get this kill though. Caught him with press the attack on cooldown. So now Hiko taking a lot of damage as press the attack finally comes out. Force the salve. Overwhelming odds misses. Hiko getting close there, and he's finally caught up in experience. He's actually right up on him. Back to even.
Alright, top lane. I want to see Frank die. I want to see him punished for building this magic wand, spending that 150 gold on the one stat. Okay, I hate seeing this built. You're not going to get the 20 charges. You're going to be popping this more often than not.
Silencer, bottom. One more shot. Can they get the kill? Fairy Fire. And Sexy Fat commits onto the tower. MNZ doesn't have a stun for a couple more seconds. I'm still awake, guys. I'm catching every kill. I've now jinxed
This
it.
guy's got some moves. Are you going to catch top, though?
Oh, shit.
Died to a neutral creep, so it's not like you...
I'm technically not a missed kill. Died to a neutral. It's still 3-0. I'm 3 for 3.
Aggressive.
Avalanche toss. With the blood right onto MNZ. Gets the stun off before they can continue going for him. Legion taking a lot of damage. Pops that press the attack. Arcane Curse. Blood right down. Sexy Fat stunned for 2 seconds. And Earth Spirit up towards top. Heroing boulders away. And then over mid, Leo Style taking a lot of damage. Hiko going under the tower for a second. He doesn't commit to that one. Blood right down into MNZ once again. Theo Akura, though, doesn't have any mana to throw at an avalanche as well as a toss. A lot of potential kills all over the map.
Sexy Fat does have an enchanted mango he can pass if he sees like a possible kill to clutch up, but there's still pretty high HP on both these heroes in bottom lane. Mid, like you're saying, pretty rough for Leo Style right now. He has his magic stick. Actually, Leo Style could kill him if he's not careful. Okay, RNG is going to play a pretty big factor here. The moment of courage proc off the bat rider, give him a lot of lifesteal, do a lot of damage pretty quickly.
MNZ 19-0, farming very efficiently. Stun out onto the tiny. Neutral's helping out. That gets stacked again. Arcane Curse. I don't know if that was intentional, but that's going to help pull this lane and really take a lot away from Sexy Fat and Theo Akura in this lane. Just ripping through this creep wave. That's really bad for Sexy Fat. Matthew's Frank up top, sitting a little bit low. RDO, he's not farming as well as CK, but certainly doing okay at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there did come a couple kills to the bottom lane, but regardless of those, MNZ has managed to secure basically every CS. So he's almost caught up with Sexy Fat's net worth on Bloodseeker despite having 2 kills under his belt.
To the middle tower.
I think once Bloodseeker gets these phase boots, though, it's a lot more tricky for MJC. Not that much more rundown speed and
Leo Style.
deal with more.
Flame break, press the attack, getting a sticky napalm stacks back on a Leo Style with these right clicks. You see Hiko is just not able to commit and finish off this kill. Although when he gets a lasso, it might get a little bit easier.
Yeah. It's heavily going to go into the favor of Leo Style to start. We talked about that one. Again, just way more base damage. Of course, so once he's able to spam his spells out a little bit easier, and commit onto him after the
RDO stunned up top. Get the kill here onto the Faceless Void. Taking out RDO, that's a massive kill. Considering MNZ's having a perfect laning phase.
Well, not completely perfect. I mean, he's having an alright time. His support's getting...
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for a brand new day of the BTS Pro Series, Season 3, in fact. It is MLP Dota and John Expired. John, you're looking fabulous today, sir. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Mike. You know, we had a really fantastic set of days so far. Day number 4 now in the BTS Pro Series, Season 3. Feeling great. You know, I had my monster to wake me up. It's been long days, but we're energized up, and we've got quite the matchup. Execration up against New Esports. First, these two teams have
hold on a minute, John. Prior to that, shout out to Monster and Loopbet for sponsoring the tournament. Of course, without them, John, it wouldn't be able to happen. Now, thank goodness you had your monster this morning, because you were seeming a bit sleepy before we started casting, but obviously you've sculled a couple cans, and now we're here. Anyway, you were saying, John, I apologize for the interruption.
No, it's perfectly fine. New Esports up against Execration. These two teams have faced each other before, Mike, in something called the Elite Competition back in July. 2 series played already, and Execration did win both series 1-2 and 0-3. So it looks like Execration does have New Esports number. We'll see if that has changed over the past few months. A draft is on hand. Tiny Treant for Execration to start themselves off. It has been a while since we've seen the Treant. The past few days haven't really featured a hero, but we know what it does. It stalls out fights. It has great laning presence. It has great team fight as well with Overgrowth. Solid hero to have along with the Tiny. Lots of early damage and potential early on. New Esports, Clockwork Phoenix. This combo is really solid. You get the Battery Assault, the cogs off. You get the Sunray on top of that. That's an easy kill in the laning stage. And down the line, your team fight potential with the Clockwork isolating heroes with the cogs can play quite nicely. So potent openings for both sides so far.
I agree. I do like both openings. In fact, it's going to mean quite a bit of team fight, good chemistry between the support duos that have been picked up, and no cores as of yet, which is kind of strange to say the least, because we generally do see one core along with one support now in the first pick phase, but that is probably going to mean that they're just going to go ahead and ban out all these position 1s and maybe even position 2s and 3s here in this second ban phase. And of course, New Esports even still banning that Snapfire, because they do have the Phoenix, and you just don't want to risk it when you have the Phoenix. It's just too easy to burst down the egg with that Snapfire. Even if you don't have space for the Snapfire anymore in Execration, we've seen the position 3 Snapfire being played by Raging Potato mostly, and of course he is drafting for Execration right now, so it's probably not safe to leave that hero available in the pool when you do pick up Phoenix.
Oh, for sure. It's just never safe. Execration, for their part, they banned out 2 combos that goes with a Phoenix, so no Arena Egg, no Chrono Egg available for New Esports. They're going to have to find another way to maximize that AoE spell. They would love something like that. They would love maybe the Treant, but of course Execration has that. So options are also shrinking here for the Phoenix to be fully maximized.
What is that on your shirt, John? Is that a polo or something? The logo?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. You know, I just pick out a shirt.
I thought you had a sticker.
Yeah, it's a dude playing polo.
Oh.
No, I wouldn't. It's stitched on. You know, it's polo. It's a weird. It should be a sport that sounds fun. It's just super weird, right? It's like dudes on a horse and you're twacking. So it's just strange to me. But I don't know how they're on a lot of shirts. You know, like
that's a
polo
legitimate.
Shirts.
Is that a legitimate sport?
It is.
What?
That's why it's the polo club, and it's always people on horses with a stick, because it's the polo sport. It's a sport. It's a strange one. I don't know why all our shirts are like polo, but
I honestly I know of the logo. I've just never seen anyone play the sport. It just sounds so ridiculous. Like it's like, hey, let's get a bunch of guys and we'll jump on some horses and just hit some balls with a large stick, see what happens. It's a weird one. All right, you learn something new every day. Maybe there's someone in the chat that's played polo before and they can explain to us the beauty of the sport. I don't know. New Esports, they're going for their final ban out now. In fact, how is that a sport and people still can't believe esports a sport. That's what I don't get.
I don't know, man. Look, polo is a weird one. I think it's something that it's associated as a very wealthy sport. Because you have to have a horse.
It's always
Then
the
you have
wealthy.
if you don't have if you don't have a horse, you have to rent a horse or whatever. I don't know. How do you legitimately get into polo? I have no clue.
Why?
It's just on my shirt.
Why is the wealthy always playing sports with horses as well? Like, what's the big deal? Like, they can't walk
Flex.
anymore? All right.
Esports on horses, Mike. You're calling it out, actually.
Yeah.
That could be next.
Yeah, that's it. Get on your horse and start playing esports, I guess. New esports, they're gonna make their final ban out. They'll ban out the Morphling. I apologize. I just don't get it, John. These sports out there that are called sport, I just don't understand the premise.
No, I don't know either, Mike. It's a strange world. Back to that point. Esports on horseback. That could be a new esports.
10 seconds remain.
New esports will make we're off to a good start, aren't we, John? Third pickup now. We're gonna go ahead and pick up that life stealer, which has been very popular. The life stealer, John. We've seen it quite a few times now. Obviously works very nicely into the tiny entry and protector. Doesn't really care for that shadow combo of the tiny being the avalanche toss. Which, by the way, for any viewers out there that did not play Dota 1 back in the day, that's what you used to call it, the shadow combo, which was the avalanche toss.
Why was it called a shadow combo?
I don't know.
I actually didn't remember that.
No, it's one of those things where it was like not many people were aware about it, but it was called the shadow combo for some reason, and I have no clue why. No one ever explained it to me, but that's what it was.
Hey, back in the day, we used to build Vanguard on every hero, Perseverance stacks as well. So, it was a strange time. Still, Lifestealer, you mentioned it, decent against Tiny. But you've got natural vehicles here as well. Clockwork for the hookshot in with the Infest. That's pretty good. The Phoenix Dive as well, not as common for a Lifestealer to play with. It's certainly doable. So you're building up there. You're giving yourself an edge in terms of playing fast. Lifestealer can come online relatively quick. Execration, though, something special coming out here. Slardar on top of that tree and Tiny, so you don't see it as too often, that Slardar. It does look like, of course, it's going to be a Slardar off lane more than likely. You've got some great combinations now here. Tiny Toss for the Slardar to get the initiation on, so you don't necessarily need a Blink Rush. You can get started early on with the ganks. Does open up some possibilities here for pause 1 pickups. Most natural one with the Slardar is, of course, PA. Whether or not New Esports want to pick a PA into Phoenix Lifestealer is a different question, but it's up there. It's available for you to go. You can burst heroes down fast with that right click.
Well, I do think the PA pick would actually be pretty legit here for Execration. I mean, you pointed out the minus armor combo with the Slardar, but as well as that, the Lifestealer does not deal with the PA very well. I mean, you've got to be able to hit the hero to actually kill her. Naturally, he can build into an MKB, but that's going to take time. And even then, you're still going to have Corrosive Haze on you as a Lifestealer, and PA is going to be hitting you for however much crit. Sure, the Jakiro, Phoenix, and Clockwork might be a little bit annoying for the PA, but I doubt it's too big of an issue if they wanted to run it, and they do.
Oh,
well done,
Love
John. You're off to a good start today. I love to see it.
It's a Filipino stack. You get the Slardar. Those Pinoys will want the PA. So it comes out. They just want to jump at you. They want to play aggressive. Have to watch out for that magic damage here. Jakiro is really annoying. Phoenix as well. They've got a good combination here for New Esports. Clockwork Jakiro. And this is not something we see too often anymore, but it used to be big back in the day. You land at macro power when you get the hookshot cogs initiation. People are going to die. So it's a solid one there. It does mean either the Phoenix or the Clock is our core here, Mike. Performance of either in the offlane has been okay. It is also not as common, so that's something New Esports has to be aware of as they go into the laning phase, just getting that initial farm and EXP for whatever ends up being their offlane.
It's going to be a very interesting one. Final banouts now, Execration. They're looking to just ban out mid laners here for New Esports, and they do get rid of the Zeus to start, and now the Puck. Both heroes that deal well with the PA, and Obviously, the puck does lock down heroes very nicely, so the Lifestealer can't get kited. New Esports.
The one thing I worry about here for Execration is when Rage is up, they have nothing that naturally just blocks that lifesteal in place. Slaughter Bash, I believe, still pierces spell immunity, right? So there is that. It's a consistent way. You're gonna have to get in there and right click and hope you're not gonna be disabled. So a big part here for Execration. On top of that, maybe the blink timing for the Slaughter depends if they prioritize it with a tiny in the pool, but the BKB has to come out in a timely manner just to ensure that the Lifestealer doesn't get that opportunity to just really get control in the fights. You can always get your right clicks to get the bash. That's going to be important here.
Okay. Well, as Execration, they need a mid pickup. Well, the Void Spirit Lena being removed here, but Execration, they'll go for the safety and the quap. That's fair enough. Just a very aggressive way to finish this off, and obviously it's just the safe pick. It doesn't lose mid lane very often. The Queen of Pain.
Oh yeah.
What do you want if you're a new esports side here, though? Like maybe a Storm mid could work.
Yeah, that would be really nice. You don't have the best lockdown here for new esports to keep those heroes in place, and Ember would be decent as well. Earth Spirit, I would prefer the other two. Those are the options.
Of course you would, John.
It's not the most natural. You don't have Grimstroke, unfortunately. I think that's the best case scenario for like an Earth Spirit core when you have a Grim support just to pile on your initiation. So it's easier to follow up. In this case, not there. One thing to note as well, that should be a Carl Quap, right? Like that should be Carl down mid, although he keeps changing his name. I can't keep track. New esports do go with the Ember. So there's your vehicle for the Lifestealer. There's your mid lane matchup. Decent timings. Team fight is still looking pretty good for new esports overall. They have to space that egg out perfectly, so they have to be very aware. Candy has to be on point with where he does commit the egg. Of course, it does look like that means off-lane Phoenix in this case. I do prefer that over Pork Flock. I think you would as well, just because Phoenix with farm does have a different path compared to Sport Phoenix. So, new esports draft, you're gonna have to play with that team fight. Egg placing, very important. Execration, have to be careful about the early control. Like, especially that PA can melt to the magic damage. BKB timings are key. Beyond that, it's actually a Carl Slardar.
Oh, okay. So Raging Potato going to take the offlane Queen of Pain. So he's going to be up against DDZ's Ember Spirit, and it looks like he doesn't want the Quap. I guess the Slardar does have a much better time up against the Ember mid, but the thing is that should mean Yamate shouldn't really be struggling on that lifesteal. I thought that was the whole point of the Slardar, is to just dominate the lane with the lifestealer, but that's not really going to be the case now. You can still do some nice work on the Quap, but with that rage up, you should just be fine.
I think the one thing you're going for here is rage for lifestealers, and we've seen this through the past few lifestealer games, right? You don't get it until level 3, and its level 1 cooldown is pretty long. Its uptime isn't great. That is something a Quap can kind of abuse. And if you think about the Slardar versus Lifestealer, if you are trading right clicks, you are a strength hero in the Slardar. So Lifestealer can rip through you if he invests in Feast. You have to be cautious. I think that's the main takeaway for that. They're hoping that this will force maybe a bit of a different skill build-up for that Lifestealer, and if Yamate opts for that, it's going to offset his early start that Lifestealers tend to want to go for.
Absolutely. See how it pans out. Game number one of the whole day, in fact. Queen, Execration, and New Esports. Now I'm going to start off with a very a quick pause. Nothing too new here.
Oh, you know what? I was having this issue right before we went, like in the lobby. For some reason, my game just dropped like 5 FPS. And I know there was an update to fix lobbies, because apparently there were lobby issues earlier this morning. But I'm not sure what's up with that. Like, hopefully it stays up, Mike. You know how it is, beta game.
My FPS has been struggling ever since the Battle Pass came out. I don't know why, but it's, I don't know. It is a beta game. We'll just have patience, John. Someday we'll be out of beta. Someday.
something. One can dream, you know. I mean, look at us here, asking for a mortar pressure tree while we're still in beta. I don't know what the community's upset about. It's a beta game. Be glad we even have hat.
Yeah, it's not like we, you know, raised $36 million for a prize pool. That's nothing like that.
No, definitely not. Still,
you know what? I would forgive Valve if there was an Earth Spirit Immortal in that Treasure 3.
Of course you would.
Release the Earth Spirit Immortal. And all will be forgiven, Valve. We will forget about the wait.
Well, Mike, what if it wasn't a good immortal?
John,
what if it just wasn't good?
Quite frankly, we'll take anything right now as the Earth Spirit plays. We're not in the business of complaining. So, good or bad, just send it through. We'll take it.
Yeah, I mean it's better than nothing. Still, gonna be interesting to see these lanes. Not gonna be an easy time for Palos. Taking a look at that Clockwork, Phoenix dual lane up against a PA. Early levels aren't gonna be fun. You're gonna have to be very patient with how you blink strike out. It's going to be very defensive for Palos. Probably going to have to play a lot with those daggers as well. So there's a lot of opportunities here for new esports. Candy can opt to play a bit more aggressive. Barry can find himself a bit further front to get the damage done. He does actually go for the Quelling Blade Winley. So Barry's playing the core clock. And Candy's on...
No, I don't think so. No.
He's just chopping trees, of course.
Yeah. He's just getting those trees down against the tree. I was gonna say, if it's core clock, this lane's lost for sure. It's just no point in having a core clockwork here up against the PA tree. And I actually love the fact that they did switch up the Phoenix to be the position 3 role, because getting that magic damage up against the PA is going to be very effective once you get to that mid game.
Oh yeah, and you know it's a melee hero. You don't like playing into those fire spirits. So Palos has to be very cautious about that spacing out. Barry with the tree cuts. Look at RR. He's in an awkward position. He can't play on this left side. He'll have to work his way to the right if he wants to keep that harassment up.
That's really well done by Barry. Of course, we'll have a look over to the mid lane now. DDZ and Carl going to be up against each other on the Slider and Ember. And this is going to be a pretty hard matchup for DDZ, right? Even as the levels go up until you hit level 6, this lane should be pretty unlaneable for DDZ.
Oh yeah, it's a tough one. You saw what happens when Carl just commits for the right click, gets the bash off. Once you're level 3 or level 4 on Carl, the damage that comes out of Silverine from that follow-up stun is pretty devastating. The DDZ is going to have to watch his spacing. Flame Guard's not going to block all of that damage, and going to be a key timing around that boundary, you know, with those supports.
Great first blood out from Barry there down at the bot lane. It was just Candyloon and Barry abusing RR, and he had no trees to hide in. So he was just out in the open, and it was a very, very simple kill to take.
Yeah, and that's the power of this lane. Early match time, they're going again.
They don't have the fire spirits right now, so Barry may have overextended here and does go down. Yeah, he does give the my bad over. Candyloon now going to have to cop a fair bit of harassment, but look at mid lane. DDZ being stunned up, trying to salve, and will go down to Carl, who will then get his own salve off. Execration getting a 2-1 lead this game, number 1.
Yeah, and that's at level 4 spike for Carl. Level 2 in the bash. Got 1 point in the Guardian Sprint. He can close the gap. He can get the right clicks off. Ember, as a melee core, has to watch that spacing. You can't allow a Slardar to just hit you like that. You're not going to win the right click trade.
Carl, it's a bit out of range for that stun, trying to get the range creep, but did miss out. Because the one lane we haven't really looked at yet either. The top lane where Raging is making a jump in onto Mosin. You've also got Yamate there on your POS1 Lifestealer, and BDZ on the position 4 Tiny. Just roaming around trying to make it hard for Mosin to get anything done in this lane, but it looks like Mosin will be pretty safe and just fine. Overall, each lane seems to be going decently, in my opinion, for Execration, if anything.
Yeah, the one lane that's going a bit slow is that Raging Potato lane. The Quap is at 10 last hits. It's not slowing Yamate down. This is what we talked about from the laning phase. You see Yamate did opt for 1 level in Rage, but has managed to invest in the Feast and the Open. So his farms going along swimmingly. The presence of Raging hasn't been amazing. Have to be a bit cautious about how much space they give Yamate.
Well, he did
he
go
gets
for
that early farm.
He went for the screen build, right? Up against the rage of Yamate, not wanting to get the Shadow Strike. I think with the screen build, you are a bit more limited to how dominant you can be in lane. But he doesn't really have a choice, because Rage will just cancel the Shadow Strike immediately.
Yeah, I think if you are looking to play that way, Shadow Strike, if you do invest in it, has a lower cooldown, much more uptime, and it's not like Lifestealer has the best of mana pools to keep spamming Rage. Consistent cooldown as you invest, so it's just a bit of a trade-off. This does mean Raging can farm a bit faster, so he's going to have a way of catching up from the slower start if he gets his jungle.
Very true. So you see BDZ in the mid lane now with an Invis Rune, just trying to find DDZ, but he's going to be farming that double stack he made for himself at the small camp. Meanwhile, Raging Potato gets very, very low, being chased down by Mosin. He's just trying to pull the creep wave and sort out the equilibrium in this lane, but he's not really going to be able to farm this while Mosin's chasing, but it looks like Mosin will let it go at the T2 tower. Raging, he's already so close to the fountain, he may as well run down.
Yeah, given Mosin the opportunity to grab the bounty rune though, so it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Really nice deep ward as well coming out here for New Esports. Makes it a bit more complicated for Execration if they start stacking those camps up. You've got an Ember in the opposite team, he can easily clear those out if you're not careful.
That he can. But DDZ completely giving up on the lane now. Just permanently jungling at the moment. Unless I suppose the creeps are at his tier 1 tower, in which case he will run back, but there's absolutely zero point in him being in that mid lane up against that Slaughter, who is just going to dominate him. Of course, he is going to find himself behind in XP while he is jungling, as it is a very slow process for the Ember, especially when you don't have Flame Guard up. Luckily for him, Flame Guard, it is a pretty low cooldown, so he can just stack and spam it. But it is still a slower process.
Yeah, it's not what you want from the Ember. He's still doing fantastic overall, considering that laning start. Severely behind, though. So the catch-up has to come out. He needs that first item ready. He's going to have to buy that space for Yamate. Lifestealer timings, they can go fast with an early armlet, but they would prefer a couple of items first.
Carry, bot lane. He's going to be able to run out of range of RR. Only level 1 Nature's Grasp, not going to hold him down too long. Top lane, BDZ, gonna have to go for a TP out on the Tiny as Raging tries to go for a kill after Mosin. He does manage to get the Jakiro kill, but now a great rotation in from DDZ, and he does have level 1 chains available to be able to cancel off that TP of Raging. That's a great rotation out from DDZ on the Ember.
Yeah, they get a nice kill out for DDZ. That's gonna help him bounce a bit back. Successful first rotation out for our Ember. You start to look at Carl, he's been sitting at his level 6 with a haze for a while. They might want to make use of that as soon as Palos hits 6, but PA damage is just a very strange one. Her level 6 spike isn't as big as you'd want, so it's going to take a bit longer for that Corrosive Haze combination to really kick in.
It is. As well as that, you can't really rotate to the Phoenix right now, because he's always going to be able to Icarus dive away anyway. So there's no real point trying to go for Candylune at the moment. I suppose if he does use the Icarus dive, you could make the rotation in, but until then, it's a bit of a rough ask. He does go for the max in the Q and W, so not actually opting for any points in Sunray yet, which is generally how you play it if you are playing Core Phoenix. So they are going to make a dive onto Palos, but he's going to be able to blink out. Now, Egg going to be committed in Yamate. Also going to show himself on the Lifestealer. Palos going to be hit by that stun of the Egg. And now open wounds are out from Yamate. Still 4 rotations coming in. They're trying to fight this one out. It's a 2-man stun from Carl, but Infest is there on Candylune from our Lifestealer. But Candy is in big trouble. He does not have the Icarus dive left. He will go down. Now Raging. Also rotating in. But can't really stop Yamate, but perhaps Carl can with a great toss in from BDZ. And Yamate is also going to die on the Lifestealer.
Ooh, that is not how you want that first egg to go. They dive deep. They look like they could take Palos, but Palos lives true. They don't get the follow-up damage. The group up from Execration, their commitment to save their PA paying off massively. New Esports going to have to lick their wounds here, regroup, try to build up. That does give DDZ some space, but that early rotation for Yamate is costly. He doesn't even have Armlet up. That's going to slow down his progression and farm.
That it is. You don't want to be in that position when you do have a or rather a slider on the other side of the map. So Carl will take full advantage of a no-farm lifestealer. Carl is actually going to rotate up towards that top lane now, the slider. Mosen's the only one there on the Jakiro, but he seems to have spotted out that they are here, so he's going to TP back down bot. And that'll be the signal New Esports send out to just say we're trading these tier 1 towers, but mid lane, DDZ, almost getting a pick off there onto Raging Potato. Ultimately will not be able to finish the job off and does have to run away.
Yeah, it's going to be a successful push for New Esports. They've got steady push with the Jakiro. That's the one ace up the sleeve here for New. RR is going to have to put the work in to really defend this one with the living armor.
They are. They are trying. RR, he's going to go ahead and pull away the creep wave and just delay the push from happening. But it is still very, very difficult to do so. So there is so much commitment here from New Esports. And that's the one way you can get through these T1 towers up against the Treant. You just commit your whole team and you get the job done ASAP. You don't leave it halfway.
No. And it does go down. The push for Execration up top a lot slower. Palos hits hard, but he doesn't hit hard against buildings. And that is something you're going to have to wait out for. Maybe a Desolator down the line will help the cause, but none of these heroes particularly melt any of these buildings.
Big group up mid. DDZ almost trying to bait them in here from Execration's end, but now they're going to get a bit impatient, but DDZ got the chains there, but Mosen was not in range for the ice path. Well now, hookshot is going to be out onto Carl. It's going to be a huge pickoff if they can get it. They'll even commit the egg to make sure Carl can knock it away, and he will not. Yamate able to pick up that kill, or rather Barry does. It's a big one to get.
Yeah, that's the biggest target on the map, so a nice network swing there for New Esports. Opens up certain ways of playing in his bot jungle as well. They've gotten deep wards here. Very safe for them to play farming games here, and Execration not quite set to regain control. So they're surrendering that bot jungle. They have to play elsewhere. They are playing on the opposite side of the map, and that progress we're looking for in Palos is steady. He's going into that Fury, although mid again, still trying on Raging.
They are. I don't see seeing them being able to kill him though, not without like some chain stuns. New Esports, I think they understand this. They'll just let it go for now. It is still very, very early to try and get that mid-tier 1 tower pushed in anyway. But perhaps they don't feel confident going into the late game up against the PA Slider. So it is going to get quite painful for them. They're still grouped up mid, but I just don't think they're going to get anything out of this, so they might rotate top. You can see Palos, he's blurred right now, but you can kind of tell he's farming the top lane. He's just going to back towards his triangle, and they ping the area around Palos, but they're not actually going to make the rotation.
No, it's going to be a slower pace for both sides. You're both just waiting out for these key items. Yamate does have his armlet though, so there's some opportunities to go with the infest place on the clock, and they are smoked with Barry.
They are. Huge kill on Palos if they can get it. Barry gonna get vision, needs an angle for that hook shot, but can't get it because of these neutral creeps. But no, he gets one. Very, very tight angle there from Barry, and Palos does go down, but a nice sonic wave out from Raging. It's not going to be enough, however. Raging is also going to fall They're going for even more now. Tiny, BDZ, getting caught out. That should be a very easy pick up here for Yamate and Barry. Yamate will be able to take it on that lifestealer.
And it's that timing, you know, armlets up on Yamate. They just go for the kills. They've got the natural infest carriers. Really nice pickoffs to get. Still slowing down Palace's progression towards that Battle Fury. I mean, his farm is still up there, but every single second that BF is delayed is more time your farm's just not up to snuff and your damage isn't up to snuff.
It's quite a while away as well. Like, it's not really that close, all things considered. It's really not great news for the side of Execration, as they are very reliant on that. Carl's just gonna kind of have to wait for his PA to be ready to be able to actually get this combo activated.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while. You do have good progress for Carl though. I think they're gonna be riding on the momentum. He'll bring 200 gold off the blink. So Slardar Blink gonna be a big one. You can play around with Raging as well. He can come in for the burst damage to help you follow up. And that's gonna be how Execration has to buy the space. They just need to maybe find a couple of pickoffs with that combination. Maybe wait out BDZ's blink as well, but that's pretty optional with a Slardar. Cool.
Bounty Rune's gonna spawn up. Hook shot in from Barry, right onto BDZ. He'll get him in the cogs as well. There's Yamate with the damage output, and they do get one. Now Raging. He blinked into them once again on the quap, and he is gonna pay for it. With that DDZ, he's looking for a bit more. They're gonna spot out RR, but he's TPing. They need a cancellation, but the Ice Path not gonna be out in time, and RR will be able to get away with his life intact. But you still lost 2 heroes here for Execration. It's just not great news.
It's definitely not. And this is the one beauty as well of the new Esports draft. They've got pretty low cooldowns. Everything except Egg really just doesn't take too long to be back, so they can keep playing this aggressive. They've gotten space to push that tier 1 top. Tree and Protector, you know, he's supposed to stall these pushes out. Not that much slower than you'd expect. He's spamming it out, but there's a siege creep. Yamate hits like a truck. They're just going to lose these first few towers. They're going to have to try to stave off that push if they want to stall out.
We're going to be careful. Carl going to TP in, but a nice Ice Path from Mosen. Still BDZ on the chase. Carl, he's going to miss the stun, but they have got the Jakiro now. Candy might want to fight back here. The Sunray is out trying to help on this Jakiro. Yamate, meanwhile, going to turn around onto BDZ, and another nice egg coming out from our Phoenix. Barry, he's going to miss the hook shot on Carl. It looks like they don't realize Carl's still there, so he's going to jump back in onto Yamate, but this may have been a bad idea, as Yamate is hitting way too hard, and they are going to keep chasing. They know he's in the tree line. In fact, Raging also caught out, will go down, and now Carl is gone. No way out on that Slardar. Every team fight Execration takes just continues to work in the favor of new Esports.
The execution of Execration is just not going all too well. It looked like they were bailing out, you know, like they managed to get Raging out. Carl was just hiding in the tree line, but they come back in. They're not respecting the power here from new Esports. There's just a lot of damage, low cooldowns, a lot of uptime. So if you try to re-engage, you can bet a couple of those spells are going to be back up and ready to go.
He doesn't want to die like this, John. Palos is in danger, but Overgrowth going to be committed by RR. And it looks like Barry's going to be left behind. Now Raging can have a go at DDZ. Has one Remnant and will commit it to get out of there. Does also pop the drums, but Raging wants to keep going. We'll eventually have to let him go. And it was a very deep dive to try for new Esports, and they do have to sacrifice their clockwork for nothing.
Yeah, you have to be cautious about bleeding kills like that away, especially if Palos finds them. He does have the Battle Fury up, and this is the point where the PA farm skyrockets. BKB's going to be next, and hard to lock him in.
Oh, Raging's gone. Chains and Ice Path once again out from Mosen and DDZ. That is, it's been a tough game for Raging on this Queen of Pain offlane. He has died in unfortunate ways, and with his death, that mid-tier 1 tower is set to drop.
Yeah, no defense for that one. it's a wait and see game for Execration. They just need the BKB up in their PA. We've seen PAs bounce massively back once the BKB timing's lined up. You have to hope though that Yamate is not going to find an MKB in that downtime. If the BKB lines up with the Lifestealer MKB, it's not going to do you much good. The control is still going to be there. The damage is still going to be there. Have to be cautious and have to really just focus in on the farm. Try just stay away from fights for Palos. Stay safe.
It's getting problematic though. I mean, you talked about the MKB on that Lifestealer. He has it up soon. Somewhat. I mean, he's still a fair bit of gold off, but there's your Javelin now coming out on Yamate. Still top of the net worth board on this Lifestealer, and if things keep up as they have
Palos.
been, well, like this, Palos is going to get caught, does use the blur, but he's been Ice Path and in the Macro Pyre and has no one to blink to. They just abandoned him. BDZ not sticking around for the blink strike out. And, what's your position 1 gone again?
That's not what you want to be seeing. His BKB should still come first compared to that MKB, so it's not going to be too bad, but it's still a very rough time. There's not that big of a window where you're going to have the BKB without the MKB in play. You're going to need to be cautious. There's a disarm up as well on
Nice
Yamate.
hook shot. Yeah, they got RR. Well, that's going to be a 20-minute bounty runes as well. Going to the way of New Esports. I believe they've gotten all 4 of them, in fact. They have. That's a big influx of gold.
Yeah, it widens that lead to 6K for New Esports, 7-14 at the 20-minute mark, and Execration. And we talked about the potency of Slardar PA. It's still potent. They just need to play as a team. They need to protect Palos, give him these stacks, which he's finding. Once the BKB is up, you have to smoke. You have to go for that smoke play. But look at this. Barry sees that farm.
Big disconnection now from Execration, however. 4 heroes disconnecting at the same time.
Oh boy. Not a good spot, Mike.
No.
Barry sees that. They've got a lot of heroes in that triangle.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Palos. He's going to reconnect and maybe not realize that he has been pinged out. Luckily for him, though, Barry does not have the hook shot available. So there's no real way to close the gap here. So I don't believe... Yeah, DDZ is not in range to get a good remnant off. Palos should be okay to blink strike back to BDZ. They may still lose that tier 2 tower up at that top lane, as it does seem like Yamate wants to commit. So it might be a little bit early from New Esports to commit, considering they are still working towards that MKB. But he might just feel very confident with that Heaven's Halberd and Armlet up right now. Just understanding Palos melts so quick to the control without a BKB up. But he does have the gold for it.
Yeah, it's going to be out. So you do have to be aware of that power spike that's going to come out. There are certain aspects here for the PA that aren't nice though. So the PA will not really enjoy building into an MKB, but you're not going to have a choice because that evasion now in Yamate is just going to be a bit more annoying. You want your damage to be...
What the just happened?
What? Carl? What's that? What is that, Carl?
No swearing, Carl. Jeez, we're on stream, sir. No cussing. The connections are back. Things are still coming out for Palos, but I really don't believe they'll be able to get up there with him. There's just no way to close the gap here. Surely not.
No, they've got a haste on DDZ, but not enough time. Unless BDZ walks away and leaves Palos alone, that would be a dicey situation. If he just decides to tap the blink, go home. Right, I'm out. You're on your own, Palos. Not what you want, though. That's not... Don't do that.
I mean, he could. He did do it when they were chasing him down at the bot lane.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Not ideal, but we are ready to go, so we'll find out.
DDZ, he's not going to pop the haste. And yeah, Palos is out of there. He's fine. The question is now, do New Esports want to make this push happen? BDZ gonna show himself for a second, but does blink away, and what you do appear to want to try.
It's important to just push as much as you can. You're dealing with a Treant that doesn't have Meteor Hammer, so the split push game isn't quite there for Execration. That's your window. Because the towers will heal up, sure, but you're not receiving the same pressure on lanes. That's what's important. And that just means, you know, you can stall all you want, but if you're not making progress of your own on towers, it doesn't really matter.
Raging. He's gonna spot out DDZ running past, but he does have that haste rune active right now. Bit of a hard kill to go for. Raging, he just blinked and they saw it. Got another one up. Blinks straight into Candyloon now. Candy can't hold him down, but they're going to go down towards that bot lane where a great hook shot is there from Barry right onto Palos, and DDZ going to be there to back him up with the chains. They lose Mosen across the map, but who cares about that? You got the PA again.
Not good news for Execration. Just losing pilots like this is never a good feeling. Always just in the wrong spot. Surprised they ignored the top jungle, because no one plays there. Not even new Esports. That's the safest part of the map for Execration. They just haven't gotten the wards there.
Raging. Conked up. And Remnants forward from DDZ. They'll get the chains. Does have a blink back up and has the Yules available. Should be just fine. You do need the hookshot follow-up from Barry to really lock down Raging. As it stands, new Esports, 6k net worth lead. Everything's still going swimmingly for them. And the MKB is soon to come out on Yamate, probably about a minute away at max.
And that's where it gets scary if you're the PA. You're just gonna be ripped apart by the lifesteal, and that's that awkward timing between these two. And it's something that's always been awkward for the PA lifestealer. Like, there's a moment where PA is super strong, and then there's a moment when the lifestealer is absolutely wrecking face, and it's a very sensitive back and forth. We'll have to see how it unfolds. You still have the corrosive play that can come out, and there is a smoke here from Execration.
There is an infest out on Barry. They seem to know and they'll counter smoke. They do scan out one. That's going to be Palos in the blur on the PA. Barry loses Courier. That was the Solar Crest going down. And now they'll go. Macro is out. Nice hook shot in, but the egg has been committed from our Phoenix, and nobody is going to focus it down. So new Esports, they keep rushing in after BDZ now. And that'll be your Tiny gone. They just can't fight back.
No. They didn't get the opening they wanted. Their smoke broke, but they were forced to jump in. That was the 10-second BKB charge of Palos. Not the best use of the item. And they don't lose their biggest cores in Carl and Palos, but they lose Raging Potato, they lose their two supports. They start to lose their tier 2 top. Now it is gone. And new Esports, they're the ones running the Treant. They still have 2 outer towers, but the progress new Esports have made on the map is a cause of concern, right? Like, there's that MKB now as well. So you've got the damage, you've got the wave piercing through that evasion on Yamate. The power spike on our PA, I'm not sure how long you can really expect it to be relevant.
Well, Roshan's going to get down very, very quickly here. Because they have Barry there with the medallion to make things faster, but they aren't going to finish as side of Execration were coming in. Roshan very low. Yeah, they'd love to get a pick off right now to confirm this Roshan play. No, they're going to go back in. They're going to try and steal it. Just finish it ASAP. It's going to be in Palos. BDZ. Going to jump in. An avalanche. They need to go quick. And Carl is in, but Yamate has the Aegis. And that'll be Carl probably going down to the Slardar. And now are also going to be chased by DDZ. And everyone else from Execration is just on the run. A good attempt from Carl, but it does not pay off.
Didn't really line up as well. He has his BKB now, but he needed it in that fight if he wanted to steal. Barry as well, very good spot to hook in. Broke off the potential initiation of the Treant and the PA, not giving that overgrowth, just not quite the execution you want from Execration. That does give New Esports the chance to push these tier 2s, and that they will. They're just going to be able to shove it in. They've got DDZ shoving in the other waves that Raging is trying to keep out. And that means if they wanted to, at some point, New Esports can start to look at that high ground stages.
They'll get started. Again, with that Solar Crest up, it does make it very easy for Yamate to just go through these towers. You see BDZ, he's there just creep skipping at the moment, trying to make it harder for this mid lane to be pushed in. At New Esports, they can take their time. They've got an 8k net worth lead. It's only 26 minutes into the game. They might even try to go for some kills soon as Raging continues to just blink around the map. Take the outpost. Raging gotta be careful as DDZ. He just spotted him out barely, but not gonna be able to keep up with Raging. He'll be fine.
Yeah, this is giving time here for pilots to finish up that Desolator on PA, so it's gonna be up. You're going to have a lot of minus armor coming up. You're going to have level 3 coup de grace soon, about half a level away. Those are some things that you definitely have to wait. Don't force the fights right now while you don't have that level 3 ult, while you don't have that desert. You need it to reach damage to really find at least a couple of key kills. The supports, if you take out the Phoenix, for example, before the fight breaks out, you don't have to worry about the egg. Those are important targets for Execration to try to get the jump on.
Bot lane, they're going to try and force this push to happen. 2 Desos, in fact, coming out. Now, DDZ has one on the Ember. They just want to amplify this push. Make it that much quicker. Make it that much harder for this Creed to get this defense going. Well, Carl going to jump in for a double stun. Yamate has the Aegis, he's feeling very confident. Palos gonna be there. They're actually gonna force back the side of New Esports for now. Yamate was getting a little bit low there on the lifestealer, doesn't want to just feed the Aegis away. But the tower is on such low HP, I don't really think you want to leave it like this. It's just gonna be healed up to the max if it is, and they are looking for a way in.
Yeah, you don't want to give the chance for the Treant to keep healing it up. A lot of caution though, and this is where it gets annoying. You know, it's basically like you have a repair kit. In fact, if they had a repair kit, they'd be better off.
Naturally. Toss back onto Yamate, but he does get the rage up in time. Still Sun and Sonic Wave being thrown out, but Barry gets a good hook shot in. There goes your Aegis, but RR is going to drop, and so does Raging Potato. They will buy back on all 3 heroes that did die. Now back onto Yamate. He is very low, but does get the invest off in time. Still a nice avalanche toss onto DDZ. They want to try and clean up. Barry as well on the run of the clockwork. Should go down, and does. But DDZ has actually got no remnants available. So they might actually be able to catch up to him. But no Raging. Doesn't seem to know where he is. The Ember Lifestealer will be okay.
Yeah, not the biggest losses for New Esports. They did force 3 buybacks out. They got the tier 3. So they got the objective they were looking for. You know, it's always a uphill battle against that. Although
he went in for the 30-minute bounty rune, and again, I can't blink in like that without vision.
No, greedy. It's how many times has he actually died in that exact area in the triangle? It's been a lot where he's just kind of playing there and gets punished. So not ideal. Still Execration are in a decent spot. They didn't lose racks. They still have the Treant to play around with that. They're looking for the...
Oh, Barry. Hook shot in onto BDZ. BDZ made it a little bit obvious that he was in that tree line. With those two heroes down, John, they don't have buyback, which does mean Yamate with his brand new AC up should be able to get this bottom push going again.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really quick one as well. You've got a lot more damage coming out. You've got the control, and it's tricky. They're trying to split up top, but you know, DBZ just clears it out, and then they're already at bot. There are no buybacks left. Remember?
There are not. We're gonna make quick work of this. Well, Execration, no defense to come out. So new, they might just go to the mid lane now, understanding they're getting all this for free. They feel confident enough for this. Raging's being a little bit annoying here, pulling the creep wave away. Barry is looking for a hookshot opportunity, but Raging should be too far away, and is now. But they want to get the kill on the Quap. They are posturing around the Queen of Pain, and Raging linking in. Yamate spots him out now with the rocket flare. Doesn't really have an Abyssal Blade yet, but a great hook shot in from Barry. He TP'd back to that bot tier 1 tower, and Raging is going to die.
Oh man, Carl now as well.
He's going to try and fight this one out. Palos, he's going to jump in as well with the BKB, but a nice ice path now from Mosen. Now the egg to be committed. How do you fight into this? Palos, he does get DDZ, but it may cost him. Mosen will get the Yules off, and they should have control with the ice path to kill off Palos, and now chase down Carl on the Slardar. And they will. Nice stun out from Carl, but it's not going to matter. Even BDZ still being chased down by our position 5 Jakiro. Mosen just trying to get the creep wave back into the Radiant base. They are going to go for another big push.
Yeah, excellent win for New Esports. Unfortunate that they had to lose DDZ, but you can see the power disparity between Yamate and Palos. Like, they're equal in farm, but Yamate's got one step up, right? He's got the MKB, plus he has evasion from his talent, from his Heaven's Halberd, from that Solar Crest, and there's no MKB in Palos. So even if he did stand and fight, he would lose because he would not hit, and Yamate would get all of his in. So mid rack's gone, can set their sights onto the top racks, no problem. And the options here for Execration, it's shrinking. They're going to need to pull off a pretty good team fight to keep that defense up.
Well, they're going to take their time here, New Esports. Again, no rush for them. So you still have room to grow for Yamate. He does have the Abyssal being worked on as we speak, and that's really the nail in the coffin, right? Once you've got the Abyssal Blade, you've finally got the control to lock down Palos whenever you want and not get kited around. And I just don't see a way Execration has to deal with this.
They've got to be able to jump those heroes first. They need to take the control of New Esports out. They need to take the egg out. Good luck, Barry.
Yeah, Carl, gonna get jumped on. Barry is going to be there with the hook shot. Carl, even with the BKB, going to have to just make a run for it. Looks like he is going to be okay. This is just kind of what Execration have to do now, is just keep split pushing. It's not fun, but it does buy you more time. Matters is still getting worse though. Candyloon has a refresher orb now. So you've got double egg to worry about and triple of all the other spells.
Yeah, that's not going to be a good time. Even the Ags is up and running for DDZ, so he's going to be a lot more mobile on that Ember. You do have the Satanic up in Palos, so it's slightly trickier to keep him locked in. And he will have some burst healing available if he just stands and fight. But the Abyssal, as you mentioned, coming out for Yamate is going to be big. He got the Vanguard first when he's blocking some damage off. It just makes it harder and harder to flex your muscle as a PA. There's just so much durability here from New Esports that even a Corrosive Haze doesn't...
Oh, Palos, but even then I don't think that's enough. To be honest with you, it doesn't seem like the damage is the problem. It
No.
seems like staying alive is going to be the main issue here for Palos. And, well, mid lane, Raging. gone. He's doing what he can,
good.
but yeah, he's not working out.
Nothing good. 3 to 10 on the Quap. And he does get the sacrificial lanes. This does fit into Raging's playstyle, right? He sacrifices himself as a core to give Palos space. It's not looking good though. Like, he's severely underfarmed. He does have the Guardian Greaves, the Urn, and Duels. So he has some ways of keeping himself alive, but it's not going to help as the Roche just melts way too fast in New Esports. Aegis and Cheese going away now, so 2 lives up. Execration, 1 less set of racks. We've got to play this one perfect.
If they do. Back to that top lane. Just so hard to imagine being able to deal with this this Refresher Orb Phoenix and even the Aghanim Scepter DDZ now on the Ember. It's going to be much, much harder to catch out. Yamate just going to happily go up to that high ground. All about buying more time. He's got a lot of damage, Palos, but he just doesn't have a chance to get that damage out. He's going to try to blink in onto Yamate. Again, it's a lot of damage. Ice Path, however, he's been locked in. Remnant forward, they missed the hook shot from Barry, but they get a nice toss back. In fact, that was actually BDZ tossing Palos in. A nice overgrowth to lock them all down, but DDZ does not care. He'll go after BDZ and RR, both without buyback. And now after the final lane of Barracks, in fact, there's the chains out onto Palos. You get your Sonic Wave from Raging Potato, but it's not going to matter. Palos is going to fall, and he does not have buyback available. They are still going to try and defend this in a 3v4.
It's a difficult proposition. Just not enough. Like, again, you saw it, you said it. Damage isn't the issue. It's staying alive. And there's that Basher now for Yamate. I believe that is the full Abyssal as well once it's there. So gotta be cautious about that in this defense.
They're just going to go taste Raging Potato down. Yamate is the only one hitting the tier 4 towers at the moment. They're actually going to have an avalanche toss. Yamate, he'll be okay. Hook shot in from Barry. Hit easy. Finish off that one tier 4. Carl now going to get slowed up with the Abyssal out from Yamate. BKB up, goes back after the lifestealer. In fact, a nice toss back onto Yamate, but he is just too tanky. He will not tie to the fountain. Gets the infest, and now we'll just get a free reset. And Raging is going to jump back in. The DDZ will follow, get the chains off, and that'll be Raging Potato gone, and RR with a dieback, and now they're just diving the fountain. BDZ, it's not very safe. Will survive, but that Ancient is very, very low. Yamate's just going to pop the Rage. He's had enough. He gets the Abyssal onto Raging one more time, gets the kill on the Quap, and then gets the GG call out from the side of Execration. And New Esports will get game number 1.
Oh yeah, that is breaking the mold there for this matchup. We talked about it from the draft, but these two teams have played against each other before 2 series that were heavily Execration favorite. It doesn't look that way today. New Esports, they run a draft that's really exciting. Execration did as well, but the execution fell flat. New Esports did come out as the better team, and we'll see if that changes in game number 2.
We shall. Game number 2 will be coming up in about 10 minutes. It's MLP Dota on X5. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our second game of this best of two series between New Esports and Execration. It's MLP Dota and John Expired. John, welcome back, sir.
10 seconds.
Unless I have kept him muted, which I have. Hello, John. I forgot you muted, sir. I apologize. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. That game one was a spectacular performance from New Esports. Execration, they went with a favorite Filipino combo, Slard RPA. Didn't pay off. You're going to have to look back, figure out what to do. Really fast openers here from both sides. New Esports start with the Phoenix, but Execration into the Tiny and straight into the Snap. Counteract the Phoenix, of course, really open with where that snap goes. We've seen Execration happily throw Raging Potato onto it. Well, looks like that might be the case here. Not sure how we feel about that. Raging has had a rough set of games. It's going to have to at least, they're at least going to have a way of bursting through the egg, but beyond that, he's still got to make the Snapfire work.
Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, like the Phoenix last game was causing a lot of problems for Execration for sure. They basically couldn't take a team fight. I can't remember one time where that egg did end up going down. Every single time, he did manage to get the egg off every time. And it just allows you to reset, get all your abilities out once again, and it was just too hard to deal with. So they are going to bring back the POS 3 Snapfire, which, when you brought it up, but the Snap POS 3 is a bit, it's a bit hit and miss. Most times we've seen it, it hasn't worked out very well. Maybe this time it will. I don't have much faith in it.
Nah, definitely not. Track record has been less than stellar. Still, New Esports, they get to pick up that Faceless Void. So you've got the Phoenix Void combo. That can also be a bit hit and miss, right? When teams don't pull off the Egg Chrono, then it doesn't do as much as you'd expect. If they land the Egg Chrono, it goes perfectly. It goes swimmingly. The egg going off after the Chrono expires. chain stuns, the damage that comes in. It is fantastic, but they've got to play it together there. New Esports have to show that coordination here in game number 2 to maximize that duo. And, well, they've got a few more picks to fit in with that Faces Void. If Execration doesn't ban it here, the Bloodseeker is going to be a really good one to tie in here.
That's a good point. The Bloodseeker has been extremely popular as of late and probably will show up if it is not banned. We'll see if Execration do want to ban it out in their last ban stage, or rather the last ban in the second ban stage. New Esports, they've got to go through the ban stage themselves first. Funnily enough, banning out the Beastmaster, which I'm pretty sure this should be a position 3 Snapfire.
Yeah.
Maybe they're assuming there could be a potential of a Carl mid Beastmaster, which I'm pretty sure we've seen a couple times. But that is not going to be the case any longer. Obviously, it is banned out.
You don't want to play the Beast, have the Beast play against the Void as well, right? Like the Roar is going to ruin your Chronos. So they're just taking out pieces of kit that makes it much more difficult to maximize that Chrono. Maybe even a Venge might come out here for Execration. We haven't seen him run the Venge, but it could slide in as a 5 here with a tiny 4. If you really needed a way of stopping the Void from maximizing Chrono, that is still in the pool, and I doubt New Esports would ban it, and they just leave it alone. They get the Morphling out instead. That Bloodseeker left alone. Wouldn't be surprised if New Esports opted to pick it up here as their offlane.
They may. They have the pick for it. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, they do also have a position 4 pickup here to be made. Unless they want to run the Phoenix as a pos 3 again, which, I mean, it was very effective last time, but I suppose you can keep it as a flex pick. There's no need to lock it down in that pos 3 role yet. I'm very sure last game around it wasn't meant to be the position 3, but once they saw the PA, they thought they better do it, and well, now we have a Venge popping out, so perhaps just denying that pick away from Execration, and well, Venge seems to be pretty strong right now.
Yeah, it's pretty nice with the Faces Void. The aura does benefit you. Wave of Terror helps you out in the Chrono, so you just stand outside, get the wave off, helps your Void right click really well. Pretty decent pick, not very exciting. You don't have the same synergy as you would with, say, a Drow, but it does get the job done. It's a solid pos 5 to have. Again, depending on how New Esports wants, there's a lot of flexibility there as well. You could run the core Venge with a support Phoenix and a different pos 5 perhaps if you wanted to play around like that. Still rather open for New Esports, and they're gonna have to show us as they do go through those picks. Execration, Disruptor with the tiny, so it's definitely gonna be a raging snap. They are hammering that in. Disruptor is kind of a, like, say, a reactionary pick to the Faces Void. So if the Chrono comes out, you could throw the Static Storm inside, forcing the Void to make a choice, which is one way to kind of set those fights up for Execration. Gives them some way of catching the Void as well, right? Or even stopping, like swap. If you swap, you can just kind of glimpse, or if the Void tries to run away, you can glimpse them back and keep them locked in. So decent pick for a Disruptor here. Ties in as well if you get the Static Storm plus the Kisses on top. That can be potent. And yeah, it kind of works out. I'm just worried about Snapfire off. Again, Raging has had a rough time in the past few days, so he's going to have to make that offlane snap work in this game.
It is a very squishy hero to have in that. I mean, it is a strength hero of all things as well, the Snapfire. Most people do tend to forget about that, but its primary attribute is strength, but it is still very squishy. And they have an aggressive enough, top lane here, or rather bot lane for New Esports. It is going to be tough for him to be able to get some farm in. Still, New Esports yet to make their 4th pickup now. Got to see some more cores coming out from this Radiant side. They do have space for something like a mid Drow if they want to run it. As greedy as that would sound, but they bring out the Underlord.
Yeah, that's a solid one to have. Really, it's just building off the tankiness you're getting from the Venge. You can get some pretty good combinations with the Pit of Malice So you get the chrono down, drop the pit in the middle of the chrono. Once the chrono's off, you're going to get a refresh route. Or drop it right at the end of chrono, just refresh the route, refresh the control afterwards. Now you have options as well. You're not tied into chrono egg. You have Pit of Malice egg somewhat being effective. You've got the Firestorm in the chrono, which can help you out. It's a solid pick. It's not too exciting. It's going to make the safe laner for Execration have a hard time. I would have loved a Bloodseeker still. I don't know if you want that mid here for new esports. It can work. We have seen DDZ play that anyway. So you can kind of tie it up like that and still have a good time. Execration, though, this is the way to punish a Void pickup. Naga Siren comes in, so you have to catch the Naga out. If you don't, you will not do anything in that chrono.
I do agree with that. That is certainly going to be the case. You can just pop the song and everyone just walks away, but into the Underlord, I'm not sure about. I realize she enjoys harassing people out with the mirror images and the Riptide, but it is still going to be a bit of a tough lane for her to have to go into with this Underlord. Obviously, he doesn't really care for the high base armor of the Naga because you have Firestorm anyway to harass her out, and I'm not sure about this one. Even the Faceless Void, John, like you've got the Bash, it does do magic damage. So you can get some substantial damage out onto this Naga. Now, you did mention, of course, the song is going to be annoying, and they have Disrupt the Naga, so easy Static Storm setup, right? But if you don't land those Static Storms with the song, I don't value this Naga pick personally.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it fall flat, right? Every time we see this combo, takes us back to China. China for the past 2 years, mind you, like literally, it's either this combo or Io Gyro that they always pull out as a pocket pick, but it comes out for Execration. I'm not too confident, like not just the matchups, but you have to think about Execration's playstyle. They are a team that likes to run at you. They like to play aggressive Dota. A Naga doesn't necessarily enable aggressive Dota. Like you could, and I would love to see that. If you get a fast diffusal, you net someone up, you're going to find kills. And that's how they need to play. I think that suits how Palos runs around the map as well. And we were looking for that from the PA Slardar, but they played a farming game. And they got run over. So I want to see them play to their strengths. They can play an aggressive style with Naga, especially with that Disruptor, even a Snap. Right? You can use that Naga for setup. The net's going to hold someone down. Really potent. Shouldn't play the slow game. Like new esports can scale really nicely as well, just as well as the Naga does, because Faceless Void again has that ace in the chrono, so it's not going to taper off as hard as you'd expect. It's going to keep up, especially since he is going to get more durable from the Underlord, and the Underlord's not going to be starved for farm here. Like the supports are sacrificial enough; they only need EXP, but they don't need to play in that jungle. They can stack up very efficiently. Venge with a wave can stack 2 camps at a time. That's going to be a lot of farm that goes to new esports if you actually play the slow game.
True. Execration last pickup now. They are lacking some sort of mid laner here for Carl. Saw him in the Slardar last game. Didn't really pan out for him. Had a great start, but just the rest of his team didn't. I believe it was just a matter of they couldn't really keep up at the time, because Carl was really the only guy having a decent time in that mid lane last game. Everyone else apparently did struggle.
Yeah.
So, what do you give him now? Like, they banned the Quap, they banned the Void Spirit. Okay, he'll take the Zeus. Fair enough.
I like the Zeus. It gives you ways to play fast. It ties into that magic damage here. You do worry about a couple of things. So, one, it's not the kind of hero to make plays by itself. It does good damage. It has no mobility. That is something new esports draft can punish. Like the Underlord, if you get the root off, you're probably going to get a second root. The Venge swap is going to be amazing to just reposition that Zeus away. Once you get level 2 swap, it gets easier. It's a tricky one. You want to see Carl, get the control off, but Zeus doesn't allow it. He just does damage. And now you have this Kunkka. Look how tanky the lineup of new esports is, Mike. The combinations they have in that chrono, it's really potent. You're going to have a hard time melting these heroes, especially if Candy gets a good timing on that pipe.
It's going to be a tough one. I think for Execration. I love the Conker pick at the end. DDZ is going to be in that mid lane. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tough one here for Execration, I think. I really don't see how you're going to get through the raw HB and all the buffs that are going to be there for new esports. The Underlord with the AoE trophy aura, reducing people's base damage with the boat ram on top. I mean, it's just so much. Even the Sunray heal is going to be annoying, right? Like, it's a tough one for Execration to get through. And it does seem like there's going to be a lot of pressure here on Palace and Carl to make sure they get a really good start going. Because if they don't, in my opinion, the way I see this, their game falls apart.
It's going to be tricky. The one way you can see this working is, again, you play against the timings of new esports, play around when Chrono is expended, play around when Egg is expended, and then you have a fighting chance. You know, you go in, you use your song offensively. That's one thing here as well. Execration cannot play the defensive game. Like, that's the pick of the Naga, sure, to break up the Chrono, but you want to be a bit more aggressive because you have this follow-up with a Disruptor, because you have the follow-up with the Snap, and even the Zeus. Especially when that Ags comes into play for Carl, you do not want to take it slow, right? Like, Naga's gonna scale well, but you look at the Zeus, Mike, the Ags build-up is great. The damage he does to heroes really tapers off as the game goes on, and that's gonna be the issue. New esports, all of your heroes have really good scaling compared to the slightly earlier timers you have on Execration. That just means, contrary to a Naga pick, you don't want to play slow.
See if Execration can make this one work. Of course, they just want to be able to tie out the series if they can afford to here. New esports one game away from getting the 2-0 victory.
Wait for it.
Like we said, it's going to be a tough one for Execration. Just depending on how Carl's lane goes, how Palace's lane goes.
Well,
Speaking of Palace, he's right now he's running down mid. I don't think he's going to stay there. I believe it should still be Carl in that mid lane on the Zeus. He's up to something.
Probably playing scouting games with the illusions. They don't last too long though. Might be looking for a bait from new esports to swap lanes, but they're not going to bite it. You know, DDZ's already there in mid and Conquer. He's got the shared tangos. The one lane that's super important here as well, beyond just Carl's performance, Raging Potatoes off-lane snap. Right, we've talked about this in multiple games. Execration has been giving Raging the Snapfire off. The timing into the mech, the timing into Guardian Reeves cannot be slowed down. And that's really what the snap's all about. Beyond just burning down that egg from Barry, you need to have that sustain in play. The timings of that are very sensitive for a hero like this, and it doesn't flash farm well, so you can't lag behind from that laning phase.
I can't.
the battle begins.
Execration get their 2 bounty runes down at the bot lane, and new esports will do the same up at the top lane. Even start between the two. It is indeed, of course, going to be Barry on the position 4 Phoenix, and Candyloon will be taking over on the Underlord. Does already go for the double ring of regen. That has been the build for the offlaners as of late, just offering a lot more regen for quite a little bit of gold in comparison to other forms of regen, and should be able to just sit in the lane and do whatever he wants. Like, in with RR here on that Disruptor. Sure, he's going to be able to spam Thunderstrike, but Candyloon should really not be copying that much harass.
No, and it's probably level 1 where it's most painful for an Underlord. Level 3 is where the nice spike starts to come in. So you get levels in Atrophy or the Firestorm, and you can start shoving this Naga off. They are doing good damage though. This is what Execration needs to get done. Leverage that stronger level 1, level 2 presence you've got with the Disruptor, and try to get Candy to burn through regen. 1 tango left. If he burns through the next, while he's still pretty far from level 3, he's going to have to ferry additional regen out.
He will. See if that does happen. Mid lane, DDZ and Carl going to be up against each other. DDZ should have somewhat of an advantage considering he does have the Tidebringer. Barry, top lane, drops very low. RR wants to keep chasing him down. Doesn't have Thunderstrike for another few seconds, so Barry will have the chance to salve up. But what I was saying about the mid lane, John, is DDZ, although it's going to be annoying to be up against that Zeus, once you get a few levels up in that Tidebringer, I think Carl should be the one struggling here.
Yeah, it's going to take a few levels. At some point, Carl is going to run out of mana. That's the one thing with Zeus. When you play Arc Lightning spam, of course, you don't have enough to sustain. There's no CM in the game as well to help you speed that along. So DDZ is going to hold his own. Still has a lot of regen to play with. And that does mean, Carl's going to have to be a bit cautious. He's got, 2 spell casts left? And then DDC starts to take over. Level 2 Tidebringers up. That physical damage, not going to be easy for Carl to contend with once it starts getting pumped out. So, going to have to watch out for that. Bounty runes, no, Power rune spawn is going to be important as well. So the supports here in bot are going to have their work cut out for them. You've got BDZ on his Tiny, laning up with Raging's off lane. Snap, of course, up against Yamate and Mosin. And so far, they have kept Yamate's farm in check. It's 10-1. It's not too bad. It's not like Raging's so far ahead. But it's not a very comfy lane for Yamate. He is coughing a lot of hits and should be careful with that HP.
Oh, that cookie. The courier just turns around last second. Sorry, not the courier, the creep turned around last second. I'm not sure why. It de-aggroed on Yamate, but they still got the avalanche toss off, and Yamate is going to be the first blood. BDZ and Raging do manage to make it happen.
He's got, it's like, we cursed him, right then, but you can't play too aggressive. Like, there is a lot of early burst that you can get from a Snap and a Tiny. We've seen that time and time over. There's not as much presence from Avenge. She can right-click, she can let off the Wave of Terror, but it's not clear-cut, and you as the Faceless Void, you want good timing into the Mask of Madness, so some caution is required here for Yamate. Just get the steady farm up. Don't play too many games with Raging.
You think they should be able to just force him out of this lane? Mosin's trying to now with Avenge. Yamate's not being too aggressive on that Void. He's just sitting back and trying to secure CS. Like, we do have some more lag issues coming up from Execration. They did have a couple last game. Now it'll take too long this time around. It just looks like it's standard lag issues happening. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go.
Much quicker break. Fortunately, we didn't see everyone disconnect for that. So good signs for Execration holding up their net still. Been a pretty good laning phase so far for both sides. It's not much swing yet. Less than 1k lead for Execration, so they are having a fantastic time. I think you can really look at Raging's performance here. It's a lot better. Like, the pressure he's putting on Yamate is a lot better. He's forcing Yamate to just constantly pop the time walk, and that opens up opportunities for BDZ to walk in. If they catch Yamate out in that downtime, he's not going to regen that HP.
Look up towards that top lane, Candylurn. He's well and truly in that prime position as an Underlord now, where you literally just can't die in lane. 2 points in the Trophy Aura, Ring of Health and Ring of Regens, up and ready to go. He's just passively healing so much that there's no chance of even getting harassment out. That's why RR has left the lane at level 2 on the Disruptor, not willing to soak XP or take anything off the Naga Siren right now. There's just no point in him being there. I don't believe they've done enough to Candylurn to warrant the Disruptor pick.
Yeah, it's the same thing goes though for Candylurn on Palos. So Palos' farm is still steady. It's a lot better than Yamate's farm, and Yamate can't jungle the same way as a Naga can. Naga can just clear those camps a bit faster. So if you leave the Naga alone, and he's off to a pretty decent start in the laning phase.
Nice kill onto Mosin. Yamate going to try and chase down BDZ. They are going to be able to get a trade on those supports. And Yamate does get a bit of bonus gold for himself, which he did desperately need.
Yeah, it's an important trade. I think Carl's still going to be happy getting a kill off with his Thunder God's Wrath. You're always happy as the Zeus if you get that right in the 6 mark. God's given a little bit of a boost. He's going for the Yules first. He gets to use his regen, goes into the camps. Wonderful time. No deep wards from new Esports to punish that, but they don't really have the best roaming duos. So they're going to have to concede the jungle early on. They do spot some stacks, so BDZ, look at that position. He's clearing out those stacks for the Naga.
That's really good. And I believe it's not even the Naga that was going to take it. It may have been the Zeus that may have opted to take it. And Carl, now realizing he needs to come in there and see what's going on, is missing a big stack. We'll go ahead and start clearing out the other one. Carlos is trying to take a bit of gold for himself as well. That is a fair amount of gold you just gifted to the Kunkka. Well, now they realize there was a ward there the whole time. Meanwhile, bot lane, Raging does also drop. The nice rotation out from Barry and BDZ. He is unable to get a trade going.
Yeah, you're starting to see a bounce back here on the aggression for New. It is paying off. Like, they found the last 2 kills so far. They're trying to chase BDZ, but DDZ's been comfy enough to just run up that jungle. That's a bit of an issue. You know, the Kunkka is just free to roam in by himself to keep checking those stacks, keep taking jungle camps away. You've got the Zeus. You should be playing more with the D wards. Like, again, there's still that fresh ward up there from the Radiant side, and it hasn't been taken out.
He didn't have Thunderbolt at the time, but now he does. So Carl, he maybe just forgot about it. It's a bit unfortunate for him. Bot lane, BDZ, gonna find Moses. Doesn't have mana for the toss back onto Raging, but the Thunder God's Wrath again gonna come out from Carl, and that'll be enough. Only issue being is Yamate is gonna chase down BDZ, but Yamate does not get lucky with any form of a bash. And BDZ looks to probably be safe. No, he's not. The chrono will be committed by Yamate. He wants the kill, and he will get the kill.
Well, that was just perfect timing. You know, he was 5 for a long time. They get the chase into the creep wave. Not the spot Execration should have run into. And Yamate gets to pick up a kill for free. Keeping that kill board even 3-3. 1k advantage still on Execration's side. So, you know, it's still looking swimmingly there for Execration. They've still got a runaway start in terms of farm for Carl and Palos. But you can't discount new Esports. You're starting to get the EXP in. We're looking for the Phoenix 6 next for the supports. Once stats up, you can play more, but Palos.
Oh, dead easy. Can he get the right one? No, he's actually just going to let Palos go. Interesting decision there. I thought he might try for the X. Palos doesn't have Song up yet, so that may have been a guaranteed kill had you hit the X, but it is a level 2 X after all. Or maybe he just didn't have the range. Either way, mid lane, Yamate. Bit of danger here, does get glimpsed back after a time walk and is probably just dead. He can't get out of this one. The boat will fly in from DDZ, but it is not going to help.
That's just some interesting movement out from New Esports and interesting decisions. They punished Yamate well though, so Execration are going to be very happy with that, increasing the lead to 2k. Just buying time. Their slower playstyle is not being punished as much as we expected. Palos has been free to farm up. He's making steady progress towards the Manta style. Take a look back at Carl as well. The Yules is going to be up and running relatively soon. So a lot of things lining up here for Execration. They aren't under as much pressure as you'd expect. It's still going to be a while for New Esports to get the combo off. That is one of the things you do give up when you've got the support Phoenix. The EXP gain is just not that fast, so that's going to delay the combo.
At top lane, Candloon does manage to pick up a kill onto RR, as they were fighting over the 10-minute bounty runes. Raging, going to be cautious as they are still around. They'll get his courier. Thunder Gods is going to come out, but doesn't do too much apart from kill Barry on the Phoenix, and Raging is actually going to be left alone. They don't feel confident making the dive in.
Yeah, it's strange. They had 3 heroes up top. They play it safe. They're going to have Chrono up soon. Perhaps they'll just look to Yamate to get that setup for the kill. They are giving their tier 1 bot for it. It's going to have to be a worthwhile clump up top to compensate for losing an objective.
Mosen, nice swap out on Raging. They have the Chrono now available on Yamate. He'll commit, and he'll get 2 in there as BDZ was TPing in, and will go straight into it, but they won't try to focus down the Tiny. They'll just accept the Raging kill, and now, well, they might have to fight again. But Static Storm is going to catch out your Phoenix, so Barry is going to die, and now Candy Loop is going to try for BDZ on the Tiny, and they do manage to pick him up. And that'll be it, a 2-for-1. Everyone does disengage.
Yeah, it's a really worthwhile win for New Esports. They punish Execration once more. They get a kill onto Raging, slowing down the Snapfire, and that's always what you want to do. But still, Execration, this is all space being bought out for Palos. He takes out that tier 1 bot. You're not seeing an exchange in terms of objectives yet from New Esports. Their lineup doesn't push the fastest, but you're gonna have to start making some headway in terms of map control, because Execration now, they've got a very safe spot for Palos to just play the farming game.
Palos has been farming just quite nicely. Seems though New Esports don't really care for it though. We really haven't seen any sort of smoke come out, or any kind of chase onto Palos. He's just been left alone to do whatever he wants. It seems though they're very, very comfortable just letting that happen. Still mid lane, Barry getting an avalanche toss by BDZ and does go down off the back of the glimpse from RR. Do they really not care about the Naga? She's literally 0-0-0, John. She hasn't been involved in any kind of fight. That nobody's even tried to find where he is.
Yeah, it's the perfect Naga game. It's Execration playing aggressive. They're looking to catch Candy, but looks like that smoke might just be for Nog.
Candy, that's a nice bit of malice sound. Where's your follow-up? Bo, not going to connect on RR. Barry going to come in with the Sun Ray, but Static Storm going to cancel that off, and now Barry's gone with the Thunder God's Wrath out from Carl. DDZ getting very low and does also go down, and now Candy Loon, the only man left, but he's also gone. A triple kill out for Carl on the Zeus. And this is getting out of control now, Execration. They have gotten way too much on this Zeus, and even mid lane, Yamate. Gonna get caught out now on your Void, gets tossed up into a cookie, and Execration are well and truly in control of this game.
Yeah, these decisions made by New Esports are just really questionable at best. They break the smoke up top, but they choose to jump back in thinking it's safe. Yeah, Barry in a very awkward spot, not getting his first egg off. Really important to let that thing go. And they lose an objective now. It's 60-11, a 7k lead for Execration. The gap between the cores of Execration and the cores of New Esports growing really wide. Carl and Palos just left unchecked. Really big now. The timing for Carl into the Ags is going to be amazing. He just lacks 1k gold. We're talking about maybe a 15-16 minute Ags on the Zeus. And that's just going to do a lot of work for Execration, even by Palos, right? Like, he's got the Manta up, he's going into the Scotty, and he's been left completely alone. 0-0-1 now, 1 assist, but New Esports, they have to make headway in this map. They've got to get a push going somewhere, take an objective somehow, and start to look at that jungle, because Palos is just taking control of it.
And Carl's farm really is insane. Like, you pointed out how fast this Aghanim Scepter is going to be up, but considering the fact that he went for the double null talismans and the Yules beforehand, it's kind of insane how fast he's farmed this up. And, yeah, maybe another minute. Like you said, the 16-minute mark should be around the point where he does get it. That is very, very problematic for New. So even now, if you do commit that chrono, he's going to be able to Nimbus you straight away. And you're not going to want to stand in there, because it does way too much damage.
No, it's going to be difficult. That does mean Yamate might consider the fast BKB, and he is. He's queuing up. He's already got the Ogre Axe. So just going to finish the BKB to be safe. They do take the top tier one. There's some progress on the map now for New Esports. Just getting some deep wards out as well. The issue is that's not where Execration has been playing. That bot jungle still in very good control here. They've got the pipe up on Candido, so that is there to mitigate some of that damage they've been receiving. whether or not it's going to be enough with how far ahead Carl is, that remains to be seen, but Execration, they're just confident. They're grouping up for another shove on that bot tier 2.
Carl's having a look through the tree line, see if he can spot anyone out. So they aren't going to push their luck too far. Palos still has plenty of farming to go on the Naga, so there's no real rush for them. They can just sit back, relax, and get that Eye of Skadi up on Palos. Of course,
Right in time. 16 minutes for the Ags. Perfect.
Perfect. And with that, like, you know you're not going to be in danger. Because again, he's going to always be able to throw that Nimbus and Thunder God's Wrath out if somebody is getting ganked on the side of Execration. And now even mid lane, DDZ and a Copper Cookie. BDZ trying to go for the Avalanche toss, but it's a nice swap out from Mosin, but Raging. Making it rain fire does get a double. And they want more. They're pushing for that mid lane. Candloon and Barry got to be a little bit cautious. That'll be it for Execration. They'll leave with a 9k net worth lead.
And you're seeing the effect of a core snap that does get its timings right. So really good timings for Raging. He's going to have the Cartridge Greaves up soon. He's got his Hood of Defiance. He's doing the damage with his EXP. He's got the control. And New Esports, man, they are just sitting on these spells. Like, they're just waiting on the Chrono Egg. And this is a trap a lot of teams go into. When you draft that Faceless Void and the Phoenix together, you have to use spells. You have to force fights when they're up. If you don't, then why did you draft that combo if you're not going to use the two spells together anyway?
Well, that's a good point, and we just haven't seen that yet. Yamate still just trying to get a BKB up on the Void. So after that Mask of Madness pickup, it's been a slow process for our Faceless Void. Just going to keep trying to farm up. Same can be said for our Kunkka. He's got the Solar Crest up now, but would have expected it just a little bit faster than that. They are going to try and sneak a quick Roshan, and looks like they might actually get away with this as Execration. They don't have any wards around this Roshan kit.
No, and they don't have Thunder Gods as well. They do have the Nimbus. There you go.
Can you make it in time? No, there's no way to make it in time. They'll let it go. Yamate will go ahead and pick up an Aegis. I guess that makes you feel a little bit safer if you're New Esports. I don't think they can really go ahead and take a fight with that Aegis unless they have to kind of counter fight, but apart from that, they should be using it quite defensively.
Yeah, it's just going to let Yamate continue to farm safely. Again, that BKB timing can be very important for the Void. He's just playing in that warded top jungle. And there's been no heroes there from Execration. That's a safe spot for them. Carl's just going to be spamming out the Thunder Gods to keep scouting, but Execration are happy with a slower game. This is giving time for Palos to finish that Skadi. He is about 600 gold, 700 gold off. And once you've got that up in the Naga, that means you're going to have stats. You're going to slow down regen. That might come out here from New Esports and complicates it when you have to fight into that Naga now.
It is. Execration. They seem very, very comfortable with just sitting back now, waiting out that Aegis expiry before they try to get anything else done. Of course, Carl's just going to go for those BOTs into a Blink Dagger and just have that added mobility on this Zeus. That way you can just keep every single lane pushed out without a doubt. So of course, yet you do have Palos on the Naga who can do the exact same thing with the mirror images. And this should keep New Esports quite contained on their own side of the map. But for now, with that BKB up and the Aegis, they're going to try and go for a bit of a smoke play. Raging barely misses that Torrent. X is going to be there into the boat and Static Storm. It's all onto Raging Potato, and he is going to be left behind to die. The rest of Execration setting up to maybe counter-initiate here. Palos going to make a chase onto Mosin. Does get the glimpse off there from Ara, and that'll be Mosin dying. I believe New Esports might just be done now. They don't really want to go back in. In fact, BDZ's the one to try and go back in with a great toss back onto Candylune. That'll force out the Dark Rift, but he can't survive the magic damage. Carl He is just doing way too much.
Oh yeah, they're just starting to rip through. Even those riptides coming in from the Naga are a bit too much, and they get another glimpse.
Very nice. It's going to force out the Phoenix Egg. Casual torrent out onto RR, but he's going to juke it out. That'll be your egg wasted. Execration. Then just going to leave it at that. No need to try and force anything else.
Yeah, I mean, they forced out the BKB from New Esports. Yamate has to realize, as that BKB ticks down, you've got more opportunities for the Song to interrupt you, for the Disruptor Static Storm to do damage, and that's the cue to smoke up. Execration ready to go.
They know the Chrono's still there, but they just don't seem to give a crap. In fact, Avalanche Toss and Mortimer's Kisses gonna be onto TDZ, and man, he just melts. Once BDZ gets in there with the Avalanche Toss and you have the Nimbus on top, it just seems impossible to survive. And speaking of, Static Storm gonna be out now on our Phoenix, and he is also gone. Carl will pick up another easy kill, and that will be the 8th of the game for him.
Oh man, it's been a fantastic run for Carl as well. 8-0-8, not a single death, and that's that passive play from New
Yamate. Oh, he barely gets the time walk off the time. Does BKB and TP's out.
Oh no, it's ticking down at BKB. 8 seconds left, Mike. And yeah, you know, at some point you're just barely gonna have enough to last you the entire chrono, but nothing for before it, nothing for after it, no leeway, no room for mistakes when you pop it as it ticks down. Yamate has to be super cautious. He is farming up for a Maelstrom, so that's going to give them some D-push capabilities to stave off the illusion spam. But the lead grows bigger. 13k lead now for Execration, 7-17. That Scotty is up on Palos, and he is saving up for the Abyssal on the Naga. And once you've got that, not even a BKB will save him.
Certainly not. When are we going to see this next chrono from Yamate? How long has it been now? It's been such a long time.
Yeah, right. 17, 18 minutes since the last chrono. He used it right when he turned 6 at the bot lane. And
that was it.
That was it. That was literally it. Like, again, you're sitting on this Phoenix faces Void combo. You gotta use it. They are cautious because they're scared of the Song counterplay. You need the BKB. You shouldn't be in. It's just, small mistakes like that are costing them. Now their age is expired, so if they wanted to make a play, it's definitely not as safe as before. And Execration, they're going to have just an advantage in that sense, because they've got the lead, they've got the momentum. They have literally not even found a kill on Carl, which is a Zeus. You know, we're so used to Zeus dying. How has Carl not been punished? He's just alive. He's just fine.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's surely with the chrono out, you can at least go for a support pickoff. You have a Phoenix Void, you can just Sunray through the chrono, and that should be basically a guaranteed kill. If Song gets committed, Song gets committed. But if you're going to hold on to this big chrono for so long, you start to question what the point of picking up the Void was.
It's a risky one. It's a bit of a trap we've seen teams fall to when they do get this combination. Still, smoke out from New Esports. Maybe they find something.
They're going to give it a shot. Mosen, smoke broken by Raging. He'll be happy to die for his team here, but there is plenty of time for them to catch up, and they know exactly where they are. Raging buying more time as the boat is going to fly in, but he is still alive on the Snapfire. The egg comes out. He'll use the little shredder, but his team will not be there to back him up. They want to counter-initiate now. Once the egg is gone, BDZ gets an avalanche, but Candy Loon is going to Dark Rift, or maybe not. He gets glimpse, but a nice X-Pack. A very, very... Maybe not a nice X-Pack. He tried. I guess that was the only place he could X him.
Oh, man. That was a ping-pong ride. Just... how does that feel, huh? To go across the map that fast? Not a great feeling, but man, these trades for New Esports, like you find Raging, you lose your own offlaner.
It's still going.
Execration. Oh.
Yeah, DDZ. He's in a fight with the BDZ. Yamate has the chrono. Carl's going to come in. try and force him to use it. He will not, however, and BDZ should still be dead here. We'll turn around for a casual avalanche, but that'll be enough. Does go down, and it's a nice little pick up there for New Esports, but they are still behind by 13k. It is still a very, very bad predicament for them in this game number 2.
It's a weird prospect. Like, you're gonna be happy with those kills, but you're wasting your BKB on Yamate down to 7 seconds. So we're ticking down to 5 soon, Mike. And again, at the 5-second mark, you'll barely have enough for your full chrono. There's gonna be a window there where Execration can still get some control off. Have to be super cautious about how you start these fights now from New. They're still playing this farming game for the most part, beyond a couple of smokes here and there. That's giving Palos time to finish that Abyssal. Very close to it, just lacking the Vanguard and the recipe, and once that's up, you know, it's going to be difficult, because Palos will just be ready to go. He's going to have some innate mobility on hand. You've got even a blink up on Raging, so he can just jump in, make some plays for himself, or even just blink out if he gets the opportunity. And it's just not a great sign. Even RR has the space to save up for the Ag. So that's an Ag Static Storm, basically an AoE Doom. You cannot play against that if you are a New Esports, because your BKBs aren't going to save you.
Yeah, and with that Philosopher's Stone, he just passively gets that gold. In fact, well, poor old Mosin is going to be free food every time Carl has that Thunder God's Wrath off cooldown. That he was. Meanwhile, Yamate is still trying to get that Eye of Skadi up now on the Void, but I believe I just saw another Aghanim Scepter. Who was it? I just picked one up.
Oh, DDZ.
Alright,
Torrent Storm is in play. Yeah, it's pretty nice with a chrono, and that is one way to maximize it even further. We just have to see it. We have got to see that chrono. They're building up for it, but it's not quite up there yet. Again, more time for certain items to fly out. We've got the Kaya and Carl. He's going to be saving for that Bloodstone next. And once you've got that, all your mana issues is the Zeus solved. You're just not going to have any problem maintaining your spells.
Thing is, Palos is about to have that Abyssal on. I'm starting to get really concerned here for New Esports. Like, that Abyssal's going to make it extremely difficult to deal with this Naga Siren. They are going to try and sneak another Roshan, and they might actually get away with it for the second time. Nimbus will give vision, but again, it's going to be too late. In Execration, well, they're still making their way there, but, well, Carl, he's going to jump in after Mosin. RR looking for a glimpse back. Mosin, still alright, and RR, can't see him.
Missed opportunities. Execration has to be more disciplined around a Rosh Pit. They need more actual wards on hand, because they keep giving these Roshes away. That is one way for New Esports to bounce back in. They have more leeway for how Yamate starts these fights. They can opt for the chrono after the first Aegis use, so again, just more opportunities to set up, play around what Execration's trying to bring out, and does give them a little bit of a boost as well. They pass the cheese into DDZ. So they're just taking time here. Gonna have a Skadi coming out for Yamate next, but that Abyssal we were talking about, of course, it's up in Palos. He's ready to go, and he's basically ready to just man fight. Like, this is a very big Naga we're looking at now.
Execration, they jump in, a great avalanche toss, but Yamate will be able to turn around. Raging now, in a bit of danger, will try to cookie out of there, but looks like he has been left alone as well. Palos does come in with the song, but Torrent Storm's there now. They can't disengage. Raging, he's getting bounced up and down, and Yamate, a great chrono out, but Carl is outside of the chrono, and he gets the Aegis going. Palos, however, can he make his way out? He wants to go for a run, but he's been X'd up, and he is sure to die here. He will. New Esports, even with that chrono, not really panning out the way they wanted, they do win the team fight.
Yeah, it's a bit messy, but they make it work. The combination with Torrent Storm buying enough time. Very strange movements from Execration, right? They opt to jump in from the other ramp instead on the opposite side of that triangle. They get punished for such a slow response, and they might lose their tier 1 mid. It's been a while, but that should be some nice progress for new Esports. They don't even get to stick around for it anymore.
Tim's back, but they had the X back onto Candy Loon. BDZ, however, going for a toss back attempt. They aren't going to be able to get that on. Oh, Carl, he's been swapped in by Mosen. This could be a huge pickoff for new Esports if they can get it. And Carl is being left to die. They'll throw the cookie up, but it is too late. He is gone. And now Execration on the run. Yamate will happily come in for RR's life. What has happened to Execration?
Oh, I wish I knew. I wish I knew how new Esports woke up as well. They're suddenly playing a lot better. Their decision making's on point. DDZ's Tornstorm really giving them the opportunities to find those openings, to find these kills, dragging that lead down to 9k. Execration have to be a bit careful. They're getting control off and they're being punished pretty hard for sort of overstepping their bounds. And if you keep doing that, well, Faces Void late game still scales.
Well, it is gonna scale, that's the thing. And BDZ now jumping in. But he's alone, like what are you jumping in for?
I don't know. I really don't know what's up with that. It's just strange, is the way to say it, and less than ideal would be another kind way to put it, but new Esports, you know, they'll take it. They're not going to ask those same questions. They claw it back 14-20, and Yamate, level 20 mark. He's got his level 20 talent, minus 1.75 seconds on the time walk. He gets to spam that out a bit more survivability for him. You don't even have level 20 yet in Palos because of those kills. Like the EXP bounce back for new Esports is that big that they have overtaken in terms of EXP. So Execration has to be a lot more disciplined. It grew a little bit sloppy there. Need to stitch it back together. Maybe wait out RR's Ags. That's been stalled out. He's one part away, so 1,000 gold off. Once you've got that AoE Doom, you have easier ways of setting these fights up, but you have to contend with Yamate having the Eye of Scotty, and he is farming into an Ags. So he's gonna get that nice bash in with a time walk, and that can be really hard to play against if he gets to jump in right.
Raging. He's gonna back off at the right time up at that top lane. Mosen's still having a look around. Just getting some sentry wards out. Execration just trying to buy more time. You almost have that Aghanim Scepter on RR, so that's going to be a big deal with that Static Storm. He's going to be able to land it though. We haven't really seen any kind of Song into Static Storm combination yet. That's been one thing with Palos throughout this game, is he has been very, very hesitant on that Naga. He's been farming great, don't get me wrong, he's been top of the net worth board for the whole game. But every team fight that breaks out, you just don't see him. He's it's been very quiet.
Yeah, and they've been using that song defensively much more of the time, and even then, the circumstances, it's been defensively, but not into the chrono. So the timing of that has been off. There is a smoke here though from Execration. There's a BKB flying out as well for Palos.
Could go after Yamate. Song. Unfortunately timed. Carl's still going to blink in, so will BDZ, but DDZ does pop the BKB with the X out. Does try to get the Yules off, but BDZ should just be dead, but he gets a nice toss off. Now Static Storm, RR.
What?
Oh boy. They messed it up pretty hard. There goes RR, and Palos running away with his 10-second BKB is probably still dead. DDZ might be able to close the gap here for an X. Carl, he's going to turn around and try to help, but there's a chrono out from Yamate, and that'll mean the X can come out now with the torrent play. Palos going to try and mirror image, but he is almost certainly just going to die. They'd love to get Carl and the Zeus now to boot, but Carl looks to be safe. Execration, John, I'm not sure what they're trying to do there. That was a complete mess.
I have no words for that static storm. They were banking on that static storm too. That was the offensive song play we were looking for, but it doesn't land on anyone. So the follow-up chrono is really easy to commit. There were some fast hands from Carl to get the Yules off those, so they did waste some time. They found a counter kill on Barry, but that doesn't compensate for losing all these big cores. And suddenly, 17 to 21, 36 minutes in, lead down to 5k. Execration have to be asking themselves, how do we bounce back in? Because they've got the slight lead, but that's all on Palos. They do smoke up.
They're going to try and catch Yamate. BDZ, Avalanche Toss with Static Storm, but swap out. And now they're going to turn again. BDZ is going to be left behind. That was your Aghanim Scepter Static Storm being committed by RR.
Holy moly!
But with no vision, it was a hard ask to expect to get that kill. Of course, the Venge could easily swap him out.
Yeah, that's the tricky part now. Like they're not able to find his heroes, and you have to be a bit cautious with Carl as well. He's standing pretty far out. They spot BDZ.
They're going to try and go after the Kunkka. Palos trying to get the work done, but DDZ, your BKB up, and the Sunray is helping just a bit. He does activate that Torrent Storm, and Mosen once again is going to save him with that swap. And he'll go for a reset. Comes back in with the X. Pretty healthy, and oh, they look like they want to fight, but they are going to try and drag out the time, wait for the next chrono, which is up in 20 seconds. Palos has to be cautious with his positioning here. He does have the song up. It's like both teams are going to back. Just going to wait out the next Roshan play, which is up in a minute 20.
Yeah, and they've got tier 4 items to farm up for. They're just gonna go ahead and fill up on that first as well. Do you have the Ags out here for Raging Potato? So he can try to make saving plays here with a spit. Whether or not it's gonna be on point, we'll have to find out. Really nice items coming out here as well. A leveler out for Palos, who would like the Illusionscape more, but that is on new Esports side, so a bit unfortunate not having that, but they're holding on here. 6k lead still being maintained. They're keeping eyes on Roche. A bit too early for Palos. 40 seconds too early. Have to be feeling, have to be a bit safer. The Ags is already up there from Yamate. So if he does time walk in, he gets an instant dash. He gets instant control. He gets to, just drop the chrono instant on top as well if he wanted to, and just really pile on the damage.
Trying to find a way into this team fight. Execration, I believe they are starting to feel like they can't take this too late. Palos is certainly dropped off as the big boy in this game. Even that win probability, you look at where it was for Execration, it was sitting so far for them. And just gradually after these really weird team fights, we're back to the just above 53% now for New. See what happens next, I suppose. I mean, they're still trying to get aggressive here. It's perfectly fine. Just about not blinking everyone in to areas with absolutely zero vision.
Yeah, gotta be careful about that. They did manage to spot the Roche though, so Execration are aware it's up. They can't allow the third Roche to just go to the Esports. They've gotten 2 Roches in a row for free. Third one can't go as well, but Yamate's already starting.
Well, they just used the Thunder God's Wrath, and once again they are lacking vision. Smoke up.
Loaded to the gills.
Now I'll tell you, yeah, he's just going to use that smoke to get back in that Roshan pit.
How is it? How is it you don't have a ward around Roche at this point? That again, they've let go of 2 Roches for free. They're making it harder for the third one, but you don't have wards there. It's just gonna be open for the pickings. You know, the timings aren't lining up for Execration. Palace is camping that pit again. Like he was there for 40 seconds a while ago, mind you, waiting for the Roche to be up. They've either got to go for it or get their timing right when Carl actually uses his spells, because he keeps casting that Nimbus. They're never around to punish, and they're back in there.
There's that Roshan. Does get very low in New Esports. They're going to give it more time. Not willing to go too far, but Palos might be able to steal now. There's that Nimbus to help out. Thunder God's Wrath to give vision. Smoke is out. Will be broken. Yamate has Chrono. Doesn't fit quite yet, and now does. He's caught 2 of them, but Raging has jumped in. Still, the Torrent Boat does fly out. Aegis on the deck. Palos! He does take it off Yamate. And with that, they might be able to take this team fight. Barry, he does get the egg off. Carl gonna blink in, trying to stop somebody. DDZ gonna be swapped out by Mose. Song gonna be way out of range. They do at least get the Venge. They'll settle. Bissell, he has the Glimmer Cape, and oh, they do finally get him. Palace eventually get him the kill. Looks like that'll be enough. They are gonna go back and just get some more farm up for themselves.
Yeah, it's I'd say a pretty good time for Execration, managing to snag that one away. They get the Ags upgrade as well. So Palos, not only does he have the Aegis, has the Ags upgraded songs. They've got regen to reset here on Execration's side. Suddenly 13k up ahead now. Looking at the high ground, they need to land the egg Chrono. For some reason, the Chrono was out, the egg was not. And they lost an opportunity there to really just start to reel in more control for New Esports.
Here goes that tier 2 tower now. Palos gonna feel confident to just take it out. Yamate does have an Aghanim Scepter up. Palos will be able to avoid the bow, but Yamate again jumping in with that axe, just getting that guaranteed bash off. Palos, he's in danger. He has the song up in a few seconds. He's going to try and commit, but Mosen does swap him back. Palos still not getting it out. He'll BKB and try to fight this one with the Aegis. Turning back around onto Candyloon. There's your Dark Rift, but it may not be there in time. In fact, Candyloon does die. And suddenly Execration, winning a team fight 3-1, are going to rush for the high ground.
Oh, this is a massive opening. No buyback on our Void, no buyback on the Underlord. It's basically 2 heroes against the world here. They still have the egg, but is that going to be enough to stop 4 heroes from push? It doesn't look like.
No, it doesn't. They're going to try and torrent to delay things, and Candyloon will commit the buyback, but that's not going to be enough for them to go back here, surely. Gobble up, that is a very nice hit there from Raging, and now Palos going to move in onto that Underlord. He just brought back, but Palos gets hit by the boat and might just lose the Aegis. But Candy is still in danger and does die with the dieback. Back to the racks it is. Knowing that that Underlord is gone for about 2 minutes, they might be able to go for a secondary.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have the Faces Void up in a sec. So you're going to have the Chrono Egg combination in play, but 20 seconds is a long time when Palos has that leveler.
Certainly is, and he's got the butterfly now flying out. Could be, well, not quite megas, because that tier 2 top tower still being standing. But it is going to be a pretty significant lead now for Execration. 26k worth of a lead, by the way, and oh, swap in from Mosen. They're going to commit the Chrono onto Palos, and they should be able to clean him up. A nice play out from Mosen. Onto RR. Yamate should be able to get this one very easily, and does. So they do get a couple kills back. Still 2 rounds is behind now, but they might be able to get something going.
Oh yeah, it's a big set of kills. There's no buyback on Palos for quite a fair bit of gold. And Yamate, he's feeling big. He gets his 25 talent. He has the backtrack. They're looking to regain some ground. They've got to eat through these tier 2s first. There's a refresh up on Raging Potato for whatever reason, but there it is. We'll see if that's going to change the course here. Going to have to hold it for a full minute without the Naga.
I mean, in some way, that having the refresh is going to be pretty useful, right? You get the double gobble up, you get the double Mortimer's Kisses, even the little Shredder. You can refresh it twice, so it'll be 12 hits on the end. Swap, Mosen, going to catch out the snap by a Raging Potato, and, well, speaking of the devil, he is going to die.
Oh, no buyback on him. He just finished that refresh. It's way far off in terms of gold, and that's going to cost them. So they're going to have to play as 4 for an additional minute 20. They are going to have their Naga up, though. That's going to be a bit of a boon, and they've got a repair kit, of course, as is balanced.
Here we go, glimpse back into the Static Storm. That might be your Void dead. He's trying to survive. Nice Echo coming out from our Phoenix. That is going to save the day. Barry doing some good work with that Axe. Looks like that'll be enough for New. They got the tier 2 and that'll be it. They just want to get out of there.
Yeah, pretty decent set of gains. You would have wanted to take that tier 3, even out some map control for New, but they somehow clawed their way back. Although Yamate
gets in there on RR, gets the kill.
Ooh.
Alos tried to get the song off, but just a bit too late. Now, New Esports, I mean, they're so far behind in terms of net worth. Like, we're 21k behind here for New Esports, but they've taken over the map again.
Yeah, they're just playing forward. They feel confident. They've got the control. You are seeing Yamate start to rock back into the game, and they're just feeling good. Execration have to really be careful. I think it's down to how Palos has been positioning himself. Needs to really balance out when to use that song, because every time he uses it and the chrono's not been expended, they wait it out. Once it's gone, straight chrono, finish off the Naga, and they have nothing to be worried about. It's only the song that can really hold them back. There is some farm coming out here for Execration, though. BDZ does have an E-Blade up, so he can go for some shotgun plays as necessary. That is somewhat there. He can also shotgun Yamate if he doesn't have the BKB, and that could be a bit of a risk. That's going to be an easy disarm and prevent the chrono from being as good as you'd want if you do get caught as that with a Void.
What are we even waiting on now? Like, Execration, there are basically 6 slotted on Palos now, right? Like, you can get rid of the treads. That's really all that's left. I don't know what he wants. He may just want to tank up and just get something like a Satanic or a Heart. Finish it off for himself, but we've got the Axe upgrade on that Naga. Mosen. Oh, nice chrono out from Yamate, and they have caught Carl. Static Storm also going to be dropped from RR, but it does not catch out Palos. Doesn't really matter though. Yamate. Song is out. Boat to fly out.
Oh no.
Palos does get hit by the boat. Still going to be alright. They're cooking him out. Now the egg is great out from our Phoenix. And that is going to make it very hard for him to fight back. It's even BDZ. Don't get caught. He's going to die, it looks like, on the Tiny. And well, once again, New Esports get another 3 kills, and this net worth crap is going back down.
Really strange exchanges, but Execration are not finding those openings they want. They do have buybacks though, so they've got that, and there's no chrono and egg. It's gonna be a bit harder to siege there.
And that repair kit makes it very, very difficult.
Of course. Perfectly balanced item, Mike. exactly what you want. You know, giving everyone access to a pseudo Lich 25 talent. What more could you want?
Not much.
Still, it's an awkward spot. Like you mentioned RR as Static Storm. It's not doing anything to stop Yamate. Like his BKB is all the way at 5, but it's actually not enough damage anymore. And he's got the Minotaur Horn anyway, forehand, to give him a little bit more of an edge in these fights. So you gotta be careful with when you do. It has to be preemptive. That Static Storm. It has to stop the BKB. They're not able to really find it. That's an MKB up now on Yamate. So you can start piercing through. He has an easier time to start killing off Palos. And it's getting a bit dicey. That durability of the Naga, you're starting to not feel it anymore.
He's holding 6k. What does Palos want to buy here? Do we just go for a Moonshard and keep the treads? Do you want a hard up? What is it he's getting? Maybe just...
Tough one.
I guess he could save the gold in case he doesn't feel confident and go for a Divine Rapier. It's not the greatest item on a Naga Siren, but it can still be pretty useful.
Yeah, it's not amazing. I think you would want to replace the boots, but Naga's not particularly fast. So you're gonna want like maybe a tier 5 boot from neutral items. That would save you a lot. If you find it. It doesn't, you know, that's leaving it up to RNG still. Lots of movements on the map. There is a smoke here in Palos.
Palos is going to break his smoke, go for the Abyssal. His team is starting to catch up. Chrono is going to be committed. And with the Torrent Storm, Palos is probably gone, and is. RR now going to get caught out by the X and the Torrent, and he is almost certainly just dead as well. And they're looking for more. Icarus dives forward. Barry does not spot anyone else out, but look at that, John. Perfect timing. The Roshan's up.
Of course. Nice place there from Mew. That was Execration smoke helping out New Esports. The smoke popped. They just stood there. Why? Why do you go in as the Naga? It's just questionable. They're in the pit. That's every single thing Roche has. Just beating up the homeless guy, getting his stuff for yourself, refresh on the deck. Ags upgrade as well. Who did he want to give that to?
They've already got an Ags on DDZ. They've got one on Yamate.
Yeah, they gave it to Yamate, and he...
No, he's already got one. They've got another one. DDZ.
No, he sold off his... Oh, he changed it to Blessing, right? No, I think Yamate ate it and then sold his Ags earlier?
No. It's on Candy Loon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They just gave it to Candy Loon. So what's the...
No, that's not the Blessing. That's the raw Ag for King. So Yamate sold his Ags and ate the Blessing? Free up a slot for himself?
He already had it, John. I've been watching it for the past 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure.
Then where's the Blessing?
It's just ate by Candy Loon.
No, but Candy still has his Ags. I'm telling you, you look at Candy, he doesn't have the Blessing. Dude, he's got the Scepter.
Is your Dota bugged? Yeah, I think you... Dude, I'm...
What? How is this bugged? How the hell is this bugged? Why am I still seeing the Ags here in Barry?
No, not Barry. Candy Loon, John.
Candy Loon. Candy Loon.
Jeez, you're going deaf now as well, eh?
Oh, God. Okay, there we go. Okay. It's very confusing. It's just been such a long game. It's a knock.
Yeah, I forgive you, John. I forgive you. Don't worry.
It's very confusing. High grounding siege. There's a song.
Yeah, Palos. Gonna get bashed again. I don't know about this, but the Static Storm is gonna be nice. Palos, well, they'll get the egg off in time. Nobody gonna focus down on that egg. And Palos, he's been left behind here. Nobody there to help him out. They're gonna spit out the Mortimer's Kisses. They are getting low now. Swap from Mosin. Trying to help, but does die. Yamate still going for more. He does still have the load, and they are going to melt. Chrono also going to be out on the Tiny now. BDZ going to be in danger, but it's not the greatest. Chrono, a bit rushed. It won't matter though. He has the refresher shard out on the Void. Now back in, on to the Naga. Palos very low, but the Glimmer Cave will save. They are Candy Loon does kill off Palos. Back in from our Void. Refreshes up, Chrono gets it, but eventually does get on top of Carl. They will go swarm him up, but Carl's still in danger. Here comes Palos, however, fighting back up against Candy Loon with the Pit of Malice to be dropped. He is pretty darn tanky, and Palos, he can't fight back, even with that BKB. He is probably going to die. He does get the stop. He's going to not get the Torrent off in time. He does have a Torrent Storm going, but they don't know where Palos went, and he will reset with the Aghanim Scepter Song, and new Esports are forced to back.
Classic Naga games, isn't it? Especially without Ags and Palos. You get a push, you get one range racks up top, not even a melee. And Execration, they hold on. They're down a couple of buybacks, but that E-Blade from BDZ just ensuring that it's not as easy for Yamate to find those kills. They're gonna might want to have a nullifier on hand to take that off. It has been a consistent issue, but they go back in. Song gonna be up in 15. They're gonna lose that top melee.
They are. The tier 3 mid tower. Palos does Abyssal Blade up, and Yamate. Oh boy. That's a.
Yeah.
Clips back on your Phoenix, or rather, sorry, on Palos. They are going to be safe to walk out. They do have buyback on Palos. He should be right.
Yeah, that's quite the punishment on to New. So a slight net worth lead. They hold on to their high ground. They are 1 racks up. Just down to 1 racks from 2 because New Esports did take out the entirety of the top lane. So a bit of a stalemate again. Dead even across the board in terms of kills. Dead even in net worth. New Esports. What are we starting to look for? Level 30. It's about the time where you start to look for level 30. You're looking at tier 5 items to really start to tie in your itemization. Again, for Execration's end, I think Palos will item boots unless he gets a really good neutral item instead. Maybe something like the Trident wouldn't be too bad for their Zeus here. If they wanted it, like that would be pretty fantastic for Carl. Still gonna be open. It's still about 2 minutes off, but I'm not sure if New Esports is up to forcing a fight without their Aegis advantage. Right? So they're gonna be waiting for the Roche. Both teams can't let that one go. And it's just going to be a bit of a waiting game. We're at nearly the 60-minute mark, and somehow it's pretty even across the board.
It is. So what's Dota Plus think? Well, it's been really up and down. Back to New Esports side of things, it's been a very confusing game. Not only for us, but for the AI.
Yeah, and it's time for the Dagons for BDZ, Mike.
Why not?
So, queuing up the Dagon 5 on the Tiny with the E-Blade. Always fun to see that blowing someone up. And New Esports, they are smoked up though, but they get spotted.
Revealed straight away. Palos even with the Bloodthorn up now on the Naga Siren. More control for this Void. Take the outpost back, and we are approaching that 60-minute mark, so we're about to have tier 5 items up.
Yeah. Gonna be... I think they're just gonna wait. They've got control in the jungle here for New. They could stall out for a minute. Just get that advantage, because Execration, they won't have as much jungle to play with. They've got the triangle pretty safe. It's just not as many camps. So New Esports is gonna have a leg up in that sense if they just play the patience game. Execration is just trying to shove around. You do have level 30 in Carl, actually, so he's got all his talents pretty good as well, right? Like cooldown reduction, added stun, static field damage, cast range. 25s are a bit boring, but it's pretty nice. I just want more heroes for that, I guess.
Yep. Well, we're about to get there on Yamate. He's 29. He's going to get the Chronosphere AoE pretty soon. Thunder God's Wrath going to give vision. Another smoke attempt that will not pan out. They might just try to force the...
Mosen?
Let's get a swap off, but he is by himself. Now with that static storm expended, can he survive through it? He can. The Sunray going to keep him safe, and... Oh, Palos! Yeah, he jumped into Palos! So now, poor old Mosen has to kill himself. You see? They are really rushing now. They are not playing this... They're not coordinating properly. I think the timing of the game might be getting to them a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's dragging long, but to be in such a rush, I mean, we just talked about it. 60 minutes comes up. A more patient team would just go back, get those tier 5s up, get the neutral item advantage, and you're good to go. But they don't do that. They get punished. Now they go in for those tier 5s. They've got the boots, the woodland boots up. And they do also have force boots, so 2 boots. Yeah, 2 boots up for new. Freeing up slot for them if they wanted to. Still, invasion by Execration.
Yep. DDC. BKB TP out. Song is going to be a bit too late. They are not going to catch out the Punka. That just gives them a bit more time. Just avenge spirit. It's going to give him a bit more time to try and get the rest of their tier 5 items up. There's a pirate hat coming out.
Oh, you gotta love that.
Nice. Yeah, as if we needed more gold in this game, right? Now just guaranteed bounty runes.
Yeah, you want that. It's perfect. Exactly what you'd want in this game, and well, it's that moment. It's 62 minutes. It's a Naga versus Void. It's it's that late game dream for both of these heroes.
Ooh, Trident, dude. Trident came out.
Oh, there you go. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that's really good for Carl if you wanted it. You wouldn't mind it in your Naga as well, right? But, you know, you've got the Force Boots, as I was saying, Palace. He gets what he wants, you know? Pause 1, you ask and you shall receive. He gets to move fast again.
Oh, and poor old new Esports find a ballista that nobody can use.
Poor Venge time, Mosen, transition. Not with that farm.
Absolutely not. Hey, how's our Trident gone to? Is anyone going to build it? Is it just not worthwhile? Like, I realize they don't have boots now, so they might just... Oh, that's a big one though. That Desolator too.
Ooh.
That is a nice item for Yamate.
Exactly what they need. It does feel like they were lacking damage, right? You're seeing issues when you are up against a Naga. And that should help the cause. At this point, the Mask of Madness isn't doing it either, but still, into the pit. Again, everything Roche has, but look at this. Palos is ready.
They're scattered out. The Roshan does not last very long anymore. Palos gonna send some illusions in, but there'll be a smoke to come out. They're gonna try and sneak this one, new Esports. In fact, no, they'll go for the fight. Try and see if they can win this team fight out. You don't have level 30 yet on Yamate, but he tries to jump in. Won't get anyone. Palos right nearby, but they just don't want to jump him, it seems. Back to the Roshan. Actually block the staircase with those trees.
Love it. Gotta love it. Very cautious around that Roche, Mike. No one wants to be caught out here with her pants down.
A nice spit out there from Raging into the Mortimer's Kiss is just coming out. Who's he even aiming for? Just trying to get Mose, who does get the swap off and does die, trying to save Yamate, but now Chrono does come out, still with the Torrent Storm. Palos does die, and will buy back. Back to the Roshan, however, they won't have time to contest. But there's so many items to pick up that they have to juggle all these items around. BDZ has been caught out of the tiny, although Song is going to be there into the Static Storm, but they let Yamate get out of there. He jumps back in fact. Palos could be in danger now. He's been hexed up. Yamate gonna jump in with the bashes. Raging Potato getting in there for a gobble up, but he does go down. He has no buyback. Now RR also caught in the pit of malice, and he's guaranteed to die. But he can buy back. Back to it.
Yeah.
Off we go again. We can go high ground, but we got to defend base as well.
That's how it is. You know, you're playing against Naga. You're down 2 racks. There is no Song, but there's a buyback forced out. Song up in 10. Can they hold? Yamate, he's hitting like a truck onto those tier 3s.
There we go. Your tier 3, or your racks is gone in the mid lane. Something tells me that mega creeps don't really matter in this game anymore, but BDC does get the Aegis. And that's actually so much damage on Yamate, but he's gonna... Oh, no, he missed anyway. It's okay, they got the Zeus. He will buy back. However, glimpse back onto Mosin. He'll be left behind. Palos won't be able to get anything done. The Dark Rift will allow everyone else to get out, apart from Mosin, who is going to die back. And now,
man.
well, now it's 2 Raxes down for each team. We have an equal game, John.
Oh, what is this? 16k lead now for new Esports. Refresh is flying out. You've got the Ags blessing on DDZ, so he's got the slot for it. What? What's happening?
I don't know.
No. Oh, Carl's going for it, Mike. He's got the Kai and Sanj. He just lacks one part.
He sold it.
Gonna go for it.
Nice.
Oh, you lame-o. Carl, you bore me. No, come on, what you do? He's got a Kai and Sanj and a Yasha and Kai.
Too many. You got a
Carl!
Yasha. Sort it out, Carl.
Come on.
Trying to figure this out. Like, what's the part of... There we go. There's your trident. Well done, Carl.
Now use it, Carl. Don't just have it there. There you go. Finally, I think this is the first time we've seen the trident, isn't it?
Not for... We casted it a few times, but it's been a long time since we've seen it.
Yeah. See if it makes a difference. Posture around that triangle. New Esports, gotta be cautious.
Oh, RR gets a glimpse back, but it was going to be onto Candloon, who does BKB up.
They've got a leg up here, Execration, because they've got a tier 2 still left. So, you know, they can be a bit more relaxed. And despite being 16k behind, they do have that. They've got the flexibility there. Still, you're approaching the ultra late point. BDZ has the level 5 Dagon with E-Blade. So you gotta be careful about that burst. You know, Avalanche, Toss, E-Blade plus Dagon should still be enough to kill some heroes off, and we have seen it do work. And just gotta be really respectful of that fact. You can't discount the fact that Execration has, you know, with a pirate hat, is gonna have those bounties every time. There you go.
Okay.
More bounties. Yep. 100.
Oh. Yamate. Nobody going to be able to catch anyone out.
You've got level 30 on Yamate.
It's always at this
right?
stage, right, where you see the teams both hitting creeps, and you know, like, they don't even mean to at this point. Like, they're just pushing. Oh, that's a nice static storm out. Yamate's gone. DDZ gonna go after Raging Potato now. Pit of Malice not gonna hold him down. He does have the BKB on. DDZ gonna refresh now. Pops a refresher orb. Wants to get that torrent storm going again, but it's not gonna catch anyone. Not quite yet, but Carl, you're walking into the team fight, sir. He will go down. BDC now also gonna drop. Oh, Carl, where was his attention? Raging now. Gonna get X back, does BKB with the refresher orb. Gonna try and avoid this somehow, but oh, he's trapped. He's gonna go for the TP play, but gets swapped out by Mosin. Now Mosin's trapped, but it won't matter. They got the target they wanted.
Oh boy,
this game has to be over.
out for Candy.
It has to be over. now, though, right? Carl's
Is it,
gone.
Mike? Is it though? Are you sure about that? Buyback's still up for Tiny. That's all the burst you need when you've got a frontliner in the Naga. You know, you can't count them out yet, Execration. Tier 2.
They're rushing.
Back door.
They're rushing. Palos, he's trying to go for Mosin, but he does have an A on disc, and now Candyloon going to come in and help him out. Palos will not be able to try and sneak this one out. Candyloon will be there to spam Firestorm, while the rest of his team does push out that tier 3 bot tower. That'll be a buyback on Raging being committed. Still, they should be able to 100% secure Mega Creeps here for New Esports. Again, I don't think that's going to really make a difference this game any longer, but they get them. And they're actually going to back off. That is a surprise.
Palos?
Unless Palos does get caught out, and I can see why they're backing off now. Palos is maybe gone. He does BKB, gets a song, and he'll go for a TP play out, but the BKB going to wear off, not in time.
It's New Esports, Mega Creeps. Not gonna make too much of a difference, as you mentioned, Mike. 22k lead for New Esports. Somehow that doesn't feel significant, considering the items flying out for everyone. It just doesn't feel like. I mean, there are only so many slots in the game, you know. So it's down to play for both sides. It's down to catching those heroes out. If you punish Yamate, he did buy back. That would be a dieback for the next 5 minutes. You're also in that same situation here for Execration. You do not want to sacrifice your supports even. You did buy back in Raging Potato here as well. You have to be a bit cautious. They do smoke up though.
Okay, smoke up. Candyloon, probably not the target they want to start with. Undergods for scouting purposes. Refresher Orb now up on the Void. So Yamate's got double chrono now. No boots, unfortunately, but double chrono is pretty good. A DD Root's just sitting there. Are they trying to bait Yamate? Well, BDZ not paying attention to the rune. Does miss out. Yamate. Oh, he's got the DD. He'd love to fight right now. It's just
Palos?
caught out by the torrent of DDZ. Gonna be able to get away before the boat comes in. Mega Creeps incoming. Nobody cares though, but Yamate jumps in with the chrono now onto Palos, but there's no damage flying out. Now we see some. He'll refresh again. No chrono yet. Can you get a song out? You cannot, but Palos will buy back. Now the fight, team fight really starts. BDZ was caught out, but no, they're not going to go for him, but rather Yamate will go onto RR. And Palos. Manta dodges the stun from Mosin. And that'll be it. They're going to try and hold the high ground now. It is a 4v5, however, but there is a buyback now on the Disruptor.
Oops. Yeah, they're going to have to pop it. There is still a chrono up on you because they did refresh.
Oh, they're going for the Roshan.
Of course, hit it up. Poor guy. He's died every single time he respawned. Execration, you don't want to give this out. You're going to have to force a fight there.
Well, they get the Thunder God's Wrath to scout. Who even takes these items anymore? It's like, what are you going to do with these items on the Roshan? Like, Aegis is the only thing you want now. Maybe the Ag's Blessing is nice, but that's it. Just who takes...
Almost everyone's got a blessing on the side of New. I don't know.
Mosin's lacking.
You're running out. Yeah, just Mosin. Maybe it doesn't seem necessary. Just give it to Mosin. The fear is nice, right? Swap fear is pretty good. Might as well have that utility. Still, just watch that Candyloon soloing sneakily. Can't really tank it. Roche does hit pretty hard at this. He hits for 400, 500 damage per right click.
Jesus.
That scaling is pretty fun.
Oh, goodness me. Smoke up from you. Are they gonna rush the Ancient? They're drawing a line. It seems like they want to go through and back towards that top lane, but Carl would be there to break the smoke had they done so. Back towards that Roshan pit, it seems to New, as they're not sure what Execration are up to. Talos.
Oh
gets
no.
Hexed up, both to fly in, refreshed up by DDZ, and now the Chrono is going to come out from Yamate, and he does go down. That's a dieback.
I don't understand. RR just left him. He didn't even drop the Static Storm. He literally watched his core die and walked away. Static Storm might have saved him.
Well, not only that, but he had a chance to song, I'm pretty sure. Yamate gonna go for the Roshan.
It's long games, man. It's this long games. It gets to the players as well. And that Roche, 3-1. 4v5 defense might make it 6v4 because of that Aegis and Cheese. How do you do this? And who gets the Ags upgrade? Yeah, it's Mosin. Thank you. Everyone with Ags.
Everyone gets an axe. Well, not on Execration side. They're missing only one axe on Execration. It's BDZ. So maybe he'll get one later on. We have enough time.
If they survive it, sure. Could be nice seeing that tree evolve, but onto tier 4s.
Yamate. They'll jump in onto Carl. BKB's out, but great chrono there from Yamate, catching 3 of them, and he jumps straight onto that Zeus. Buyback will come out, but you've also lost BDZ now. He does also have a buyback, however. That egg dropping low, but there goes Raging Potato. The Ancient now exposed. The creeps are doing the work for them, while Yamate is just diving and getting kills in the fountain. Gets another chrono off, and there's your GG call as Yamate will take an Ultra. Our 77-minute game 2 is now over. New Esports do manage to get the 2-0 victory.
Really, a back and forth game there in number 2. Lots of interesting decisions in the mid game. A lot of flashpoint moments there for both sides. But New Esports, they do come out on top. Faces Void, overcomes the Naga Siren. Palos just in the wrong place at the wrong time, multiple times being punished for it. And unfortunately for Execration, history is reversed. Last time they had News number. This time New Esports managed to make it work against them. So what a first series, Mike, but I believe our second series has a team that everyone wants to see.
Yeah, Among Us is back, and they are going to be up against MG Trust, and that is going to be our second series of the day, which I believe we're starting in about 10 minutes because, well, obviously that first series lasted so long that we're probably running late on schedule again. So it's MLP Dota and John Expire. We'll see you all again very, very soon for that second series of the day.
Ooh, that's live.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our second series of the day, and it is going to be between Among Us and Motivate Trust. It's John Xfire and, of course, MLP Dota. John, welcome back, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. You know, these boys, they're ready to go. They were priming up in the lobby. Take a look at the names, Mike. They're both from the same guild again, so it's gonna be a noisy one. They're all friends. They were talking about the best carry in Sieving, Core, and I have no clue what that means, but they're having a good time. And this is the team everyone is waiting to look for. Among Us, the boys, the one-time team. Sadly, it's already known. It's gonna be a one-time thing. Most players are already signed elsewhere to be announced, so enjoy it while it lasts. We've got our initial draft in. Grimstroke, Batrider for Among Us, so double lasso already in play, looking fancy there. Motivated Trust, Tiny Void Spirit, straightforward for them. Void Spirit more than likely early mid pickup, some flex there for Among Us and where the Batrider goes. But pretty straightforward drafts. We're not seeing any sort of focus on something like the Phoenix or any Phoenix combo, so we are moving past that for a series. We'll see if that does pop in, as Phoenix hasn't been banned itself. Either team could go for it, and it should be a pretty interesting one between both sides.
Should be. Motivate Trust have been looking pretty decent overall throughout the past couple months, if you ask me. And obviously, Among Us, they just formed. You already mentioned this, and they're not going to last very long as a team, but see what kind of influence they can have throughout the BTS Pro Series. Of course, their first series yesterday did end up in a 2-0 for them, up against 0-3-2. So they've had a very, very good start. Couldn't really ask for a better start if you are a team in the Pro Series, and I'm sure they are looking for another 2-0 victory if they can afford to get one here up against Motivate Trust, who have again been looking pretty decent. They've had 1 win and 1 draw throughout their 2 games so far for Motivate. So, of course, they'd also love to get a 2-0 victory if they could.
Oh yeah, just helps you climb up. You want to give yourself a bit of a boost as well. Interesting that Among Us bans out the Savage Morphling themselves, and they actually do pick up a Lifestealer. So we're seeing the Lifestealer in play in response to Tiny Void. Again, it's about the rage. It's about being able to stand and fight. You don't have to worry about magic damage this game. You've got a natural vehicle in the Bat Rider. So you've got a lot of things playing up here, Mike. A double lasso, infest bomb, it's looking pretty good.
I do agree. It does explain the Morphling ban, of course. Lifestealer does not enjoy playing up against the Morph. It's a very, very ugly time for that Lifestealer, but that's not too much of an issue now. But there is an issue for Motivate Trust. They've got to figure out a way to deal with this Lifestealer. Obviously, they did pick up the Void Spirit Tiny, which can't do much up against the rage of that LS. So, what else do you have here to pick up?
See you later, nerds.
It's a bit unfortunate for Motivate Trust, considering they actually banned out the PA and AM themselves, so they won't have those options either. But they are going to go for a Tide Hunter.
Yeah, instant pickup of the center as well for Among Us. So just building off the run at you kind of draft for Among Us, and they can just pop the war run, get in, Stampede, and just get the infest bomb off, double lasso off, everything can fly out. Really solid draft for them. Motivate Trust, Tide Hunter here just to give themselves some good team fight. Give themselves a hero that can purge off the lasso, purge off the control, right, with the Kraken. We've seen that happen in a series before, where the Bat Rider gets forced to just jump a tide, and the lasso doesn't do much. So that's something Among Us has to be careful about. Of course, with a Centaur here, there's some flexibility with where the Bat Rider actually ends up, whether or not that's our Jabs 4 hero, or if that's still going to be mid or off with all of their cores picked up. Depends on how Among Us wants to do this. If it goes to Cuckoo or some such, it's really open. Motivate Trust, they do go with a PL, so that's an excellent response to the Life Stealer. And all of these heroes, you don't have the best AoE control here for Among Us. Phantom Lancer is going to have a pretty sweet time just running around with solutions here.
I wonder if they want to switch out and put the Bat Rider in the off lane now for Among Us rather than having that Centaur. The Bat Rider might have a pretty decent time up against that PL, assuming you can get those sticky napalm stacks without the Doppelganger being leveled up. I guess we'll see. I mean, it does seem like Among Us are lacking a position 4 at the moment, unless they are intending on running the Bat Rider 4, which you don't see very often anymore, but could still be a potential thing here. Apart from that, though, if they didn't write the Bat Rider 4, then that would be Arbit mid Bat Rider, which I don't really feel like that's an Arbit hero that he'd want to play. So
no, definitely not. It's you'd want him to shine in something else. I think we've got the leeway here for one of the Spirit Brothers to make their appearance. So Storm might come out, maybe the Ember. I don't know about the Earth Spirit in this case, but you do have the Grimstroke, so you could possibly get that done if you wanted to try that. None of them play well against the PL. That's just going to be your biggest worry. Just the PL catch is really not there, no matter what mid with those choices for mid. So we'll find out how Among Us plugs that hole in their draft. They do have last pick overall, so they might pull a surprise out. Motivate Trust is going to have to show their full roster first. That might leave them a bit exposed, especially if they're trying to flex the Void Spirit. We're going to find out with their last pick.
what is it going to be? I mean, surely it's just a position 5 pickup here. I mean, do you really want to run a support Void Spirit? It just seems so... Yeah, there you go. The Bane comes out now. Fair enough. A nice way to just stop the Lifestealer from being able to do anything. Just get the grip off, and he is kind of just stuck and pretty vulnerable. Among Us, they don't really have a great way of cancelling that Bane's grip either. Like, you've got Lasso, you've got Centaur, Hoof Stomp, and you've got the Silence from Grimstroke, but it's not like a real guaranteed way of stopping that from happening. Not like an Abaddon or an LC that can purge the Fiend's grip off. Speaking of, both those heroes are banned right now, so you can't choose those either if you are Among Us.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot. Again, and with their early picks in the Bat Centaur, that's kind of biting them here, because you know your mid lane matchup against Void Spirit. You could still put the Bat there, but in the support position as well, you don't have anything to deal with PL. That's the biggest concern. for Among Us, and they're just gonna have to decide now. Are you gonna run the Abed Batrider, the Cuckoo Centaur, or are you gonna run, you know, this Batrider for Jabs with something else coming out for Abed in the last pick?
Maybe they could go for the Abed Conker here, because it offers you a way of cancelling off the Bane Fiend Strip. It does control the Void Spirit. Obviously, the Tidebringer Boat is very nice against the PL. Maybe that's what they want. Maybe just pick up the Conker.
Yeah.
No, they're gonna go for the Storm.
No. Yeah, it's one of those Spirit Brothers sliding through again. You know, Abed Special. It's gonna dance around. Natural vehicle for the Lifestealer as well. You still have to worry about that control onto Jackie, right? Jumping onto that PL down the line, it's going to be risky. And once the diffusal is up, you do not want to get hit as the Storm. You don't want to lose any point of mana. You're going to have to be careful. There's some good control here for both the Lifestealer and the Storm, right? Bane can make it hellish for either hero, really maximize their potential. And that's going to be the biggest weakness from Among Us. They're going to have to be cautious about that. Maybe a Lincoln's down the line for Abed is going to be coming out just to ensure he stands there and fights no problem. They're going to have to really be cautious. There's some bigger team fight potential here for Motivate Trust early. Ravage. It's a really easy spell to land. Really wide AoE, of course. Not going to be prioritizing that Blink, I don't think, in this game. No need for it. But it's going to be an interesting back and forth. Very different draft, very different playstyle. Should be a fun second series kicker here.
Should be. Get into it very, very soon. We'll see how this all does pan out. Of course, Among Us, I'm sure, are looking to be the favorites in this matchup, but we'll get the loot bet odds up pretty soon to see what they think. They have been looking very, very strong recently, though, these guys.
Yeah, just dominant in their debut. And Motivate Trust, they're not one to sneeze at as well. We saw Matsuras. He's been playing a lot of Tide, you know, with that distinctive set, which you can see Tide's head under. But he's been doing work. Seems to be having fun as he asks for it again. And look at all those DCs.
Yeah,
Savage DC'd with him.
What is happening with the internet over there? It's just, this is the second
Thai
time
internet?
today.
Yeah, this time it's Thai internet for whatever reason. Ovid says go.
See you later, nerds.
Of
See you later,
course.
nerds.
Goodness me. Can't go yet, Arvid. Let's take it easy. Wait it out.
No patience. No patience, man. Just wants to play. Doesn't
I
want to
brought
play
up
this
those
waiting game.
I have brought up those odds, by the way. They are heavily favored right now among us. $1.25 to $3.70 for Motivate Trust.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that performance. This is the C Dream team. They play well. They've been fun to watch, and I can't tell if we're getting more people reconnected or if we're losing more to disconnects right now. Feels like we've lost more.
We have. I'll slowly reconnect up. Surprising, you know, it's generally I expect the Filipino teams to have this problem, John. It's...
I guess Avid's got a better connection. I don't know. Mid privilege, maybe?
Maybe.
It's gonna be one to watch out for. Jabs, you know, on the pause 4 roll on that Batrider. Just gonna be fun to watch what he does in that offlane together with Cuckoo. It's a pretty potent lane, I gotta tell you, Mike. Batrider Centaur, right? You get in with a stun. Level 3 is where it really shines. Once you've got more levels up in the Napalm and a level in the Firefly, you can really get some work done. Cuckoo's super tanky, gonna be hard to zone out. You kind of have your work cut out for you, and a remake's being requested.
I'm guessing they can't reconnect to the game, perhaps. Yeah, you can't reconnect. Oh, you know, some things just never get changed, do they? You know?
Play the game, Mike. Alright, here we go.
Alright, we'll be right back. We'll come back once
5-5-5.
we're into the game. We'll see
Jab
you all
is
again very
laughing.
soon. Oh, I imagine he is. Won't be too long. We'll reconnect and we'll remake and be right back. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our first game of this best of two between Among Us and Motivate Trust. Apologies about that. We are... Some bugs just never disappear. I don't know what to say. It's
Oh man.
Can't fix bugs, John.
No, they're having fun in chat. Their moods are lifted, Mike. It doesn't affect them. They're happy.
I'm glad they're happy.
MY versus MY. Apparently the best carry gang. Well, whatever any of this means. The in-jokes flying out. Just gotta smile and nod and wave as Outing Rude's gonna be coming up. Looks like they're gonna make an aggressive movement to Jackie. Gotta watch out there.
We do. Jackie will be right. He's just gonna back off. Get zoned down to those bounty runes. And they're just gonna be a bit wary of not giving 3 bounty runes away at the start, I suppose. If you are Motivate Trust, because it does look like Jabs wants to contest that bot bounty. But they do group up down a bot lane. Jabs is not going to bother trying. He'll return back to his lane, and we are going to have some lane switching going on. Savage wants to run up top.
Just avoiding the map. That does leave you with the Lifestealer up against the Tide, but I think that's exactly what you want, right? The Lifestealer can just eat through the Tide, and you would want the Centaur to just do the damage onto Jackie, sustain that lane, and once you've got that, it will help up. Of course, this is a bit of a boon for Jabs, having the first wave for himself as a Bat Rider. It's not too bad of a trade, so despite playing musical lanes, it's pretty alright here for Among Us.
Yeah, I'd say so. Masteros has to be a little bit cautious though. He's taking a lot of harassment out from Savage and Whiteman, but be okay. He's got a salve available on that Tide and just needs to get to the point where he can get a few levels up on that Kraken shell. Should be fine to sustain himself in this lane, as we do have another pause. And well, the MG Trust boys were saying that they were still experiencing a couple lag issues, so we might have a few pauses throughout this game, but hopefully they don't last too long.
Oh yeah, it's a little slightly concerning, but hopefully it doesn't maintain itself. Does give us a chance to talk about that mid lane a bit, Mike. Fearless up against Abbott. Now the Storm versus the Void Spirit. You're seeing Fearless pulled slightly ahead, but the Storm isn't going to be lagging too behind. It's going to be a bit of a back and forth lane. Level 6 is where both these heroes really start to pop off, but Fearless does have a more varied kit. If he does go for a utility skill point in each spell at level 4 at least, then he's going to have ways to at least juke around Abbott. And Abbott's got to be a bit cautious. It's really going to be down to support rotations onto the mid, and you already see Q making his way there.
Yeah, Q looking for a toss back on Arbet. Won't be able to get it, and Arbet will give him a bit of a love tap on the way out. Still going to try for it though, just coming back in, and they realize they've got to make sure Arbet does not have a good game. Ooh, a bit unfortunate there. The Aether Remnant though, not going to latch on from Fearless, and well, had it latched on, that may have actually been first blood, but they do miss out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Abed's going to be happy with that. That is some EXP soaked away from Fearless. The lane equilibrium gets thrown off a bit, but they're still dancing here. Fearless just focusing on those creeps, and again, the support's going to have to be on point. Q is going to be looking to make that play over and over. Does move his focus up top, though, as Masteros, you mentioned him dropping low earlier. He's not too far behind the last hits, but he's not slowing Savage any way down.
Well, I mean, it's a hard lane, right? Like, again, up until you have that, like, level 2 Kraken shell, I think Masteros is probably going to struggle just a little bit. Savage is going to have a nice, somewhat free time, apart from the anchor smashing that is happening. Q, go for a nice little toss back with the Jabs into that double-stacked large camp. But he won't take too much damage. Jabs is going to actually make a bit of a rotation back towards his own triangle. Maybe just reset and go back into the lane. Still bot lane. Jackie and Boombell going to be up against Cuckoo on that Centaur and Whitemon on the Grimstroke. We're going to put the Nightmare off onto Whiteman, making sure he can't chase him down for the Ink Swap. Overall, though, you look at the CS board and Cuckoo seems to be having a very, very good time.
He definitely is. He's taking over that lane just a bit more. Kind of the same story for both offlaners. They're just applying that pressure slightly ahead of this opposing pause 1 course, and it's not too bad of a position for those safe lane carries, but you wouldn't want to lag too far behind. Maintaining it this way is not too bad. You're not slowing down the offlaner as well, but your own farm is on a steady pace, so you'll take what you can get here.
Fearless on that CS really pulling ahead now, 22-5 in comparison to the 15-1 of Arbed. To be somewhat expected, however, considering it is a Void Spirit, but now that Arbed is at that level 4 mark, he should get aggressive, and does. Fearless will be able to get them to simulate off and continue to be CSing in this mid lane, but down at the pot lane, they were trying to fight over the power rune. Only problem being Jabs had the power rune up at the top lane, and that was the arcane. Overall, both heroes will get denied off that bottle. So I think that might actually hurt Arbed a bit more though, as Fearless does seem to be having a much more comfortable time.
Oh yeah, and it's helpful for Jabs, but it's not like he's gonna make any too aggressive plays with the napalm. Gotta love the plays that Q's making. He's keeping track of Jabs every single time, getting Jabs damaged in those camps, breaking off the pull, makes it a bit trickier to find those stacks that you want to build up as a Bat Rider, and that's gonna have some impact later down the line if they do maintain that. But Q, he's not finding kills, but he's being very annoying on the timing.
He is, and he might actually find a kill now. Avalanche Toss is going to be out onto Ku. Do slow him down with the Stroke of Fate, and now the Hoof Stomp, but Fearless is going to join in with the Aether Remnant, takes the first blood, and takes the bounty away from Among Us. That's a great start for your Void Spirit. Not only is he top of the last hits board, but he gets the first blood goal.
Yeah, that's really important for Fearless. Sets him off to a way better start. He is significantly ahead of Abed at this point in time as well, about 600 gold up. That's going to set the pace for a Void Spirit. Gives him an earlier level 6 as well, and that's the point where he can start to look at even more pick-off opportunities. Unadvised here for Among Us. You got to play a bit safe. They need to ride it out until you can clear these stacks. Once you can, you've got a lot of stacks to play with because Jabs has been very effective in going around that map.
Where are these stacks?
Should be in the triangle. It's a bunch.
Fearless.
At least one.
Aether Remnant going to be out onto Arbed. Doesn't go for the dissimulate damage. Just wants to back off. Was only a level 1 dissimulate after all, so it wasn't going to be enough. He does just pressure Arbed out. Going to go up towards that top rune spot, but nothing's going to be there. He is indeed going to go to that triangle and start taking some stacks for himself.
Yeah, it's actually not as much as you'd expect. Again, that's down to Q being pretty annoying. In fact, speaking of Q, he's got an Invis and looking for an opportunity, but a lot of caution. Like, you're not seeing Among Us overextend in any way. They're just playing it safe in that safe lane and getting the creeps back. You look up top, Masaros is at 6, Savage is at 6. So those solo lanes, you're starting to find the EXP, find the gold. You've got to be cautious of that timing. The first Ravage is going to be very important to set that pace for MG Trust.
I wonder if he does even skill up the Ravage here. He might just choose to hold out. And yeah, he does. He goes for the Kraken Shell. So understanding he's probably going to be a bit more passive for now. We'll just wait out that Ravage timing. Savage, however, going to get a bit aggressive here, trying to take some creeps off Masaros, but Masaros does still manage to just take most of them. I think Savage only got one with that Infest Bomb. And even now, with that level 7, he still doesn't bother with the Ravage timing. He does go for the level 4 Anchor Smash.
I mean, he's got his early Morbid Mask up as well, so he can stand there and trade with Savage. Not the ideal situation for a Life Sealer. No, they're just going to be trading farm, but the Tidehunter does clear out camps, clears out creep waves a bit faster, and in that sense, Masaros is enjoying this 1v1. Off to a pretty good start.
By that Remnant, but will survive through the initial burst, and now wants to turn back around onto Q. Q will drop to the Storm, and now Fearless, being chased down by Jabs. Does also go down, and those are two really big pickoffs for Among Us.
Oh yeah, it's a massive set of kills. Abed gonna be very pleased finding that. He even has the regen rune on himself, so that kind of takes a bit of that early start away for Fearless. It has to be a bit cautious. You want those rotations to be successful. You die like that, the punishment from Among Us, you can't underestimate. It starts to, even out. You still are in a pretty good spot as the Void Spirit, but, you start to wonder when the side lanes will start to open up. None of these heroes in Among Us are particularly easy to pick off, and that means the only real one you can make plays on is really Abed. It's just, he's at level 8 now. That's just got a bit more difficult.
Looks like he wants to go for another kill, Abed. On to Jackie. Jackie gonna go for the doppel, but without that now, Jackie is just a sitting duck. Cuckoo will commit the stampede, and it will be a very simple rotation out for Abed. This is really not what you want to give Abed, right? You don't want him to take kills like this across the map, because he is gonna snowball out of control.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want for Storm. He's working towards that Orchid. He just lacks Quarterstaff in the recipe. That's actually pretty fast progress for our Storm. Number 2 in net worth now with all those kills under his belt. Tied up with Savage on a free farm lane. This is just fantastic for Abed. Sets up the pace, and once that Orchid is up, you can expect his aggressive plays to be even more effective. The additional control you can get onto Fearless is going to hurt that Void Spirit. The Yules is not going to line up with that Orchid timing. He's going to have a big window where there's just no Purge available.
That's going to be very problematic. They're just looking for more creeps to hit right now, but MG Trust. What's that, a double stack there up that triangle? Savage does come back for his bounty rune and realizes it is gone. Now, Fearless even getting a double damage rune on that Void Spirit. Might be able to make use of this very, very soon. He does get very lucky with those runes. And, well, for now, he's not going to be able to catch anyone out. There is no one around. But he's having a look. He's having a gander. See if he can catch anyone here. And he can just use both his Astral Steps to steal some creeps off Savage with that double stack.
Yeah, it's worthwhile enough, slowing down the farm for Lifestealer. Evens out the net worth graph as well. Very flat across all of these cores. Only one lagging behind is Cuckoo still. MG Trust, they smoke up. Level 9. Want to use that double damage, as you mentioned.
Where are they going to use them? Bot lane? I mean, it's just Whiteman there. They could try to set up for that bottom tier 1 tower. The pings come out, they want to go for the kill. This should be a very easy one. Q gets the avalanche into the toss, and it should be a nice easy cleanup here for Fearless. Or is it? Whiteman had the ink swell going. Does make Fearless expend a lot more than he'd like to try and get that kill. I suppose at the very least they should be able to now go towards that bot tier 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a relatively straightforward push. None of these heroes melt towers fast. It will take some investment to get that done, but they've got the numbers. Doesn't look like Among Us is sending any heroes down to even just soak. So should be some good chip damage done, but it's only Fearless standing in this lane, so it's probably not a full-blown push. Just, again, chipping away. Down mid is where you see some focus from Among Us. They do have Cuckoo along with Whiteman to chip away at that mid tier 1. So just applying pressure there, forcing a response out.
Tier 1, you don't want to lose that if you motivate. Now going to bring Masaros in to try and defend, but that's going to open up the top lane for Savage to start forcing in. And speaking of Savage, he has the armlet up now. So he's been really free farming quite nicely. All props to Jackie, however, who has kept up with him, and they are on the exact same gold right now. It's going to change now as they do get a couple creeps going for themselves, but seems though Motivate Trust, they want to try and force a team fight. Boombill does have the Fiend's Grip up. Just needs to catch himself a target. Does also have Q around, but you need more than that. You can't just go in with a Bane Tiny. Looks like they are going to back off.
Yeah, missed opportunity. They wanted to jump Savage. They need some help for that. And they do find something bot though, Abed.
Yeah, he gets Fearless. Another huge pickoff for Abed, and they knew that they were up at that top lane trying to get a smoke rotation happening. So Abed just takes a very easy kill down at the bot lane, and to make matters worse, that was the position 2 of Motivate Trust.
Yeah, that's a great Orchid reveal from Abed, and there's that timing. You know, the Ult is just not ready yet for Fearless. He's going to be vulnerable to that silence. And in this way, Abed is just set to snowball even harder, working towards his booster next into the Bloodstone. So it's a smooth ramp up. They haven't punished the Storm. The jungle hasn't been monitored. This is a bit of a concern for MG Trust. They do catch jabs though.
Yeah, they got the Fiend's Grip off onto the Batrider. Not really the usage they were hoping for the first Fiend's Grip, but sometimes you just have to take what you can get. They'll accept the Jabs Batrider kill into that tier 1 bot tower. I'll leave Jackie and Masros to take care of that as the rest of MG Trust go for a smoke towards that mid lane, as they are losing that mid tower. Masros gonna TP in, Abed just zipping away from Fearless. They do successfully hold that tier 1. It is on very low HP, but it's still there. MG Trust might want to try and go for a counter push.
Yeah, they've got the heroes clumped up. They still have the Ravage. They've left Savage to free farm top though. He's shoving that tier 2 up. Have to be cautious about that. He's done some good damage by himself onto the tier 2, and he's keeping the waves shoved in.
MG Trust, they're going to keep up the push. They're not going to be too bothered by this push happening up at top by Savage. Thing is, Cuckoo's pulling the creep way away. That's a bit annoying now for MG Trust. They have to go after that tier 1 tower without the creeps. There is going to be TPs coming in, and we Savage showing up now. You don't have the Fiend's Grip to hold him down. So Savage going to pop the Rage onto Jackie. Masros does have Ravage, but needs to commit very, very soon, and he has not yet. He'll hold out. Back to that tier 1 mid tower, but now the Stampede in from Cuckoo. Nightmare will be there on your centaur, but Jab's got the lasso off. Big Ravage, however, from Masros, and Abed gonna zip back in. Does take down Boobill, but Q also going down on the Tiny. And Masros is still left behind with the Tidehunter, but they want to go after Fearless. Abed, does he have the damage up? He's kind of low on mana. That'll be it. A 2-for-2 trade. Both supports on both ends going down. And Motivate Trust do successfully take that T1 mid tower.
That's the objective they were really looking for. They're going to be happy just trading evenly for that. They still maintain a bit of a lead there with Jackie, but the overall net worth is leaning towards Among Us. Still, they've got the map control advantage with their own mid-tier 1 looking a bit better. You know, it's still up at the least. And that's something Among Us will have to be cautious about. There's an additional TP point now that MG Trust is going to be able to access. It does leave their jungle slightly compromised here for Among Us. They're going to have to wait a little bit more. Jabs did have that early blink reveal. Didn't pan out the way they wanted, although.
Masros been stunned up mid lane. Fearless going to try and jump in and help out. Masros is a tanky target, so it's quite difficult to get through the raw HP pool of this Tide, and now Q. A great toss out on Jabs, and that's going to mean your Batrider's gone. MG Trust, they are fighting back very, very efficiently now, and they are really making sure that mid-tier 1 does not drop.
Yeah, they're keeping really good checks on that tower, just maintaining that control, maintaining easy access in their jungle. This is going to hurt Among Us. It's not going to allow them to roam around as much as they'd want. We've seen them really try to find us aggressive plays. It's just going to stay that. They're looking for Cuckoo's blink right now. So just sit back, wait for the blink on the Centaur. It gives you more opportunities to jump in beyond just a lasso. They are smoked up though. Jabs does have the lasso ready. They do infest up, looking for a play.
Not near anyone quite yet. Fearless actually going to be the closest target to them, but they ping out Boombill, and they'll commit the lasso, go for the easy Bane kill, and now the chase will be on. See if they can get anyone else. But Masros again is going to be way too difficult of a target to get through. And instead, well, they're going to zip in onto Fearless. Silence will be there from Abed, into the Vortex and the Hoof Stomp. Fearless, he did not have that Yule Scepter available, so couldn't quite purge off the Silence in time. well, suddenly it's a 2-for-0 trade.
Yeah, and it's a really big trade going the way of Among Us. That is also Cuckoo's Blink finished up from that kill. So there's that additional initiation we were looking for Among Us. That's going to enable them to, again, maintain that aggression that they have been showing. And as soon as they start chipping away at this mid-tier 1, the map opens up. That's where they're going to set their eyes next once a few more items come out. And that's where, again, MG Trust, very disciplined to keep that tier 1 alive. You're going to have to keep at it to counteract any sort of movements from Among Us.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
It's a bit downtime here in this game number 1, 8-6. Both teams just kind of sitting back and Arbed. He got that Bloodstone up already? Is that what he just bought out?
I think it's a soul booster. He lacks the Kaya, but he's going to have the additional HP and mana pool, so that's going to be a huge boon for him. You look at Q as well. Even our Clause 4 Tiny has a blink available. It's really fast blinks across the map for both sides. Very disciplined in that farm. And again, it's still a close match, 8-6. 1k lead on Among Us, but it's not much. Really excellent plays from all sides. You know, it's slower, but they're finding that steady farm. You look at Jackie's progress, Diffusal and Manta up at the 20-minute mark. That's with Power Treads and with a Wraith Band. Really, just fantastic farm. No punishment from both sides. There is another smoke here from Among Us, though.
We're going to loop through the triangle. Not paying any attention towards those PL illusions that were farming the Ancients. Arbed now going to try and bait for his team a little bit. And Savage, well, he won't wait. He'll go straight after that tier 1 mid tower. And now Masaros is going to TP in. But he has absolutely zero fear of dying here in this Tidehunter. And they're not even going to bother trying to jump in. They just know it's too difficult at the moment to get through that HP. Funny thing is, he is alone in that mid lane. So they could take their time with him, but they're just not going to bother.
Yeah, he is just way too big. Like, he's got the Vlads up, but the Defiance is there, waiting for the upgrade into the pipe. And it's just a tricky one. They're just going to go for the safe play, chip away at objectives. That's forcing the TP back here, though. There might be a fight.
Pops the essence ring there. Fearless going to get the use off on Cuckoo, so he'll start on the Centaur. Cuckoo does commit the Stampede, but Ravage is going to fly out, and it's a very nice Ravage, allowing them to jump in. Q with the Avalanche toss, but Jabs, he got the lasso off on Fearless. They could burst down this Void Spirit perhaps, or maybe not Arbed. He's running low on mana. Motivate Trust are still fighting back, but Savage standing his ground up against Jackie, who is very, very low and looks like he might die. Among Us, it looked kind of poor for them after that Ravage, but they just sustained themselves, and well, you lost Jabs to the Bat Rider, but you might find even more for your trouble, as you will get Fearless, and even Masaros is set to go down here up this bot lane, and it'll be a full team one.
Ooh, man. Among Us, just playing perfectly. Really, the spacing was beautiful there. Like, you saw the Ravage coming from a mile away. It only caught 3. They were all really split up. The only hero they could actually jump is Cuckoo, but he already got the Stampede off, so it's not like it mattered to him. And Among Us, so all of a sudden, off that team fight, 3k lead. I believe that's the Bloodstone now being finished for Abed. 22 minutes. Orchid Bloodstone. That is just insanely fast farm for Abed, and he's not even number 1 in net worth. The 2 cores are still up there. So now, our Storm, 6-0, hasn't been punished. With the fresh Bloodstone up, going for the Ags next. I love this coming out from Abed. He's just going for that control to ensure that they've got a way to keep that PL locked in, keep all of the heroes of MG Trust pressured to split apart, where they can pick them off one by one.
Absolutely, and you've also got the Mjolnir now on Savage. So he's going to have a way to deal with those PL illusions, and those illusions are essentially just going to melt themselves. That Mjolnir makes it very, very difficult for Jackie. Of course, Jackie is going back towards that Eye of Skadi now on the Phantom Lancer. You just question whether it's going to be enough, though. It's even that last team fight. Everything went well, but they just couldn't kill anyone worth killing. Now Jabs with the Firefly gonna go in with the Infest. Q's gonna go down, and so does the Bane. Masaros can't really do much as his Ravage is on cooldown, and now Jabs a perfect lasso off, catching Jackie, and that'll be your PL gone. In fact, they're not even done, Abed. He's going for more. He wants Fearless and the Void Spirit, but Fearless will be able to Astral Step away. But you've got the POS 1 PL down. Couldn't be more happy if you're Among Us.
Massive wins for Among Us. That's a really amazing feeling if you're the Storm. Abed, fresh Bloodstone, 1 fight, 17 charges now. You're gonna be glad. Just so much sustain. Still though, Among Us. Whiteman.
Fearless gonna jump in after Jabs. Was trying to get the TP out, but looks like he is gonna end up going down, perhaps. Shadow Amulet, yeah, definitely not gonna be enough. The Astral Step was there from Fearless. But he won't mind. I mean, he's the position 4 Bat Rider. He doesn't even have Lasso at the moment. As long as he's doing his job while Lasso's up, he's happy.
Yeah, they actually managed to bail Whitemon out. So that split focus meant that there was no stun to punish Whitemon. And Among Us only take 1 loss, not the biggest one. MG Trust, what they need to get done now, they have the Ags up on Fearless. So there's additional silence coming out, additional control. This is going to hurt Abed. He doesn't have anything defensive yet. He is building the BKB next, but there's a window here where the BKB is not up and the AoE silence is. Got to be cautious as Fearless is going to look to flex that new item.
Up at that top lane, Abed. Gonna get spotted by Q. It's the Avalanche into the toss. Now Fearless can get the guaranteed silence off. Abed gonna pop the Bloodstone active and is gonna be alright. They can't kill him, and he's going to turn back around onto the Bane, who could not get the Fiend's Rip off in time. And Cuckoo's going to be there with the Hoof Stomp onto Q, and now Fearless. He cannot step away. He's got 5 seconds for it to be off cooldown, but the Dissimulate Juke is perhaps going to be enough. Jabs, no, he's going to get the lasso off, but he did catch the Bane. Not quite the target they wanted, but they'll take it. Down the Soulbane out from Whiteman, into the double vortex of Abed. They'll throw the Ravage out, but it might not be enough. They'll lose Jabs, but what does that mean when you're losing all your cores on Motivate Trust? Jackie trying to run back towards Abed, does get the Storm. And Boombell's actually going to buy back. They'll try and turn this one around. Masaros buying time. Q. Avalanche Toss going to be out. Whiteman, he's falling very low and looks like he will die. Now Savage, Boombell, but he's been Fiend Script up. They can't cancel it, so Savage is also going to die. Now Q. Cuckoo trying to TP out, but he's going to get wiped. Oh, Motivate Trust. That's a great team fight coming out.
They're going to be very pleased with themselves there, just making the most of that buyback, punishing Among Us for their overconfidence. They get easy access into the Brush Pit. Massive wins for the Tide stack. Really chuffed. Among Us, they're going to be beating themselves a bit. We saw Abed trying to zip out of the Ravage. He didn't quite get out of range. If he did, that might have ended up a bit differently, but they lost Abed very early on in the second half, and that's just costly. Free Roche for Motivate Trust, dragging that net worth lead back down. All of a sudden, a very even game once more.
It is. Free Roche ongoing. Jackie will pick it up on the PL. Looks like Among Us might have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what happened in that last team fight. It looked like it went so strong at the start, but the buyback came out from Boombell and the Ravage was committed by Masaros. They just turned it completely around.
Yeah, it's going to be down to the BKB for Abed. They just need him to be able to stand in front. And he was almost there. I believe it is flying out now. Yeah, actually he switched this out. Yeah, he's just going back to the Ags. So skipping the BKB. If he gets that additional AoE control, I think that's going to be it. Their combination with the Soulbind there didn't quite catch on. They got it off, but they didn't get the double lasso because Jabs had to commit in the Bane. So once you string these spells together, it could look a bit differently, but Motivate Trust, they're not giving them too much time to think. They're on the up and up, they can feel it. The Scotty's just about to be done on Jack, the 800 gold off. And once that's up, our PL, well, he's going to be a lot harder to finish off here.
And he is. Is that Scotty coming out 400 gold. Meanwhile, Among Us, they are just sticking as a team. They can see Masteros and they're going to try and make the jump in. He does have the Ravage. Again, can he actually die? It doesn't look like he can, so Jabs is going to jump into the backlines, but he's been nightmared up. Boombell is going to get jumped straight away by Arbed and is down. They find another. The Soulbind is going to be out on Fearless and Masteros. A big Ravage though from Masteros, but the Vortex is out from Arbed, just holding him down. But here comes Q with the Avalanche, but it's not going to be enough. Among Us giving it back the way of Motivate Trust. And Jackie, the only man left, thanks to the Aegis, might be dead anyway. As Arbed goes in with the Inkswell, and he won't even need it.
Oh, man. Oh.
What a back and forth game from these two.
Just the bounce backs, the full team wipes from each side. Playing to the limits, and Among Us, not scared to force a fight into the Aegis. They still make it work. They actually didn't even expend the lasso from Jabs. He still has that on the Bat Rider. They didn't need the double lasso. They just had all the control, all the damage. And that just sets themselves up for a really good time now. 5k lead built up. AC up on Savage. AC Mjolnir. Armlet at 29 minutes. Just really good progression for the Lifestealer. And they're just starting to chip away. Tier 2 mid going to be taken out. MG Trust, you got to be a bit more cautious now as Q.
Yeah, he's gone. Arbed makes the jump. Jabs does have lasso, but no, they can't actually catch him. The Spiderlings gonna make it so he can get out, and Jabs might be just left here to die, and that will be the case. That Rider does go down. With that now, Among Us are just gonna have to take it easy for the next 45 seconds. On the brighter side, though, Arbed does finish off the Ags.
It's just beautiful. That mini black hole in play, Mike. Easier ways to initiate, a lot more control that will come out. And that first use of the Ags Vortex can be very important to set the tone for the next fights. Just makes it more impactful if you've got the Infest play with Savage as well, right? It's just a lot scarier to go into and gives you a much more burst at the start still. Jackie does finish up that Scotty, so he's a bit tankier in the PL, and there is a smoke immediately from MG Trust.
This crack. Just loop behind. Cuckoo about to break the smoke, but not quite in range yet. Counter smoke is there from Among Us. If you're perhaps just trying to play the bait. They draw an exact circle as well. It seems like they know where they are. So they will avoid them Among Us. They're not interested in a bad team fight at the moment. I believe they are also very close to an Aghanim Scepter on Whiteman. So they might just wait that one out.
Yeah, that's going to be big. You know, he's got Aetherlance as well for his cast range. So very low committal to get some PL clones, and those clones will hit hard. Still, Jackie, given the space to clear a tier 2 bot, does get it with no challenge. Giving a little bit more control out for MG Trust, but their top tier 2 is gone as well. And there's that Axe. So, Soulbind, Dark Portrait going to be in play. Going to be a big one.
It's got an Arcane Rune to boot. That's going to be problematic now for Motivate Trust. You generally don't want to fight into the Arcane Rune Storm, nor the Aghanim Scepter Storm for that matter. We haven't really seen that being used yet. And with that Grimstroke Ink Portrait, I suppose they're just looking to take over the PL, right? Because you can get illusions off that portrait, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, maximize that if you can. And we've seen the Dark Portraits actually do a ton of damage outwards, right? It just does so much more against a team like that. You've got a lot of farm on Jackie, so it's not like those Dark Portrait illusions are just going to tickle. They're actually going to be very impactful here if you do manage to catch him out. So MG Trust has to be a bit careful. still, both teams just playing it a bit slower, playing that farm game. What are we looking for? 4-staff for Jab is going to be next. And, you know, we're still looking for that BKB on Abed, just to have that security. There's a Linken's up now for Fearless. So if you do jump in and lasso or soulbind, it's going to be blocked. You have to be cautious about that, as they have been targeting the Void Spirit as well. It has been the Bane for the most part, but you know, the Void Spirit doesn't hurt, and they're in for a surprise if they do drop the lasso on him in the next fight.
Like Savage is trying to finish off a nullifier on that life stealer, and maybe that might be the cue to go for a big smoke. It's quite close to it actually. Just needs to find that sacred relic, and he's about 300 gold off it. Try and deal with these PL illusions, just taking out his creep wave.
Yeah, it's just slowly building up, waiting for those key items. Jackie is going for the Abyssal next. There's that nullifier you were talking about for Savage. So they can pin someone down, keep them in place, and twack that damage on. Of course, that does mean there's going to be a disparity between the Abyssals, as Jackie's probably going to have his first. That could mean that he can get the jump in a very big way. And it's something Among Us has to be cautious about still. They've got Abed and Savage together now. Infest Bomb ready to go.
Just waiting. Can't forget Abed still doesn't have that BKB up. He's about halfway there, so they're not looking to wait for it. And, well, Savage does jump out of Abed, so it looks like they might just be willing to wait. Boundary runes did come up anyway, so it's probably worth going and getting those instead of looking for a kill here. And Abed is just gonna push out the top wave, maybe hope for the gold for a BKB. Of course, without that Abyssal Blade being finished up on Jackie, it looks like MG Trust, they aren't too interested in forcing a team fight yet. They might just wait for that one big item, unless Masteros gets caught out. But he's a Tide Hunter, he should be right.
Yeah, it's given enough time for Cuckoo to finish his heart, so he's really tanky now in that center. Heart up, Pipe and Crimson Guard up earlier. You're gonna be hard pressed to chew through the Centaur, and that is gonna be something that they've got to be cautious about. Cuckoo's been very on point, acting as bait. He's not the target you want to hit first here if you are MG Trust.
Savage is gonna back off as well down that bot lane. Back with the infest onto Jabs. Dota Plus has been a bit confused today, but sitting at 71% right now.
Oh, there's that full Abyssal up for Jackie, so they might look to make a play with it. Of course, that does give him a control advantage over Savage because of that Nullifier detour. We'll see if that will affect them. Just been lounging around, no engagement between both sides, very cautious. From MG Trust, I'd say it's a bit more cautious because you've seen Among Us smoke up a lot more still.
They are initiating onto Cuckoo, but he's got a heart up now. So the best they're doing is just draining the mana of Cuckoo and actually drain a substantial amount of it. They probably can't get through the raw HP of Cuckoo yet. Not until he's just been left alone. I think for Motivate Trust, they're seeing a lot of these items being picked up by Among Us.
Ooh.
They just don't know how to initiate here.
Pretty good play coming out from Whitemon. Yeah, his Dark Portrait illusion of Jackie taking out the Courier. Just stalling some wards out, denying some vision, and that Roche from Among Us, it melts really quick here.
Masteros, he's coming close, but he's not going to make it in time. Jabs, nice lasso out, does catch Boombo once again, and they just burst down the Bane. Now with the Flame Break back onto Masteros, and he is not as tanky as he used to be. The Nullifier making short work of him, or is it he's still trying to run, but no, he's gone. On to the next, Abed. zips on to the Tiny. That'll mean Q is certainly dead. Whiteman with a triple kill on the Grimstroke of all things.
Gotta love it coming out for Whiteman. That is enough for him to finish up his blink. So he's gonna have the opportunities to jump in and get a good soul bind off. Get some Dark Portraits on, silence us off. Really set up for his team as MG Trust, off the back of a bad fight, suddenly are 10k behind. We haven't seen the effect of Jackie's Abyssal yet. He was on a different part of the map. He is building towards the Ags. Once you've got that, you can play around a bit more. He might be thinking of jumping Abed here.
Does. Abed does actually go down.
Ooh.
It's a very nice play from Jack.
That's painful. Like, he swapped in the cheese a bit too late there, Abed. He also popped his BKB. That was his 10-second charge. And it's that control factor. You just can't underestimate a PL with Abyssal. Nonetheless, for MG Trust, despite losing the earlier team fight, that's going to push Among Us back a bit. They're not going to be able to go for any objectives. They're going to have to wait the full minute 10 for Abed to be back up.
It's a bit of a time frame. That'll be fine to wait it out. It's not like MG Trust can actually get anything done in that time anyway. They've got 55 seconds, but they're not really close by to any objectives. They're just trying to get some more farm up on Jackie. I guess once he has that Ags up, he should feel a bit more confident going into these fights.
Yeah, gives him more mobility, more options to run in. This is stalling out for Savage to finish up his own Abyssal. So he's already got the Vanguard up. He's just waiting, on the farm. Not going to take too long when they've got this much control on the map. Might have to wait for the Aegis to expire unless he swaps an item down for the Abyssal. But it's going to be there. And that disparity in control is going to kind of lose meaning once Savage has that. So they're going to set eyes on the bot tier 2. Just a bit of a shove. You can see MG Trust shove out that top tier 2 a bit as well. It's a bit of a back and forth between both teams.
Masteros TP's in and Savage completely ignores him. Doesn't care for the tide. Abed gonna get another Arcane Rune to bottle up. He's gonna be a very, very happy man with that. Does also have level 25 now. At that late game stage where you start to expect both teams to go at it.
It's a pretty big spike for Savage, right? Like plus 1.5 seconds on Rage. A lot more uptime, a lot more effectiveness there. They do go for an Infest EP play.
And they're not going to find the target they wanted. Dab's just going to fly through, but nobody there. Instead, mid lane, MG Trust. Just going to stand behind Masaros and see if they can bait somebody to go for that kill. They haven't really been focusing on Masaros whatsoever throughout this game, so it's very doubtful they would. They'll go back to their triangle, but Jabs is posturing. It's underneath an Observer Ward now, but so are the side of Motivate Trust. Jabs, that lasso is going to go on Fearless. They break the Lincolns, and the Fiend Strip is going to do nothing. And now Abed, with a 3-man Vortex off on the Storm, is just going to melt them. Jackie's trying to run, but they are gone.
Oh, man.
See you later, Masaros.
Oh, boy. That was just wonderful from Among Us. The Dark Portrait of Whitemon was zoning Masaros out. Like, he was stuck there. He was losing mana from that Dark Portrait. The Ags paying massively to break the team fight up, split up MG Trust, and they're going straight for tier 4s.
Yeah, it's over. There's no buybacks there. One Vortex from Abed and the game's over. Of course, all prompts to Jabs for getting that lasso before he could get Fiend Script by the Bane. Well, that'll be game 1 to Among Us, but John, all props to Motivate. They made it look like a really even game for most of that game number 1.
Oh yeah, definitely. The early game, you were seeing free farm out in Jackie. Masaros was a massive tide. And even Fearless was finding, his timing on the ults was a bit later than the Orchid, but he was keeping up for the most part. Q was making some fantastic toss plays. being disruptive towards Japs early on. It just didn't line up. They played a bit too passive. There was no punishment for Abid's farming and Savage's farming. They tried to play the farming game against the Storm and the Lifestealer when they had, they had a PL, but they only really had a Void Spirit. Doesn't quite line up. We'll see if they couldn't correct that playstyle in game number 2. If they want to play the farming game, I'd say you need greedier cores if you don't expect Among Us to punish you. So that's something to watch out for as game 2 unfolds.
We'll be getting into that game 2 in about 10 minutes. It's MLP Dota John X Fire. We'll see you all again very, very soon.
That's live.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 2 between Among Us and Motivate Trust. It's MLP Dota and John X5. John, welcome back, sir. How you feeling?
No, I'm feeling great, Mike. Had a bit of downtime after, it's hard to believe we're still in the second series. I needed a bit of a pickup. I had some Monster. I'm sure you did as well. What flavor did you have today, Mike?
Same one I've got on the desk right now, John. Mango Loco. I'm out of pipeline,
All the time.
pipeline punch, unfortunately, but I'm gonna get some more tomorrow. Don't you worry, sir. I have a new can for you tomorrow. Still, John, draft has begun. Among Us, they have gone for the Disruptor pickup to start us off. Motivate Trust, they go for the Tiny Oracle.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shakeup. Looking at hammering in a much more solid support duo here for Motivate Trust. You can expect them to be a bit more aggressive with a Tiny Oracle. They can draft safe lane core that maximizes this Oracle as well. You might be looking at a Sven. You might be looking at the Troll if they're not banned out still. Among Us, they're going with something different here as well. The Disruptor comes out, the Bloodseeker as well. We have seen Cuckoo play the Blood off, so maybe that's the game plan here once more, but really flexible hero, could go in multiple lanes. We'll see what exactly they have in mind. It lines up with the Disruptor well, though. Like, Static Storm, Kinetic Field, and Bloodright all together are pretty nice. So it opens up a lot of combos here for Among Us. And, this series is a bit closer than yesterday. It's definitely more competitive. MG Trust is making them work for it. And if they play their cards right, they might be able to even upset them in at least one game here.
They could. I mean, that last game, it was looking good. Obviously, the way it ended was quite a dominant kind of way to end it for Among Us, but Motivate Trust, they were keeping up in farm. They were giving it back to the side of Among Us and see if they can maybe change up the draft a bit. I mean, we've seen so much PL as of late for some reason. And I don't know what the record is, but I can't remember seeing many PLs win over the past few days. It just seems like it is kind of out of meta right now, and it just takes a bit too much farm to make it do anything.
Yeah, it's been on a bit of a lower bar there. You've got to be cautious about going off meta heroes like that. Like, there's a reason why you don't see too much PL nowadays. It's been off. The timing's been off as well. We'll see what exactly Motivated Trust does give Jackie. Now, props to Jackie, though. His farm was really good. He had all the farm in the world. His farming patterns were perfect. He wasn't being punished as much as you'd expect. And he grew big. It's just not big enough in the PL. We'll see what they opt for. You're looking for something with the Oracle. They've ignored the Troll Among Us. They've ignored the Sven. This could easily come out here with the Oracle. Even a TB can be there. Although into a Bloodseeker, that's a bit shaky at best. That makes it tricky for you to just stand and fight. Yeah, the magic damage really can ruin you. So some options there, some options not so viable. We'll see what Motivated Trust does. When you pick the Oracle, you do want a pause one that maximizes it. Otherwise, it's kind of a moot pick if you don't.
No, that's fair. That's a very fair point. Well, final ban out now. We'll get to see where this draft is going for both teams. Among Us. It'll take a bit of time for this one. They could ban out the Troll right now, if they did want to, just to save themselves the headache of going against that Oracle Troll, but no, they're actually going to ban out the PL, and they're going to go into the Morphling for Savage.
Yeah, the Savage special comes out. This also sort of preempts like a Terrorblade pickup, right? So if you wanted to go Oracle Terrorblade, you're going to have to contend with the fact that Morphling is going to have a free ride into Metamorphosis, and we know how that goes. Morphling enjoys it, so you're gonna have to think twice about your hero choice with the Oracle here. Morphling's gonna enjoy the Terrorblade. He's gonna enjoy the Sven even. So you've got to watch out. Still pretty open here for Motivate Trust. Not sure if they want to reveal that safe lane. They do see the off lane and safe lane matchup though. They can kind of plan around that with the next few picks.
They can. Morphling probably going to be a bit of a headache to deal with here for Motivate Trust. Obviously does limit your options as to what you can pick up. Okay, they'll go for the Prophet, which is, it's been popping up here and there to mixed results. Not revealing too much here, Motivate Trust. Just going for a very safe pickup in that profit.
Yeah, you're leaving it open whether or not that's going to be the Masteros, Fearless, or Jackie hero. So it could be in either core position, really open. It's an interesting one up against a Bloodseeker. Say if you're trying to run away on low HP, making a TP play, you're going to be easily spotted out. Bloodseeker can kind of just hone into you, so gotta watch out for those kinds of on the edge plays. Not going to be too easy to pull off in this game. Gonna have to be cautious as well. There's a lot of wave clear here from Among Us, right? Like Bloodseeker's there. Now you've got the ET on top. The combinations here for Among Us are looking good. Static Storm, Kinetic Field, and then Blood right on top. Elder Titan Stomp. It's all really lining up well. The timings are looking good. The aggression that you can get out here for Among Us is pretty fantastic. And Motivate Trust, they've still got a lineup that can sort of deal with it. They don't have as good of team fight though. Like they only really have the Tiny, right? Avalanche tosses it. Gonna have to look and see if they want to get more 5v5 team fight potential there. It's gotta come out the next 2 hero picks.
I'll tell you, they have a lot of that Blood Rage is going to do a lot of damage though. Like you've got Blood Rage plus the Elder Titan aura, reducing everyone's... It's going to be very, very painful. But Motivate Trust, they go for the Drow Ranger now. You don't have the Venge there with her. So it is lacking just a bit, but... I suppose they could still go for a Venge pick if they want. It has not been banned out yet, but they do end up picking up the Drow.
I don't know about this one. The Drow has been really up and down. Even with the Venge, right? Even with the Venge, it does kind of middling. In this case, Morphling doesn't mind turning into Drow, for one. You don't have the best ways to catch out the Drow, that's one thing, and I guess it's a hero with the Oracle, but it's not quite the kind of combination you look for in Oracle. So kind of nebulous as to how effective that combination is. You see Among Us actually do ban Avenge, so you're not even going to have that to fall back to. We're going to have to see what Motivate Trust do to tie it up. It's not looking particularly impressive. It does look to be focused on push, so it's a lot of shoving down towers fast with the NP, with the Drow, taking these objectives, shutting down the map. But in terms of actually facing up against the heroes Among Us has, it's not the sharpest. It's not quite the same amount of control. It's not the same amount of damage. I love that Among Us also banned out the DK. Just taking out these push heroes that work with the Drow, just ensuring that the last pick for MG Trust is going to be difficult to really synergize with the rest of it.
Right, they'll finish off with the Tusk, so they did get the Venge banned on Among Us' side of things, so Tusk will come out, and obviously it's a decent combo with the Drow, because you could just frost arrows and tag team. It's a lot of damage, but Among Us, I'm sure they know how to deal with this. Their final pickup now. They are just lacking an Arbit hero. Generally seems like you want someone to close the gap on the Drow.
Yeah. They've got the Void Spirit still there if they wanted that. You could go with a Pop, you could go with a Puck, close the back line. I think a Puck would tie in that team fight really nicely if you wanted that. Just have to worry about that silence from a Drow. Pretty open. Motivate Trust closing out with a Tusk. You mentioned the synergy. The early damage is great. I worry about scaling here. It's after the laning phase for that damage output. Tag team still does work. It's just not the same as, say, a Static Storm. It's not the same as the Stomp from ET. It's just not the same scaling. So that's something Motivate Trust has to be aware of. They've got to play with their lanes fast with their Tusk +1 combo, whoever it is that ends up being his lane partner. And there's the Kunkka coming out for Among Us. So stacking on that durability for Abed, giving them control for the NP with the X. Tying up that team fight as well. It's looking pretty darn good for Among Us. Motivate Trust, they are looking better in terms of aggression. So the heroes can fight faster. They can look for opportunities from the laning phase. They're going to have to do that. You don't want to give out these kills early on. You have to be finding them. With that Tiny, with the Tusk, you got to maximize that early game here.
I agree. Did see the Arbed Kunkka the other day. It was very, very effective.
Oh yeah.
He just performed in this game number 2. They are going to have what appears to be the mid-Tiny up against Arbed's Kunkka. Which is, we haven't seen this one yet over the group stage. It's the core Tiny to come out, but Fearless is going to be on that.
Yeah. It's, the last time we've seen that was really more prevalent in China for the most part, right? Like, we saw a lot of Somnus mid, Tiny, but it hasn't really caught on outside. It still has potency, right? Like, early timers are there. You get an early Shadow Blade or Blink, you're going to be doing damage, you're going to be setting up for your team. That is still vital here for MG Trust. Get to that good start, get that Blink fast on Fearless, and start hunting. Like, it's going to take some time for Savage to be big. It's going to take a little bit of investment as well for Abed to actually start dishing the damage out. You have to use that early window here. And another thing that's really important beyond just winning out those lanes is really where Boombell goes as the Tusk, right? Like, he needs to ensure that his presence leads to kills. If not kills, then he needs to make his presence really tough in that lane up. And you're already seeing, well, at least 3 heroes down. But they're actually sending Jackie on the off lane here. And we'll see if that pays off. The aggression the aggression you can get out with a Drow and Tusk early on. You talked about it's Frost Arrows tag team. Even a Root coming out from Q. We can more than likely find some kills here, and just back and forth. Both teams just really happy.
I don't know what my pro's done, but apparently they reckon he is the best carry in C.
It's their guild, right? MY. Kitty quick. Like, I have no clue who they're calling out, but Wanchon. Now they're just making us hungry. Here we go.
Here we go again. Clans are going to end soon, though, aren't they? Like, the battle pass is going to wear off, and then clans are gone.
Yeah.
Sad.
I mean, they're supposed to be gone, right? They were supposed to be gone. They're not gone yet. You reckon Immortal Treasure Tree comes out? Because they said they're not going to end it until then, but you never know.
I don't know. I have no clue, John. Q takes the bounty rune down bot. It'll be a 2-for-2 trade to get us started. And what I'm very, very intrigued about is how this mid matchup is going to go between Fearless and Arbed. I mean, the Tiny's very effective, obviously, with the tree grab at CSing. But it's going to get to a point where that Tidebringer is really going to start to hurt. Or something like that. It's going to be a hard lane for him eventually.
Yeah, it's not a very easy matchup. I'd say it's explosive at level 4 for Fearless, so when you get 2-2 in your skill points, you can go for a play, or at least 2-1-1 on your skill points. Maybe try to go for an avalanche toss kill, but Abed's, it's going to be a smooth ramp up. Tidebringer's just going to sustain him. The supports are going to have to make that difference up, and you know, it's not going to be an easy time. You look up top, you've got Masaros on the NP, of course, with Boombell on the Tusk. So it's actually the NP Tusk lane, tag team with the Treants is what they're looking for. No early tri lane for that first blood, but it's not a very easy lane to really force it. Savage is around there. They've got Jabs helping him out in the ET, and even if you get the tag team off, you can just kind of shift through and stay alive.
Whiteman running at them, forcing out the tag team from Boombell. You seem very afraid of this Elder Titan, as of course with the Astral Spirit, even at level 1, you can essentially just get double the damage that you have, and it's kind of ridiculous how much damage Elder Titan can pump out. It's back down to that bot lane. Q and Jackie having a decent old time, not too stressed out about trying to harass out Cuckoo. Wyman will give him a bit of a Thunder Strike, but the Fortune's End is going to be able to purge that off anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be a smooth lane for Cuckoo for the most part. Now, he's not going to necessarily slow down Jackie's farm. At the same time, Jackie's not going to be able to put a dent in Cuckoo's farm. This is going to be a farm for farm trading lane, and it should actually benefit Cuckoo a bit more just to maintain that pace. You know, Bloodseeker with the early Veil can do a lot of damage and can set the pace of the game something they're gonna have to be careful about.
Top lane, Masteros going to be the first blood, and Jabs, he just keeps rushing forward. Boombill could not get away from this man, and eventually Jabs will go down, but he does help set up both kills and eventually takes one for himself, and that's going to be a great start out for Among Us.
Yeah, just that's exactly what you want when you've got the ET. You want to enable that aggressive play, and it pays off big. He did have to expend his salve to get that chase off, but if you find a kill, so you're happy enough, you're going to be able to TP into, well, no, not regen Savage up, because you don't have any left, but still a smooth lane coming out for Savage. Widow's kill, it's going to be very happy. You're not seeing the same farm from Masaros. He's at 7 to 8 compared to Savage's 13, 14 to 5. You're not slowing that Morphling down.
Nice multi-shot out of Jackie. He is going to be able to pick off Whiteman, and Cuckoo was trying to go after Q, but Q's going to be able to salve up and slow Cuckoo right down. Fortune's End is going to fly out, but we do have a pause out from Arbed now. 100% sure what the problem is, but I assume it's just a tiny bit of lag coming out. Speaking of that mid lane, Fearless is standing real far back. Looks like he has been taking quite a bit of harassment out from this Kunkka and has had to go back and get some regen for himself. Does bring out a set of tangos.
Yeah, he does have his bottle early, so he's going to be able to play around those power runes. Again, going to be important for the Tiny to find those, just to ensure you've got that regen going. So again, watch the 4-minute mark for the sports, which it's going to be important. We've seen a lot of teams put that emphasis on the mid just to get those first runes. Wouldn't be surprised to see it here still. Ready to go, and Cuckoo is fine.
Still running. They haven't got a way to hold him down any further. I mean, you've got Boombill there with the snowball, but I don't know if you really have the damage output. It just seems like they're more than happy to make Cuckoo run around instead of being in the bot lane. It seems to be the idea here, but even Boombill going to sneak up from behind now to Cuckoo, but won't be able to get anything done. Meanwhile, mid lane, Fearless is dropping very low. He's going to juke out the torrent. Does get a toss off. Arbed wants to go for the final swing, and the Thunderstrike is going to be out from Whiteman as well. But now the snowball is coming into Arbed, and this should be a trade. It will be. Q able to pick up that one on the Oracle. But you're still very happy if you're Arbed. And even top lane Jabs. He just rushes Masaros with the Auto Titan again and offers him a glass of water.
Yeah, that's one thing you've got to watch out for, just the amount of damage that the ET can do. Jabs has been running down Masaros for a while. You can't leave that lane alone, and they do finally send Q up to do some damage, but Jabs is already happy.
Mid lane, they end up actually dropping Whiteman, and now Q ends up killing off Jabs on his way out. Masaros will just TP his way back in on the Prophet. Of course, Whiteman on the Disruptor John, he was trying to soak some XP in the mid lane, but does end up getting caught out by the Tiny and the Tusk.
Yeah, it's that early aggression here for MG Trust. That's what their lineup has to get up to. So they're starting to find this aggressive plays, making it work for themselves. They're not finding bigger kills. I mean, you're still happy with just finding these support pickups. You would really want to start to maybe get the kills on the Bloodseeker, but look at that disparity between Cuckoo and Jackie. Jackie's at 5. Cuckoo's still just about to hit 4. Our Drow now off to a very good start compared to that BS.
That's a real problem. I mean, he's got the creeps near his tier 1 tower, so he's going to feel fairly safe, and even Jabs now is going to rotate in with Whiteman. They take out Boombill's courier, Blood Rights have come out. They would really love to get Jackie on this Drow, but now actually Whiteman going to get turned on by Boombill and the tag team, and they actually end up giving up the Disruptor. No kill on Jackie, no kill on anyone for that matter. That's a big win out for Motivate Trust.
Yeah, they're finding the kills. Again, the early aggression starting to pay off a massive amount. You're not finding that snowball start on the Bloodseeker as you'd want. They have diverted their resources out to Abed and Savage, so they're getting the farm out for those two heroes, but you got to be cautious about how much space you give Jackie. This guy is just on top there as a Drow, and once they make their way to tier 1s, those aren't going to stand for too long.
speaking of tier 1, Savage has gotten started on that top tier 1 tower. Azeroth not wanting to get too close to this Morphling, who is out-leveling him by 1. To make matters worse for Masaros, Jabs is here, but a great avalanche toss out from Fearless. Sneaking up behind 23 Savage and does end up getting the kill with the avalanche toss.
It's an important one. They've left that Morphling alone for a bit too long. Finally getting the punishment. That's going to give the MG Trust a definite edge. Slowing down that Morphling farm, which is, again, what Among Us is banking on. You still got Savage up in #1 in net worth. Jackie's not too far behind, though. Longer. But MG Trust, with these movements, must be feeling pretty good. They just need Masaros to bounce back in, and he's already 6 after that rough start. He's starting to slowly build in on the NP. Still a lot slower than you'd want, but it's a better time than even Cuckoo. Like, you compare that to Cuckoo's off, still at 4. No rupture up yet, no farm at all.
This is so rough, but Masaros is going to get glimpsed back at least. Cuckoo's still in danger, has TPs coming in, but it's not going to matter. Fearless able to set up for Jackie. Now Arbet does rotate, but the Edict is going to stop the magic damage coming out on Fearless. Arbet's still going to go for the chase, but Fortune's End, no, it's not going to be enough. But they'll turn around now on that Kunkka. Arbet, he's a tanky man, but he may not be tanky enough as he is dropping quite low and does go down to Q on the Oracle. And MG Trust, they are really taking a nice lead in this game #2. So, Cuckoo does TP back in, but this bot lane is just completely lost for Among Us.
Oh yeah, and all they find is a trade for Masaros up top, opening up that push once more for Savage, but losing Cuckoo again is not worthwhile. That's not the trade. Slow start for the Bloodseeker, Mike. No rupture. I mean, he's going to have to play in the jungle. Again, this is space being bought out for Abed and for Savage. But what do you expect a Bloodseeker to do now when he's lower than the supports of MG Trust? Boomball, about to hit the 6 mark. Tier 1 bot going to be traded for Tier 1 top. And MG Trust, they've got a slight lead. 1k gold advantage, but 6 to 10 on kills. They've got a nice amount of EXP above their heads as well. And they're starting to take over that bot jungle. Among Us, they can't play here anymore.
They cannot. On the brighter side, of course, Savage did manage to kill off Masaros up at that top lane, so your Prophet is having an even rougher time. At least he's at level 6. Cuckoo, he just can't catch a break. Fearless is not going to leave him alone. Does get another kill onto this Bloodseeker. He is level 5 now, but just getting him back into the graveyard. And they're going to start setting up for that mid lane. Jackie, he's joined in. Still Arbet, going to go for an X-Back, but a nice snowball back towards the creep wave out from Boombell will save Fearless the headache.
Again, you can see the discipline from MG Trust. Playing the objectives game with their Drow draft. And there's just nothing Among Us can really do. They can drop the Blood Right, but the tower's already really low.
Grouping up again. Looks like MG Trust, they want to take this fight. They do get the tier 1 tower. They're going to be able to catch anyone out. Not quite. Shards just way off target. But they got what they came for. You got a quick mid-tier 1. I suppose the only problem left right now for Motivate Trust is Savage has been farming freely this whole time.
Yeah, it's not a massive amount of gold he's got on top. He's just about 600 above Jackie. It's not too significant. Actually, it's pretty much, it's not even a big item. And they're still waiting on Savage to finish up his Manta. He's going to go into the E-Blade next. That's when you start to find opportunities for burst, especially if you play with, say, Blood Rage later on from Cuckoo. Once he has that up, if you pump it onto Savage to get the shotgun blast off, you're going to delete people off the map. It's just that you have to get to that. So, you know, just stalling out this game is the best Among Us can really hope for the next few minutes. Stimmy to push, you know, stimmy to bleeding. Stop it out for a bit. Keep yourself safe. Find some safe spots on the map to farm. Savage is doing the right thing, playing in that top jungle where there are no real wards, nothing to stop that farm, and that's the best you can hope for right now.
Masaros does TP bot and does find Whiteman. Gets the sprout off, but gets glimpsed back immediately. Nature's Wrath will fly through. Among Us, I'm not sure if they can take this fight. Snowball gonna be out on Jabs, but that'll force out the boat from Arbit. Right onto Boombill. He's pretty low with that rupture and he's gonna drop it. Now Savage is gonna join his team. They do pick off Fearless on that mid-tiny. The chase continues. They'd love to get Jackie on this drow. That Blood Right gonna be well positioned with the Torrent out from Arbit. And that means this Drow Ranger may have just lost his life though. No, they do get the false promise off in time, but Savage has got so much damage coming out. I think Jackie might just die anyway, and will. Cuckoo has him surrounded with Savage, and there goes your Drow. Not to mention Q also being caught now on the Oracle does go down, and Boombill is not out of the woods yet. He just brought back on that task, but they're just going to keep rushing him. Savage on top, goes for the waveform through, gets tossed back by Fearless. They do lose Jabs. Have they gone too far? Snowball is out from Boombill, but no. They don't seem to have the damage output. Savage is actually blocked up by those trees. Thinking about turning back around. Fearless, avalanche toss on Arbed, just trying to get that Kunka down. He is now trapped in the Sprout, but still on the run. Turns around for a Tidebringer, but does eventually go down. Savage might not want to stick around that area. They do toss Boombill in. He's got the Walrus Punch. He's got the Snowball available. And Savage is going to waveform. Still, the Snowball is going to follow him down. They have control, but a great stomp out from Jabs. It's going to stop him in their tracks. And that'll be it for that team fight.
Yeah, it's still a pretty big win for Among Us. They managed to find Jackie. They trade away Abed for that, but they win out in the end. It's still a slight lead now for MG Trust, but you can see Abed Savage start to pull ahead from those kills on him. 7.4k compared to Jackie's around 6k. So a nice 1.5k lead, as I believe Savage is flying out his Manta, or at least a Recipe. So it's almost there. Into the Scotty next. That's the point where Savage can start to apply to more presence, but MG Trust are not leaving any room to breathe, keeping that shove down by.
Very easy push for them. Bloodright gonna come out to delay things, but they're gonna start a fight. Fearless does jump in onto Whitemon. It's another disruptor kill for himself, and that'll give him his Blink Dagger money. 14 minutes in, he does now have it up. He's also gonna find a nice double damage rune for himself in this Tiny. So expect him to try and get another kill very, very soon.
Yeah, just racking up the damage. Among Us, the one big issue for them right now is the level 6 timings on their supports, particularly Whitemon. He's been stuck at 5, and he needs to hit that 6 point. They need a Static Storm to come out. Jabs has been on point with his stomps, but you just need that additional control. And he does have his ult up as well here, Jabs. Finally getting the point in. Once you have that tool from Whitemon, you might be able to look for more opportunities with a counter plays, but you are down in control now. That bot jungle not very safe for anyone in Among Us to go into.
Avalanche toss, that'll be Whiteman gone. Poor Disruptor just trying to get some D wards out, but immediately dies to the Tiny. Among Us just trying to allow Cuckoo to catch up on this Bloodseeker, and in all fairness, he has reached level 9 now. So he's getting there. He's very close to being fully caught up. But in terms of net worth, he is very low. I mean, 4.3k is pretty abysmal. Behind the Oracle of all things on the other side. Not a very good position for him.
No, and he's going for that Blade Mail build just to have that value item up early. You tend to see the Veil be prioritized. You just can't go for it. Like, there's not enough to really maximize it as well. So that does put the utility back just a touch for Among Us on that Bloodseeker. Down mid though.
See X up on Boombill, but the Snowball will be there in time, and Whitemon, he's already gone, and now Fearless, well, he gets blown up by Savage. So 1-for-1, but it looks like Among Us are going to be ahead here. There's Boombill, he'll try for the TP, Abed will just X him back, that'll be Boombill gone. Of course, meanwhile, Q, he is also surrounded with the false promise out, does get the TP off in time, but does die in the fountain. That'll be a 3-for-1 trade, I believe it was. Only Whitemon going down for Among Us. Even then, he's died that many times now on the Disruptor, I really don't think he minds anymore.
No, definitely doesn't. You're gonna be happy if you're Among Us. You get the big kills. You punish Fearless for being a bit too keen. And you're building up still. There's just a lot more room to grow as the game goes late and they find more.
Or Jackie, that's the big one. Blood Ride to come in. Masaros TP'd into the Blood Ride. Maybe he saved the Drow, but he's given his own life away here. He's trying to run. Fearless, a great avalanche toss with the multi-shot out. Jabs, very low, does go down to the Purifying Flames, but there goes Masaros. Also dying on the Prophet. Savage just going to TP his way out on the Morph. Arbed trying to do the same. Everyone missing out on those TPs. And Whitemon actually survives the avalanche toss this time around. Does get himself away.
Oh yeah, just a really messy back and forth in the end. I believe Among Us are going to be happy. They're keeping Masaros down as much as Kuku has been kept down. A little bit a bit better for the NP, but not by much. So you're going to be happy with that. There's a smoke here from MG Trust, though. They're going to keep hunting.
You've got such low cooldowns. I mean, there's essentially no cooldowns apart from the false promise. You may as well just keep going. Fearless into Savage. That'll be a massive pickoff. Avalanche toss. Not quite enough. Not even with the multi-shot. Savage will try to waveform out. Now the trade. They want to turn around and fight here. Among Us do get the boat out. Onto Jackie with the stomp out from Jabs. Still Fearless. Going to jump back in for an avalanche toss, but Cuckoo just trying to get out. Will not be able to. The Fortune's End is going to be enough. Who are they aiming here? Jabs getting trapped up on the low ground. Can't get the stomp off in time. He'll also be the one to go down. They're going to try for a Roshan play.
Oh, that's going to be a big one. You're not in a position here for Among Us to try to fight in. They can't afford to give it out, but you can't expect 3 heroes to do enough. And MG Trust, you talked about it, but no cooldowns to wait for. They're always ready to fight. It feels like that momentum's a bit too much for Among Us to play again. Like MG Trust are just all over the map, forcing the aggression. Among Us need more time to farm, and they're not being given that time.
It's basically all on just Savage to get that farm up, and he is still doing a great job of getting his net worth up. It's just that Morphling is so weak right now that it just takes a lot more time. You need more items on this hero than you used to. It's like just back in the day you used to just buy a shotgun and it was fine. You were good to go, but it's not so much the case anymore.
Yeah, it's going to be slower going. Another factor as well is that Cuckoo still hasn't recovered too well. He's still lagging behind. He's barely ahead of Q, mind you. Like a while ago, he was behind Q. So that's an improvement compared to being behind. But again, you want to see a little bit more progress there. Still, MG Trust, they've got that Aegis. They're feeling confident. 20 minutes in, 14 to 19, clearing out that top tier 1. No defense coming out, of course, as it's pretty much a dead lane. Not much you can really expect there, although.
Cuckoo just ruptured it, TPing Tiny. Turn around onto Boombill, but the glimpse back is going to ruin the Blood Ride. Bit of miscoordination there, and Jabs is by himself across the map. He's also going to get caught out by Fearless.
Yeah, and that punishment is costing them. This is delaying the Ag's timing for Jabs. They really need it just to get the full channel off from their spells, and having that spell immunity up when the Astral Spirit is out, very helpful. It's delayed. It's really delayed now, and he's not had that progression. So Among Us being punished for this slower playstyle, and MG Trust, they grow bigger and bigger. They've got that Spirit Vessel up on Boombill, so you've got a way to mitigate that regen that is coming out on Savage. It's just the bane of every single morph. Having your strength morph be affected in such a way always hurts, and that's going to make it more complicated for Savage to keep himself alive.
That it will, but he's got an Aghanim Scepter himself now. So what's the idea? He's going to morph into Jabs? Get the Aghanim's upgrade from Jabs, get a free BKB and stolen damage?
Perhaps, yeah. That sounds like it. Just the free damage, then you swap back to Morphling. It sounds pretty ridiculous. Even Abed, right? They turn into a second Kunkka with 2 X's, 2 Torrents. That's pretty good as well.
The Torrent Storm's gonna be quite nice.
Oh yeah.
For Savage, but he does go for the Order Titan.
Okay, how much damage?
That's not too much.
Yeah, it's actually a bit underwhelming. Just 55 bonus. You'd want more, but this is, it's helpful. It's low committal to get the spirit out. You're not wasting much just running through there, and it is a nice scouting tool. So Savage can protect himself. It looks so funny when you see 2 of them flying out, though.
Yeah.
Just a bit strange.
This spirit. Oh, it's gone. It was stuck in the trees.
Yeah, because he lost the form.
Yeah.
You gotta love the beta game, Mike.
Yep.
You gotta love it.
Fearless mid lane. Yeah, a little bit cautious there, just showing himself for a second. Go for a smoke. Spirit is going to go through, and they know Jabs is pinging it out. Punch toss out from Fearless. He is a bit tankier than you'd expect now, so Bloodright is going to be able to come out with the Rupture. A snowball tiny away, but Fearless going to have to take the stop now from Jabs, but it's going to be no follow-up to that. That'll pretty much be it.
Yeah, it's not the biggest loss in the world for Among Us. Again, they've already kind of resigned Cuckoo's fate and Cuckoo's farm. Gotta be careful still showing up here, not very safe.
Whitemon, he could go for a glimpse back, but the snowball is going to buy them some time to run. There's your glimpse coming out onto Fearless with a static storm and kinetic field. And this Tiny, well, he'll get used up. Might buy him enough time. In fact, it does, but the X is now going to be there from Arbit. Great shards out from Boombill, locking them in, and now Fearless back out with the toss. Straight onto Jabs, but the Elder Titan is still not dying. Now poor old Masteros going to get glimpsed back on the Prophet. They do finally kill Jabs. But can they retreat without being punished? Oh, that's a nice snowball once again from Boombill. Going to buy time to avoid the bone. Now with the multi-shot, going back in, but here comes Savage, trying to go after Q. In fact, no, they'll focus on Boombill. That'll be a Tuskar. Fearless, he's just bleeding in the corner. Can't really help right now as he waits for the Rupture to wear off. And it finally does, so we'll go after Whitemon. Doesn't really finish off the kill, or does actually with that tree throw, but it's going to cost him his own life. Or perhaps not, the false promise is out now from Q. Cuckoo still going in with the Bloodright. Is going to go down to Q on the Oracle. Savage, go back in for the Prophet. Eventually might be able to get him, but no. Again, Q saving the day. And now our Drow can turn back around onto Arbed and get that damage out. Arbed with that Heaven's Halberd, going to be able to walk away. Now Savage going back onto the Drow. It's literally Arbed versus Savage versus the world. Boombill going to come back in with the Walrus Punch now. Arbed getting a reset. He's XTPing and coming back into this fight very, very soon to help out Savage once again. Torrent is going to be there, the Fortune's End flying all the way back from the fountain onto Masteros. The Prophet is very low, but Savage is even lower and does end up finally dropping. And now Arbed has been left alone with no friends. Well, I say that, Whiteman is just around the corner. There's not much he can do as the Disruptor to help out. He'll drop a kinetic field. Rupture out on Boombill. Cuckoo now going to come back into the fight. But they do not want to continue. They want to disengage, and they will get away with Arbed intact.
Ooh, man, a messy back and forth between both sides, but that is a big win for MG Trust. They come out on top in the end. Jackie, living true with a sliver of HP, can be very pleased with himself. As Among Us, they keep having to throw the bodies out. Now, that Astral Spirit Ags upgrade, giving a free BKB to Savage is big, and he is going for the pure right-click build off of that. He's got his crit stick up. He's looking for the Daedalus next, and maybe finish up the Scotty afterwards. But it's just a lot of farm that needs to come out for him to match that output, for him to start bursting these heroes down. And it's starting to feel a bit lacking. Like, they've got a lot of durability with Abed, but the damage isn't coming out. Cuckoo, he just drops Bloodright. there's just not much you can do when you're this far behind on the Bloodseeker. They're gonna have to find a way to get that farm distribution back on track. Except when your map has shrunk this much, it's very difficult to get all of these heroes up and running. And, you know, key items are still coming out for MG Trust. There's a BKB up on Jackie, so they smoke up. They're gonna go hunting.
Why the hell not? Obviously that last team fight, although it was quite even, did go very well for Motivate. Again, they're going to start with Whitemon to burst him down. Snowball going to be out. We'll stun him up through the Glimmer Cape, and Boombell will eventually just finish him off with the Walrus Punch. Onto that tier 2 mid tower. Of course, Jabs is going to be there to just try and slow things down with the Older Titan Stomp. But look at the damage coming out from Jackie and Masteros. It's just so much damage. They are forced to clip this one up. Stomp is out with the Blood Right onto Fearless, but he's going to be alright to run away. Perhaps not for Q though, as he does get X back, but he gets the False Promise off in time. Now the Snowball back in, but Abed times the boat very, very well and does connect both of them with Jackie, getting the multi-shot, but Savage now is breaking the gap, going after Fearless and the Drow. Do they have the damage output or the control? Fearless, nice blink away. Cuckoo's running pretty fast, but they're not going to keep chasing. Or are they? Savage? He's looking for a glimpse attempt with that Disruptor morph, but not going to be able to get one.
Yeah, it's a good disengage for MG Trust. They only lose their supports, so not much of value actually being dropped there. You're going to be happy enough to get back and reset. Would like to make more progress on those tier 2s, especially that mid one, but good defense from Among Us. They are without a Fortify for a bit longer though. Have to be cautious about the next fights that break out, as MG Trust are not gonna... It's not like they're just gonna sit back and wait. Again, no cooldowns means they can just keep running at you, and they might just look for that. There is a rush up for the taking as well. Gonna have to keep your eye out on that objective. That is gonna be the Aegis and Cheese. There's a courier here from Cuckoo to keep track. No, not quite that same information from MG Trust, but they are smoked.
Whitemon. You get caught out by Fearless again, and well, gets the Glimmer Cape off in time. It's gonna be alright. Fearless still looking for him, does eventually get him with enough with Q, throwing out the Purifying Flames. Gonna go for more again. Everybody is gonna be able to get back from Among Us, so back into that Roshan pit. Or maybe not. Abed with these illusions gonna be able to scout out that pit, so they don't want to risk anything quite yet. Looks like they'll have to come back another time.
Yeah, it's a good stall out from Among Us. Does cost them 1 life, but this puts them in a good position to contest the next Rosh. That Rosh actually. So you're gonna have Whitemon up. You've got the Static Storm. It's not a very easy fight for MG Trust to go into, but looks like they're just gonna settle for the runes for now. And again, back to resetting, waiting for certain items. You've got a BKB now on Masteros. So 2 BKBs in play, fresh charges for MG Trust. Also very close to getting a blink out on Q and a E-Blade on Fearless. Just maybe wait out for one of those items to be ready, and then you can look to make more plays on the map. As Among Us, you know, they're using that time to farm up as well. It's still a bit slow going. The Daedalus is just about done for Savage though. That's going to be a huge damage boost, especially when he does get a good amount of spirits or a good amount of heroes bumped by his spirit in the Elder Titan form. That is something that MG Trust has to be a bit leery about. The right click of Savage can shoot up massively from that.
Certainly can. No matter whether the Savage can stay alive though, like that's just been the main issues. Once that Spirit Vessel gets put on Savage, and he doesn't have any way to dispel it, it does get very problematic for this Morphling. Bot lane, Jabs, can he be picked off by Fearless, who is very, very deep, and this might cost him his life. They throw the Torrent and the boat in, and Savage with the Tiny Morph. does manage to get up the kill. Well, they're going to try and rush the Roshan with this. Forcing Among back into that Roshan pit, but they are not taking it fast enough. Cuckoo will be there to scout this out, and they have to disengage.
Yeah, it's not the best of trades for MG Trust. You're going to be happy about that if you're Among Us. And again, you're keeping Roche stalled out. It's an awkward situation for MG as they've been sitting on these BKBs for a while. They haven't had the opportunity to just jump in, commit the BKB, find a fight. They're not finding the opening. So very disciplined of Among Us. Just playing the patience game. MG Trust, they're not getting too rattled. They're still playing that farm up. But it's not too big of a lead they have. They have to be aware as the game pushes towards that late game. You're talking about, it's a Morphling late. It scales a little bit better. The Kunkka, especially once the Ags comes out, is going to be a major factor. We've seen the Tide Storm really make a good difference in engagements for teams with a Kunkka. So those are some spikes to watch out for here from MG Trust. If you stall this out too long, you will have to deal with those tools coming into play.
Absolutely. Funny as well, Loopbet is still sitting as with Among Us as favorites in this match. Dota Plus is actually agreeing. 61% for Among Us in this matchup. Motivate Trust has the 4K net worth lead, but perhaps a bit of a drafting thing to happen there with the AI. Like, it's weird to see that, isn't it? Like, having a higher win rate for Among Us when they're they're 10 kills behind 4K net worth. I know the scaling gets pretty insane when you have a Morphling and things like the older Titan. I guess the Tiny does drop off. I mean, that is your mid-core in comparison to, say, the Arbit Kunkka, who can sort of scale really well with Tidebringer.
Yeah, the one thing is, MG Trust can keep up. It's just a bit harder. Like, you fall off in raw stats, you fall off in raw damage. Your kit is not as pliable as Among Us because, you go for a Drow draft. It does tend to hit certain timings, and then it does kind of taper off. You have to be a bit cautious about that. I think as the game goes on, you will have to redistribute that farm to Masaros. So it becomes more about the NP because you want him to be able to really melt down lanes, apply that pressure with a split push. Once you get, say, the site of Vice that he's queued up, and then you can get so much more control as well with the NP when he does go for those side lane pushes. It's just several items away. He's queuing up the AC, and then you're talking about the site of Vice. It's such a long time off. He's gonna need to be the one to start reeling it in, and MG Trust has to be ready to give that space out. He's relatively close to Jackie in the farm, so they have been very good in splitting it between these two cores. But that's the name of the game. It's just a bit harder to pull off for MG Trust. They have to kind of play that split push aggressively and force Among Us to make mistakes. And when you're depending on the enemy to make mistakes, it's not a sure-cut thing, especially for a team like Among Us, who, again, they've been undaunted despite being this far behind. They're smoked up looking for a play.
Oh, it's a nice X out, Jackie. They get caught, but they don't capitalize. Perhaps not feeling confident with their position. They didn't have any vision of the other team, so it was just Jackie that they had vision of, and they'll even be, they'll go for the Roshan play.
It's a bit sneaky. You don't have the wards there, and that's a real quick one. Savage picks it up. It can be scary going into this fight with Savage being this big.
He's huge. Gonna start with the Astral Spirits out.
Tower is under attack.
I don't really catch anyone out. Still a very slow game between these two. It's your Aghanim Scepter coming out onto Jabs now, so you've got double Aghanim Scepter on these Titans. So essentially 2 free BKBs. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. I mean, if you catch 5 with that Astral Spirit, that's a free 10-second spell meter once it's back. So you're gonna be banking on clumping them up. the issue is getting MG Trust to be that stuck together. It's been a bit difficult to force them, to corral them into such a tight spot. Really disciplined players. They have been holding out well. There's that E-Blade out on Fearless. He gets a massive damage boost with his Avalanche Toss combo. Have to be wary. And Fearless has been on point targeting key heroes. He's been keeping Whitemon down, keeping that Disruptor out of play, and has made it harder for Whitemon to commit that Static Storm. So if you watch your spacing there, ensure your backline's not too exposed, you do start to need that Static Storm to land consistently here as the game racks on.
Go. Masteros might be the one to get caught. Tries to put the TP and they don't have vision. You're right. Fearless, however, is at the top lane. They haven't scouted him out either, so he's going to hide in the tree line. Also, they're just going to sit back. They don't really catch anyone else.
Yeah, just stalling out for both sides. Still have that slight lead for MG Trust. Trying to find those key items on these two heroes. Jackie's still waiting for 2 parts for his Butterfly. Masteros is just the plate meal away from having the full AC. So AC into sight, again, very important for the NP to have that control, to have that durability. Perhaps once the sight is up, that's when you can expect MG to go for a play, but with this opportunity, Savage is just cutting the wave onto those tier 2s.
AC now up on Masteros. Savage does take care of that tier 2 top tower and smoke up now. Savage's courier though, he's going to lose that Reaver. So not going to be able to quite finish off the Satanic yet. But going to run into Boombill and Jackie. Arbed should see Jackie there with the Blood Run and does get the X off in time. Jackie, however, pops the BKB. Will be right, and now Fearless going to go in onto Jabs, but he'll also be safe. Jackie now. Well, Fearless rather, getting things back on the Tiny. He's been trapped up by that Static Storm and really has nowhere to go. He'll try to force stuff to the low ground, but Savage is on the case, and he is stuck. Does go swarm up, but it probably won't matter. Eventually Savage should be able to get the kill and does. While Arbed was chasing for more on the Kunkka, wasn't able to quite catch anyone out there, but they are still hanging around that bot area. That'll be it. They're going to go mid-tier 2 instead.
Yeah, the objective games for Among Us, they're going to be happy with just finding that one pickoff. Took a lot of work, and just shows you how much more MG Trust does have left in the bank. Using this opportunity to find some tier 4 items. So they're going to have the edge in that sense, as Among Us hasn't quite dipped into the jungle. We've only got one though, but the high ground is open.
It's a fast tier 3 tower. Disarm Savage, but with that Blood Rage, he does attack very, very quick. We'll back off after the glyph, and they are pinging out that bot tier 1 now, so just wanting to deal with that instead. They do want to go for more than just 1 Rax, of course. Meanwhile, mid lane, Jabs catching out Masteros, does get the Earth Splitter off. Masteros forces TP and BKB and TP out. At the same time, that'll be your Aegis gone now on Savage. It does end up expiring.
Yeah, that's the 10-second BKB reveal as well for Masteros. We've been sitting on those BKBs for so long. Now, that was actually the first time he used it, so again, not finding those openings for MG Trust to get that item usage out. Still, MG Trust, they've smoked up. This is going to be into certain tier 4 items though. The Princess Knife might turn them off a bit there.
Could possibly do so. Fearless, let's get in to cancel the TP of Jabs. They do blow up the Titan. Bo not going to really connect onto Fearless. He does Yules away. Masteros, as usual, getting glimpsed out of the team fight, but Cuckoo is going to be left behind, and they do clean up a 2 for nothing.
a big win. Not the biggest kills, but you're going to be having the numbers advantage, so you can look to push down a tower. There's no Roche, so it's going to have to be a last out of the tower. And that's all Among Us Tier 2 gone. Onto the high ground. They don't have anything like an Aegis, though. You've got to be a bit cautious about the damage output here.
That's Ross. As soon as they see him, they just glimpse him back every single time. And he'll be alright. He'll be close by. He'll do it the old-fashioned way and walk back down. This Tier 3 tower is not going to last very long. Get that gone. Savage. Get a lot of damage off onto Jackie. You do still have Q there to just reset him. Those heals out. But high ground defense is very, very good from Among Us, and they aren't going to be able to go any further than that Tier 3 tower.
Yeah, just playing it safe. You don't want to give any opportunities to Among Us to bounce back. They do have the 7k net worth advantage, 20 to 31. They've got all the space in the world. Just sit back, keep farming up. Masaros is working nicely into that side of Vice. Once you've got that in the NP, he gets a sort of a second life in terms of how much damage you can pump out. And you know, you're also finding some decent trickle down farm here for your supports. Q is working towards an Aeon Disc, and that is just perfect for something like the Oracle. You know, having that window to just cast your False Promise on your cores going to be a massive help for MG Trust in boosting their durability. As the game's starting to go a bit late, 14 minutes in. Among Us not out of it yet, but it is getting a bit more complicated in finding those openings.
The one really wanting to give the advantage away to the other. Fearless gonna go in onto Cuckoo, but we'll get glimpsed back out from Whitemon. But Masaros gonna TP in onto that Disruptor, and they will take him out. Whitemon having a very, very hard game on the Disruptor so far. Just can't really avoid death once he is sprouted up like that. Just accept the fact that he is going to die. Not going to be able to get anything though with that Disruptor kill. It really doesn't mean much because the respawn timer is so low. He's going to be guaranteed to be back up soon anyway.
Yeah, it's one benefit for Whitemon. It's like he is, you know, he's still 15. Doesn't take too long for him to be back. There's no objective. The Roche is still about a minute and a half, a minute 20 off. And once that's up, that might be where MG Trust set their sights next. But before then, you know, it's just back to farming, back to waiting out the, building up for buybacks, building up for those big items. You look at Fearless, he is going for the Dagon, so we're at that point where Tiny stacks the Dagons up. Gonna be a bit until he gets the full Dagon 5, but there's that Aeon Disc up for MG Trust, so you've got that safety net on Q to cast the spells, and that's just going to make it more difficult for Among Us. They can't just immediately blow up the Oracle. They're going to have to contend with that fact that one of these heroes are going to stay alive a lot longer than you'd want them to when these fights do break out.
We're in just a bit of a stalemate, I suppose you'd call it. It's a 7k net worth lead. It's been a bit up and down, but I suppose 7k at 42, 43 minutes in doesn't really matter anymore. Dota Plus has no clue, sitting at 57% for Among Us. We're not really seeing that amazing scaling yet out of this more for Kunkka. He's hitting very hard, it's just not the issue. It's so many ways of escaping, so many defensive abilities being thrown out by Motivate Trust that they can't really burst down anyone. All props to Q, by the way, on the Oracle. He's been doing an amazing job.
Oh yeah, just been on point. You know, the Blink has been paying dividends. MG Trust, they do smoke up though. Had a bit of enough of that.
Savage gonna get jumped on. Fearless does not get the avalanche, now does get ruptured. Static Storm gonna hold him in place. They don't really want to give up this Tiny like this, but they may not have a choice. Does go down, and Jackie. He is very far forward, so they just jump him immediately. That'll force the buyback from Fearless. Jackie is going to be okay, but Boombell will not be. Now, well, they're looking for more Arbed. A great stop out from Jabs. Into Arbed's X. And Fearless, he did just buy back. They can't afford to lose him like this. Now Masaros will control up the side with the Hex onto Jabs, but Cuckoo take care of him, and Fearless is gone on the Tiny. He does die back, and now Jackie also being caught out on the Drow. An ultra kill out for Savage, making a rampage.
Oh boy, MG Trust, and they've been so patient for so long. They forced the smoke up the hill. The Savage was at the perfect spot at the perfect time to punish. All of a sudden, that lead of MG Trust gone. Roshan, third of the game, going the way of Among Us. That's a refresh chart along with the Ages and Cheese. And they are just ready to go to catch one out.
Masaros, now he'll be right. This is that point where you want to try and make something happen with this Aegis Cheese, and a refresher shot for that matter. See, Savage is pretty far now. They should know that Fearless does not have buyback on the Tiny, but it seems as though it's going to be a slow process as Savage. He doesn't really have any boots up at the moment. He is just going to eat the cheese and start rushing through mid.
Yeah, it's a pretty good bounce back here for Cuckoo as well. Like, he's still behind in that fort, but not too behind Fearless. And Fearless was up there a while ago. There's an Abyssal now in Cuckoo, so they've got more ways of jumping in, more control, and it's been a fantastic time for Cuckoo. Despite all those deaths, still found a farm. They just need to make use of these pickups.
Fate's eating. Slow down Savage for a second. He has bought to find Rapier. Alright, Savage has had enough of this game. So, straight Divine on the Morphling.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Why not? I don't mind it. It's like he hits like a truck. He's going to hit even harder. The only thing to stop him is Q's disarm, so that's really what they're going to depend on now.
Where is the Divine? He's keeping it in the courier for now. Does bring it out. Isn't active. Here into that Elder Titan form. Masaros always been hexed up, so Savage looking for that Oracle, doesn't quite get that, but just blows up Boombell, and now the Abyssal is out on Jackie. They'll try and Hurricane Pike away, they'll just focus on Masaros instead, and now Jackie will be focused down by Savage. He does get into the back lines, just hits him as the Elder Titan. But toss back, not quite into the fountain, but they got the Hex off on Savage. He has been strength morphing, does have the Aegis anyway. That'll be enough for Among Us. They get the racks, they back off.
Yeah, safe plays from them. They're just gonna take it slow. Savage is out of mana. Does still have the Aegis, so they're gonna go for the XTP play just to regen him to full. And they force feed him mangoes in the base too. Just getting to that full mana point. Efficiency, Mike, it's always important. MG Trust now. I mean, their one Rax is protected. They've still got an outer tower left, but not going to hold on to these top
Fearless.
range.
Oh, Fearless, you can't die like this. Not right now. Caught by that kinetic field. And he's gone. That's a big crit out from Savage. Now they might just go for that final lane of racks.
I think they have to go for tier 4s. Yeah, the tier 2 is still up. Just going to go for that end game, and without the Tiny, your control is kind of gone here.
One tier 4 gone. That's another quick tier 4 gone for Savage. And he's just going to waveform through. He is done with this game. He wants the Ancient. And he is going to go straight for it. They can't really slow him down. Or can they? They get their Hex off from Masaros. Boats flying in. He'll waveform the other way. Another disarm. But he is focused in on those objectives. And that is it. GG Warplane is called. And Among Us will win their second 2-0 victory throughout these group stages thus far.
Oh yeah, I mean, this time around, MG Trust did make them work for it. They had a lot of back and forth, a lot of good showings from MG Trust, just not enough. They were a bit hesitant to use those BKBs and Masaros and Jackie when they were fresh, They didn't find the opportunities. The only real kills they were finding were on Whitemon, which are nice, but not the targets you're going for. And they take it too slow. Savage just scaled up way too much, and they couldn't find the answer. So a good win for Among Us. Hard fought victory, Motivate Trust. These guys are the favorites for a lot of people among us. The fact that they brought such a fight to Among Us is a good sign for MG Trust. I think they had a good showing regardless.
No, I'd 100% agree with you on that. Still, John, we do have to move on to our next series of the night, and that is, of course, going to be the side of Boom Esports versing 032. So we'll see how this one pans out. It'll be our third one of the night, and we should be there in about 10 minutes. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire. We'll see you all again very, very soon.
Ooh, that's live.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our third series of the night, and it's going to be between 032 and Boom Esports. It is MLP Dota and John X5. John, welcome back, sir. Third series of the night. How you feeling? How you holding up?
I'm doing great, Mike. It's been a long day. You know, we barely had time for merienda. You know me, I like my food, but a quick sip of the monster over there. Well, not that one. I have a chilled one. But a quick sip of that and pretty energized for the next series.
I love how you were pointing at your body pillow, by the way, John. I know you were trying to point at the can behind you, but can't drink that body pillow, John. It's for other purposes. Still, John, the draft started. Magnus Faceless Void is upon us for 032. Boom Esports, they'll go for the lovely Earth Spirit, who deserves more cosmetics, and the Bat Rider.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a tight one. Having the Magnus Faceless Void off the bat for 032, it's a quick one, and of course this is the the former Adroit boys, along with Ninja Bogey. They love the Magnus. They love the playstyle it brings out. Not to me. I know he prefers the PA, but he can play a mean Void as well, and we've seen a lot of that Void. With this combination off the bat, you have options to maybe go with a Phoenix, build off with a Chrono as well with other support picks. Boom Esports, for their part, I think they've got a solid answer to at least pick off the Void. Earth Spirit for the long-range initiation, Bat Rider as well, and Boom, they play a mean Earth Spirit. Like, we've watched a lot of Boom. We know Hyde can perform in the hero. It's a very potent opener for Boom. They've got the flexibility with a Bat Rider as well as to whether or not to run it in the off or mid. So they've got their options there, and they keep it open. They need a way to counteract that Faceless Void when the Chrono comes out, though. And Boom, for their part, they actually do ban out the Oracle themselves. They don't have the option for the free disarm. And they also ban out the Phoenix. So 032 on their end, they take out the Winter Wyvern. Now that's something that does counter the Void, does counter the Magnus. You're not having those options. You're going to have to look elsewhere to prevent that Chrono from being a factor here.
I do wonder whether it's going to be problematic that they went for that 2-core opening for 032, because it does seem like Boom Esports are going to have plenty of time to try and have the counters out for these two picks, right? Like, trying to have something to sort these out. And I mean, you've already got the Bat Rider, which does tend to do quite nicely up against both these heroes. And like I said, there's plenty of time for them to try and get some counter picks out up against the Void and the Mag. Just a matter of what they want to go for. We'll have to wait for these follow-up bans. As Boom, they did get rid of the Phoenix, which makes enough sense. You've got the Void Mag. You don't want to give a Phoenix over to them as well. It's just a matter of what else don't you want to give. Have a think about this one.
It looks pretty good to still pick up a Bloodseeker for 032, right? Like, you get Empower on the Bloodseeker as well. That's pretty nice. Combinations with Rupture and Skewer. We've seen that in play. And of course the Bloodright and the Chrono. There's a lot there. It might be a bit greedy if you do opt for like the Bloodseeker and you open up your Tricore already. So Boom's going to have a lot of options to counterplay there, but if you're confident, that's a draft that can run down at certain timings. If you wanted to play fast, I think that's one way for 032 to get that done. If they really do want to keep that aggression. You can also play really slow. Right, with a Magnus Void, you just go in the jungle, you farm with Empower, you build up an item advantage, and then you go. It's not necessarily a fast draft, and 032 can take it either way.
Yeah, it's very true. See the Snapfire being removed by Boom Esports and 032. Their final ban out now. They haven't really had much revealed to them yet with this Earth Spirit Bat Rider, so they'll just probably focus in on heroes that they don't want to play against, and they'll get rid of the Slark now. Up against Boom. 032. What's the next pickup? I mean, surely we have to see some supports coming out now for this side. Have a bit of a think about it.
10 seconds remaining.
Supports for the Void Mag. I mean, it's really open. I'd say an Ogre would be nice if you just want to buff your Void. They go with the Venge themselves. So this is a soft ban out to prevent that swap in the Chrono. On top of that, now you can break the lasso. So 032 solving issues with that Venge pick. I like it. It's solid. We've seen a lot of it. It's been hit and miss. but in this case, kind of does suit that lineup, so it's perfectly fine here.
Yeah. Just a deny pick from Boom Esports, just in case they wanted it. I wonder as well whether either of these teams will bother going for the Drow Ranger, which we have been seeing a lot of.
Yeah.
How could we forget?
Oh, Casino Night comes in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great one. It plays really fast. You can dominate the lanes if you're not careful, and I'm gonna have to close my video for a bit. I'm getting water through my windows from the storm.
All right.
Be right back.
I was about to ask, but go ahead. All right, well, it's just me now, and hopefully John's not getting completely flooded while he's trying to cover his window. So we got the CK out from Boom Esports. They have been running this quite a bit. Seen Dreamersaur having a great old time on this hero. And hello, John.
Hello, Mike. Yeah, my little bit of water coming through the side. You know, that's what you get when the topics. It's really strong winds.
I was wondering why you kept looking that way. I was like, man, something's happening. Is his house on fire or some crap? And he's just going to put it out.
It's the opposite. It's the opposite. You know, my house is flooding. Yeah, no. It's storm season in Southeast Asia. You know, it's about that time. So, Burr months. Other Filipinos would know. That explains the disconnects too, Mike. You know, so just prepping us for that. But look at that response here from 032. Rubik picked up. Now, this is more of like counter picks, right? Like there's not much to steal from Boom. Lasso, I guess, would be nice, but the kit just doesn't work as tied up. Like this is just to prevent Boom from picking up a Rubik themselves and going for the steals and the Magnus, going for the steals and the Void. You can make this work. It's still okay as a lineup. Now you have the Beastmaster Roar to take, which is perfectly fine now for 022. Boom, for their part, the Beastmaster's key to countering that Void. Chrono flies in, you have to ensure Beast is outside, so you can get the Roar off. That is your only way of preventing an effective Chrono. A lot of pressure there on the Beastmaster to just stay safe and get that positioning right.
Certainly so. Final ban-outs now. You have the Timbersaw and OD being removed, and now the Tidehunter also being taken out by Boom Esports. I wonder, are they still lacking a mid laner here for Boom? Like, you probably aren't going to see the mid lane Earth Spirit this time around. I mean, you pointed out earlier, but Hyde does have a pretty good time on the Earth Spirit, and they might even just run the support Bat Rider as we saw last series. So it seems like we might just be lacking a mid lane hero for Boom Esports, and they should know they're up against the Mag mid, if I think I'm correct in saying that.
Yeah. It's a tricky one, because you think about the support duo of Earth Spirit Bat Rider, that is really greedy. Super easy to punish. I mean, the Bat Rider could play in the jungle, but then your other heroes could play in the jungle too, so you don't want to be occupying that spot as the pause for too much, especially since the Beast will want it a lot more. So a lot of factors there to consider for Boom Esports. They do have a fast pace, so if you do pick up a different mid and run the Earth Spirit Bat Rider supports, if you do just play fast and force your hand 032, they are constrained by RP, they are constrained by Chrono. The Blink and Echo Saber timing is one thing. They need fast from their Magnus as well, and it's not always a guarantee when you've got two hard farming cores like this, so Boom might be able to get away with a little bit of a greedier start here.
We're going to have to think about this one. From the previous matches we've seen Boom in, where they do go this CK route, it just gets to a point where Dreamersaur's just farmed way too quick, and the game is just generally over at some point because he just pops Phantasm and hits people with Reality Rift, and they just get deleted. The only game that they dropped was the TNC on the first day so far, Boom Esports. Yes, on the second day, of course, getting a 2-0 victory over Neon. Boom. Alright, they'll get the Undying now. I wouldn't call this greedy at all. I'd say it's a pretty open kind of draft. Doesn't really need much to get going, and seems like they just want to really get to fighting and give Dreamersaur all the space he wants.
Yeah, exactly it. You can maintain that fast pace with the Undying. You just need to hit maybe level 6 marks on your Bat Rider. It's going to be key. Earth Spirit, not so much. So just have the cores at 6, Undying at level 5 at the least when you start fighting is a good point. If you invest in Tombstone, in this case, going 1-1-3 is pretty good because you don't have ranged cores that can melt your Tombstone, Venge and Rubik. You don't want to focus on that, and you can position it well. You've got a lot of slows, a lot of control. Boom is just looking to play fast, and that's a signature of Boom Esports, right? Ever since years back, since we first casted them, they play non-stop Dota, and this is exactly that kind of lineup. It doesn't want to sit and farm, it wants to run and fight, and 032, it's the opposite. It's a Magnus Void, right? You maybe throw a Chrono here, an RP here, but you're going to be sitting back and farming. They get the Legion Commander as well, just to have that purge from, say, the Lasso, from the Roar, right? So you've got a way of countering that. You've got some decent wave clear as well with overwhelming odds in play. So there is a back and forth with the toolkits here. Going to be a fun time to watch that clash, and really maximizing the magnets. Even the LC is going to have a good time with the Empower.
Yeah, I'd say so. Should be a very fun matchup between these two. I love the drafts, very explosive, and because there's a lot of big ultimates here to keep an eye out for. See if 032 can get back on track in this group stage and get some points going for themselves. But this is arguably one of the harder teams you're going to have to go up against. You know, them, TNC, and probably Among Us are the hardest teams you're looking at in the group stages right now. And, well, 032, they've already had to go through Among Us yesterday. And today they have to go through Boom Esports. So, see if they can put on a performance here and try to get themselves a win. Of course, Boom, they are looking to be the favourites for sure here in this matchup, I'd say. But we'll check the odds in a second and see what Lupet has to say about it.
And I think one thing for Boom here that I have kind of a doubt about is how they itemize on Dreamer Cell this game. So we've seen a lot of CK. We've seen a lot of CK Midas. If you do go that route here, it might slow down that timing that you want to play, because you do want to play fast. I'd say if you went Echo Saber or SNY or even Armlet, I think you've got a lot of a faster timing. You might give up your late game scaling, but honestly, this lineup does not want to go late. Like, you're talking about RP, you're talking about Chrono at, say, the 15-minute mark. You have nothing in your kit that matches that. So I'd reckon this time Dreamercell might want to itemize for the faster game, but we'll see. You know, a lot of times these cores have just opted for minus CK just because they want to ramp up the EXP faster. Steady gain of gold gets you to a stronger mid-game snowball, kind of offsetting that slower start. We'll see how Dreamercell does, but he's been playing pretty on point recently anyway. So I'm sure either route he goes for, it's gonna go the way he wants in mind, as long as 032 doesn't put a dent on it.
The odds do come up, John. You do see Boom Esports are indeed the favourites in this one. Sitting at $1.35 in comparison to the $3.05 of 032. I'd say that's about accurate, but I wouldn't underestimate 032 in this matchup. I mean, they've been showing us some moments of brilliance throughout this group stage so far, and definitely not a team to be underestimated, especially if you can get some decent farm up on Natsumi. We know how fast these voids can snowball out of control.
Oh yeah, they really scaled great into the late game as well. So Boom, if they don't find that early start, they might face some issues. There's just so much better team fight from 032 with RP, with Chrono. Both of these spells, you know, ignores BKBs, ignores off that spell immunity, doesn't matter to it. That control will always be relevant, and in that sense, it scales a lot better. I mean, you do have Roar, but that's just FBC. That is literally it for late game scaling control. Like, the CK is still nice late game, but again, Empower is already there to kind of deal with that.
Top lane, they are going to run into each other. But Bok really wants to get that banner in. Still Hyde going to roll in onto Matthew, takes the bounty off, and now Matthew is going to be in massive, massive danger and is going to go down to Dreamercell of all people.
Ooh, no,
oh, that is not the start you wanted for 032.
No, that's going to accelerate Dreamercell's initial farm. I believe that's actually one Bracer already flying out to him. Yeah, a Bracer plus a Mango. So our CK going to be tankier in that lane. Going to have more mana to play with, and that's something you have to be really, really aware of. Kezcute is playing a very aggressively positioned Undying, and if he gets the stacks of Decay up, well, Dream Assault's damage and stun, it's gonna rip right through these heroes.
It is. Talk about the itemization of Dream Assault. He's just got some braces and treads queued up for now, and we'll see if he does go into the Midas a little later on. It's based off how the lane goes for him. Of course, in that mid lane, you do have Nico and Makoto up against each other. This should be somewhat Makoto favored, considering you are a Bat Rider after all. You can just spam Sticky Napalm. Nico already has the Magic Stick ready to go just prior to even getting to the lane. That is, of course, the way you have to play it against the Bat Rider.
Yeah, I'd say it's not the toughest time for Magnus, although.
Yeah, Boff ends up losing his life, and even as DLC, you've got to respect the decay of Kezcute. He has stolen Egg Strength, and well, with the CK damage, it's not too hard to see him going down.
Yeah, especially if you roll max damage Chaos Bolt, then you're just stacking up a lot of nukes. So again, it's always a gamble when you play that CK, but when you get lucky, you win big. And that's something you just have to be careful about. Now, Boom is out of mana, so that will give Matthew and Bach a bit more room. You know, it's going to be important to bounce back in that LC. That mid lane, again, talking about the Magnus, he doesn't mind that lane. Like, he goes back in jungle, he farms up. You're giving Mikado a little bit more space in that sense, and Mikado can play the same way, but it's just important for these two cores to get that initial farm. In that sense, they're not going to slow each other down too hard. It's going to be down to the supports where, you know, you look at these supports down bot, it's Ninja Bogey on the Venge, you've got Hyde around there with FBZ to face off against Natsumi on that Void as well. And it's down to maybe Hyde getting some rotations out. He's not going to go to until later on. Maybe that first power rune is when you'd expect it. And in that sense, Boom does have more potency there. I mean, it's an Earth Spirit. He's the king of rotations. Gotta be cautious about that timing at the 4-minute mark.
That you certainly do. Very, very dangerous kind of roaming hero. He does get a decent start for himself, and he's going to go for a bit of a pull, but no, he'll turn around for the roll now as Ninja Boogie trying to interrupt. They've got the balls there from the Beastmaster, but man, that is a lot of bashes out from Natsumi. In FBZ, he'll still be able to sell a triple bash or something coming out from this Void.
Yeah, it's highly unfortunate because even the Thunderclap from the Tomato Creep just landing on FBZ, not a good time. He's forced to salve. He's down to 1 Tango, and all of a sudden that lane is not as good as it would be for Boom. So just watch the spacing there. Those creeps can turn against you.
Yeah, that they can. Try to go for another pull and make it a little bit easier for FBZ. Boulder Smash not going to be enough for that large creep. Ninja Boogie will ensure that Natsumi is the one taking that farm. Looking back to the mid lane, Makoto and Nico are very, very even in terms of CS at the moment. Of course, some of that CS on Nico is going to be some jungle creeps, and well, actually Matthew going to make a nice rotation in onto Makoto. There is a regen rune up that top lane that Makoto would love to have, but a great skewer back. No, the flame break. Makoto, he ends up getting the kill, and now is going to make a run for it. Oh, gets the salve off, and Nico, he had too many stacks of sticky napalm.
Yeah, brave play from Nico. Extremely good punishment from Boom. Mikado now suddenly on top. He's going to have a creep wave to soak through. He's going to have an EXP bounce back. He was slightly behind in levels, but now he's going to be ahead. He's going to hit the level 6 mark a bit earlier, and that's something Nico has to be careful about. Once the lasso's in play, Mikado is going to look for that rotation with his Earth Spirit and try to find a kill.
Hyde, be back to the bot lane. Doesn't really see an opening in that mid lane quite yet. Gonna just secure those 5-minute bounty runes first. It's a bit of an awkward position for Hyde because the bot lane you can't do anything with the Beastmaster, so you may as well just leave him be. He's gonna try and find somewhere to go. He's gonna just interrupt Nico here, who is just taking that medium camp. Hyde's going to make it so he can't really go back to that and will be forced back into the lane. Luckily for him, though, Makoto isn't even at the lane as was in the jungle for a little bit, getting that bottle filled up by the bounty. He'll make his way back now.
Yeah, you've got the level 6s on these two mid-cores. RP's ready to go for Nico. Lasso's ready to go for Mikado, so maybe some rotations out later, although down bot.
Yeah, Hyde gets down there. FBZ was initially in trouble, but does help set up a kill for FBZ. And even at the top lane, KezQ was able to secure a kill onto Bok. That's the second time Bok's done in this Legion Commander. Just not really dealing well with this Undying.
And that's going to be a massive issue. Dreamocell, he's having a fantastic lane. A bit better than you are seeing on Natsumi, and he's going to go for that Midas build as well.
That's a real shame for Matthew in that mid lane, Johnny. Ends up going down solo to Makoto, who does commit the lasso. But that's really one thing you don't want to do up against a mid player, right? You don't want to give him any more gold than they can get off the lane. And it's going to make Nico's life harder now because you just gave him even more gold.
Yeah, you're going to be very happy with that. He's got level 7 up as well. A slight EXP lead now for Mikado, and in fact, 0-6 on the max. 0-3-2 just not finding any trades for these heroes. They're dropping a 2k lead for Boom. They've set themselves up for a really nice start here.
That they have. Boom's always been very good at this as well, just being able to be very, very dominant in this early game. But now Nico going to come top lane with an RP out. KezQ has the Tombstone, but he's not going to bother wasting it, as Dreamocell is guaranteed to die. Nico, with the rotation on the mag, it is going to pay off.
Yeah, that's an important kill. Again, putting a dent on Dreamocell's progression, as he has been left alone for too long. It's going to stall out the Midas just a tad. And Boom, they are grouping a few heroes bot, but they are getting some TPs for the defense in that tier 1.
They are. Very hard to defend into that Beastmaster, especially when the siege creep is there. He has Raw, Natsumi, gotta be careful, gets the Chrono out, however. On to Makoto, they're trying to get this Bat Rider down, but Makoto's gonna go for a run, and it looks like he might just survive it as well. He is safe. They could not finish the kill off, and they could keep trying, but Makoto is just moving way too quick. He'll be right.
Yeah, it's a wasted Chrono, it's a wasted first Roar, but overall, Boom Esports is going to be a bit happier as Chrono's cooldown is longer. They force the movement out, opening up some side lanes as well, giving themselves some time to just play farm. That's free time for Dreamocell to, of course, have a free time top, although they are invading that triangle. They don't really catch FBZ, and FBZ with the Necronomicons, well, he's not feeling too unsafe.
Well, Hyde, he's going to roll back in with a nice Silence Boulder Smash. FBZ still coming in with Makoto now. Have the Firefly active, just not using it yet. They decide better off the chase, because they don't really need to force anything right now. If you look at that top lane, Dreamocell is pushing in that tier 1 tower, and he is still farming very, very freely. In fact, he is going to go for the Midas once again on this Chaos Knight. And if this keeps up for Boom, there's just no need for them to get involved in any fights. This is what they want.
It exactly is, and their CK is off to a good some time for 0-3-2 to farm up, but again, these are two very heavy farming cores. It's going to be a while until they're ready to go. You look at Nico's progression on the mag, he's still working towards his Echo Saber. After that, they have to look for the blink and look down bot. They're moving in.
Once again, on to Ninja Boogie. They drop the Tombstone just in case. In fact, Matthew's still going to show up. He's going to try and help LC get a duel off, but now he's in danger. Trying to take down the Tombstone. He will be able to get it. Can they lock down Hyde? He's going to roll the other way, try to juke them out. KezQ going back in on the Undying. Does get Matthew, thanks to FBZ. On the Beastmaster with those Necro units. And they are still just outrunning the side of 0-3-2. Even Hyde just juking out Box so he can't get a duel off. And then he's going to TP away. Oh, that is unfortunate.
They also lose every bounty rune, so a massive gold injection coming out for Boom. The hesitation from Nico to throw the RP costed him. If he just commits the RP onto one, they could have at least traded a hero for a hero and you'd be fine. It's not like you're actively looking for RP opportunities. but they play a bit cautiously. Boom punish well. They've got a 4K lead. They've got the travels up on Mikato. So this Batrider now can go across every lane, go for defenses, go for farming, no problems, and it's just smooth sailing for Boom. There's that Midas as well for Dreamocell. All done. He's just set to free farm in the jungle, no opposing wards, no nothing to stop that. 032, all they can do now is clump up top and try to go for a push.
Luckily for them, they do have RP and Chrono back up. They can take a team fight now in 032 if they so wish. Of course, they would be lacking quite a bit of damage between those RPs and Chrono, but looks like they aren't going to get that opportunity anyway. In fact, they may have to rotate mid soon as Boom Esports are starting to posture around that mid lane. They want to try and set up for a very early tier 1 tower push. Kodo going to be on the front lines there. Happy to show himself, but the rest of Boom just waiting for their victim. Seems like 032 are well aware that they are waiting behind that tree line. Boom, do you want to fight this? Dreamocell kills off Ninja Boogie by himself. Now the roll in, but a big Chrono out, catching 2. They got the Magnetize there as well. Matthew's gone down. Now the roar out from FBZ, holding down Natsumi. He is still alive, however, but it's not looking great for 032 as they just collapse mid, and that is going to be a full team wipe.
Oh boy, it was a good Chrono, but there wasn't any follow-up. They couldn't get the RP off. And that tombstone positioning coming out here from Kezcute, just way far back. There's a massive horde on top, and they just couldn't handle it. It's a level 1 tombstone, but when those zombies pile up, it's just nearly impossible to run away. And 032 just getting punished. Boom, 1-13, 7K lead. They're looking fabulous in the first 15 minutes. It's still the 12-minute mark, and they're already really far ahead.
They are. 7K, in fact. This is why they love this POS 1 CKs. Even with just the Treads Midas, he can get involved so early on. Gotta love this from Boom, these aggressive drafts that don't really take too much time to farm. They just go at you. It makes it very hard for heroes like the Faceless Void being played by Natsumi to actually get any farming.
Oh yeah.
Feels like there's no downtime sometimes.
No, there really isn't. And again, 032 are constrained by Chrono and RP. They need Nico to finish that Echo Saber and then go into the Blink. And then that relieves some pressure. You know, they don't need the Chrono. If you can land the RP, that's going to be Nico's job. The issue is you've got these 2 heroes in the jungle, and both of them are clearing out these camps fast. There's not enough camps to go around to sustain all of them, and boom, not many cooldowns to wait for. They're smoked up.
Back to it. The roar up. Blink Dagger now available on your Batrider to make matters even better for Boom Esports. And more Hawks flying out, getting vision onto Ninja Boogie, but it's not really the target they want to go for. They may just have to settle for it. Definitely want something a bit more valuable than the Venge. They might have the ward being placed, and Natsumi is going to go back to farm now. But they have given up on the smoke. So instead, FBZ back down to the bot lane, and he'll start pressuring that tier 2 tower. He might just try and force a fight here with 032.
Yeah, he gets to fortify. I think that's a nice little pickup for Boom. Opens up some push potential elsewhere. Not going to have to worry about it for a while. So, yeah, they just pull back. They've got the pacing here. They're clumped up.
Boom. Oh, Natsumi, he saw him. He went in with the Chrono. Tombstone was already placed in the Soul Rift, keeping FBZ alive. Now back in with the roll and the Magnetize. They are falling very low on 032, but at the least they do get FBZ. Dreamocell, however, coming back in onto Matthew, wanting to go after the Rubik. Natsumi, he does kill off Hyde on the side, but they are going to lose that Void and their Venge for that matter. And it looks like they just can't do anything to fight back now. They've just got Bok left with the mag. Nico's still holding on to that RP. Just ends up being another good trade for Boom.
Yeah, just spectacular positioning. Big chrono coming out from 032, but he was knocked out by that flame break. Like, that was just enough to throw off the timings there, the right click damage, and it was an awkward chrono as well because there were some steps in between. So it's not like you could just go in and get the right clicks off once more. I have to say, Kezcute is highly effective in Detach Ninja.
It's gonna be a very easy kill, Makoto. So much damage on the Batrider right now. Dreamer Cell even. Where's he finding kills? Just kills Box solo with the Phantasm Illusions. And Boom aren't done. They're still going for more now. Just so many low cooldowns for them that they don't have to wait. Back into that mid lane. Natsumi gonna go after Kezcute, but the backup is coming in. Kezcute, he drops the tombstone. Makoto looking for a lasso, but trying to juke out Nico. Does eventually get the lasso off on Yamag. He has the RP, but he's been silenced up, and they're not giving him a chance. He just can't get one off.
Oh boy. It's messy now, 032. Nico just not able to find those openings, and boom. No cooldowns to worry about, no problems, constantly running at you. The tombstones of Kezcute, perfect in breaking up these fights. This is just a spectacular game to watch from Boom. Execution's on point. I mean, Kezcute, he just reminds you why Undying is such a beast. He's just positioning well, forcing 032 to focus down on the heroes, but always getting a swarm of zombies. You're not big enough here on 032 to eat through those zombies. So it's been a tough time. 032, they really need that blink to come out for Nico. I mean, he's got the Echo Saber, but the blink's so far off.
Dreamer Cell just ripping Ninja Boogie apart. Hyde does get caught out and gets bashed to death. It'll be a 1-for-1. But it just goes to show the confidence right now in Boom. They don't feel afraid to just reality rift up that Venge and just one-hit it.
Yeah, I mean, it's always worthwhile getting the numbers advantage, and they smoke up again. Even if it's just two heroes, they're not afraid to smoke to look for opportunities.
They can actually avoid the big team fight for now. FBZ, he's going to join in, maybe go for the bit of a bait though. No, it is going to be Kezcute. He'll pop the Flesh Golem. Now the Tombstone onto Matthew, but Matthew does take the Soul Rip, but Nico, a great RP out. Do they have the damage output to follow? No, they do not. Everyone else is being held back by FBZ. And they just can't capitalize. It's just complete domination out from Boom Esports. It's not even close.
No, it's definitely not. Boom Esports dominating the Pinoy boys. 032. This Indonesia versus Philippines war, Mike, it's not shaping up well for the Pinoys. 4-25, 14k lead. They finally get the RP, but there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up for Nico. They're split up too much. They can't even kill off Kezcute. He's too tanky now on the Undying. And look, no cooldowns mean straight to high ground. There is a chrono. They're gonna have to play slightly safe. It's an opportunity for 032, perhaps, to come in. If Natsumi is around, he does have a TP. So he can come back down, maybe get a nice chrono, set up for his team. It's tricky though. Like, Boom's already set to go back, and you look at their cooldowns. Half a minute for Roar. About half a minute, oh well, not even half a minute, like 20 seconds for the Tombstone. Full minute for the Lasso. They don't need to wait too long. They're just going to go back and more than likely reset and look elsewhere. Perhaps that top tier 2 is the next objective on their mind. Maybe even the Roshan.
Oh, Boom. They're going to go back. No need to force anything quite yet. Like, they might actually just start going towards that Roshan pit, but there is going to be a big smoke here from 032. Phantasm Illusions going to be left in the mid lane. They'll realize they are just illusions. And Ninja Boogie get caught out here by Makoto. Doesn't have the lasso available. Kezcute, he'll jump in. Doesn't have the flesh golem either. Natsumi, not going to chrono yet. He's been rolled on, however. There's a big silence out with the roar, and Natsumi is going to die before he can chrono. And now Dreamer Soul's going to have his way with them. Bot goes down. Nico trying to skew them back up. He doesn't have the RP either. He's going to go down. A triple kill out for Dreamer Cell. And the only person left is Matthew. And they're going to leave Makoto and Kesku to do that job while they start the Roshan. There goes Matthew, a full team wipe out. And the Roche is borderline almost done.
I don't know why they forced that fight. Like, they lost their bench, straight up Ninja Bogies. Smoke was the tombstone. Placement from Kesku up on that camp spot. No one can clear it out, and they fight under the tombstone. Like, you do not do that against the Undying. If you see your support die with a tombstone drop, you pull back. Fight elsewhere. Fight without the tombstone, then you can win. But 0-3-2 being punished, and boom, 5 to 30, 20 minutes in, Mike. 20k lead. That's more than 1k per minute to build that lead up for Boom. They're just having a fantastic time as they've got a massive advantage. 0-3-2, they do have great team fight in the high ground. They're going to have to find the RP, find the chronos they want. They can easily get the damage out. They can easily kill a hero or two off. Well, easily. It's probably not Dreamer Cell with a heart.
No, not Dreamer Cell. He's got 4k HP now. He's probably not dying anytime soon. Go for the top tier 2 tower. Solar Crest gonna make life even harder. Nobody just seems to die on Boom Esports. They might even try for this high ground now. There's not that much time left on these illusions. Get a bit of chip damage in. It'll expire. Yeah, I mean, they'll just keep all lanes pushed in. When you control the map like this, there's no need to rush.
Yeah, it's just so open. And, you know, after all this time, FBZ, like you mentioned, the Solar Crest, he just left his Necronomicons at 1. He doesn't even need Necro Tree to get a push going, to help with the damage. Just that far ahead.
We want to fight again. Kodo almost daring them to come at him on this Bat Rider, but they don't. There's your BKB now available on Natsumi. The only thing lacking is probably his damage. Who has that Mask of Madness, but something more of a core item. Yeah, also smoked up, still willing to take a big team fight. We'll rely on Makoto to try and start this one off, and he does also have double damage on that Bat Rider right now. So, smokes break, Makoto does see Nico, will go for the lasso straight away with the tombstone dropped, and that is Nico just getting demolished on the low ground. It's a rush to try and force the buyback.
It's no tombstone, no, it's in a pretty far spot this time for Kesku, but without that RP, without the Empower, how are you just gonna find that defense here?
Hard to see it. Reality Rift in onto Matthew. He hasn't even popped the illusions yet on the CK. He's just waiting for the right moment. Now, Rift, Chrono in the back lines, but it's not really doing anything. FBZ's copying no damage. He'll just walk away. And now, well, in the base, Dreamer Cell, he's sorted them out. GG. It was one last-ditch attempt, and they can't even get the RP off the time. That's upsetting.
Yeah, 0-3-2, boom. The Indonesians coming out on top in dominant fashion, 0-3-2. They tried to go back to, you know, this Magnus special, the Magnus combinations with Natsumi. Doesn't work out. Nico could not find the openings. They took way too long to play this one. They had to farm heavily. And boom, their lineup just wants to run at you. Like, they just kept that pressure up. They didn't care, and Kesku, man, he made that Undying look really good. Splitting up the fights with the Tombstone, 0-3-2 just had such a hard time getting your positioning right.
Well, let's see if 0-3-2 can bring it back in game number 2. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire, and we are about 10 minutes away from that second draft beginning. We'll see you then.
Ooh, that's live.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 2 between 032 and Boom Esports. It is MLP Dota and John Expired. John, welcome back, sir. We're back here for game 2 after a short break, and as you can tell, the draft has already started. These boys like to go fast.
That they do. 032 already opening up with a clock, so giving themselves options to be a bit more aggressive. You know, last time they played this super passive game up against what Boom Esports had. Gonna have to cover their bases, ensure that they can match that pace this time. Boom, for their part, do get that tiny. It's been very popular across a lot of games, and they go with the Wind Ranger. So a lot of confidence already. You know, they had a very strong showing in game 1. 032, it looked rough, but they're going to have to try to shake it up here. Ember Spirit is the pickup for 032, so that looks to be our Nico hero. I think they expect the Wind Ranger mid to be the matchup. Not entirely sure if that's going to be the case, though. Boom, they do love flexing a lot of these heroes, and the Wind Ranger by nature is pretty flexible. So it's still open as to whether or not you actually do want it to lane mid anyway.
Well, I'm not sure Boom's worried about their draft at all. I mean, just judging by game number 1, it was just so dominant. You know, you could make the argument they'd probably had that game 1 sub 15 minutes, maybe even sub 10 minutes, just the way they were playing. And just if they can replicate a performance like that, I'm sure Game 2 won't be very difficult for them, but it's also going to be based off what 032 can do. Because quite frankly, they're drafted and come together, right? We can be honest about that. But we questioned some chronos, we questioned some RPs. It was a very, very tough game. They need to get it together, right? Like they need to. What is it really? The chemistry, the not gelling together, the timings maybe. Because there was plenty of times where we were talking about, you know, the RP's available, but they can't find an angle, or the chrono's available, and they just maybe they had the chrono, but there was no damage involved. Like,
I think it was more of execution and timings. They opted to play it slow. I think that's their biggest mistake. It wasn't down to coordination per se. They just didn't want to fight. They wanted to play a slower game, and Boom does not give you room to breathe if you play that slower draft. Like we talked about the options from draft, right? You could play Magnus Void super fast, doing the chrono every time, doing the RP every time it's up. Instead, they chose to stay in the jungle, play with Empower, and grow big. And that's where the mistake was coming out. It's just the direction they took that draft. And I don't think you'll see that same mistake. Ember Spirit is forced to play faster by nature of it, because of its power spikes, and because of how it dictates that mid-game by its presence. So you're looking, by nature, a faster draft for 032. They've got to play it fast. They've got to match Boom Esports pace, because we've watched a lot of Boom, right? You and I casted Boom for at least 2 years now. And across all the iterations of this lineup, they just, one thing is constant, they always run at you. They don't sit back and farm, they don't wait, they just push.
well, that is very true. That has always been the case with Boom, is they don't like to have long games where it's drawn out and it might get a bit stressful. There's a lot of pressure. They like low cooldowns, they like to fight, they like to get a net worth advantage, and then they like to take objectives. As most Dota teams do like to do, but they are especially good at doing that. It's always good to see as well, seeing these teams like that we were casting a couple years back. They weren't that big back then. They would, maybe they'd show up once or twice at a tier 2 tournament. Now they're, here, at the top of C, fighting the big dogs. It's always good to see from teams like Boom Esports. Even 496 and Neon. I mean, we were casting those boys, a couple years back. Yeah. They've been improving. It's good to see them making it up the ranks. Still,
yeah, it's a beautiful time, and
it is.
You've got the draft developing here for 032, right? The Grimstroke comes out with the Ember. We talk about the potential of that. Inkswell with a jump in for the Ember of the Clock, looking good in that sense. Yeah, opens up Soulbind plays depending on what you pick up next. Not sure what combinations you want. Like Doom is available for the offlane, maybe a Bat Rider as well if you want to go for the double lasso or double Doom. Otherwise, you're not getting anything from the Clock Ember, so that's a bit of a missed opportunity for the Grimstroke. We'll see how they develop it, and whether or not Boom abuses. They do abuse it. They go with the Chaos Knight, and these supports don't do anything against CK. Right? Early on, maybe the Clockwork can apply harassment, maybe the Grimstroke, Inkswell in a tri-lane can slow down Dreamocell this time around, but down the line, this does not control a CK. It doesn't stop him. Dreamocell's just going to run at you anyway.
You'd think they'd know by this point that this was coming, though, right? Like, they must have assumed, okay, they're probably going to choose CK again.
Yeah.
They must have a plan for this. Surely, like, you can't let yourself get beat by a Chaos Knight twice in a row that dominantly. In all fairness, their draft is a bit more early game orientated, right? You have the Ember, you have the Clock and the Grimstroke. Those supports don't do very well up against the CK, in my opinion. Like, the Clockwork can't really do much. Neither can... I mean, Grimstroke has Stroke of Fate. You can kind of deal with the Phantasm Illusions, but if he sees you and gets the Rift off, you're just going to get blown up.
Even like the Ember.
Yeah.
Even the Ember, right? To clear out those illusions. It's okay, but it's not really about the illusions for the most part. The CK, I mean, Phantasm is important to his kit, but he, by himself, right-clicks hard. Even without those illusions up, he can still chase you down, still get the damage. 032, though, are fixing that a bit. Underlord comes out, so There's a way to root them in. There's a way to get Firestorm damage out, which scales with how tanky the CK is, so there is that to kind of counteract it. It makes it harder for the damage, the physical damage in particular, to come in for Boom, especially if the Underlord picks up a Crimson Guard on point. So you've got the Atrophy Aura to worry about, which will put a massive dent in win range. Especially if it's a core, your right-click base damage isn't amazing. Atrophy Aura, you're going to take a hit as well. Focus Fire is probably going to tickle for a while until items fly in. So it's balancing out that aggression, and this is a nice hero to stall out coming out from 032.
Oh.
Ooh,
Well, that's a hero that can deal with the Underlord very easily. That's the there's the issue there. So Boom, they choose the Timber. And if you're Boom Esports now, you want to try and ensure that Timbersaw is laning up against that Underlord, because it's a free lane, right? Like the Timber, just you spam Whirling Death. Underlord is not going to like you very much at all.
No.
I love that pick from Boom. 032 may not have seen it coming, but it's going to be tough for this Underlord now if they are laning up against each other. There's no real way to win the...
No, it's a difficult time. And the draft is still fairly open for Boom, so the Wind Ranger could just be pause 5. It's a bit more difficult when you've got two heroes that can be pause 4 in your support role, but they've got the room for it. You can kind of make it work. Pick something else for your mid matchup now to tie in with that, especially since, again, your damage against Underlord's not going to be amazing as a core Wind Ranger. They can relegate it to support, take something else mid to counteract that. Options available. I mean, they don't have the best hold here from 032 beyond Pit of Malice combining with anything else, but directly stunning someone in is not in their forte. You could go with, I don't know, Storm Spirit would be decent if you wanted to swap the mid. If they do go with support picks, something that just enables faster play, I'd say Shadow Shaman would be okay here, just to get you that instant stun on the Ember, to kind of also get that control out for the hero, but it's open. Boom has flexibility in how to close out this draft, and we'll just have to find out how they want to deal with that tankiness and the mobility of that Ember. Oh,
wow, that's a new one. 032 straight into the OD. Okay, so you get the OD. Does work very well up against the Timber and the CK for that matter. It is going to be a mid-win ranger by Makoto.
Okay.
And I think the CM, like, although it's something a bit unexpected as the last pick, I do think just even having that mana aura, just giving the CK, giving the win, like everyone on the side of Boom Esports loves mana. They love to fight early. I think it's just going to allow them to snowball out of control even faster. Quite frankly, having the CM on the team.
It definitely will. The beautiful thing about CM with Wind Ranger is that you as a Wind Ranger, sometimes you find yourself wanting that mana talent at 10, right? It's like 2.5 mana off the top of my head at that point, and it's massive. You don't need it. With a CM, you can skip that. You can go for the Shackle Shot cooldown and not have mana issues. That enables a lot for Mikoto to play it. And we've seen that talent like do a ton of work, right? You get a full Shackle off. You're gonna have it after in a second. Literally, no downtime, almost no downtime for a max level Shackle. Just a lot of control. And as you mentioned, it also enables the Timber Saw and the Chaos Knight. So it's playing into that fast draft again for Boom. And they will maximize that. But 032, I think they've covered their bases here. The OD coming out with Natsumi on the safe lane Ember instead. So you have to contend with the OD. You've got to contend with the Soulbind Astral Imprisonment. And that is pretty potent. That's a lot of control. That's one way to stack up the Santi Eclipse charges, right, for the OD, and should help them get a massive nuke. This is, I'd say, this draft...
Bot lane. So there are 3 heroes heading down here from Boom, and for now it seems like they want to try and run an aggressive tri-lane Boom Esports. See if they do want to keep it. Remisol might feel like he can solo the lane on the CK, but find out as they are going in hide. May have been caught out and does with the Inkswell onto Matthew, but the block. Oh boy, they can't get the chains. He's out of range. Oh, that is unfortunate. Matthew, he had the battery assault going, but he got blocked by the Ember.
no, Matthew.
Oh,
no.
no. He went up. Oh, no.
No.
Oh, they tip him as well. That's not nice. Kyle, give the guy a break. It's not his fault.
You feel bad, though. Like, I feel bad watching that. It hurts, Mike. It hurts. Painful. But boom, they don't care. They're happy. They're bullying here, and first blood going to them on Mikoto as well. So our mid player off with first blood gets to access some regen earlier on, and these early lanes are going to be important. You look at mid, it's the Wind Ranger lane up against the OD. Haven't seen the matchup in a long time, but it can go back and forth. Nico, of course, will play with the Astrals. Mikoto just going to try to nuke down the waves with his own power shot. It's going to be a bit for Nico to start applying maybe some damage on. And, Mikoto would say an early level in the Wind Run can just get some free hits. So Nico has got to watch that spacing. Of course, they're not as important to get those power runes, but the supports will still likely keep that locked in. And those supports are, spread across the lanes. Up top, you've got Matthew in that clock. It is a solo lane for FBZ, so it's just him against Matthew and Natsumi's Ember so far, and that does mean Boom is trying to apply pressure bot, a tri-lane, with Dreamosel, Kezkut, and High just looking for openings, trying to get some toss plays with the slow they can get with the Crystal Nova as well.
There's a toss onto Ninja Boogie. He's going to pop the Ink Swell, but there is probably zero chance of survival. He does connect with the stun, but he's actually going to get salve off. Dreamosel trying to cut him off, does cancel the salve. And, it's going to make matters a bit worse for Ninja Boogie now, as he does essentially waste that gold. And Dreamosel TPing straight back to that tier 1 tower, unwilling to lose any creeps.
Yeah, fantastic start for Boom. And, we talked about it from draft, but this is a faster draft for 0-3-2. It's not as fast in laning as Boom, and Boom is just not relenting. Look how far back Bok is pushed back. He's just not able to even stand in that lane, and he's missing out on some EXP. That's not what you want here as the Underlord. You do need a good start. Start ramping up to at least get the levels to start clearing some camps if you're really that desperate.
Thing is, if he gets close, he might get tossed in again. Hyde's waiting. Yeah, they'll go after Ninja Boogie. Ninja is going to get the Ink Swell off, but Hyde just tossing him back to Bok. You don't get the kill, but who cares? You make him waste some mana. Dreamosel's free farming. He's not missing any CS either, Dreamosel. He's using his bolt whenever he needs to secure some CS. He's going to find himself at the top of the last hits board, and that's at least going to force a defensive tri-lane. Matthew's going to join down at the bot lane to help out, and that may help them out just a little bit, but you've still got to be very cautious of the fact that you are going to get tossed back if you get close. But Matthew going to go for the battery assault cogs onto Kezkut, but that is probably just suicide right now. A nice Ink Swell, but Kezkut is going to survive, and Hyde wants to continue the chase. They do at least get some substantial damage out onto the CM and Tiny.
Yeah, you don't mind this though, Boom. Look at the last hits you've got here on Dreamosel. 16-10 against the Underlord lane. Bok is stuck at the 6-0. They're not slowing the progress of Dreamosel down. If he keeps this up, progress into the Midas is going to be smooth going, and when he gets that early Midas, it's going to be so much harder to slow down that farm for Dreamosel.
How's Natsumi going? 11 last hits so far on the Ember. FBZ not giving him a very free time. It's not an easy lane as the Ember Spirit either. Like, you're up against the Timbersaw, who does have Whirling Death and level 3 chain, or rather level 2 chains. And every time you come close, you're gonna cop it. So Natsumi, he'll pull the creep wave away, try to get it behind his own towers. But yeah, Ninja Boogie's gone. Matthew gonna go for an Ink Swell, try and get a trade off, but Dreamosel gonna be there to back Kezkut up. There's your Crystal Nova. Matthew, can you finish the kill? He can, but it is gonna cost him his own life, and now poor old Bok is gonna get tossed back into Dreamosel, rifted back, and the bolt's gonna fly out.
Oh god.
All three heroes going down. And I think the importance of this defensive tri-lane for 0-3-2 is, as the name implies, be defensive. It doesn't seem like the offensive stuff is working out.
No, it really isn't. Like, you fed Dreamosol 2 kills at this point, 4 kills down bot. Bok is at level 2. Dreamosol's at 4, about to hit 5. You can't stop the CK. You have to accept that. Look at another lane to win out. Maybe mid is where you can get rotations off, but they've set their sights up top. You see Matthew Ninja Bogey trying to clump around FBZ, but that's a tipper saw.
It is. FBZ, he'll be fine. He'll lose his courier, but that's going to be it. There's just so much time being wasted for 032 at the moment, trying to get something across the map done. Matthew just sitting at level 2 on the clock it's a very, very sad predicament for the Clockwork. You want to hit that level 3 mark and just have that level 2 battery assault. It's so much more damage. He can't even get the XP for that, and now Hyde and Kescute are going to run into him, but Hyde is focused in on that OD, tossing it back to Makoto with the focus fire to come out, but Makoto has 0 damage. Focus fire doing nothing to Nico. They might have to back off. Oh, that's a nice shackle though from Makoto, but still not going to be enough to deal with this OD.
Yeah, it's a lot of investment mid, because this is the one lane where 032, they're drawing fairly even. It's still a slight lead for Mikato, but Nico is not too far behind. So the OD is the one here to find that space, but man, they're just bullying Bok down bot.
They are tossing him back. TP's coming though. Dreamercell could be in danger. Matthew trying to close the gap, but does get stunned. They might just be able to get somebody else. It will be Hyde on Tiny. That is set to go down. And Bok will take the kill for himself on the Underlord. That is some much needed gold for this Underlord. He has been having a very tough time, but top lane, Natsumi does get soloed by FBZ.
That makes that entire rotation not worthwhile. Like, they couldn't back up the Ember. And FBZ at this point, he's got his Soul Ring for a while. He's at level 6. Natsumi's just about to hit his own 6. And your solo Ember dying like this. He's getting EXP, but he's not finding that much farm. This is a scary spot. You've got 2 cores that need to snowball, just not finding it.
Whoa.
Snipe.
Snipe on Dreamercell. Here we go. They're on a tear now. Dreamercell getting Bok. Natsumi trying to help out. He might need to leave, but Matthew is going to be there to cut Dreamercell off. Dream, he might be just stuck here. Really no way out, surely. He'll have the stick charges, gets a stun off, still trying to juke them. Natsumi on the chase. Dreamercell eating a lot of trees, but can't get out of this one. They do finally deal with the CK.
Important kills for 032. Good punishment, slowing down that Midas buildup. Opens up some space as well. Up top, Bok manages to get a lane, but...
And Nico's gone. Avalanche toss with the focus fire out from Makoto. And with that Javelin now up on Makoto, you have plenty of damage output for this OD. And of course for Bok as well, but they can't quite catch out the Underlord. So instead, why not just focus down this top tier 1 tower that has no HP left?
Yeah, it's going to be an easy one to shove in, even if it's just FBZ alone. You do just send Mikado away. He wants to go back to farming. He's just going to have a steady build up. There's still a 3k lead here for Boom. It's so early on to have that 3k lead, but they've maintained it for a while. And that's just down to these 3 cores. They're so far ahead in terms of farm. The closest gap is Natsumi to FBZ. Even then, that's like 800 gold apart. A very big amount at this point in the game. And that just means 032 have a lot of catching up to play here.
Well, FBZ going in onto Bok, who just has to rift away unless Hyde gets the toss off, and he does. FBZ will have the damage out, and they are TPing bot, where Dreamercell does take down Matthew, but will lose his life on the CK. They will have to let this one go, I think, Boom. No, Hyde, he wants to keep going. Didn't have the Avalanche available at the time. Gotta love this this roaming support duo of Hyde and LCM being played by Kescute. They've been very effective.
Oh, they definitely have. They make the CM look like such a meta hero. Just getting the control off, getting the follow-up stuns, and all of it lining up. Still 032, they're not letting go. They've got a good position here around Natsumi. They're trying to build up on the Ember, and they're going to look for kills.
Avalanche toss, they have caught out Matthew, but Natsumi wants to take the fight, getting a lot of damage out onto Hyde, and will have to remnant away. Just can't secure the kill. Luckily for them, they did back as Makoto was coming in, but where am I hearing Dreamer Cell? Oh, he's in the Ancients. Makoto. Chapel Yeti's waiting. Won't bother.
Yeah, it's time being bought out. I think 032 is going to appreciate that for Nico and for Bach. They get to play some catch-up. They are finding some farm. You could say the same for Dreamocell. His Midas is just about ready, I believe so. 10-minute Midas power treads and bracer. Not the fastest, but also not bad timing at all. It's pretty darn good to get that pace on. Still a 5k lead here for Boom. 032. Haven't really set eyes to any tower. You can see Boom though going for that bot tier 1. You don't have that same clump up here from 032 to go for an objective.
No, you don't. Just casually focus it down. Get the tier 1 bot gone. Still trying to deal with the tier 1 top tower, but there's going to be plenty of time for them to go for a defense if they want. Even maybe transition into that mid lane if they do wish to do so. No, they're going to go for the defense attempt, and it's going to be on to Bach, who is just way too far. FBZ's going to come in. Bach, can he survive? Probably not.
No.
The question is, can Matthew get out? He's trying, but the Chakram's going to be up pretty soon. Kane? Hyde. Oh, that wasn't the toss. Hyde still. He needs an avalanche, and is going to get it in time. Matthew going to have his TP cancelled. And looks like Matthew is indeed not going to get away. Perhaps he will. FBZ, he's out of mana. They actually have to let him go.
Safe plays from Boom. Opting not to overextend. They know how far ahead FBZ is. If they were punished up there, it would have been pretty costly. Still happy at 4-12. 6k lead here for Boom. FBZ just planting the mango tree and chopping it immediately. So just getting mangoes for himself, not sharing. I'm a bit greedy of him, but that's perfectly fine. I don't know why you do that, actually. I have no clue why you chop it, but it's okay. It's not like Dreamocell needs it. I mean, if he's not fighting, then you don't need mangoes.
True. Bot lane Makoto TP'd out just in the nick of time. And, well, they're going to push in that mid tier 1 tower. Bach just casually loses half his HP to FBZ. Dreamocell catches out Matthew. He's going to go, and that tier 1 tower is going to follow.
It's gone. The defense wasn't quite there for 032. You can't really expect just a clockwork to get that done. And well, lead goes up to 7k. Mike, 13 minutes in. You are looking for certain timings here for Nico. He is going pretty out.
Easy. In trouble on the Timber, trying to survive this bomb. There's so much stun coming out. He's going to chain away, but there's no way, surely no. The OD dishing out a lot of damage there. That'll be enough. That is a pretty big pick-off on the Timbersaw. They'll be happy with that one, 032.
Yeah, an important one to stall the progression of that Tim. So, nice kill coming out. Helps Nico accelerate towards that Ags. And once you've got that Ags, the 2 charges in the Astral, you know, getting those stacks up for the Sanities. And again, none of these heroes in Boom have particularly high int. The cores are going to melt, especially Dreamocell and FBZ. They're just continuing the tips on Matthew.
Well, Matthew got a nice hook shot off. In fact, hold that thought for 1 second. FBZ's going to make the chase. And that's Matthew probably dead. Try and buy some time here, but they have the chains up on FBZ, and Hyde's just going to go ahead and... No, it's going to be FBZ to take the kill. What I don't understand about what Matthew just did is he hookshotted Hyde, but then broke the cogs immediately to give Hyde a way out. And that didn't allow the Firestorm to come in from Bach, who was around.
Just lack of coordination. Oh man, even Natsumi just melts to FBC's damage all the way less than half.
He forced running out of there. Gonna get it
It's
together
just
here,
dicey.
0-3-2.
It's just really dicey all around for the Pinoy boys. You know, 7k disadvantage. They've still got to see this build up here from Bok and from Nico. And in fact, even Bok on the Underlord, he's forced to go Yules. You never like seeing that on the Underlord, right? You want the aura items, but he just doesn't have the gold for it. He just can't farm up to get there, and he just needs something to give them some utility in these fights.
I've never seen Underlord's Yules rush.
No,
That's a new
never.
one for me.
Yeah.
That's a new one.
I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures, right? At least with the ults, if you drop the pit, you can get the ults midway, refresh the route, and kind of get more control. You can bail yourself out as well. You can stall, say, Boom from jumping someone, get the ult, offensive ults used there, and just find opportunities that way.
There are 5 heroes up top from 0-3-2 trying to get this tier 1 tower, and FBZ still trying to hold them back. We'll try and chain now. The TPs are flying in. Makoto, he's got an MKB up. This could be dangerous, but the Dark Rift should let him out, and does. FBZ unable to get a toss-off in time. It's a very, very good Uber ride for 0-3-2 all the way back to the fountain.
I mean, it's an awkward one as well, though, right? Like, they were grouped as 5. Boom wasn't quite together yet, and they don't find an opportunity. And oh,
Hyde sees the smoke broken, does jump in, but there are way too many heroes there, Hyde. Props to Hyde, however, he literally almost killed off Bok. But here come the rest of Boom now. A great shackles out from Makoto with the focus fire and Nico, and the hammer is not going to do enough. Dream Missile to come in, goes on to Natsumi. They might be able to get this Ember. Tries to remnant away. Dream Missile has the rift, gets another hit off, but it is not going to be enough. And actually, it's a lot of Boom Esports that are falling here. FBZ lost his line. Dream Missile's been left alone. It's actually going to be a successful team fight for 0-3-2.
yeah, it's really big wins. Very important for them to find those. You're not very happy about losing Nico, but you're building up on Natsumi. Our Ember finding those kills does get a nice big shot in the bank account. You're going to be very chuffed with that result. Lead down to 6k for Boom. They're still really far ahead, but have to be cautious. Very keen on that initiation. There were 2 scattered out to maximize that. And, you know, they're punished. Maybe once you've got Kezcute with at least the level in the freezing field, you can play in those kinds of confined areas a bit better. But you saw the effect of just a prolonged fight up against that AoE control, AoE damage from 0-3-2. It can pile up.
Matthew, good hook shot in onto Makoto. Got him in the cogs. The focus fire is doing a lot of damage out onto our clockwork, and Matthew is gone.
Boy.
Bok doesn't have the damage. In fact, now Hyde's going to blink in. They're trying. But Makoto is just so far ahead that he just essentially 2v1s.
Yeah, unfortunate, but they are punished. Boom, gonna drag that lead back to 7k up, and Mikado showing us why you don't really want to mess with a Wind Ranger when they have that MKB. Focus Fire does do a lot. We were talking about the Underlord, right? Making the Wind Ranger tickle with the atrophy. He left the atrophy at level 1, so he's not reducing that damage by much, and that just means Mikado can continue to pile on there with the Focus Fire.
I mean, I don't necessarily blame him either for leaving it at 1. It's just... He seems to just need a... He wants to be a bit more, right? Than just a walking aura now. It's been such a tough game for Bok as Matthew. Speaking of tough games, Matthew on the clock is not having a good time at all.
No. It's been difficult. And, you know, Clockwork's one of those supports that if you fall behind, it just gets hard to catch up.
They're just going everywhere now. Hyde gets another. Makoto picks up a double. They're going back in onto Natsumi. He's going to send a remnant out. They might even still have the control now for Bok, who's going to get tossed back from Hyde. He tries to Dark Rift, but it might just be too late. He'll go for the Yule's usage. Is it going to be enough? No. Even with the Yules, just not enough time. Boom just continue to dominate the map.
It's difficult for 0-3-2 now. They don't have access to their jungle to farm in. They're gonna have to play elsewhere as Boom, they're not relenting, they smoked.
Shot with the Inkswell, gonna connect onto Dreamer Cell. Matthew, however, is dead. And well, now Nico is just gonna get dived by Dreamer Cell. Just doesn't really care on the CK. He comes hide with the toss back in onto the OD, and FBZ just rips him to shreds. Ninja Boogie is also gone. Oh man, it's just a massacre. Oh, make it stop. The Avalanche toss back in onto Natsumi. They're gonna go after Bok now. So Bok, he's gone. That's an ultra for FBZ. He'd love a rampage, I'm sure, and it seems as though the Ember has no remnants left. So FBZ gonna go for it and does get it. A rampage out for FBZ.
Ooh, man. 0-3-2. 10-25. Yeah, they found a kill in Mikado. That's great. But, I mean, how do you stop this? How do you stop a Timbersaw, a CK who are so farmed up, you do not have damage to deal with it? Like, Natsumi, Bok, and Nico have made no progress towards any of these items. The Ags are still queued up for Natsumi and Nico, but they've only barely got enough to buy one part. It looks like Nico's got enough to buy two. He's 300 off, well, 200 off to finishing the Ags, but the Ags alone, it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough necessarily.
Ninja Boogie meeting his end in the mid lane. Dreamer Soul just going to clean him up. Into the Roshan pit, I believe, for Boom Esports. It's going to be a pretty quick Roshan with the MKB on Makoto. They do get scanned out on the side of 0-3-2. FBZ just going to go straight up and make sure everything's looking alright up here. While the Roshan is going to get finished up by Makoto and Dreamer Cell. Oh, man. FBZ. I look away for a second and he's just ripping someone else to shreds. Matthew's gone now.
It's their favorite target to pick down on, but a kill's a kill. Boom. They've got the Aegis up and running. They are ready to look. There are still two tier 2s up. Gonna have to go for those towers first if you want to get multiple racks. But they've got all the space in the world. 14k lead. You might have to contend with an Ags flying out soon for Nico. Does have that ready, but...
Oh, hide. He's got Ninja Boogie. Kodo, power shot will fly through. I guess with the Ags on the OD, you've got something. We are 22.5 minutes in, though. You start to question the effectiveness of this OD now. On the brighter side, Natsumi is buying time by skipping the creep wave in that mid lane, but they might just start setting up that top lane instead. It seems to be the idea here from Boom. Get that tier 2 tower up the top lane and quick smoke up into Natsumi. FBZ gonna get the Yules off. Doesn't really have a way to lock him down. Natsumi just gonna go for the immediate TP out.
Yeah, it's one of the plays that 0-3-2 can get done to stall out, and it is going to be massively helpful still. That smoke's running for Boom, and they're circling in that jungle.
Oh, Matthew.
Oh, no.
He just wants the Spirit Vessel. That's all he wants to get. 130 gold offered, and he just dies like that.
Painful, but I mean, that's the life you live. He's not even under a ward, mind you. Like, they have their own ward. They just he has a magnet on him or something. They keep going to him, you know? It's like magnetic north for Boom, and they just whack away.
Yep, every time. Back into that triangle for Makoto. He's not done. Still got some arrows left over. Take the haste rune and might make his way up top. They'll see Natsumi, who is working towards what appears to be a radiance.
Yeah, actually opting for that. Oh.
Yeah, nice shackle out from Makoto. They'll wait out the avalanche toss, and that'll be Natsumi gone. such surgical play from Boom Esports. What's Dota Plus saying? 97%.
Yeah, it's a bit generous. I would peg it somewhere else, but there is still a small chance for 0-3-2. Their high ground, right, with the Santis Eclipse is going to be key to their defense. If you can get a lot of stacks with the Astral, with some Arcane Orb right clicks, and then drop the Hammer, there are no defensive items here from Boom.
Hookshot going to be out onto our CM with the Soulbind. That should be at least Kescu dead. That's really the only target they can afford to kill at the moment. They get something. The Boom Esports are just interested in going back into that mid lane and finishing off that tier 2 tower that's still standing. That's exactly what they're going to do. Go
There's
down.
just no stopping it. You can't fight outside right now. It has to be the high ground play for 0-3-2. The Aegis, though, for Boom, it only has about a minute left. So that's something they've got to be a bit cautious about, but they're not in a rush. You know, they get to sit back, they get to farm, they've got the entire map under their control, and 20k lead, 25 minutes in.
Going back down bot. Hyde has just been so influential here on this Tiny, and they can smell Matthew, Johnny. I don't know what...
No.
Matthew is not under vision. I don't know how they know every time. But they know exactly where he is. They will take him out.
Oh, man. Matthew is 11 of the 30 kills that Boom has. Just a third of all the kills that Boom has had been Matthew. It's been a rough one for our clock. That's putting it easy.
Natsumi.
Cool. No.
Yeah, Makoto. I mean, they're playing with their food at this point, Boom Esports. It's not even close. 22k net worth lead. There'll be a Soulbind out. The double silence.
Where's your OD?
I don't know.
Where's the Astral?
Just chilling in the back. They do wait out the Aegis at least. Problem is, Dreamersoul's got a double damage. Now Hyde's going to jump in with an avalanche toss onto Bok, and he's just gone. Hookshot is going to be out on Hyde, so maybe they can get a trade, and they do. What a Atos. Out onto Matthew. And now an Aghanim Scepter available on Makoto.
Yeah, just even more utility. And you know, you've got that upgraded Wind Run. Gonna be nice to have that. Level 20 on Mikado. Compare that to Nico's 15. Massive 5-level lead. It's tough now. 0-3-2, of course, their high ground is still intact. Their tier 3 is still alive, but they don't have any access points on the map left. These tier 3 items, it's going to be slow going for them to find some camps to farm those up.
They even found a nice craggy coat there, so if you wanted FBZ to get just a little bit tanky, I guess you could take that. Not that he really needs the bonus armor.
It's a tricky one. 0-3-2. I think they've got to play as a team. There's something missing here. Like, they drop that Soulbind, but they don't get the Astral off. That is key. That is how they win these engagements. Just get an immediate 12-6 stacks on the Santis, and then you can think about dropping it hard. Now there's a heart on Dreamersoul, and it's getting really hard to kill him off.
Dreamersoul only wants to start that high ground push once again. Smoke up, Matthew, he'll go for a hook, and it's a good one. He's got 2 on the cogs. It's going to be FBZ and Hyde. The Soulbind flying out, but Matthew just gets bleeded by Dreamersoul, and now they look to turn it back around. Looping from the backside. They've got the Dark Rift going. They want out of here. They get the Yules off onto the Unlord, and Nico just dies.
Oh no. It looked good, right? They get a great hookshot cogs. The Soulbind on top, but it's just not enough.
Holden Cell doesn't have any Phantasm Illusion, so the push is not going to be as fast as he would have hoped. But Makoto just going to jump in with the focus fire out to Ninja Boogie. Pops the BKB. He's just going for it. What are you going to do? Just nothing they could have done to stop doing that.
How is Ninja Bogey worth 503 gold?
Question.
How does that happen?
May have been unreliable gold from the Philosopher's Stone.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Still, the defense. Well,
hook shot out. Matthew back onto Kescu. Doesn't get the cogs off in time. Now FBZ just going to chain back in. Try tossing FBZ back out. They get the soul bind there, but it's Dreamer Cell. He's the problem. Natsumi is getting destroyed by Makoto, and Nico is also gone on the OD. Matthew just going to hide in the trees and try to TP out, and we'll make it out. But, oh, Bok is not going to be so lucky. Dreamer Soul on a tear.
Ooh.
Back to the rats.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to stop them. No buybacks. It can be half a minute until these cores are back up. It's gonna slowly demolish that high ground, and boom, they've got Sustain, they've got Guardian Greaves from FBZ, fill them up again. They've got an Axe on Primo Cell. Who's he gonna clone?
Well, the Axe just clones everyone now.
Nah, like you can select an ally to clone out, or you get an extra one. So I'm not sure which one you'd want. I mean, you'd probably just want the extra one, right? Unless you for some reason want a clone of Mikado for
Matthew.
whatever purpose.
Oh, Matthew. Yeah, it's a tough one for old Matthew.
13 out of 39.
Keeping it at 1/3. Hit a Malice. Going to be a nice jump in from Natsumi, but the BKBs are out from Makoto. Look at Bok just melt on the Underlord. He'll at least lose Kescute, but he's going to buy back, and Natsumi's gone, but he'll buy back. They're going to try to defend this final lane of barracks. And BZ heals himself up. He's going to be chained up, looking for a chains, and does get it off. And now Makoto with the focus fire. They'll take down Bok. Back to the tier 3 tower. 35k net worth lead. Dota Plus has given up 100% the way of Boom Esports. BC. Yeah, he just casually throws out the chain in the middle of the lane over and over again. Just to, I don't know, it just makes people panic, I guess.
Yeah, just to keep you on your toes. It's not like a pudge though. But into the Roche, why not? Well, you know, just to tie it up. Roshan, Aegis Cheese for Boom coming out here, and well, 032, they can't go out. They can't stop it.
Just tip Kesky. He's got the Aegis.
He brought his courier. Oh yeah, of course. That's exactly it. Because he bought back, right?
Yep.
He bought back, so he needs that second.
That's how confident Boom are they've won. They're giving their CM the Aegis, and like I said, Dota Plus is agreeing with them. However, on the other side, Natsumi is trying to get a jump in. Bok already with the Dark Rift out, but Matthew, he's hook shot in, and there's your Phantasm Illusions coming out, and they Dark Rift away. GG is called.
Yeah. It's a valiant attempt for 032. But Boom, they weren't joking around today, Mike. Dominant wins, start to finish, game 1 into game 2, 14-40, 40k lead at 33 minutes. We have never seen such a wide gap at 33 minutes in, and Boom, well, there's a reason why they're up there in Southeast Asia right now. When they're on fire, Mike.
Well, speaking of teams being up there, John, our last series of the night is going to involve arguably the top team right now, just based off the last tournament we casted. TNC Predator are going to be up against Neon Esports. So that's going to be our final series of the night, and that will be coming up in about 10 minutes. It's MLP Dota and John Expire, and we'll see you once that next draft is available. See you then.
Slide.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our final series of the night. It's going to be between Neon Esports and TNC Predator, and it is MLP Dota and John Expired. John, before we talk about these teams or anything like that, March, apparently, for anyone that wasn't aware, John's been annoying March from TNC for a long time about watching certain YouTube shows about Filipino food. And this whole time that you've been annoying March, you've been annoying him for a long time. This whole time, he didn't know you were Filipino.
Oh, I love March. I love March. I don't know how, but it's been literal months since I've been asking the dude about Filipino food, you know. Not even months, maybe almost a year now, hasn't it? But I don't know how the connection wasn't made, I guess. You know what? It's because March has better things to think about. You don't need to bother thinking about me. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter, you know.
Doesn't take that much brain power, John, to figure out that that you must be Filipino if you're recommending Filipino YouTube channels. But well, what did you call him afterwards? You said something in a different language that apparently nobody could translate for the poor guy. He was just left guessing.
Lodi. Lodi's so it's Lodi's idol in reverse, right? IDOL reversed Lodi, and that's what we say here. Or it was a fad. I don't know if people still do it. I'm like a year out of date, 2 years out of date because of how long I stayed in Singapore. But that's what you call people who you look up to, Lodi. You know, so March, Lodi, TNC, full of Lodis, Neon, Lodi. All these guys are idols, mga Lodi, as we'd say. And it's gonna be a fun one, Mike. TNC up against Neon. Two Pinoy stacks, well, mainly Pinoy stacks up against each other. And, you know, Neon has been up and down. They've had a lot of promise. TNC, way up there, especially after, as you mentioned, ESL 1 Thailand. They came out on top. So it's an exciting one to watch out for. You know, I'm pretty energized. Hopefully you are as well, Mike.
Hopefully I am, John. I'm pretty energized, John. You know how it is. I've been drinking monsters on the side, just, you know, getting it into me. It's getting late right now. It's 9:30 p.m. at night. My wife ordered Indian food today. And believe it or not,
Indian food. Woo.
Yeah, so do I, John. Guess what? She didn't buy me any. I didn't get any food. They're outside in the living room eating right now. I can smell it. I can smell the butter chicken, the beef vindaloos in the back somewhere. Can't eat it. Didn't buy me any, John. There's no dishes for me.
No, but who needs food, Mike, when you have the delicious taste of Monster? You know, it just keeps us up. I mean, we've been up for such a long time. It's been a longer day, but the matches keep going. We've already got the draft in hand, right? Bloodseeker Grimstroke coming out for TNC. We're going to see that double rupture. Just people bleeding all around. Gotta love to see it. Neon Esports, straightforward. Tiny Phoenix on hand, right? It's a straightforward combo. Seen it multiple times. They don't have the option for the Void, but maybe the Mars makes its appearance, maybe something else. Nothing too much being shown here just yet from Neon.
No, they haven't. Neon, of course, we've been talking about them quite a lot as of late. Of course, they've been putting on some real performances. However, throughout the BTS Pro Series 3, so far, it hasn't been the greatest start for them, right? They had a draw, they lost 2-0 up against Boom, and then they had a good day yesterday where they got a 2-0 up against New. So they're kind of in the middle of the pack right now, but we want to kind of see them get back to that form they had just a couple weeks back, because they were really on top of their game, and they're going to need it right now, right? Because you lost 2-0 against Boom, TNC is going to be that much harder, right? So you've got to get your stuff sorted right here, right now in this draft, because it's not going to be an easy match.
No, definitely not. And the thing about these two teams facing up against each other as well is because both of these teams value that Chen. You know, TNC's March Chen is super scary, along with Neon, of course, Scam and John Yuel. Chen, you're not going to see that slide through. So that comfort pick for Neon gets put on the back. And they're probably not going to see it at all in this series. So that means Neon has to bring out a different playstyle. We're going to have to see what Scam hero comes out. Because again, we've seen a lot more unorthodox heroes for Scam. Maybe the Scam Spectre starts to make a reappearance. You know, it's something that he really does excel in. He's been playing it forever, ever since we started covering Scam. It's one of his mainstay heroes. And I find that Neon, when they need to go up against these stronger teams, that Spectre is a solid base to build off of. So Neon, I mean, it's still there. You don't quite have the combos for it, and it's still a bit unsafe, but you could opt for it. They go with the clock first. So it's that Clockwork Phoenix combo we've seen a couple of times here, Mike. I believe that does mean JG Phoenix on the offlane. So tiny clock support duo. Yeah, it's potent, right? And you can play around. If you do land that good cogs, the egg is going to do a lot of work, and the Sunray follow-up is great as well. So solid combos overall. Have to worry just a bit about cogging your own teammates in a Blood Riot. That can be a bit dicey. TNC for their part, they just pick up the Venge. Straightforward kind of support pick. Swap people out from the Battery Assault cogs. Gives them some breathing room to disengage here as well.
Which means, John, with that Venge, we are more than likely about to see a Gabby Drow pop up. No real surprises if that is going to be the case. Excuse me. Neon Esports can they pick it up now? Yeah, they can. They'll take it. So they'll take the Drow, and that's going to be a deny pick for TNC, but TNC don't care because they will go for the Arc Warden. Oh, it's disgusting, isn't it, John?
Ooh, it really is. But it's perfect here, you know? Into a Drow, you're just not going to hit until that MKB is up. You will be able to punish it with, say, the Clockwork, though. So if you hookshot him, you trap him in, the damage can come true. But the Drow's not going to do that damage. I feel like that was a bit of a bait. TNC, they don't... I mean, they could run... They have run the Venge Drow, but I don't think it's when they're most effective. You know, they're much more effective with a lot more active of a lineup. And the Drow for Neon's side, they have nothing to combine it with. Maybe following up in the Clockwork initiation... Maybe protecting the Phoenix Egg with a Gust is the big stuff, but that synergy isn't direct. The timings don't quite line up, so Neon's last pick will have to tie this entire draft together. I don't see any heroes that really make complete sense for it, but that's the task they have on hand here.
Now, I was reading excuse me, I was reading a funny, a bit of a funny tweet before that made me chuckle a little bit that I thought I'd share with you, John. Shout out to Middle Meepo, by the way. He was the one who brought it up on Twitter. But remember that Saudi prince that spent that has 87,000 battle pass levels?
Yeah.
Imagine how much he must want the Treasure 3 to come out right now. Like, how many Treasure 3s does he have just sitting in his account right now that he can't access? Could you imagine how many treasures he's waiting to go through? Oh,
ton. Well, actually, not that much, considering how they spread out per level. Sad thing is, it's not that much. Less than you'd expect for that amount of levels, I'll tell you. Less than you'd expect.
Probably might not even get the ultra rare. 86,000. That's not very much.
No, not enough.
You know, I still haven't got an ultra rare throughout this battle pass. I've opened 50 plus treasures for each treasure. Can't get an ultra rare, John.
Yeah, you know, we make fun of people who play gacha games. If you think about it, this battle pass is a gacha game. So you know, if you look down on gacha games and you spend it in the battle pass, you got to think twice about that. It is funny though. Still, Mike, for your case, I'd say get good. You know, you got to spend. You know, if you want to win, you got to spend in that game.
It's true.
You know, you got to rack it up.
It is true. I didn't spend enough money. That is the case. It was my fault.
Your fault.
Don't blame it on Gabe. He's fine. He's just doing the right thing.
That he is.
TNC Predator. Final pickup, John. They are requiring a mid pickup here for Mel. Something that could preferably set a tempo and fight early on. I was going to bring up the Kunkka, but Neon Esports did ban it out. What else do we have? Someone to catch out the Drow in these team fights. Okay. Pango.
Yeah, that's it. The Pango comes out. You don't have to worry about any way of locking him in because you've got the Grimstroke. You don't have room for a Bane here for Neon. So it's going to be a good Pango game for TNC. Gonna be interesting to see where these heroes go exactly. Is this an Armel Arc Warden or a Gabby one? It's a bit up in the air. The KP hero as well, right? It's a bit open whether it's the Pango or the Blood. So some options there. I believe it should be KP Pango with maybe Armel Blood, Gabby Arc Warden. That sounds right, but it is open for shuffling for TNC and Neon. They've seen what's laid out before them. Again, they still need a way to combine that Phoenix with a Drow, to tie in their timings here. It's a bit all over the place right now. It can play really fast, but it just feels a bit disjointed because you're not seeing the reasoning behind a Drow, and it's already counteracted. Beyond it just being blocked to prevent the Venge Drow, as you mentioned, but by itself in this lineup, it just doesn't do much for me, you know?
I agree. It's it's still a potent hero, but it requires a bit more than just being good. And right now, it's just a matter of are they going to be able to allow the Drow to sit back and relax and just hit people? Because it's not going to be easy up against the Bloodseeker, the Pangolier, the Venge. They're all going to be chasing you down, trying to get an initiation on the Drow, because once the Drow is lost, the team fight is basically over anyway. Neon, they're going to finish off with the Bat Rider. I'm having problems with this draft, John, if I'm honest. I am.
Yeah.
It's, Alright, so play
it's
hard
not clean.
clock. Yopaj Tiny. It looks like they're trying to finish this game fast, from what I can tell. Which is fine, but they could probably lose this game in 10 minutes if it goes badly in the laning stage.
I don't know about losing in 10, but it's going to be hard for them to bounce back. That's my issue here, because you pick Bat Rider last, right? Like my... Oh, I mean, yeah, they could drag it on, but
obviously they're not going to be hitting the Ancient at 10 minutes, John. But you get my point. I mean, the game's basically going to be over if they have a bad start.
Oh, for sure. And you pick a Bat Rider to Titan, and it jumps in, deals with Arc Warden. But Mike, you pick that into Avenge that was already there as the third pickup, right? So your lasso is going to be broken by swap. I'm sure March is going to position himself well, as he tends to. So there's a lot here on the plate for JG to find that initiation. They do have to play pretty fast from Neons and maximize Scam's Drow, maximize the early damage Yopaj can bring out from Tiny, and try to close it out. I agree with you. 10 minutes, the laning phase, super important for Neon to exert their dominance, and TNC, for their part, it's a slower game for them. They've got the Gabby Arc Warden, of course, so it's going to need to farm up. It's the KP Blood, and the Armel Pango. It needs a bit more time cooking, especially Gabby, but if they hold out in those first 10 minutes, then you're good as gravy. Nothing to worry about.
We have a quick disconnection here from Neon, which will give time for Armel to get some late dinner in. Some merienda.
Yep. Important. It is running late, and I mean, the sad thing is you have to live with the reality that there's some good Indian food outside.
I'm still smelling it. It's that strong. I do have a pretty big house, John. I can smell it everywhere. It's making me really upset. I'm gonna have to smell it during this whole cast, and even when I'm finished, there's gonna be none left because they didn't order me any. I'm gonna starve. And you know what the worst part is, John? Remember how yesterday I told you I was having the same food 5 times in a row?
Yeah.
I'm having it 6 times in a row tonight.
You might as well just book the entire BTS Pro. Tell them, I'm going to be casting, have this ready for me every night. Just get it set.
That's it.
That's it, man. I miss Indian food, Mike. You talking about it.
John.
I miss paneer. Like, anyone that knows what paneer is, you know the good stuff. That is the good stuff. Whew. Paneer. Oh, man. Just paneer with some basmati rice. You're in heaven. A little ghee on top, just because, you don't care about your weight. And that is golden.
I need to make personal tax now, John. I've been trying. Jeez. Take it easy.
Hey, I don't care. I don't care about weight. I had a ton of paneer ghee rice before in Singapore when I was staying with my friends. For some reason, and this is a bit of a segue, for some reason, Us Filipinos get along very finely with Indians. Something about the culture is really well. What's JG on about? Straight English. Wait, please. Ping Spike just now. Oh, he's making fun of Yapaz chiming in straight English. Oh, come on, boys. Inglesero, huh?
Hey. This is an English stream, sir. I have no idea what you're saying. What did you just say?
I would just say it's a term we use to call someone who speaks in English. Englishero, Englishero. An English speaker.
You mean, like, are you trying, like, is it another way of saying white person?
No, like literally someone who enjoys English, because... It's just, it's like, I was called that a lot as a kid. I was actually, a lot of people asked me if I was, like, Filipino-American, and they were always confused when I said no. And so they just always called me the Inglesero kid, like the English-speaking kid. That weird kid in the corner who can't speak to his friends because he doesn't speak Tagalog. I had a rough upbringing, Mike. Let me tell you.
What a loser.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. You can't. I thought you could speak it, John.
I can, but when I was a kid, it was really bad. It was completely accented. Like, if I said a sentence now, and there are Filipino viewers in there, I'm sure they'd have a laugh about the accent. It's a very stiff accent, and you've heard, and you've also laughed at how stiff it is because you know how Filipino is supposed to sound. It's super stiff. I do sound non-native, and the worst thing is I'm not even from a part of the Philippines where it's completely like Tagalog. It's a mix of like regional dialects, so something called Bisaya, and I literally have no way of talking in that. I just can't speak Bisaya. I just can't. And when I try, my mom gets mad at me because she says I sound really bad. Like my own mom's like, "Hey, shut up, stop it."
Can you imagine your own mother's telling you not to speak your native language?
Yeah, it's something. It's not my fault.
That's so sad. It's like, Jonathan, you shut your damn mouth and speak English. Don't you dare speak Filipino. Disgusting. Terrible.
It's pretty stiff. So there was this one time because I was in Singapore at a young age, like 17, my first time out for university, and I was with my friends from the scholarship. We were going out. So we met up at this place. I ran a bit late, and this is a joke only. This is a joke. A lot of Tagalog speakers would get a bit better. So I came up. These guys were mainly from Manila. They spoke Tagalog, and I said in Filipino. So I'm gonna say it in Filipino. Hi guys, sorry, I'm late. Nalibog ako. Right? Nalibog ako, which in Visaya means I'm lost. My friends looked at me weird, and I didn't know why. And apparently, nalibog has a very different context that I just realized I can't say on stream. It's a state of mind. It's a state of mind that doesn't quite line up. So when I said I was lost, they thought I said something else, and it caused some very confusing exchanges right there. So you see, even when I speak my own language, I fail.
So you're telling me not only can you not get your language right, John, you can't even tell me the joke right. Now we can't even...
No, I can't.
Oh.
I can't say it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I apologize for this, whatever this is from John Expire. We'll, take some of that casting money you're making, sir, and we'll have to take you to Tagalog classes and get you sorted out.
I tried, Mike, grade school, high school, I barely passed.
This guy has no chill, man.
Did you know what? So we have this, we have a book that we're all supposed to read in high school, and y'all Filipino boys would know this. We read something called Noli Matang. It's a book written by our national hero, right?
Yeah.
For me to pass the subject, I didn't even read it in Filipino. I read English.
Oh, good.
Answered from that. I just couldn't do it, man. I was just so bad. It was so bad. It was like old Filipino, so very formal. I couldn't read it. It just bored me to death, and I couldn't understand half of it. Even less. I couldn't understand less than half.
Very upsetting.
Way less. Oh yeah.
But you know how to speak it now, right?
I mean, I speak it as well as I've always spoken it.
But like, if somebody came up to you and said, "Hey, John, I've got this gig. I'm going to pay you 10 times any other casting gig, but you need to do it in Filipino." If Valve called you and said they need a Filipino caster tomorrow for TI-10, are you telling me you couldn't do it in Filipino?
I could do it. It's just gonna be really bad.
Oh,
I think the audience would throw tomatoes at me. Like the Filipino audience would just laugh me out. It would not go well. I mean, it would not go well. It just wouldn't. It would really ruin me. On the bright side, maybe right now, I would be so happy if TNC decided to force March to eat some Filipino food. I'm just surprised they haven't done that. Like, again, he says he likes tapa, right? You know what tapa? Cured meat.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so basic. Like, there's so much unique, interesting foods. And I feel like Filipino and Korean taste kind of line up. It's just
funny,
I just want March to have some.
It's funny that that's the only thing he'll eat, because when I met QO a few weeks ago, he ate all my jerky, which is basically cured meat.
Yeah, exactly. Huh. Maybe it's an MVP Phoenix thing, huh?
Yeah. I was annoying QO about MVP Phoenix as well, John. I've been trying to get him to try and get it started again. Tells me there's no chance of it happening, but I'm going to keep trying, so don't you worry.
Yeah, keep trying for all of us, Mike. That's everyone's wish.
100 ping handicap for Armel.
Alright, partida na daw. Maawa ka naman. They're just saying give Armel a handicap just to give us a chance. Japoy's asking for a chance. Yopaj, right? We talked about this. Yopaj, Japoy. It's a flip around like Lodi. Idol and Lodi. Yeah, we're weird, man. I don't know.
It's alright.
It's funny because you're the one living upside down, Mike. You should be the one flipped, but we're the ones flipping it.
It is true. There you, John. It's very hard to go to the bathroom when we're upside down. Very hard. We learn to do it.
Yeah, it's still not too much excitement over this yet.
Look at this bot lane, though. They've just been left alone here. KP and Scam. There's a lot of heroes up top. 4 heroes from TNC. They're going to try and go for a fight. And Play Hard going after March, but now the surround is here and they are going to just focus down Play Hard. And I'm getting PTSD from the last game, John.
Oof.
Yeah. Play Hard goes. Somewhere out there. Matthew is smiling.
Yeah, Matt's like, you will experience it too, Play Hard. Still, it takes a little bit more effort for TNC, and he gets to reset. Back in the lane, he's going to be with JG on that off-lane Batrider. They are going to be up against Gabby and March.
So your Page is on 100 ping. Is that what the deal is here?
No, they want Armel on 100 ping.
No, but
there's...
I'm pretty sure your Page is on 100 ping, dude.
No. Gabby's saying, do you want 100 ping handicap on Armel? And they're like, nah. And March is like, 100 ping is nothing for him. Not much of a handicap, frankly.
Gabby's
it's dinner time, Mike.
Yeah, it's dinner time. Get a few in there. Start the pancakes up. I wonder what it is. The ironic thing is KP's playing from Australia, and he's never disconnected. Like, all of you, all the rest of 9 other players are Filipinos playing on the Singapore server. KP is the only one in Australia right now, and he's not having any problems.
Yeah, it's as expected. Yopaj. This was a pause from TNC. Yopaj takes the time to just get a disconnect as well. Why not? But yeah, because it's a different level of bad, Mike. What can I say? Just on a whole new level. It's a whole new world of disconnects. Oh man, chat! I just checked. Chat. I just checked. They went wild over that story. They know. Y'all know what I said. Yeah, to my friends, that one with Libog. I'll just say it because I can't get in trouble. It's in Filipino. Libog.
No. Hold on. Don't say anything You know, we don't know if we're going to get in trouble. Jeez.
All right. Too much fun there. Too much fun.
Too much fun. Back to the game. Back to serious mode. So KP at this bot lane going to be up against Scam and John Newell. Tim's also going to be there, and actually this Phoenix is in a bit of danger. Should be alright though, surely. Be fine. Just find that tier 1 tower and we'll have to salve up.
And that's one of the difficulties of laning against that Bloodseeker. Every time you drop low, you're pressured to immediately heal up. The salves are that much more important. Every tango counts. Because once you drop low and KP gets level 2, Thirst kicks in and he can use that low HP advantage to push into Scam and get a lot of damage off. Have to be careful about bouncing it on that Phoenix.
Mid lane going very evenly so far, but Mel, he's hit that level 3 mark now, so that lucky shot is going to start coming into this this 1v1. And of course, lucky shot can be very, very frustrating to play against, especially when you are the tiny. Mel going to continue trying to get that proc, and we'll continue using those voice lines against your Paj.
Yeah, this is the risk for your Paj. Every disarm, he's just not winning these trades. Going to be important on those power runes as well, but look at that. Your Paj low, 1 tango left, Thirst kicks in, and you just put more pressure in the side lanes when you win trades like that.
It's going to be careful. Mel is going to die because of it.
Ooh, yeah, ruthless, your Paj. With the punishment from the Avalanche toss, just getting it onto the cogs as well, perfectly spaced out there.
Tim's bot lane getting very low on this Grimstroke. Mike, yeah, he does tick out, and now the Fire Spirits do connect onto KP. Those are level 2 Fire Spirits, so KP going to survive on 15 HP and is going to TP out in time and be just fine.
And Neon starting to find that aggression, putting a dent here on the progression of TNC. Not quite where it matters, but you're going to take it anyway. You're slowing KP's progression in the Bloodseeker, you're giving space towards Skem. And that's the most important part, getting the Drow off to a running start, getting John Newell some EXP, and once you hit those key points, level 6 in your supports, initial farm on the Drow, you can be smooth sailing past that 10-minute mark. So far, you know, the conditions for Neon in the first 10 minutes, it's not looking too bad.
It is looking very good, actually. 3-2. Slight net worth lead. Got to just be a little bit concerned about how well Gabby is farming. They are trying to keep his farm at bay, as now he will Flux and Spark Wraith JG. It's going to be it. Just going back to hitting creeps. Wants to get that Midas up as soon as possible in this Arc Warden. That is going to be the most important thing from TNC, is just to make sure he can get that itemization up. Mel, however, mid lane, trying to get a power rune, does get lucky with a haste.
Where are you watching?
Yeah, he's got his Rolling Thunder ready. We haven't seen any movement out or into mid to get these initial level 6 uses out yet. Probably just waiting for a bit more time, maybe waiting for the support to be up and running. You can't do too much with Vengetree and Grimstroke at 4. The lanes are too tied up, so it's going to be a bit more stacked in mid just for a while longer.
Okay, be a nice little Inkswell play there with Tim's, but they aren't going to keep going for any form of a kill, just trying to pressure out Skem on this Drow. They have actually got 3 heroes down here from Neon, but TNC will bring Armel down, and Armel is going to run straight in with the haste on to Skem, and he's just going to blow up to the Blood Right. Now going on to play hard perhaps, but the Cogs going to push him out, and KP going to be in danger. Do get him, Yapage. I don't know about this, he gets stunned up by the Inkswell, and Armel going to have his way with him. Will get the Swashbuckle, takes out another, and with this haste rune, Armel can just take down everyone. Cogs is going to be there. Play hard will still die to March. March, he thought about diving tier 1s, but the rest of his team did not want to. He will back off in time.
And looks like, it looks like March was right. 100 ping is nothing to Armel if he is on that handicap. They just find those kills and they set themselves up to keep that pressure bot. It's only John Uel around, but they've still got 3 heroes here, TNC.
John Uel be able to swash, rather Icarus dive away. See, because of that rotation from Armel, Skem, he just TPs into the mid lane on the Drow and tries to get some free farming going there. So he understands what's coming, right? Like, there's so much pressure on him to be able to get the farm his team needs for him to be able to join these team fights early on. So they know they can't go late game into the Arc Warden. It's just going to be hellish to go up against, and it's Gabby on Arc Warden. He does tend to do a pretty damn good job.
Yeah, they've got to secure that early farm, and they're buying that space out perfectly here. Like, Skem's just perfectly fine to even find a kill on KP.
They do. Nice little pick up there. Took 3 heroes, but they do get it done. And TNC, they are going to group up with March and Tims and run up top. See if they can get a pick off onto JG, but no, JG is going to break the smoke of March. Should have spotted him out. Is probably going to keep his distance now as he knows they are around. But again, even if they can't kill off the Bat Rider, if Gabby's farming, they're going to be happy.
Yeah, it's still a good time for Gabby. He's up there in last. It's not quite as free as you'd expect. Number 3 in net worth, keeping up with your Podge. So it's going swimmingly. I think right now TNC, they need to wait for that initial farm, as mentioned on Gabby, even KP. You need level 6 up on your Bloodseeker before you can start running around here. He's been slowed down a bit on that offlane, so just get some catch-up time for your Blood and kind of stimmy the bleeding, right? The Neon is the one looking for Blood. See your Paj just going deep behind that tier 1, looking for a toss opportunity.
Doesn't quite get one, but now he spots out Tims. Stare him down. Tims. Doesn't know he's there yet. Maybe he does. He's been very sneaky here, Tims. Yapage actually going to choose to back off. He's not going to try to go for it. Might be just a little bit too risky.
Yeah, it wasn't a clean cut for them, as there is a group up top. JG along with John Uel.
Going to cop a lot of damage. He might even get blown up here. JG, still with the Flux being left alone, is going to go down. Now the egg to be committed, but Gabby with the Tempest Double is just focusing on it, and Armel will come out, get a bit more damage up, and here comes Yapage. Onto March, they'll get the Venge, but that'll be it. They don't really get much else. It's definitely a better trade for TNC.
Yeah, they don't even find the kill on the Tempest Double, so no extra gold from picking that up. It just expires in front of them, and TNC, they're going to be pleased. That's the first egg not being so effective for Neon. Going to have to watch how to use that spell. Their teamfight relies on that.
KP going to go for the Rupture into the Blood Right. Can they have the damage in time? Well, they do. Off to the bot lane, it seems. Or maybe even just start pushing in mid. They've got so many heroes here. It's a bit unorthodox to go for that mid lane first, but if you think you can do it, you may as well. And Gabby seems to believe he can.
Yeah, they've got the right click speed. He's got the Midas, so he does hit a lot faster. They don't have the level in Magnetic, but you don't need it when you hit that fast anyway. So you're going to do lots of chip damage here.
Look at Gabby, just the Tempest Double, going to kill off Play Hard.
Ooh.
God, I hate Arc Warden so much as a hero. It's just, you know how many times it's happened to me, John? It's such a sad way to die.
Yeah, it is. It is. But Gabby just getting the punishment out. And they did find a tier 1 top here, Neon. So they found an objective for their troubles. Skem is sort of freely farming. He's been left alone for a long time. He is going to have his Dragonlance up soon, but he needs to show some progress afterwards. And I think for Neon right now, the travels for GG are key. Travels into Blink for this bat. They need a way to jump in, get the initiation off, and start finding some pickoffs to slow TNC down. There's a 2k lead here for TNC. That's just going to ramp up as the Midas continues to get used up by Gabby.
He's going for the Maelstrom next, right? On this Arc Warden. It's the standard build-up. Just going to sit in the jungle and take a bunch of stacks. It's the way to do it. When he has the Javelin, just needs the Mithril Hammer. Neon, all they can do is just kind of sit by idly and wait. It seems like they don't really have a way to find TNC or get anything done.
No. Even their wards right now are super defensive as well, just watching their own jungle openings to prevent TNC from coming in. But TNC doesn't need to be the aggressor. It has to be Neon that starts finding those openings. It's just they can't. They're also waiting for Yapaj to finish a blink. He's still 1,000 gold away. And they just can't do anything until those tools are up. They get a scan off, but clear where they are.
They get a ward out, but that's going to be dewarded immediately. And now with the Soul Bind, and Armel is coming in with a double rupture out as well.
Ooh,
they get the egg off in time. It's not going to matter. Oh, that's a rough one. And, well, that ward you just placed, it's gone. March has got it.
Unfortunate for Neon, but man, the Wamo combo here from TNC. Soul Bind, double rupture. Ooh, you just can't do anything once you're caught in that. And Neon has to be cautious. They're bleeding their supports, so the bright side here is that the cores have a ton of space to farm up. This farm just has to matter. I believe that's the travels for JG flying out, and they're going for the defense.
They could get Armel, be a big pick-off. He doesn't have the Rolling Thunder. They can't really catch him out. Hook shot, nice from Playhard. Do they have the damage to follow up? Look at Gabby's damage. Just taking out half his HP already, and he's going back to the T1 tower with the Tempest double, and it is going to get denied at least. So they do save the gold on Neon Esports. Back towards Yapaj, however, who went way too far forward by himself. He's going to die.
It's not the hero you want dying. In fact, Skem.
Haste Rune activated by Armel. He's going to think better of it. Now JG going for a nice lasso onto March. They're trying to settle for any kill they can get. But look at Armel. He wants to jump into the cogs and deal with Playhard. And he does. He'll just roll his way out. Call that one a drive-by, John.
Yep, that it is. Armel cleanly finding that kill, and TNC find themselves a 4k lead. 7-13 now at the 15-minute mark. They really need these blinks to come out here for Neon. That is basically it. JG with the travels can apply pressure in the lanes, so he is free to just go around, play in the riskier lanes, TP out afterwards, but they need the blink timing. So Podge is about 400 gold off. Once you've got that, again, the Tiny can come in, burst some heroes down. Big one, easiest one, would have been KP, but he does have a Hood of Defiance up, so even a Bloodseeker's a bit tough. Maybe just settle for the supports and snowball that way. March tends to be a bit far forward or isolated to buy space. That's a hero they can punish, but beyond that, just waiting for JG's own blink. At least, well, Yapaj actually finishes up, well speaking, so they've got an option with the Tiny. They just need to kind of use it and maybe smoke up and try to make a play.
Top lane Armel having a look at JG, I believe, on the Bat Rider, but we do have a quick disconnection out from Yapaj. These Neon are having some issues with the internet. As you stated, it is the rainy season right now, so it's to be expected.
Yep.
How heavy is the rain, by the way, where you are, John?
It just flashed. So what I had was like a massive amount of wind with some heavy raindrops. It sounded like really heavy raindrops, but I think there's a low pressure area forming off forming off the east coast of the Philippines, way east. So it's coming in, which brings a lot of wind, a lot of rain. I feel like a weather reporter, Mike. Talking about that.
Very good job.
But yeah, it's a lot of rain. It's a lot of rain. Might be causing some, well, more than likely is causing net issues here, as you can see from Neon, but hopefully not for too long. I do believe their pause time ticked down as well. I think Zex pointed that out a while ago, like 6 minutes a while back. That was a very long pause. Starting to dig in, and of course, you remember, I believe that pause time is shared between games, so you don't want to run out of pause time into game number 2.
Definitely don't. There it is, 1 minute of pause time remaining. That is pretty rough for Neon. That's all they've got. What happens after the pause time is over, though?
They just go. No more pause.
Okay.
Yeah, so if a disconnect happens, you're not obliged, technically, to wait. It's the rule book. It is what it is, right? Like, it's a fair chance to both sides.
Oh, of course.
If it happens, it happens.
I'm not questioning the rules. I just wanted to know what happens if they run out of time, that's all. March, nice deny on that DD room, but a great hook shot out from Play Hard. Straight onto Tim's, but he's going to survive. March swaps him out. They're going to go after this Tiny. It's Scam. He came in from the backline, getting Tim's on that Grimstroke, and now going after KB. And they are actually going to be able to get him. In fact, make it another March. Came back in on the Venge, and suddenly TNC has lost 3.
Really big pickups there for Neon. Finally finding that momentum. That blink from Yapaj not even coming into play. They just managed to clean up with a good hook shot in a very tight spot. Have to be careful though, as TNC, they're still clumped up. They've got the numbers disadvantage. That doesn't seem to dissuade RML from showing himself in that wave.
Play Hard just cops a bunch of Spark Wraiths and is probably going to die to a Tempest Double now. He does get tossed away, and they do Sunray him up. Make it out. Very, very tough game for the Clockwork. That's one thing that hasn't changed, is Gabby is still farming very, very well. The only difference being now, Skem is at the top of the net worth board.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic time staying in that jungle, clearing out stacks, building up on the Drow. Has the Yasha up with a Dragon Lance, going towards that Manta style next. So it's going to be harder to pin down Skem. It's going to be at least tanking through a lot more hits and going to be able to self-purge if he is in a dicey spot. TNC, their lead down to 1k. And when you have the R Cordon, a 1k lead is usually not a good sign. You need to start widening it, start finding a few key pickoffs.
AG, nice lasso out. They got the big target in Armel. Yapaj going to be out with the Avalanche, but no toss back yet. In fact, he doesn't even have it. Good hook shot in from Play Hard, but they are still moving forward onto Yapaj, who has been ruptured up and now swapped out. And Yapaj is still there. Nobody's taking him out yet, but KB will come in and clean it up. Now the XP committed. Skem, he wants to keep fighting. And March looks to fall here on the bench unless that multi-shot misses like that. And March will survive for a bit longer as he does get another swap off onto JG. And they're going to turn back around now. Stroke of Fate, not going to quite connect, but the Blood Rite should. They do not get the dust, or rather gust off. Armel cutting off from the side. Won't be able to finish him off, but they do win out that team fight, TNC.
Yeah, it's a pretty bloody one, but they come out on top. Again, you're seeing the effect of this double rupture coming out. It's just super effective in isolating these heroes, forcing them to make a choice. And Neon aren't quite ready to face up against that. They've got to be a bit more coordinated as well with these pick-off opportunities. When they go for the Blink Lasso, you have to ensure Yapaj is in range to get his combination off. If he's not, the damage, it's not going to be enough, and TNC will have opportunities to bounce back in. So, have to temper that aggression back just a tad for Neon and choose their fights well.
Mel committing the Rolling Thunder, but not going to be able to catch up to the Phoenix. Just going to have to let him go. TNC, they're remaining grouped up as if they want to go for a bit of a smoke here. Tims did bring one along with him, but they aren't going to commit quite yet. However, Neon will. Okay. Careful as JG going to look for a target now with the lasso, and they have caught out one in the form of Armel. They're going to burst down the Pango straight away. Tims, he could still be in danger, and ooh, that's an ugly pause time. Gabby is going to pause the game, and looks like TNC might be having issues now. One pause. Tims should guaranteed be dead. Will be. Skem, a double kill on the Drow.
Yep, just clean pickoffs for them. Big kill and Armel. Just keeping that Pango back from building up, and he's stalled out a bit in progression. Is just lacking one part for the Halberd to be up and running. That's going to give them a lot more consistent disarm as well for the Drow. Important to find that item soon. For TNC's part, again, they're just trying to give Gabby the space to build up. He's still up there in net worth, but you can see Skem pull away. And that's never a good sign when your Midas here is, well, your double Midas here is not keeping up with someone without it. Like Skem, very efficient in the triangle. Surprising that TNC has not maintained vision or control in that Radiant Triangle to stop this farm.
It's going to be a concern here for TNC. I really didn't expect Skem to be this far ahead at 20 minutes in, especially up against that Arc Warden, like you said, with the double Midas, but he is just going to keep going now into a Hurricane Pike, and I realize it's an Arc Warden, but at some stage you've got to be a bit concerned about how hard this Drow is going to start hitting you. It only gets worse as time goes on.
Oh yeah. It's going to get a bit more complicated as well, because he does have the Hurricane Pike up, so even if you catch him out, he's got ways to widen that gap, get himself out of sticky situations here. And TNC, and they still have the slight net worth lead, but it does feel like this is not the progression they want to be seeing right now. Still, I mean, you know, they're putting all their eggs into one basket in Gabby, and they have smoked up.
They have. To the triangle. Play hard. He's going to get caught out here on the clock. Looks like he has no way out. He's gone. Well, John Newell also ruptured up by KB. Mid-Icarus dive, and he's gone. No way of survival, but they're going to go for the team fight anyway. Mel trying to get that Rolling Thunder, but he gets cancelled off, and now the lasso's out from JG, but they don't have the damage. The Soulbind holding them in place, so Armel can get the roll off and go back into them. But they do get the egg. Looks like TNC, they do want to disengage out of here. Not wanting to commit any further.
It's a good win for Neon. They're targeting the right heroes. Every time they take out March, gives JG a very clean opportunity to get the lasso off. And March, again, he needs to find that spacing on the Venge just to be on the edge to get a swap off the save. Because if you break that lasso, Neon's play kind of falls apart. Right? It's still a level 1 swap, so it is harder to space yourself out. But you still have to be very cautious about it. This is the only counterplay they have to that lasso initiation of Neon.
TNC still grouped up as 4. And a smoke on March, waiting to clear the creep wave in the mid lane. Perhaps go for this smoke now? Are they waiting for Tims, perhaps? Yeah, top lane has been forced out by Neon, so Tims gonna take care of it. He'll go. Well, Scabby can try to meet up with them with those boots of travel. Gonna run straight into Skem. March would love the swap right now. Gabby. Go for the Flux to get started, but Skem will matter it off. Meanwhile, to the north, they have found that Phoenix, and that'll be a dieback on John Newell. He just bought back in that previous fight. TNC, can they actually get a Roshan done?
Ooh, that's confident. They don't have the team fight without the egg. So TNC must be feeling confident about that. March, again, I'd say, has to stay outside though. If he wants to play with that swap to break any jump in, got to keep himself safe here.
Got to be worried about Play Hard and JG. They're going to be looking to jump in. Try and steal this Aegis. TNC, they're going to go for a quick smoke. Trying to wrap around and block the way for that hook shot. Still looking for an angle, Play Hard. He's waiting, but Yopaj has been jumped on the Tiny. Still looking in, he does get the angle, but the Roshan's not done yet, and Gabby does manage to pick it up, so Play Hard is going to go down, and so does Yopaj on the Tiny. JG, he'll commit the lasso, but it may not mean anything. He'll kill KB, but he will lose his own life. They end up getting a 3 for, a 2 for 4. The Aegis does expire at least on Gabby, so they get something out of this, but still not a great team fight for Neon.
No, it's a very costly fight in the pit. They do manage to at least stall out. Playhard's timing was almost perfect. Would have been really big if he stole the Aegis still. TNC find himself 7k up. You're starting to see Gabby slowly pull ahead. He's just 1k above Scam, but that is what you like to see here. And you're getting more key items up. Tim's has the blink up on that Grimstroke, so he can come in for better targeted soulbinds. Has to be a bit careful here, though.
Gabby, big pickup. Oh, Play Hard, he missed the hook. Now the turnaround out from TNC. Gonna be a nice easy kill onto Play Hard. Big rotations out from this dire side, making sure they don't just give away their position 1. They'd love to pick off Skem on this drow. They could catch him. KP. On an A-toss out on Yopaj. Not going to be quite enough to hold him down. Looks like TNC, they might start trying to pressure this bottom tier 2 tower.
Yeah, they've got the numbers here. You will have Play Hard up in a short time span. The egg is up. The lasso is up as well on JG. And they do smoke up. There's an opportunity to fight here.
They have all their ultis available right now. Neon, they're going to really walk the long way around. Blinds are being drawn up at the top lane. I thought they were just smoking to perhaps push out lanes. JG. Get the fire flying, goes for March with the lasso. They'll rupture up JG, but it's not going to matter. March should die. Hookshot, however, from Play Hard does not connect. Because they couldn't follow up with any more. They're just going to accept the Venge kill and leave it at that.
Yeah, they do still manage to stall off the push. So in a sense, that's a successful defense. Tier 2 still stands. TNC forced to back off. Neon again with the right targets, although...
Oh, this Tempest double has been the bane of Play Hard's existence. Gabby, he's not willing to give it away for free, but Skem looks to have gotten it just in time anyway. Gabby does get that tier 2 tower. TNC, they're just making these small increments of improvement that are pulling this game ahead for themselves.
Yeah, they widen the lead. They get the bottom tier 2, so that opens up the jungle completely. There's still good wards there from Neon, but you've got some spikes coming out here. Armel, not only does he have the Heaven's Halberd, but he also has the Ags. So he's going to have that additional damage with the Swashbuckle on the Shield Crash. You've got a BKB now up and running as well on, I believe Gabby's flying it out, yeah. So it's going to be a bit harder to pin in that Arc Warden, and you've got to be very cautious, Neon. They've still shown us that they can take these fights. JG has to always find March. That is their condition. If you can take out the Venge, TNC suddenly loses a lot of their instant bursts with Rupture Swap, and they also lose a way to break any further lasso. Just kill off March, and that numbers advantage will work in Neon's favor.
Playing Cappy's Tempest double, just going to BKB up and stand his ground. Mid lane. Scam. Fizz going to go after March. No, he'll switch over to KP on the Bloodseeker. They did lasso him up, and they do take him out. And that'll be March going down on the Venge. Now JG on the chase for more. be able to catch anyone else out.
Again, good target to go for. The issue right now for March is the moment he gets silenced up, he can't do anything. So he has to watch the spot of Skem, but Skem is a bit slippery now. He's got the Shadow Blade up, so he can start to rip into that back line, and it's making it harder here for TNC to play offensively on the map. They've been a bit more defensive now. Neon's movement has caused TNC to withdraw into their side of the jungle. They did find the top tier 1, but that's pretty much a dead lane, not the biggest objective. The gold injection is nice, as Neon they start to plump up now.
Mel, huge pick off there for Skem. That's your mid Pango going down. TNC, they are really putting all their eggs in the Gabby basket here on the Arc Water. Just don't know if it's going to pan out if this game keeps up like this. So Skem is still going to become a problem, especially with that Lincoln Sphere coming out. You're not going to be able to control him as well.
Yeah, it makes it really difficult to, get that combination off. Even the double rupture is not going to be as smooth going, so you're going to have to find a way to break that off. There's also a BKB up now on your Podge. So again, a lot of that control, a lot of the damage actually from TNC just kind of negated by these great pickups by Neon.
He's going for the Aghanim Scepter on the tiniest vulture.
Oh, I love it. That's it. That's how you do it.
Well, you need the crit though, that's the thing. Like it doesn't do enough damage without like the Daedalus up on the Tiny. I guess the Axe does kind of get you started, but really all it does.
Yeah, fair. And then I guess next you just have to see the Daedalus, It's like, that's exactly it for your Podge. Just pure right clicks, and I do believe the reasoning behind that could also be because the bubble doesn't stop those projectiles from doing damage. That is one way to just not make that a problem. At the same time, Tiny's supposed to blink in anyway, so I guess he just wants the damage. It's just a physical build, safe damage flying out. And another pause. Who is it? It's Gabby. Okay, because Neon only has a minute, so yeah, gotta be cautious.
Yeah. Discord. Everyone's having problems with Discord today, John. It's very strange.
Yeah, we're doing fine.
We are.
For some reason. We're on
Always.
Discord. Yeah. Unfortunate. But I guess it happens. It's just something. Still, yeah, I look at Gabby, Mike. He's queuing up the E-Blade. So he's going to be trying to shotgun. This is pretty darn good as well to force a disarm onto Skem, which is lovely. I mean, you already had a disarm on Armel anyway, but you want to keep it consistent. This is the way to do it. I do feel like Gabi would need a little bit more damage though. Like down the line, he's going to have to sell the Midas off. Maybe go for a Bloodthorn. And if you can get that, then your Tempest Double is just going to find solo kills across the map. Like you can at least keep bullying play hard. You might be able to blow up JG before the BKB comes. And you should definitely be able to punish John Uel. So just that offensive build-up later on would be nice, and some issues there.
You do have to go ahead once again. So E-Blade Arc Water is going to be fun to see. I guess it does have a real nice way of dealing with the Drow. Skem won't really be able to get the attacks off unless he does Manta it off, but even then you've got two of those things to worry about because Arc Water has a Tempest Double for some reason. Very balanced hero.
Yep, and Gabi is actually queuing up the MKB next. So again, pure damage coming out. Once that's ready, he's gonna hit a lot more, and you've got to watch out for the split push game. That double is gonna be pretty hard to control. In fact, he's just sending it all ready, and this is it. This is peak Arc Warden gameplay.
He's about 4k ahead of the Drow now. Continue to send the Tempest double in, but is going to get it fed to Skem. Toss, KP, no, he gets hookshot out by Playhard. They want to take the fight. Playhard going to be alright. They'll swap in JG instead. The egg is still going. Yopaj, a great avalanche out on that Tiny. He'll be ruptured up. They'll just focus down March first. Now JG with a great lasso onto Tim's. That'll be a Grimstroke who should be dying, but he will soulbind before he does go down. It's still a great team fight out for Neon Esports. They get a 2 for nothing, and they're looking for more.
Their lineup just is starting to pop off, and TNC, they can't fight in. They are a bit too disjointed. They're trying to make moves as 2 or 3, but it's constantly punished. Losing your supports like this is starting to hurt. That lead shrinking down to 6k, and that's a lot of space being built up by Neon. Skem is looking way too big now. They have been really on point for the targeting here.
Gabby, he's caught out Playhard, but no, Yopaj going to toss him out of there. Turn back around on that Tempest stubble and try to sort it out. Armel actually picking up the Aghanim Scepter, by the way, John, on the Pango.
Oh yeah. It's really nice. Swashbuckles on the Shield Crash. More opportunities to get perhaps a disarm off, just more DPS coming out. We haven't really seen it in play though. Like, Armel's had that for a while, but they haven't found a successful fight in quite some time for TNC. They've been playing from the back, as we talked about, waiting for Gabby to be really big. And he's almost there. The MKB's almost done. They still maintain a 5k lead. But you know, it's like an alt game, right? Like the Arc Warden eats so much space, you're sacrificing your other cores. At some point, a 5k lead with an Arc Warden, it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough.
Maybe when that MKB's up. That's the thing with the hero though, right? You can just infinitely push out lanes. Like, you can buy so much time with this hero. And even these Spark Wraiths, just place them all across the map and just find out where people are. Like right now, they're stacking them up, but good pull away from JG with the lasso, and now a great hook shot in with the cogs, blocking the way out. There is no exit for TNC. They might have to just take this fight. Armel, you alright? Gabby, gonna move back in. That'll pretty much be it, a 1-for-1. Just kind of head back.
Yeah, it's not the biggest trade for both sides. Lasso was committed, but March did manage to get to range for the swap. So he does have level 2 swap. Very important for the Venge. You are feeling maybe a bit more comfortable here as TNC. The one thing that saved them really was that the cogs did not latch the way Playhard wanted them to. So they couldn't fully commit from Neon. They couldn't drop the egg. They couldn't follow up. And that does stall out for TNC further. Skem is looking like a massive issue now, though. He's just getting way too big. He's just about 4,000 behind the Arc Warden, which, again, is cause for concern here from TNC's end. They need a wider lead, and they need some catch-up farm under other cores, especially KP. He's stalled out after that Atos. Not much going on this Bloodseeker, not even too much in the aura play. You need to give the Bloodseeker something to scale up with. He just does not have the items to really shine here yet.
So they're having they're playing the rat game here, TNC. Just sending Tempest doubles constantly down to that bot lane and chipping away at that tier 3 tower. It's going to be frustrating for Neon to try and deal with this. It's just something that's so spammable. And he just keeps doing it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that happens. It would be nice if he had a repair kit, but, you know, not yet.
Aghanim Scepter's available, right? Though.
Oh, now I'm happy.
Your part just got on the courier.
Yeah, but he needs a crit stick, so I'm not too happy. Yeah, just build a Daedalus next. Or yeah, there you go. Yapaj, you're my boy. Boy, do it.
Here you go. That Daedalus up. It's become very, very funny with that tree boss. I miss that.
It's gonna be a while, sadly. Oh, I miss it with Morphling. 2 times. 2 times. Just. Why didn't teams do that? Like, you know, Morph Ags is a thing. Why didn't they go for Morph for Tiny Morph? That would have been. It's more entertaining. You know, because deforestation in that scale is just. It's illegal, Mike.
Should be. Scam just pushing out that mid lane. TNC seemingly unwilling to try and initiate a fight. This is what Arc Warden does to the game, John. It just makes it this kind of game, you know, where you can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean the tier 3 bot, 300 HP. They actually did force your Posh to TP away in that as well, and you know, eventually TNC's gonna find a tier 3 for themselves, as is. Yeah, no, Gabby's already back, yeah.
She's trying to throw everything out onto this Tempest double. Gabby's gonna put the magnetic field down and laugh at them and take their tier 3 tower. Tell me how this is balanced.
That was hard. It's a lot of work for Gabby. He's sending more. He's got the spell person.
Oh,
that's
great.
so dumb.
20%
cooldown.
20% cooldown reduction on an Arc Warden. Seems good.
Dude, 27.2 cooldown, 26 duration, 1 second downtime. Now that is balanced. That is balanced.
Why not just buy an Octarine Core as well? Why even have downtime?
It doesn't end. It's just there. Always out. Gabby, this is the dream. It's one-man Dota. That's what it is. It's literally one-man Dota.
DNC, just the rest of them just hop in the backpack of Gabby. Just sit back, relax, boys. Have a meal or two. Don't worry, everything's fine. I'll take care of the whole map. And a magic lamp there. March will take that. They are preparing for the next Roshan attempt now on Esports. Gabby's going to scout that out. Pops the BKB on the Tempest double and go at Yopaj. He might actually kill him too, by the way. Yopaj, stuck on the high ground now, has to BKB up. With 4 heroes there.
Bounced. Yep, I don't see anything wrong here, Mike. Perfectly fine. This is how Dota's meant to be played. I don't know what you're talking about. And, you know, Mike, we don't even have 25 on Gabby yet, so...
Oh, what's 25?
Lifestealer spark rate damage.
Oh, good.
Yeah, exactly what you'd want. Yep, you needed it. He needs such a good 25. He does. I know what you're talking about. Still, you know, TNC, I mean, they're playing this perfectly. It's 23 to 25, 4K lead. You still worry because Neon has so many ways back in and they actually smoke up. They're tired of waiting here.
Oh no! Oh, you can't miss that. He was standing still. He was basically AFK. JG though, he is going to get a nice target in March. Oh, it's very unfortunate for Play Hard. Look at bot lane, John. Gabby's taking a Rax by himself. He's got it.
Oh, that is dirty. That is just so dirty. And TNC?
They out on your Paj.
GG.
Hey, he's just in. I'm not sure what he's up to though. There's no lasso available. Scam trying to deal with the Tempest double. Your Paj will go try to block it up. Play Hard misses the hook again. This Tempest double literally won't die.
Nope.
Playhard's gonna die
Playhard.
to it. That's the worst part about it. He almost goes down.
If you had a Bloodtorn there, I think that would have definitely been a kill for Gabby, but yeah, only so many slots you can get on a hero. I guess that's the balancing factor for the Arc Warden, you know? You only have 6 slots like everyone else.
Oh. That's... I mean... you know, John,
I love how
don't
speechless
get
you
me
are.
started. Don't get me started. I will never stop if I get started on this hero. Look at this, spark rates being placed around the... Just casually, just in case you're smoking. Can't run through those.
Oh, and they do 250 more damage now.
Divine
right? 25.
Well done, Skem. See, Skem knows. He needs a Divine. There's no other way to beat this darn hero. And he bought a Divine. Well done, Skem. I'm proud of Skem.
Skemberlu with the plays. That's going to allow him to pierce through that bubble as well, mind you. So it's going to be easier for him to find those openings. We'll have to be cautious. Oh, man, John Yuel just melts the gap. Just popping that... Well, popping the magical lamp, so that's going to be down for a bit. Still looking for that Daedalus in Yapaj, though, Mike. He's got the Crystallis, but I want to see that Daedalus up. Still a long ways off. As TNC, this is peak Dota. I'll say it again. It's just the epitome of the game. This is the balance that we seek. This is Zen.
You know what the worst part about the Divine on Skem is? It's going to make it even slower of a game because now he doesn't want to lose his life, so we're just...
Oh, yeah.
Who's going to make that mistake first? Dota Plus, 65% for TNC, but it has been going down ever since the Divine got bought.
Yeah,
So,
it's a scary possibility, but you've got this Hex now on Tim's, so I guess you've got Soulbind Hex. That is super potent. That can change these fights. In fact, if Tim's manages to save for, say, an Ags, you're going to be really well off. Just grab some Skem Illusions and be happy. There's that Daedalus though, Mike.
Daedalus on him. Tim's has got a Scythe of Vice, and because he's got the Philosopher's Stone, John, he's just getting infinite gold coming in.
Oh yeah.
So now both teams can hold their ground for ages. Right? They've got their defenses set, but we need somebody to start being offensive.
No, we don't. No, they're posturing around a Roche, Mike. You see that? But how can you go in? The Neon has a lasso. They've got the egg. They've got Tiny Toss, Blink in. But TNC, they've got these spark rates around. They've got March constantly screaming at Roche, and they've got Gabby just sending himself out. You know, he is his own best friend. There you go. Just going straight. He's gonna get the range track. He already took the range tracks. What's he doing?
He's going for the mid racks, John. What do you do after the bot racks? Go for the mid one. Skem gonna show up. They just Ghost Scepter him up, or Ghost Form him, and Gabby. And he'll lose the Tempest Bubble. They see the Divine Rapier. Nothing to hide there. Gonna be another one of those games where everyone gets to level 30.
Yeah. It's Arc Warden. Just play it slow, play it safe. 9k in the bank for Gabby, no problem. Not spending it, of course, as one would when you have that gold. Just play it safe. And we're just playing the farming game. You can see Gabby at 38k, Skem at 35. So our Drow actually doing fantastic. And they're really making use of that farming Divine Rapier.
Just Dims gonna blink away, but there is a deep in with a lasso out onto KB. They'll drag him into the high ground, bring him on the other side, but he had spider legs, I believe. In fact, no, he just got out of there. Still, team fight continues. The egg does blow. KB does lose his life to Skem. Skem is actually doing a lot of damage. But Gabby now looking to fight back. Bring it back in. KP rushing onto Skem, wanting to go after that Drow Ranger, but he's been Hurricane Pike back. They disarm him. Looks like Yopaj is going to be caught on the Tiny and will eventually die.
That's a big back and forth between both teams. A lot of buybacks being committed more on TNC's end. 3 for 2. Neon's going to be happy with that, of course. Gives him an edge up. Drags that lead down to 3K. And you can see the power of Skem with the Divine, right? Like, he is hitting like very hard for TNC to come in and to do the work. They were saved by March's swap. So that is really starting to come into play here. And doesn't have the max level swap to really be safe, but there's that Roche coming out for Gabby, and not the biggest commitment, just the double in.
And the spark rates that seem to be deleting Roshan right now. Gabby keeping scouts out. Roshan getting very, very low. And JG going to jump in a bit too early. A great bait out from Gabby, and now JG just stuck by himself in the middle of nowhere. Will try for the lasso, but it will mean nothing. Amel even. Just going to jump onto the high ground now. They'll get the Aegis. This might be the moment where TNC start to push. In fact, Gabby, he sends a Temper Stumbleman again. Down to that bot lane. Skem will go sort it out on the Drow. It looks like they are ready to try and start this mid push.
Yeah, they've got the second life up, so they're going to have an easy enough time going up there. Gotta be cautious. Skem still hits like a truck. They still have Egg here from Neon. Really good high ground defense that can fly out.
At least they can get rid of the Temper Stubble quite fast. With the tree volley up from your Page, you can get rid of all the creeps quite quickly. TNC may feel like they don't have the answers for this high ground. They may actually get out of here.
Yeah, again, just back to the defensive plays. It looks like they need more in the tank. Not sure what else you could ask for from Gab. He is saving for the Ags. So you're going to have runes on demand at the least, but they do smoke up. You know, they've got that Aegis. They've got the edge up.
They do. It just seems though they're a bit afraid about going into that Divine Rapier. They have found out your path. That's going to be a massive pick on that bit Tiny. Meanwhile, Armel going into the back lines, trying to deal with the Phoenix, but he has already got the egg off. Armel just going to swashbuckle his way out before it does explode. They do get a massive pick in the Tiny. With that Tiny down, this might be the chance to go.
And no buyback up. You're going to have an opening to go into the high ground.
What does Gabby's Arc Water, Gabby's Aghanim Scepter do?
Just rune on demand, so you can create a random rune in front of you with a rune forge. I think he's gonna go straight up synthesis. Yeah, there you go. So there you go. Rune Arcane. How short's the cooldown Tempest? 19. Spark rate every 1.9 seconds.
This is getting ridiculous now. So you can spawn a rune up. So he's going to be hoping for that DD rune. Wait, his Tempest double can do it?
Yep.
What?
Of course. Yeah. It's not an ult. It's a great axe, Mike.
Oh,
look at that.
Look.
Beautiful. Look at that.
Look at this. Look at this. When did this become Dota?
It's like StarCraft 2 when you've got siege tanks lined up and again you can't do anything. And you just put them into siege mode and all they can do is watch. It's sad.
So they're just spawning runes up. Even bounty runes. So Gabby's basically like a walking pirate hat now.
Yeah, pirate hat that can get spicy, you know, with double damage, with haste, regen. You don't want any of those, really. I mean, it's all about arcane or double damage, of course, but yeah, sometimes you have no choice. Still, the artillery that comes out of Yopaj does hit hard, but you've got an Abyssal up now on
How is
Armel,
he able to attack from this far away, John? Skem Can't even reach the Arc Water to hit him. Meanwhile, on the back lines, JG goes for the lasso, but he was ruptured up by KP. They have got the Drow Scam trying to run. He might just lose that Divine and does. That's the Divine of the deck. Gabby, he'll take it for himself. They'll buy back on Neon Esports, but yeah, I don't know about this quarter, John. It's too much.
No, yep, no, there's no way. There's the Divine on Gabby.
You just gotta ban it. It doesn't.
No, you can't stop it. That's just going to be mega creeps coming out here for TNC. And the buybacks there from Scam. Yeah, they just call it. They're just done. They're done.
Game's over.
I mean, good attempt from Neon. Really, a lot of shining moments there. They did put a lot of pressure in TNC. It's just that one fight with Roche cost them a ton. And of course, that Spell Prism. That was really one of the turning points for TNC. They got that Spell Prism on. The constant spam from Gabby ensured that there would be no progress for Neon. They couldn't go on the opposite side of the map at all. And TNC, very hard-fought victory. They do come out on top. Neon, you know, you've got to be aware of this. The Gabby Arc Warden is in the pool. You have to ban it out.
It just don't let it through anymore. I mean, it's just he's too good at the hero, and it's just I don't know. If I was playing up against TNC, I would just be banning that every game. It's just too much. It really is though, John. It gets to a stage where you just can't do anything.
Oh yeah.
He literally just 1v5s them. Anyway, congratulations to TNC on game 1. We'll see if they can pull off the 2-0 victory or whether the Neon Esports are going to be able to drown out this series. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire. We'll be back very, very soon for that second game.
Ooh, that's live.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our final game of the night between TNC Predator and Neon Esports. And it's MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, welcome back, sir. Game 1 was a hell of a game between these two, and TNC won. We'll give them that. Game number 2, where do you think Neon need to do things differently? How do you...
They've got...
Yeah, well, what do they need to do,
They've got to
John?
ban it. They've got to ban it. They've got to ban that Orc Warden. There's just no way. You just don't want to play against it. You see what happens when you do. I mean, Scam with the Divine, he tried his best. They even had the Ags Tiny with the Daedalus. Not enough. It's just not enough. You had a Telescope, you had a Hurricane Pike for range. Spell Prism was out. Too much flying out from TNC, and Gabby just had a spectacular time. So you can't allow that pick still. I'm gonna go through it. Neon, they do pick up the Venomancer first. So they're looking to play a little bit more aggressive. That does signal a faster pace of game. Get the Pangolier on top of that as well. That does give TNC perhaps the opportunity to go for the Grimstroke pickup here with the Venge. We've seen that support do it before. You can make it work. They go with the Drow. They actually do value the Venge Drow here at TNC. So they're just gonna go for it. That combination they love, they get to pick it up. We'll see if they can make it work.
Well, that was the whole thing last game, right? Like, they got the Venge and they wanted to go into the Drow, but then Neon picked up the Drow to try and deny it away from them, so they ended up, excuse me, I've got the hiccups, but they ended up taking the Arc Warden instead. So, obviously they like this Venge Drow quite a lot. Props to March, he was doing a great job last game. We didn't talk about March very much, but he ended up getting a Telescope, which is, you know, every Venger's dream, and just had unlimited range for swap. And of course, when you have Rough Shot and that long of a range for swap, you basically just, you know, people just get removed from the game, to say it politely. So, I don't blame them for going back down this route, and we've seen Gabby Drow. He does a great job on it.
Yeah, he does a fantastic job in the Drow. I believe the last time we saw it, though, with these two heroes, which was yesterday against Fnatic, TNC did have the Armel Drow, if I recall right. My memory's a bit blurry, but they've got that flexibility. Yeah, it was the Armel Drow. They actually had the Gabby Sven, and they give KP the Venge. So this is more than likely 2 cores off the bat for TNC. Just securing that start makes it a bit difficult for Neon to figure out, right? It's open in the draft, so you can still run the March Venge, but you'll always be wondering whether or not that's gonna be off lane or support. And TNC in that sense does have the flexibility. Even the Drow, safer mid, can be tricky to figure out what matchup you should expect here for Neon.
I wonder what path Neon will go down this time. I mean, that game 1 must have been a bit frustrating for them, to say the least. I mean, they must have been like, they felt like they couldn't do much, and even when you saw the Divine Rapier on Scam, it just didn't mean anything. It really never amounted to anything at all.
Oh yeah.
I wonder what the game plan could be for Neon Esports this time. We'll have to wait out these final bans. There are 2 more.
I love that TNC's banned out the Scam Spectre. Again, this is a failed-safe Neon falls back to. It's something that Scam knows in and out very well, plays around that timing very well, so you're not going to have that option here. Neon, for their part, they've taken out the Void Spirit and the Doom, so it looks like they're aiming at a mix at mid and off. They don't seem to be anticipating the KP Venge here for TNC, keeping their options open. Thinking hard about the bans. Again, it's a bit confusing with how TNC does run it. They just tend to throw these heroes everywhere.
They do. See KP's Brewmaster get banned out as well. So, fair enough. We haven't actually had the pleasure of seeing any KP Brewmaster as of late, but love to see it, but it isn't going to happen this game either. The TNC, well, they've just been banning a mix of things, and they'll actually get rid of the Grimstroke now, so just wanting to allow that to the side of Neon Esports.
Interesting ban. That does take away the capability for them to kind of stop that Rolling Thunder as well. So they take out a tool that they could use. They're probably not looking for any combinations with it though, so they might not even care for the Pangolier Rolling Thunder. That is something they have to be a bit cautious about, and they know what it can do. They had a fantastic time with Armel in that. They do fall back to the Mirana here. It's more than likely the Tim's hero, a special of his. It's always a treat seeing that come out. It works fantastically so far with the heroes you have in TNC. Venge Aura, Mirana enjoys Drow as well. Once you've got the ult, it can really help the Mirana right click faster. So there's some excellent synergy here for TNC. A lot of ways these heroes kind of benefit from each other, and Neon, we've got to see what they pump out. Veno, Pango are a nice combo. They don't have the best hold to fully maximize the role. They need some follow-up for the Poison Nova as well. So they've got to start tightening down this draft to come up against what TNC has.
I do wonder where they're putting this Pangolier and Venom as well, right? Because we know Play Hard does end up running Pango sometimes for Neon. We'll see a Lich pop out, so that should be the John Newell hero being picked up here. Lich hasn't been picked up in a bit as well, I'd say.
No. Yep, it's been a while. In this case, right, Pangolier of potency. Not like the Lich particularly punishes and see. Doesn't even think too hard about it. So it does look like we'll be coming out here for March. Tim's Mirana, KP Underlord. Not quite sure in the draft. That could still be Gabby or Armel, depending on how TNC wants to flux it. Neon, none of these heroes in particular deal with any of these heroes all too well. Like, none of it punishes, say, the Drow by dragging her back or repositioning her. They don't have burst damage to eat through the Underlord just yet. So, I want to see something come out here that ties it in. They go with the AM. It's a decent one that does jump into the Drow. Right, that's the gap closer you're looking for. There's not too much hold here from TNC. The best thing they've got is Pit of Malice plus a stun from the Venge and Mirana to follow up. It's not the most reliable though. You can kind of dodge the pit if you do see the Underlord. So it's a bit trickier to lock in the AM, and Scam, he's going to have to dance around here with that AM.
I do agree. Now it's about what you give your Page, because we know AM does need a lot of space. You generally want to play a full Protect 1 if you do pick up an anti-mage. I still doubt this is going to be anything like a mid Pango. I do believe they're going to run a support Pangolier, or at best a position 3 Pango. So something for your Page in that mid lane is required. Most of the spirits are banned. The only one still left is the Storm Spirit, which wouldn't necessarily be too bad here, but it may take a bit too long to get online. And you might want to. You don't really want to be too greedy with the AM of all things.
Yeah. It's I mean, it is viable. I think you're not looking for too much from your mid in terms of tempo here, mainly because the Pango Veno should be enough to apply some pressure. They have good team fight. Even with the Lich Red, Chain Frost out will force a lot of movements from TNC early. I think right now you could actually get away with it. It's just because TNC doesn't have the best hold. Could be nice to punish that with that pick, but they leave it open. If you want more active mid in this case, maybe something like a Quap, something like a Puck that can further reach the back line, just to continue to punish that Drow. That's all you really want to see here from Neon. Catching out whoever plays it, whether it be Gabby or Armel, stopping that farm up. And Neon themselves knows the timing of the Drow because they just played it, so they should also be aware on how to punish it.
Okay. Neon, 25 seconds reserve time for this final pick. What do you want for the mid lane? I wouldn't mind seeing the Quap come out. It's just up against the Drow Silence, and even the Underlord Pit of Malice might be able to hold it down a bit too long. Do go for the Quap. Okay. Very nice.
Yeah, it's a Your Page plays a mean Quap jump in. A burst down to the tempo. You can play really early on with your Lich Pango, buy space for the AM, and really open up opportunities for Skem to just do what he needs to do. TNC, they still somewhat lack control here. They're mid. It's a bit tricky. I'd say I would like a Puck in this case. Help them lock it in. Yeah, there you go. Wow, back to back, Mike.
You do get paid to do this job, don't I?
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, the puck. There's your catch. Dream Coil, especially once the Ags upgrade comes out, makes it harder for Scam and Yapaj to jump in and out. It gives them tempo here for TNC as well, because the puck comes online fairly quick. And it's also range. So you're playing with a Drow. The ult is going to help out everyone except KP. And the timings are pretty nice here from TNC. They can play it fast, but more than likely they're gonna taper off that speed for a bit. Aim for maybe momentum at 15 minutes. Whereas Neon, for their part, they're going to try to run down the lanes. They have really good laners here. They have great scaling with Scam, and even Yapaj has relevancy into late game, especially with a 25 talent. So they can kind of mix up their speed, but Neon will look to dominate lanes. TNC has to be very careful. Protect Gabby. That is their number one priority for the first 15 minutes.
Oh, for sure. Must say, I love the that Mirana set that Tim's is having on.
Oh, yeah.
Really like
feels
that
like it's been a while since we've seen it. Yeah, it feels like been a while since we've seen it. We see it a lot in China, right? That Mirana set, the Weeb Mirana set, the ultra rare.
It only came out like a month ago, 2 months ago, maybe.
I think it's been 2 months, right around 2 weeks into the battle pass. No, maybe 3 weeks into the battle pass. You know, when it felt fresh, when we had high hopes for Immortal 3. Dreams can get fresh too, Mike. It just takes a few days.
I wonder when that treasure is coming out, though. When's it happening? I know we talked about it before. I'm just still thinking about it. Like, when is it coming out?
It's coming when it's coming, Mike. It's coming when it's coming. Which, Valve time. I think that's the best way to put it. Valve time. It is what it is, right? You don't know, I don't know, Valve doesn't know. No one knows. Oh.
What we do know is we are paused again our mill. You know what time it is, John?
Late dinner.
Late dinner.
Second dinner. Yeah. Back in my Singapore days, we'd call this supper time, but apparently it's just a Discord problem. No food. I don't know how many issues you could have with Discord, but I guess it happens. Maybe the server they use, Mike. The server.
Yes, we have to go back to TeamSpeak, or whatever that was back in the day.
Oh yeah, way back to TeamSpeak. You remember setting that one up for ESL India? That was a fun setup on TeamSpeak. Great experience with TeamSpeak.
It was.
You die alone. You die alone.
Everyone in good spirits. Have fun, they say. After that last game, yeah, have fun.
Big smoke up here from Neon. Might try to go for an early first blood attempt. So they are intending on doing so.
No, not the spot.
Mel gonna break the smoke of Play Hard. He knows they're all coming. Well, Tim's going to get swashbuckled by Play Hard, but there's no way to hold him down. He will be okay. TNC are not interested in an engagement this early on. Just going to let them walk away. Play Hard gets the kiss.
That's the second time. Yeah, that's the second time we've seen that kind of smoke movement, right? Into the ramp, on the triangle. You've got someone there to break it. Good read from TNC to avoid it. And a bit of a wasted smoke gank for Neon. They're going to go for the runes still. TNC still has to be careful about overextending. They could be punished for poking their heads out here.
Could be. Scam is going to join up with John Newell, and they're going to try and go after Tim's. Tim still hasn't used his skill point yet, just in case he does need to level the leap, but he does not. It'll be a 2-for-2 bounty rune trade anyway, and they'll go back to their respective lanes. This should allow Tim to pick up his arrow on the Mirana and start being a nuisance, as he tends to be on this Mirana up against the opposing laners. Very, very annoying, but they might run a tri-lane here, Neon.
That's a tricky proposition for Neon. Like, that's going to starve them of EXP for a bit. They do have really good level 1, but looks like Playhard's going to have to play tag with Tims. They already spot the tri-lane. KP should be ready with his positioning here.
Just do this again to the Underlord, and we saw this in a previous series where they just try and up against the Underlord and never let it hit level 2. That's the point where it just becomes a bit obnoxious to play against, but it seems as though Playhard has made the TP back down to the bot lane anyway. He's not going to stick around too long, just a bit of early harassment out. We'll try and help out JG here in the bot lane up against March and Gabby. In fact, speaking of March may have been just stuck in a tree line now. He's going to eat a tree. Playhard has a swashbuckle and he'll throw it out, but March will eat a fairy fire, and now Playhard's the one in trouble. The creep is still chasing, giving Vision and Gabby.
Oh boy.
Says thank you very much to his creep, as he does get a very easy first blood.
That is just perfect coming out for Gabby. March as well, playing on the edge. And this is why you do not want to trade right clicks in a Venge lane. Venge and her carry will always win. Wave of Terror level 1, that armor reduction is a ton. Now, you can't underestimate it. Now you've got level 2 up on March, so whether it be the Magic Missile or the Vengeance Aura, it gets trickier to maintain that. JG, as the Venom, of course, can just find steady farm. Still holding on to that skill point, whether or not he goes for the early ward or Gale. I think in this case, you're going to be hard-pressed to land the Gale. At the same time, your wards might die early. So it's a very difficult one for the Veno. It's actually one of the few lanes where the Venomancer doesn't get to shine as much, and that's a rarity for the hero. That's one of its core aspects in the offlane.
It's going to be problematic for Neon. I'm sure he does just go for the Plague Wards, though. Just doesn't feel like they're going to be able to hit that Gale at all in this laning phase. Gabby does keep a very nice distance between himself and the Venomancer. Unless he does want to trade some harass, in which case he gets close. JG will continue holding out. Gotta admit, it is a pretty weak lane from Neon here, this bot lane, right? Like, the Pango Veno just can't do much up against the ground.
No, I mean, they can try for the disarms now with Playhard at level 2, but it's not the safest, and it's gonna shove the wave, so not many opportunities still. We can take a peek down mid. Yapaj on his Quap dropping low, and Armel on the puck having a pretty darn good time. Just one last hit above, but you can see the pressure he's applying to Yapaj, forced to use the salve up. Armel still holding onto his Fairy Fire and making good progress towards their bottles. Gonna have to watch out for that power rune. Both of these heroes, traditional mids. Really important to secure those runes.
They love them. Be up to those supports to get into that mid lane and try to get those runes for their respective cores. It's going to be very wary as well, because Tims loves to make those rotations at that 4-minute mark, and of course with the arrow on the Mirana, it is very easy for him to outplay the opposing mid with a big stun. Speaking of those mid laners though, a bit of a dive here from Armel into the tier 1. Looks like he is going to be relatively safe, or maybe not. Yapaj goes for the dive, but the phase shift going to save his life. He will have to TP out back to the fountain. Tims will actually have the haste rune taken by the Lich. Meanwhile, by the way, March did end up dying down at the bot lane.
Yeah, they're starting to build up their presence here in the bot with Neon. The damage is flying out from JG. You do not want to be hit by the Gale. And both Gabby and March did get hit. They got punished. They are pushing themselves to the edge. Like, the right click here is still amazing. Again, when you get that Wave of Terror out, Gabby just hits like an absolute truck. So, difficult back and forth, but Neon, you've got level 3 on JG. You're going to be happy. Just waiting for the level 4 mark, and then perhaps stack onto the Plague Ward.
G, got a bit of damage out from March. And with the multi-shot, Gabby's already laughing. March will take the kill. It'll be a little intimidating for the boys across the river. Just being laughed at every single time Gabby's about to kill you. Not very nice.
Oh yeah. He has been on point for the chat wheels. Even distribution of the bounties here at the 5-minute through, not many scuffles, as both all supports are really just tied in to helping their lanes. If you look up top, Skem is still having a wonderful time on that AM. It's not as much last hits as Gabby, but he's still up there, not slowed down at all, and KP's having trouble maintaining. He's always out of mana. Not a good sign for the Underlord.
He's going for that Soul Ring to try and sort that mana issue out. And it's really the only way to play up against the AM as the Underlord is to get that early Soul Ring up. Skim being even more aggressive up against Tims on that Mirana. And even Play Hard going to make the TP down bot. Rather top. Nice arrow out from Tims, but they can't capitalize. Play Hard, he's going to go in with a swashbuckle. They're going to provide even more harassment towards KP. That's the kind of arrow you'd love to capitalize off, but they just can't get close.
You've got to love the pressure Neon's applying there. It's just never safe for KP to close the gap. He's forced to go into that jungle to try to find some recovery farm now. And that's just a free lane for Skem. He gets the farm into the Battle Fury really fast. And KP, he's not going to slow that farm in any meaningful way now.
Definitely not. Still just trying to work towards that Soul Ring. Things going decently for Armel at the very least in the mid lane on that puck. Just a couple last hits ahead of Yopaj. Looks like there will be a TP in from Tim, so you might want to go for a sneaky little arrow play. But he was spotted out on that Mirana. So instead, he will start rotating down towards the bot lane. March, I set up here on JG. They hard, however, going to spot out Tims once again, and neither one really going to be able to engage. Just back off.
It's a bit of a wasted TP for Armel, making his way down here, not finding any kill opportunities. Does give a little bit more time for Yopaj. You know, he walked down as well, but he gets back to the lane a bit faster, finds a little bit more farm. TNC, despite this though, maintain a 2k net worth lead. That is piling up on Gabby, way beyond everyone else, even in the denies, just having a good time at the drought.
March actually getting denied off by Gabby, and then Gabby will take Playhard's life. And that's a double laugh. It's a double whammy out from Gabby. Gotta say, Gabby's looked really good so far throughout these group stages as mid lane, Yopaj goes down to Armel and Tims.
And there's that rotation coming out to success. First Dream Coil of the game, leading to big kills. TNC finding themselves with a nice lead. 4-1, 2k lead. You look at Gabby, level 6, Tree Wraith Bants up along with Power Treads. Hits like an absolute demon. You gotta be cautious when you come into this lane, because he is not going to give you space to, you know, to really breathe there with his right click damage.
He's not. Armel now down to the bot lane. Does have a DD rune active. The bottle. Does pop it. Onto JG. Gabby is in a spot of danger, but Yopaj needs to finish off the kill quick because he could be in danger himself. He does get the scream out in time. And we'll have the blink back up in 2 seconds, but Armel is going to go for the chase. Play Hard now going to join in, and they even have joined you well there. Armel may have just dove a bit too far here, as he is going to get... Yeah, he's going to get gazed up and die. That's a big, big couple of kills there for Neon Esports.
Yeah, really great exchange. Just taking out Gabby, putting a dent in that progress in the Drow, also putting a dent on Armel, and that's exactly what you want. All this movement down bot means the top lane's super free for Skem, unpressured on the AM. You're still seeing Gabby with a lot more farm, but you know the timing for Skem into the Battle Fury is key. They do put Gabby up top. Looks like it's about that time where both teams look for the tier 1 trades.
We'll get started. KB finally has that Soul Ring coming out as Tims is going to get chased down, but Armel killed off JG down at the bot lane. Tims will be right. Armel once again with that Dream Coil just being very effective and getting an early kill off again. It's going to be a big rotation up top though from Neon. They're going to try and get something done with the Pango, but he misses the swashbuckle. Yopaj also around with that Sonic Wave will jump back in after Gabby, and that's the one target they want. But KP is going to try and get him out with March. With the swap, they might just get there, and they do. Scam. He got the Mana Void off in time, John, but it just wasn't enough damage.
Oh man, KP, 5-star Uber right there, on point with the timing. Bails out his entire team. A wasted rotation out from Neon. Missed opportunity, but you're also stalling out the farm of TNC. They successfully defend that tier 1 top. You have given some space for Armel to push that tier 1 bot though, and our puck has gotten some room to play the farming game. Level 8 is working towards the blink next, and once you've got that, you're going to be good. Although Yopaj cops a melee arrow, good time.
It's going to be alright. So they really need to get play hard at level 6 to get that Rolling Thunder up. Love to have that form of control in these team fights, and play hard is going to go ahead and try to secure that level 6 in this mid tier 1 tower range. It's going to be slightly challenging though, because Gabby wants to get some tier 1 tower damage off. It's going to force JG to come in on the Veno and defend this one.
Yeah. So you can't afford to bleed that one out, because you've got the AM, he needs to play in his jungle. So the moment you lose that tier 1 mid, opens a lot more movement for TNC to be offensive, and they are smoked up here, Tims and March.
Out of the bot lane. They need to land a big arrow if they actually want to kill off Skem. These are coming in. Arrow is not going to land, and Skem... Oh, he blinked into the arrow!
What?
Oh, Skem, no! Magic Missile, it's not going to be enough anyway.
Ooh.
Oh, it's a close call. Blinked right into it.
Ooh, that keeps you on edge. Those kinds of arrows. Tims, whether or not he's a prophet doesn't matter. They find a kill here down mid.
Yeah, JG does go down on the Veno, but the team fight will start as Yopaj gets a nice Sonic Wave out. Now the Rolling Thunder out from Play Hard will finish the job off. Tims get hit once. Hit twice. He only has one leap charge. They'll gaze him up or disarms. He will finally commit the leap, but Yopaj was waiting. It does take him out. Now on to March. March actually tankier than you would expect. They do have KP and Gabby around to help out. That'll mean Neon do need to back off.
It's still a win for Neon. They managed to punish Armel once more, stalling out that blink timing, giving Yopaj a bit of a ramp up into his Yules. So you're happy enough with this trade. There hasn't been any significant progress though for Neon on towers. That's the one worry I'm getting here from these exchanges. It's leading to TNC widening that network gap. 5k lead now for TNC, right around the 13-minute mark. They hold on to all their tier 1s, which is not typical when you're against a Veno, but they have been forced to kind of fall back and play a slower game. Yopaj isn't quite ready to fully commit, although he is smoked up here.
They've got a double damager inactive on Yopaj. Try and make use of it while they still have it. Gabby is right near them. They're going to go onto the high ground and they might spot him out now. In fact, they run straight into him, and this could be a great pick-off, but a great gust out from Gabby. They do get the gaze off in time from John Newell. Gabby does have to accept the fact that he is dead. They laugh back at him.
That's an important pickup for Neon, the biggest target they could hope for. They do manage to punish Gabby for just overstaying his welcome. Nice deep ward being planted by Neon to keep track of that camp as well. Opens up the mid-tier 1 push, and if they can take this one out, of course, opens up them to really start to invade the jungle. They've already got these deep wards, they just need to cancel out access points, and they can look for those ganks.
Neon still trying to get a fight going mid lane, but eventually we'll just let it go. Back to farming for them. Even with all these kills onto Gabby, still top of the net worth board, just seems unaffected. They're going to go mid again. With the Underlord, with Armel, and with Gabby.
Yeah. Just a high priority tower, you know? They want to start peeping into that jungle. They've left the AM alone, although.
There's going to be a Dark Rift out, swap from March, try and get Armel out of there, and Gabby, they're all going to be fine. It's again KB, make sure there is no risk involved, and they'll all TP back into the mid lane now. Time to re-engage with the Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah, they still want that mid-tier 1. They know the Rolling Thunder's gone. That's a big teamfight spell off. That's their main control as well. Nice arrow.
Let's catch up to the Lich. Going Newell. They go down. Play hard now. Going back in with the swashbuckle, but the multi-shot is there from our Drow. And oh, JG getting swapped in by March. He's going to die.
Not the way you want to lose your Veno. He also doesn't have any skill points in the Poison Nova, so again, looking for the plays with a Plague Ward instead. And if you're not alive to spam it out, there's nothing to stop that push. So mid-tier 1 does get traded off in the end. A bit costly for TNC. They do drop their net worth lead just by a touch, but now they have some ways of peeking at Scam, who they've left alone. Scam is free farming up, just about 900 gold away from the Battle Fury, and once that's up, of course, our AM starts to farm like mad, starts to grow bigger. You're approaching that power spike here for Neon, but TNC, we talked about the 15-minute mark being their spike, and they do have that lead at this time, so they could start to grow a bit bigger. And the Drow is looking great. Gabby has the Dragonlance up with the Venge Aura. That does mean a really long range. It's going to make it difficult to close that gap.
Lane, arrow doesn't land on your Page. Would have been a very nice arrow had it landed. Your Page is struggling anyway on this quap right now. Just unable to get that first core item he wants, which is the Orchid in this case. Tier 1 tower. It's going to go down for Neon. KB, however, just start grifting on the right side.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Yeah, they're going for a shove up top. Tier 2 already looking very unhealthy. The defense.
The thing with the Drow, you just take the tower so quick, but Play Hard is going to roll in with your Page there. They got the gust off on the quap. She has no way to dispel, but it will wear off. And Gabby is actually in massive trouble as the Chain Frost does fly through, and it looks like Gabby has accepted the fact that he's going to die. That TNC just wanting to get out, or maybe Armel wants to go back in, but he is spotted out by Play Hard now. Needs to just get himself onto the high ground and TP away. Still Gabby. They do fight him for a third time.
Yeah, big pickup again. Just punishing the Drow, and you can see Scam, of course, with the Battle Fury up, his net worth's climbing. Starting to match Gabby's farm, overtakes now, and that's not a good sign. AM, it's about to be his game. He's working towards the Asha, into the Manta next, and once you've got that, you can start pressuring the side lanes, shoving in waves, make it difficult for TNC to venture out and start hunting. And that's what this lineup wants. They do want to go hunting a bit. They're not going to have that option, and that's going to stall out a few of their key item pickups.
Gabby's got the Hurricane Pike on the way. He's going to be a little bit concerned here for Scam, who's got that Battle Fury and is slowly starting to escalate. He's going for the Manta up next. They have Scam for the answer up against Gabby's Drow for this game. He really hasn't been contested too much, Scam. They have left him to his own